been listening to the show for, any amount of time, at least over the course of this season, I've aired out some of my grievances with it. And it's difficult because you know what? Now you're the 3 seed because Memphis jumps you for the 2. But you're right there with 42 wins, tied for second place in the Western Conference. It would be tied for third place overall in the NBA for the best record. But you see just some glaring flaws in the team. I don't think there's any question that the Nuggets certainly have talent on their team, but there is a big issue that they have with teams who are good. And those are the ones that freak me out. That they can't seem to match up on a night-in, night-out basis with teams who are over 500. Their record on the year with teams that are above 500 is 13-17. And I don't know what to do with that. Because just by contrast, the Oklahoma City Thunder are 24-8. The Lakers are 19-12. The Boston Celtics, 21-12. You beat up on bad teams, but you play a team that's got some talent to them, and I do think that Minnesota's probably better than what their record is, despite still sitting there in a 7 seed. But the Nuggets have been blown out a lot. Like, a lot. They've lost 13 games by 10 points or more. Or I'm sorry, that's incorrect. It's they're 28-13 in games decided within 10 points. But they've had games just that get away from them. And this one, you could tell from the very beginning. I don't know if you guys are like me. It's like tip-off, you missed a couple of shots, and then it was about what do I want to say here? 8 minutes through the first quarter. And I was just like, this doesn't feel like this is a night that's going to go well. It's not.
Yesterday, in our Keys to the Game, brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza, that we do every day at 8:55-ish, Vic said, the key to a Nuggets victory, don't let Minnesota get an early lead because you're going to struggle to battle back.
Yeah.
At one point, the Timberwolves have taken my breath away, clearly.
Yeah.
At one point, I remembered, I went, oh my God, that's right, the game's on. I took out my phone, I checked the score. There's like 2 minutes gone. It's 11-2 Timberwolves. And I said, cool, they lost. That's it.
Well,
2 minutes in, Nuggets are sunk. There we go.
Hang on a second. Let me look and see exactly when this happened. So you know how the Nuggets do that? Nobody sits until we score at the beginning of games. That felt like an eternity. There was fouls and turnovers, and up until, almost 3 minutes into the quarter, which doesn't sound like a lot, but if you're watching the game, you know how long that felt. People had to stand up and get on their feet. I sent something out at halftime because this is, to me, a pretty easy 1-1. At half, the Nuggets were down 48-57. So it's not that the game was totally out of reach. But if you looked at the box score, Nuggets had 48 points. Joker had 21. Westbrook had 17. 38 of the 48 points scored in the first half were those two guys. Jamal Murray was 0 of 7 from the field. Michael Porter Jr. was 1 of 5. Christian Brown was 1 of 4. And the bench combined for 1 of 6. It can't happen. It is unfair to Jokic to ask him, who is right now, it's very clear and obvious to me, is playing really hurt. He's still having good games. He's still putting up numbers. He's still doing all that different stuff. But you can tell on some shots, the elbows are bothering him. He's still finding a way to be effective. You can't put that much onus on him on a night in, night out basis to go out and do that kind of stuff. It's just too much. In this stretch of games that we've seen against really good opponents, let's just take the last 3 games. 2 against OKC, 1 against Minnesota. Jamal Murray scored 17 in the loss to OKC. He scored 34 in the win, and he scored 12 in the loss last night. Michael Porter Jr., over the last 3 games, he had 24 in the loss to Oklahoma City. He had 17 in the win. He had 10 points last night. It's just not good enough. And the reservations that I have with the Nuggets, and let's be honest, guys, the reason why you're frustrated right now, everybody thinks, well, not everybody, some people think I'm holding too high of a standard right now. That I think if you don't have your expectations of championship or bust, then I think you're crazy. Now, if they get to the NBA Finals and lose, is it like a failure? No. But I think you have to set your sights that high. Because the core of this team is together. And because you have Nikola Jokic. And because even in Nikola Jokic, who is a 3-time MVP, he's having his best season of his career. And you would probably ask, let's just take a casual viewer of the NBA. Well, Brett, why do you seem so frustrated with a team that is tied for second place in the Western Conference? And my simple answer is they got a good record. But I don't see the level that this team can take their game to get past an OKC in 7 games, or a Minnesota in 7 games, or a Lakers in 7 games. Or, you know what I mean? I don't see it. Because this stuff happens way too often. You can't have this amount of off nights, especially when, let's be honest here. This is Minnesota's first trip back to Denver since they beat you in Game 7 last year in the postseason, where you had a 20-point lead in the second half. The issue of motivation should not be a question last night. How many guys looked motivated? How many guys were hustling last night? How many guys felt like they had that killer instinct? This team embarrassed you last year. By the way, I heard it in the crowd. The crowd was ready. They were ready to explode when given an opportunity. They just never were. I mean, I've sat here. It's March 13th. We've been talking about the same stuff for a long time. The same sort of issues that continue to plague them. There was nothing that they did at the deadline. Maybe there's nothing they could do. Maybe they tried and it just didn't come together. I don't know.
I think that's what makes it worse, though, is Nuggets fans were ripping their hair out as the team did nothing at the trade deadline, and then their roommates in Ball Arena completely swapped their entire roster, and it's immediately paying dividends. So right now, you have this comparison side by side, and I think people are tired. I don't mean to pull a Vic Lombardi here, but I don't want to hear anymore that they couldn't make changes at the deadline. Stop it. Stop it.
It was
don't say that anymore, because that doesn't change the fact that this team has deficiencies, and it's your job as a front office to figure out the moves you can make. So I don't want to hear Vic come on here in 45 minutes and tell me they couldn't do anything.
Well, here's the thing. It's certainly more difficult than what the Avs could do. It was more difficult because you have to make salaries match, and it makes it really confusing. I think a main issue that we're having is the timeline that I have for the Nuggets and the timeline that Calvin Booth has is different. We've heard Calvin Booth say before, he wants a Spurs model where it's 3 championships in 6 years, not 2 and 2. And I'm sitting here, I'm going, well, Jokic is 30. And I'm starting to see a lot of heat packs throw on Jokic whenever he goes to the bench in the middle of a game. Elbows, shoulders, knees, back. You can't take this for granted. I'm at a loss because I can't see the through line. And that's what's frustrating. I'm like, how do you fix it? When all these things go poorly, how do you fix it? What am I going to say? Make shots? Okay. It's the most elementary concept that you can throw out in basketball. Here's the issue. I just don't think they're good at it. They're good at getting in the paint, but that's until they face a team who's incredibly physical. And their defense isn't good enough to play a physical brand of a physical style of game, because when a team can hold you to 95 points by playing physically, you can't do the same on the opposite side. There's just some key weaknesses that, wasn't it, Nelly, when me and Vic were talking about this, was it last week? Wasn't Hastings the one that was calling us crazy or at least me crazy for saying, like, I feel like this team is on the outskirts of a championship level team, that there's a handful of teams ahead of them that I would have, like, odds wise?
I believe he thought both you and Vic were stupid for being concerned.
And I don't get it. I don't know how you couldn't be. This happens way too often. The Nuggets do win a lot of games. They do. But when they lose, they lose. So in the last, let's count them out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 losses. You tell me how many of these were competitive games. Last night certainly wasn't. The first OKC game, it was competitive until the fourth quarter started. But you got blitzed in the fourth, so I'd call that a no. Celtics game was competitive. Bucks game was. So you're 2-2 on that. Lakers game was a blowout. The Knicks game-ish. Bulls game was terrible. And the T-Wolves game, the time previous to this, was almost a 30-point loss. You've lost to Minnesota by a combined 50 points in the last time you played them. I guess 49. But 50. I'm at a loss right now. I hated everything I saw last night.
This is funny, but it also kind of made it worse. You know what what my girlfriend was doing? We had the game on, and she was doing that thing where she watches and knows very little about either team playing and was just saying whatever came to her head.
Uh-huh.
So she'd go, "Ooh, look at that guy on the bench. He looks like he's 12." And at one point, she just goes, "Wow, the Nuggets really suck at shooting threes. Is everybody better at them than shooting three-pointers?" And I was sitting there like, sometimes, I don't know how to answer that question. Tonight they are.
All right, listen up, babe. There's things called volume shooting and shooting efficiently. There's two different subjects.
And then at one point, she looks at me and she goes, "Man, I feel bad for Jokic. He's the only one that's doing anything."
Well, it's common.
You got that one.
Yeah, it's a common theme.
That's right.
Texture says there's two flaws in your argument. You say this team only beats up on bad teams, yet are ahead of the Lakers, who you keep glazing, meaning the Lakers have more losses to bad teams. So, to your point, Texture, I'll give you that. The Nuggets are 13-17 against teams above 500. The Lakers are 19-12. But the Lakers are 21-11 against teams below 500. Here's the difference. They didn't get Luka until about a month ago. And since then, Lakers have been pretty damn good, haven't they? Again, take what you're seeing with the Nuggets right now and tell me that you are 1,000% confident that they beat the teams that I just mentioned in the 7-game series. In fact, let's just do this real quick. I throw out the name Oklahoma City, 7-game series. How confident are you that they win? Because I'll tell you right now, I'm below 50. That means I picked the Thunder to win the series. The Lakers, I think I'm below 50. I think I would take them to win the series. Golden State, I'm waiting on that one. Golden State used to be somebody I didn't even think about, and since they got Jimmy Butler, they've been pretty good. All I'm telling you is it's nowhere near where I was a couple of years ago, where I was as confident as against anybody. I was like, if you threw anybody up against the Nuggets in a 7-game series, I think they win. Right now with the Avs, you throw anybody up against them in a 7-game series, I think they win. But I've had these reservations with the Nuggets all year, and really, Nelly, not one time has my mind changed. They've played good games. It's the same thing I said after they beat Oklahoma City. I go, that's a great win. It doesn't change the way that I feel about them overall. They're capable of doing that. We know it because they are good. Good teams are capable of winning these things.
And by the way,
I just see too many faults here that would come to a head to 7-game series against some of these better teams.
we got a text a little bit ago that says, looks like I'm going to tune out of you guys today because it's just going to be doom and gloom from Vic and Brett all morning. Oh, well, see you tomorrow. 2 things. First of all, it's not an airport, so there's no need to announce your departure. Second of all, how do you feel good this morning? If you watched that game last night, what's your silver lining on the Nuggets right now? Do you feel, Brett, do you have any positives from last night? Is there
Last night?
Is there
no.
anything you can hang your hat on?
Again, I'll tell you this. The team's good. They're good. Are they good enough to win a championship? I don't think so. Not this year. And if I'm wrong, then tell me where I'm wrong. I always say this to you guys, okay? I'm not going to come on here and say things that are going to make you feel better and lie to you. I'm going to be honest. I've been like this for the entire season, essentially. If you can give me a legitimate reason why my tone shouldn't sound the way it sounds this morning, I'd love to hear it. But we've seen this too many times. And here's the other thing. It's Minnesota, and they have your number. Remember the question that Vic asked yesterday about if you could only take one win, like you had to win a game and lose a game between the Minnesota and Laker games coming up, which would you take? And I said, well, for standings purposes, I think I would take the Lakers. You know what? After watching the T-Wolves last night, I changed my mind. I can't stand that team. I hate them. I hate them so much. Like, everybody on that roster is just, they irk you. Mike Conley, you get put off to the side. Mike Conley's fine. And you know what? I like Naz Reid. Naz Reid and Mike Conley, you guys sit over here for a second. You aren't involved in this conversation. Ant, Gobert, McDaniels, Randall, DiVincenzo, Alexander Walker, you guys, out of my life immediately, all of you. Can't stand them. 303-504-0925. Keep the text coming in. We'll read some of those in just a second. Another huge move for the Broncos yesterday that I love. You want some happy stuff? I'll get some happy stuff in a second because I think the Broncos are killing this offseason so far. We'll get to it next. All right, broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Again, text coming through here. I mean, it's fine to disagree. I would like to be convinced as to why you disagree with anything that I've said about the Nuggets so far. There's a couple texts coming through here. Glass half full guy here, not worried first game home after an emotional road trip is hard, which I would agree with. But I don't know if it's that hard. Another texture, I'll take the Hastings approach, who's been in the NBA for almost 40 years. You and Vic get too high with the highs and low with the lows. They just handled OKC, and they lose, and it's back to this team can't win anything. Again, I don't know how much you listen to the show. I really don't try and ride the emotional roller coaster. I'm not saying I'm not guilty of doing it. I think me as well as a lot of people are. I try not to. And if you listen after that OKC game in which they, quote, handled them, which was a good fourth quarter. Nelly, what did I say? I said that that's a great win. It doesn't change my overall outlook for the Nuggets because that happens too few and far and in between.
Yeah, and we were saying the same things about, sure, you won the game, but gave up 127 points and had to win a track meet, dropping 140 by the skin of your teeth.
It's one of the first things I mentioned. I go, how many times are you going to be able to score 130 points against the number one defense in the NBA in a 7-game series? They put up 127 in 2 straight games on you. Again, the things that you have not been good at this year have not gotten better. We've had seasons where the Nuggets start the year really bad defensively, and then they pick it up towards the end, or they'll shut people down in the fourth quarter or something like that. And it's just like that hasn't been happening this year. And the reason why I sound the way I do, by the way, is only because my expectations are so high. If this team doesn't win a championship, it's disappointing. This isn't the Broncos from last year. The Broncos made the postseason and got blitzed in their first playoff game. And you were like, cool, whatever. The Broncos made it. They had a great season. The Nuggets aren't there. Just like the Avs. The Avs aren't there either. If the Avs get bounced in the first round, there's no, happy ending towards this. It's you have made, especially with the Avs, a full push to win a championship. The Nuggets have kind of done that. They've paid a whole bunch of guys on this team. But when the best player in the world resides on your roster, if you aren't having those expectations, then what are you doing? You have to. And so when they play against the elite teams that are going to be the impediment standing in front of you to winning a championship, and too often the games look like they did last night, yeah, I'm disappointed. I'm dejected. I'm all these things.
And I actually want to ask you a question, and any of the texters or twitchers a question that Scott Hastings, it was either him or Polumbus, someone on PhD brought it up yesterday. They said that there was a time when Ball Arena was a feared place to play. People were scared to come into Ball Arena and play the Nuggets. And I think the year they won the championship, they lost 4 home games, 3 home games the entire year. It was a really small number.
Yeah, they were 34-7 at home.
And right now, it doesn't seem like that. Ball Arena is a scary place to play anymore.
22-10 this year at home.
Right. So they've already lost more games at home than they did that entire championship season, and we've still got a handful of home games left. So I'm just wondering what's changed? Why has home court for the Nuggets not been the driving force it once was?
That stuff, I'm kind of curious about it, but the Avs have had seasons where they've been really good at home and really bad. And I just think sometimes it's just the weird sort of quirks of a schedule. And I don't know. I can't explain it either. I mean, the short answer is they're not as good as they were 2 years ago. I mean, that's the short. But I don't know. We'll get back to this in a second. I want to talk about some good things, which is round of applause to George Payton. I think he's done a fantastic job this offseason. They have taken a little bit more money that they've been given with the cap relief. They still have another 30-some million that they're paying to Russell Wilson this year. But for the limited cap relief that they got back, from last year to this year, they have spent it, I think, in some wonderful places. And I don't think that any one of these guys is a for sure, holy bleep, this guy's going to be amazing, no doubt about it. They all, I think, come with some risk. But when you think about the potential of what could be there, do yourself a favor. Go throw on an Evan Engram highlight reel and see how that guy moves. He moves like a wide receiver. He does. You get him out in open space, he can make a play happen. It's not going to be like you dump the ball off to Troutman 2 yards past the line of scrimmage and you're guaranteed a 3-yard gain.
Trying to find a goddamn joker.
A lot of people have been throwing that out there for Engram. I mean, I guess I don't know what a joker is for them. It's just a weird, loose, vague term.
The Loch Ness Monster.
Is it just a good football player? Because Ingram's that. Here's the bottom line. Your offense is better today. This is the best tight end you've had, I would say, since Julius Thomas. And I don't think that Engram is some amazing all-pro type. But you've been wandering in the wilderness a little bit looking for a tight end. This guy is athletic. He's got good hands. And honestly, he's played for some horrible teams. He's played for the Giants. He's played for the Jags. You put him in the system with Sean Payton, maybe he can't have one of those years again where he's like a 80, 90, 100 catch guy. Who knows? But here's what this allows you to do. It keeps checking things off the must box, right? The needs of the offseason. So when the draft rolls around, you get to your 20th overall pick and you say, who's the best guy on this board? That's what these things allow you to do. Because here's my opinion, Nelly. This does not remove the idea of a tight end at number 20 for you. It doesn't. That I think that this only solidifies the idea that if the best player on your board at 20 is, I don't think he's going to be there, but let's just say Tyler Warren's there, then yeah, you take him too. Take both. A team with 2 tight ends is a really difficult one to stop. Remember the Patriots back in the day? See what the Ravens got going in Baltimore with Isaiah Likely and Mark Andrews? If you got 2, you're in a good place. Again, Engram is not this all-pro, but Engram is somebody that has immediately made that room as good as any tight end you've had here in years. He's somebody to be concerned about. How about that? Do you think an opposing defense even remotely thought about your tight end position over the last few years? I mean, even with the thought of what we hoped Noah Fant would be, which he didn't become, which I still think is a surprise. I thought he was going to be good. I don't think any defense feared your tight end. But I'm over the moon with what the beginning to this offseason has been, because this only leaves you like infinite possibilities in the draft on what you want. Like now the idea of you want to trade up a few spots and go really grab somebody that you like I think you can. Still have to round out depth on both sides of the football. I think you need more depth at corner. I think you need more depth at offensive line, as every team does. Obviously, you need a running back. Wouldn't mind a veteran wideout. Like, if they came out today and they told me that they've now brought in, like, Cooper Kupp, like, I don't know how the offseason could get better. Because you got a major addition to your linebacking core in Dre Greenlaw. You got a major addition in your safety room in Hufanga. You got a major addition at tight end in Evan Engram. If you can give me one more offensive playmaker like that, I mean, sky's the limit on what you want to do.
I can't find the tweet. It has disappeared into the tweet X sphere. But there was someone else from our station who was sharing that they agree with you, that just because you have Evan Engram doesn't mean that you want to pass up on a tight end in the draft if they fall to you. I mean, it's just a good fail-safe. Absolutely.
He's a starter. Like, that guy is a starting tight end in this league. Now, where he ranks in that, I don't know. He's not top 5. If you were to put tight ends together, he's probably like hovering around 10, 12, somewhere in that ballpark. You know, you can come up with a list of a number of guys better than Evan Engram at that position. But the point is, you have somebody who's at least a threat now. This isn't a depth piece. This is a guy who can help. You know, he's athletic for his size, how big and tall he is. You know, he's not one of these guys that's going to be some bruiser in the he's not going to be some bruiser in the run game. But he's 6'3", 6'4". He's almost 240 pounds. And he's incredibly athletic. Like, those are guys that you love to have. So, I love it. I think George Paton for a long time has been getting an undue amount of grief for some things that have plagued the Broncos. But you look at his moves that he's made in free agency and the draft, and it's hard to argue with the man's resume. He does a great job. And again, you give me one more little piece here of an impactful offensive playmaker, I think this could have all the makings of a really fun offseason. And here's the goal for next year. So you already eclipsed one milestone, right? You got to the playoffs. Getting to the playoffs is a hell of a starting point with a rookie QB. The goal this year should be legitimate competition with the Chiefs to win this division. And with some of these moves that you've made, I think you have put yourself at least in the conversation for it. Now, you have to see it on the field, obviously. But I don't see a lot of weaknesses on defense, at least in that starting group. And if you continue to add some offensive firepower, guess what? You scored more points than the Chiefs did last year. It should put you squarely in the conversation for that. So, I love what they have done so far in the offseason and hope it continues. So 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line if you guys want in. Jeff Legwald will join us at 9 o'clock this morning to talk about this, and who knows, it's free agency, maybe a couple other moves that happen before we get to Leggy in about 2 hours. You can listen to us anywhere, by the way, with the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Back after this. An update for your local hoops yesterday. Unfortunately, UNC falls just short of making that NCAA tournament bid. They lose, I think it was 91-83 to Montana yesterday, so it sucks. They're right there on the cusp. They had this phenomenal season, thought they were getting in, and just barely couldn't make it. So hell of a season for the UNC Bears. Despite not making the NCAA tournament, it was a fantastic effort. By the way, the Big 12 tournament, as most tournaments around the country are starting up either yesterday or today, the Buffs go out and win their first tournament game. And if you guys have been paying any sort of attention to the Buffs basketball team this year, obviously they were great last year, made the tournament, had a nice little run, some great games in it. They've had a struggle this year, I think is the best way to put it. So they take on West Virginia yesterday. Buffs were 3-17 in Big 12 play. West Virginia was 10-10, but they knock out West Virginia 67-60 in their first game, so they move on to the next round of the Big 12 tourney. Yeah.
By the way, at one point yesterday, a friend of mine from CU texted me, and he said, "Damn, Colorado has now missed 8 shots within 1 foot of the basket."
Uh-huh.
I replied and they said, "Yeah, they're getting their Angel Reese on, baby. Let's go.
Well,
Get those rebounds, boys."
They've had struggles this year. Obviously, this is just the nature of what college athletics is now, and I think especially in basketball, with so many guys, either they leave for professional basketball, or they transfer somewhere else. You got a brand new roster every year. It's hard to keep things together. Sustained success is going to be difficult if your name's not like Duke or Kansas. And you're going to have years that are just like, it's going to be, as Moser would call it, porpoising. Sometimes you're high, sometimes you're low. But I think in the middle of that year, to get a win like that towards the end of the season, and who knows, they probably aren't going much farther than this based on how their season's gone. But just to get a win in the tournament, I think is a nice little boost for what's been happening with them over the course of the year. Anyway, couple things. Here's what I want to get to when it comes to Avs, Nuggets, whatever. Where is the mindset that you have when it comes to the Nuggets and the Avs and where they sit? Because I think most games that feature the Avs, you're feeling like confident they will win. They're going to put forth a good effort. They got a roster that is made up right now of what feels like nobody wants to face. That sort of thing. How far off are the Nuggets? Maybe your answer is not at all. Maybe the answer is a lot. Like, I don't know. But it is different. Feels different. So you guys tell me. It's kind of been what feels like 50-50. Just looking at a few texts this morning of, I agree with Brett that there's some flaws that make you really concerned that don't have me very confident. And then there's a few texters that say I'm an idiot and I shouldn't be doubting this team. They're a proven commodity and Joker and them will figure it out, blah, 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 blah. You guys tell me. Where are you at on this? Because I just can't help the fact when I put these two teams side by side, there is a different level of expectation I have for the Avs than I do for the Nuggets right now. And maybe that's the wrong way to put it. Maybe it's not expectation. The expectation should be the same for both. It should be, to me, you come out of the Western Conference for each team. That should be what your standard is. And anything beneath that is a failure. But I can't help the way I feel about these two teams are really different right now. Really different. And everybody's going to point to the moves that were made at the deadline for the Avs, and they were fantastic. And they're going to say, why didn't the Nuggets do the same thing? If the Avs had to make trades for Brock Nelson and Ryan Lindgren and all these different things and make salaries match, it just becomes a much more difficult problem. The Nuggets could essentially do one thing. Because here's what I do know. Because he said as much at the press conference after the deadline was done. Calvin Booth jumped in front of a microphone and said, basically this: we tried to trade Dario and Zeke. Nobody wanted him. He said it. And he goes, our only other option was making a big move. Who's the big move? It's MPJ. And I don't think there's a guarantee that MPJ, the return that you get for him, would have been better than what you currently had. And I know it's tough to say right now because MPJ has been really struggling as of late. But could you guarantee a return that would be better? I don't know. And maybe you don't care. Maybe like I just wanted to, I wanted to do something, which is totally understandable. But last night was just a very, very clear indicator of how often this has happened this year, even dating back to last year. You cannot ask Jokic to do everything. You can't. Look at whenever Jokic goes to the bench. It's like a NASCAR pit crews around him. Heating pads on shoulders and elbows and knees and backs and teeth and toenails, like everything. But you have a game last night where Jamal Murray's 0 of 7 in the first half. Porter, not any better. I think what do you have? One made bucket in the first half? Let me look. Yeah, he was 1 of 5. In the first half, Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. combined for 1 of 12 from the field for 5 points in a game against Minnesota. It's asking too much of Joker to constantly do this. So we'll jump back to this in a little bit with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. You can always watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online, Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. You can also watch on YouTube. That is live every day from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m., including the Altitude Daily, which is a recap of all the things that you missed from your favorite shows on Denver's #1 sports station. So search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube and subscribe to the channel today. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Look, Simba, everything the light touches is our kingdom.
Wow.
A king's time as ruler rises and falls like the sun. One day, Simba, the sun will set on my time here and will rise with you as the new king.
And this'll all be mine?
Everything.
Everything the light touches. What about that shadowy place?
That's
The Minnesota Timberwolves.
You must never go there, Simba.
Hey, the Nuggets played last night. I hated it.
Well put, Nelly. No other way to describe that.
Yeah.
I've resigned myself to understanding the situation here, and that is a team you don't want to play.
I hate it. I hate all of it.
I know, but come to terms with it. The sooner you come to terms with it, it was much like when the Lakers came to terms with it, right? When the Lakers came to terms with their Denver problem, the Nuggets have to come to terms with their Minnesota problem. It's a problem, and it's evident that for some reason they change outside of Nikola Jokic.
Yeah.
Outside of Nikola Jokic. I don't know what happens when they play the Wolves. I don't know what it is. Is it their length? Is it their physicality? There's something there. Maybe Mark Moser in that cool, eclectic room. I don't have answers either. That's what's sad.
I don't have any answers, Vic. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Let's just start the show by saying this. We have 3 hours of talk radio this morning. If you're tuning in for answers, just change the channel.
Yeah. I got nothing for you. I am so dejected after last night. Like, you go into halftime, you have 48 points on the board, and Jokic and Westbrook combined for 38 of them.
38.
Jamal is 0 for 7 from the field at half. Porter made 1 shot before half. Like, what am I supposed to do with this? What do I do?
There's not much you can do. I mean, you just accept it for what it is. The only good news from last night's game is our fine listener, Billy, came by with one of these shirts for me. So thank you.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. Thank you, Billy.
Yeah, that's nice.
Very nice of her. Yeah.
And this is what we need right here, right? This is exactly what we need. Operation, I want it so bad. I want it to be all good.
I'm just so frustrated. I keep getting these reminders, and I've had textures this morning that have said that I ride the highs too high and the lows too low. I think I've been pretty consistent with this team, though, over the last few months. I try not to get caught up in the roller coaster stuff.
That's a really big low last night.
Yeah, but
you had 3 of your starting 5 that just can't shoot straight. I mean, just can't.
Well, here's what I tried to get at, though. This is what I was trying to get at, is that the shooting stuff, I get it, that's inconsistency that they have forever. They're still a really good offensive team. When they get bullied a little bit like the Minnesota Timberwolves do to you, you have to hit shots they can't. Okay, fine. When they had the win over Oklahoma City, here's what I said, word for word. That's a great win.
Yeah.
I still don't think this changes much of what I feel like this team is when they play against the elite teams in the NBA, because they beat Oklahoma City 140 to 127. And I go, how many times against a physical, tough defense are you going to be able to put up 130 points? And the answer is not a lot, so you have to have something else to lean back on. I don't think they played terrible on defense last night, but I still don't think it was good enough. Not for a game that's that physical. You can't.
Yeah. I don't even look at the defense. For me, it's one aspect of the game, and here's the deal. If you don't have Aaron Gordon, you're not going to win a championship, and you're certainly not going to beat Minnesota. If there's one team you desperately need that size and physicality, that guy, it's that game right there. You're not beating them with Aaron Gordon. Without Aaron Gordon, you're going to have a tough time beating them with Aaron Gordon. So that's just the way it is. That game felt, you trot out a 3-guard lineup against a big, bad team like that. Good luck.
Yeah, I didn't understand that either. I don't know what the plan is. A 3-guard lineup against a team like that, Vic, would work if those 3 guards can all shoot. You know what I mean? If they were like perimeter threats.
Golden State?
Yeah, if you were Golden State, then yeah, that might work. But, I mean, I love Russ, and Russ, I thought, played with at least effort last night, and he had a really good first half. But he's not a shooter. He's not that. Whenever Russell's taking a three, you're kind of like, oh, please.
It's
You know
it's
what I
more
mean?
of a hope than anything. It's
Yeah.
more of a hope than anything else.
Well, you know
yeah.
what, though? I mean, you can say that, but he and Joker, again, scored 38 of their 48.
Oh,
at
I'm not
half.
knocking him. I thought he played fine last night. But if that's the strategy, if you're doing a three-guard lineup when a team plays physically and you know you have to shoot, he's just not a great shooter. He was fine last night, but he isn't.
I think, yeah, I think part of the reason, too, Vic, that we're so dejected today is that I'm not used to this Nuggets team being swept in a season series by anybody.
Well, there's one more game.
And I understand. I know there's one more game. It's April Fool's Day. I know that. But I don't have much hope. I mean, I don't have much. I don't know what to do. I put my hands up like this and go,
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with
You
these.
feel
And I
resigned.
don't know what to. Yes. And you know what? We haven't done that in a long time with this Nuggets team. We haven't felt resigned to our fate in a really long time. I swear, I hope to God they're not resigned to their own fate, but they might be against this team.
Well, let me put it this way. I'm big on the Nuggets come playoff time against any team but that team. Like, avoid that team at all costs. If you have to manipulate the standings at the end of the season, like the worst case scenario is if the Nuggets continue to drop because they're now in the third seed. It's so tight. Well, seeds 2 through 5 are so tight. So the worst case scenario would be a 4-5 matchup against Minnesota. That would be awful. Or 3-6 against Minnesota. That would be awful. Do we agree?
Agreed.
Yeah.
Is everybody in agreement here?
Yep.
So whatever you do, don't play Minnesota.
You know what was the real bummer last night? It's the first time Minnesota came back to Ball Arena since that fateful day in May, where you had a 20-point lead in Game 7 in the second half, and then you blew it, and they ended your season. And it didn't feel like the jam was there for that game. Because, Vic, I heard it. I heard the crowd. They were, like, waiting. They were begging for a moment where they could get up on their feet. And it never came. It just never was there.
Hell, I heard a Let's Go T-Wolves chant at the end of that game. That hurt.
Ugh.
Let me tell you something. And I hate this excuse. I hate it. I heard somebody say, well, the T-Wolves were clearly motivated for this game. You know, they've been off since Sunday. They were motivated for this game. Well, wait a minute. Why the hell wouldn't the Nuggets be motivated for this game?
Exactly.
I mean, they're the ones who had their hearts ripped out last May. Their hearts ripped out and left at center court. If anybody's motivated, it should be the Nuggets. Correct?
That's what I would think.
And I think it's 2 straight games against this team that you got blown out. I mean, blown out at home by 20. The last game against them, you lost by almost 30.
Yeah,
you know, in
combined 49 points in the last 2 games is what you lost by.
There you go. So it's like, golly, it's not going the right way. Even though you're losing, you're not gaining any ground on this club. I don't know what to do. Vic, say it again. If you're tuning in today for answers, we don't have answers for you against that Minnesota Timberwolves team. At least I don't. I'm sorry.
Well, here's the issue. They guard ferociously on the perimeter. They have long, very physical wings that can all guard. They clearly give Jamal Murray problems. Okay, they give him problems. They give Michael Porter Jr. problems. And there's one constant. It's Nikola Jokic. But, you know, you guys were watching. You can't play 1-on-5. You just can't do that. You can't.
You know what's a bummer, Vic? I mentioned this the last segment of the appetizer. Jokic is out there still doing what he does, which is find a way to be productive. We know the injuries he's dealing with. He's got 2 bad elbows right now. When he goes to the bench, it looks like a NASCAR pit crew is getting on him. He's got a heating pack on his shoulder, his elbows, his knees, his back, his teeth, his toes, his hair. Like everything is being tended to, and yet he's the seemingly only guy who goes out and consistently has production night in, night out.
Yeah. Now, they did look tired. They did look fatigued. They did look like the Oklahoma City series took something out of them. They looked a step slow. I know. I'm just telling you what they looked like. You can scoff at that. I mean, even Coach Malone after the game said they looked tired. You could scoff at that. I get it. I'm just telling you what I saw. I'm not telling you how I feel about it. I'm telling you what I saw. They looked a step slow. You know, my keys to the game yesterday, I told you guys, the key will be to get off to a good start, first quarter. And what happens? They come out of the gate, they're down 11-2.
Hey, you know what's funny is that I was watching that, and as I was saying it, because it wasn't just that they were missing shots and turning the ball over at the beginning of that first, it was that there was also a lot of fouls. And all I could think to myself sitting on the couch was, oh, yeah, they still have that nobody can sit down until they score a point thing. These people's legs got to be getting tired.
Yeah.
And it was late.
Yeah. By the way, speaking of Malone, here's him after the game.
Probably a little bit of all the above. I know the last 2 games we did not have Aaron Gordon, and I think against a team with that kind of size and physicality, having Aaron would definitely help, but that's no excuse. Probably the craziest stat of the night, we didn't play much defense all night long. They had 115 points. They shot 48 from the field. They shot 43 from 3. They had 29 second chance points. On 12 offensive rebounds. That's a crazy stat. And we only had 11, so that's an 18-point differential. And that can't happen. So, and the three-point line, they outscored us by 30 points from the three-point line. So we did a poor job of defending it, giving them 17, and we really struggled to make shots tonight to give them and their defense credit.
The math ain't math in here, Vic. How do you have 49 second chance points off of 12 offensive rebounds?
Fouls.
Say that again.
Is that what he said? Nelly, can you go back and find that? Did he say 49 second chance?
29.
Oh, 29. Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
I was
29.
like, whoa.
Yeah.
Are they getting 4-point
No.
plays every time they get an offensive board?
Well, how many times have you heard Coach Malone say after a game, we didn't play much defense, Okay, we are now, 16 games left in the season? 16. All right. They're not going to play defense.
Exactly.
So you are what you are. So if you're out there waiting for them to hit a button and say, okay, no, it's not happening. They're not a defensive team. They're among the worst defensive teams in the conference. They're not a defensive team. The only way they're going to win is by outscoring you. And if you're shooting 7 of 30 from 3, you're not winning.
Well,
Not going to win.
That's the thing, Moj. When we were, I can't remember if this was when you were sleeping still because you got in late. Me and Vic were talking about this, though. That I guess, Hastings was the one who called us out, right, Vic, for saying that we were being too down on the Nuggets or we were being stupid in our assessment of their championship aspirations, whatever. But there's 2 things to what you just said. There's 16 games left in the season. They are not good at defense. That is not changing with 16 games left.
No.
That's just an exception. You have to accept the fact they aren't good on defense right now, and they won't be. There is no flip that they're going to switch when the playoffs hit, okay? They just aren't good.
Look how they beat Oklahoma City. They beat Oklahoma City because they went nuclear in the fourth quarter, and they made 15 of 18 shots, 7 of 8 threes.
But that's the second thing. So
Brett, you're right, though. Brett, stop.
Uh-huh.
There is no flip that they're going to switch. You just can't do it.
Yeah, I don't know how to say that. I always forget how to say that term.
Switch
to flip. Switch to flip. Yeah. Flip the switch. Whatever.
There is no flip you're going to switch. I agree.
But secondly, they aren't just going to turn it on, okay? I've heard that over and over again. Oh, when they get to the playoffs, they'll just turn it on. You would see that in multiple instances so far this year. We haven't. Secondly, if you can't play good defense, which it seems like they can't, what do you have to do? You need to make shots then, right?
Yeah.
Well, they're inconsistent in that category, too. That's a really bad combination for a team that has championship aspirations.
They're not inconsistent. They're the number 1 field goal percentage team in the NBA, so that would say they're very consistent.
No, jump
the
shots.
problem is jump shots.
Jump shots.
Yeah. Big difference. Jump shots.
So when a team plays you physically like Minnesota does or like Oklahoma City does, and the points in the paint don't come as easy against other teams, that's where you run into trouble.
I understand that. I also don't want to turn into the Boston Celtics. I don't know if you saw that game last night. Boston attempted, I think the final tally was 61 or 62 threes.
That's insane.
That's insane.
Their
That's
first
just
25,
so dumb.
their first 25 shots, guys.
It's just dumb.
We were watching this in the pregame. Their first 25 field goal attempts, 25. How many were threes? 25 shots attempted. How many were threes of their first 25?
I don't know,
22. 22 of 25.
Gross.
What is that? What is that?
A brutal watch.
But they make more, obviously, than the Nuggets. They obviously take more. My takeaway from the Nuggets game is this, because I'm not going to be all Debbie Downer to like the season's over. I mean, I'm looking at the plus minuses. Here are the starters plus minuses last night. Minus 31, minus 24, minus 22. My God. Anybody but Minnesota. That's my takeaway. That's it. Anybody but Minnesota. I don't want to see them ever again. And the next time you face them is on national television again.
Right.
So I don't have to see them. But this national television thing is getting ridiculous.
Every time the Nuggets have a chance to showcase their roster, it's just like we get on the air the next day, we're like, the hell happened last night? Every
It's
time.
ridiculous.
So do you have anything good to say?
About last night? No. Do you want like an overall good? Well, I have good things to say about things that aren't the Nuggets.
All right, but about the Nuggets, is there any takeaway that's positive from that game, or is it all going to be gloom and doom? I'm just curious.
No, I think for me this morning, Vic,
What, do you want me to
my
lie or
heart
tell the
hurts.
truth?
No, I mean, we are a
Yeah.
truth-telling show. We're not going to lie to anybody.
No,
I think
my heart is hurting, Vic. I come into the show today with a sort of resignation about who they are, where they are, and they're going to need to get lucky, is what it feels like. And I don't.
You mean in
I don't-
matchups?
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't want to think that way. They're going to have to get lucky, and they're going to have to make shots, and that's the only way they can win.
Yeah, I guess my takeaway is do what you can to avoid that team because they're made to guard you. They're made to stifle you. They gum you up. I need some goof off when I play Minnesota because they gum you up.
Okay, I'll give you something. This is sort of like a compliment sandwich. The Nuggets are a good basketball team. It's very clear. They're second in the Western Conference, or at least tied now with
Third.
Memphis, or whatever. But what are they tied for the fourth best record in the league, third best record, something like that?
They have the third best record in the league since December 8th.
Yeah, they're a good basketball team.
Pretty damn good.
But I think one thing is clear. They aren't the best team in the NBA. Now, when I talk about the Avs, Moj, I could make the argument the Avs are the best team in the NHL. Like, I could do that for the Avalanche. I can't do that for the Nuggets.
Well, here's what you do for the Nuggets.
I wouldn't do that yet. Everybody's got something. Everybody's got something. I wouldn't do that yet, but
Do
you
that
could
for
make an
what?
argument.
For what? Which argument?
For the Avs. For the Avs.
Let's
I
wait.
wouldn't- I wouldn't do that yet.
Let's give him a.
I'm saying
few
you
more
could make
games.
the argument is all I'm saying. You could make it.
You know, the argument I'll make about the Nuggets, the difference between this year and the last 2 years. I mean, last year I know the season ended with a thud, but they were top 10 in defense and offense last year. Top 10. The fatal flaw this year is that they have a fatal flaw. They have one. They didn't have one the last 2 years.
Yep.
This year they do. And it is the inability to stop anything.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter who their opponent is either. I mean, how many times have they, we always had that stat, the Munder, right? Held them under 100 points. How many times have they done that this year? Like twice?
It's less than 3.
I think it's like 2 times is the amount that's happened. There is no flip that they're going to switch when the playoffs hit. Switch, flip, switch, whatever.
They're currently ranked 24th in defense in points allowed, 24th. And I think when you're ranked 24th going into the playoffs, fine for me the last championship team
I'm just looking it up.
that had that low of a ranking. And I know it's an offensive league. I get it. But you have to at least bring something on the defensive end, something to lean on that. Like last night, they couldn't shoot, right? Everybody was struggling. Okay. Well, lean on your defense. They can't. They can't.
So I'll just go through since from 2013 to 2022 is what I got, Vic.
Yeah.
Here's the defensive rating rankings for each champion. The Heat in 2013 were 9th. The Spurs in 14 were 3rd. Golden State was 1st. Cleveland was 10th. Golden State was 2nd. Golden State was 11th. Toronto was 5th. Lakers were 3rd. Milwaukee was 10th. Golden State was 1st. I don't see a lot of 20s in there.
Well, I mean, again, when you mention how far can they go, can they win it all? Those numbers don't lie. Those numbers you just revealed, they don't lie. And I challenge you to find a team that won it all.
I got one. The 2001 Lakers were 21st in defensive rating, and they won the championship. It's 24 years ago.
24 years ago, bro.
So we'll jump back to this in a little bit. If you do want good news, I got good news for you. I love the move that the Broncos made again yesterday.
Man, they are hitting dingers right now. And they're not hitting singles. It's not just singles and doubles. They're leaving the ball yard.
We'll get to that next.
Guys, it's 2025. If you're suffering with any form of erectile dysfunction and you're tired of the frustration and embarrassment that it can cause, call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic because their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. They've got treatment success rates well over 90%. They've been serving the Front Range here for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Don't let it affect your life anymore. Listen, it's 2025. If you have something that was wrong with your elbow or your knee or whatever the case may be, you'd get it fixed. And with ED, it's the same kind of story. Call today, schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Your initial visit, only $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, the T and the PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose right there in the office. If it doesn't work, then your office visit is going to be absolutely free. But you know it's going to work, so do yourself a favor. Call their expert staff at 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. They've got 5 locations in Colorado to take care of you, from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. So do it today. 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Look, we had to go to break, but it's a great question from a few texters. Did Vic just say the ball yard?
In reference to what?
Hitting it out of the ball. They're hitting it out of the ball yard.
Yeah, it's old school, baby.
It's old school. They were playing in the ball yard when they used to have the speed pitch as opposed to the fastball.
Well, it's a ball yard. What's the problem? I don't understand why that's a big deal.
No, it's either the yard or the ballpark. It's one of two things.
Moser, were you offended by me saying ball yard? I mean, what are we doing here?
Yeah, it's not a ball yard. I've never heard that before in my life.
Well, you just did.
Well, you and Springsteen can go hang out and play tickle fight then because you don't know baseball.
I'm going to throw my speedball by you.
I will say, can I ask you guys a question before we get to the Broncos and this great move they made yesterday that I love? Yeah, no. When you see somebody like that stupid, what was the Springsteen video, Moj? Which video was it? Was it Born in the USA or which one was it?
It's Glory Days.
Glory Days, that's right.
And you know what? I don't know why to this day I just get pissed.
Yeah.
I was pissed when I was a kid when that stupid video came out, and when you watch him throw the baseball, he can't throw a baseball, okay? But he's trying to, write about glory days in high school and all this. He can't throw a baseball, and he doesn't know the vernacular. It's a total waste of time.
Did Eddie Van Halen, could he shoot free throws?
No, but that mother trucker could golf.
My thing is, whether it's Springsteen in a music video or a movie, it's why I can't get into a lot of sports movies. Like, I watch the people who are supposed to play the role of the athlete, and it takes me immediately out of it. I'm like, so this guy is supposed to be a superstar. It's why, I think movies like Happy Gilmore work, is that, it's a goofy swing, but it actually looks like the ball would go kind of far.
I disagree.
Who was the
Tin
best,
Cup
though?
works. Costner had a good swing.
Costner was phenomenal. He's been phenomenal in every sports movie he's played. He was he learned how to play golf. Gary McCord taught him how to play golf. Peter Costas and Gary McCord in 6 weeks.
For the movie, yeah.
For the movie Tin Cup. He had a nice swing. Costner in perfect.
Not to mention the song itself. Goodness.
Costner in Perfect Pitch. What was the name of that movie? What was that? Perfect Game? When he was the pitcher?
Was that The Rookie?
No.
Or The Natural?
No.
Where he had a love interest and he was throwing a perfect game.
Those movies actually meld together, his baseball movies do in my head.
I think he played baseball at Fullerton or something like that. Actually,
Cal
really
State?
did in real life. Yeah.
Fullerton's a good school.
You know the funny thing? Your boy Kenny Powers, he couldn't throw a ball.
No, but he had the respect to say, never show me throwing a baseball on camera. He had the respect to do that. That's why I like Danny McBride. That's why Major League worked, by the way, because Charlie Sheen could throw, and Pedro Serrano had an actual good swing. Anyway.
Woody Harrelson didn't have a good jump shot in Why Man Can't Jump, and it was still a great movie. His jump shot looked broke, but he could play.
For the Love of the Game?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what it is, yeah.
Costner's so I Googled Kevin Costner baseball movies, and 10 things popped up.
Costner does two things. He makes sports movies, and he wears a cowboy hat in the wilderness, and you better not mess with him.
Who were the two main actors in Why Man Can't Jump?
Wesley Snipes and Woody Harrelson.
And Wesley couldn't play basketball. He had to learn.
Hey, did you know what's funny? So Wesley Snipes, he played Willie Mays Hayes in Major League, right?
Yeah.
Did you ever notice when he's stealing bases or showing off his speed, what they do?
Slow motion.
Because he was slow as hell.
Yeah.
Slow motion. They had to make it look like he was fast.
Yep.
Anyway, so to the Broncos. I am, ecstatic. They had a little bit more money to play with this year, right? They still have $30-some million that they owe to Russell Wilson's as of now. But with the extra money they had to play with, they have turned that into Hufanga, into Dre Greenlaw, and now into Evan Engram. And I'm going to say this about Engram. I don't think Ingram's like an all-pro tight end. I don't think he's like a top 5 tight end in the league. But Evan Engram is, I think, the best tight end you'll have on this roster since probably Julius Thomas. Just from a straight skill perspective.
What an upgrade. That's how I term him. He's an upgrade. Here's a 240-pound dude who runs a 4.40. When's the last time they had somebody like that at that position? And he's proven. He's a proven commodity. He's done it before. It's not like you're coming into the league going, well, I wonder if I can. He's done it. He's got great hands. He's an athlete playing that position. Yeah, I was watching some video of him yesterday. I like him. Can he stay healthy? I don't know. They spent some good money on him. They outbid the Chargers. They've spent good money on these other free agents. People are worried. Are they spending too much? Why are you worried about this? Good. They're spending. They're doing what they're supposed to do.
Trying to find a goddamn joker.
Free agency costs money.
His ability, Moj, in open space is what's exciting to me. You know how many times that we'd have like an Adam Troutman or Lucas Kroll catch the ball with kind of by themselves, nobody within 5 yards of them, and they would catch about 5 yards past the line of scrimmage, and it's a 7-yard gain. Ingram's the kind of guy that can turn that into a 15 to 20-yard gain.
You want some yak
in the 40.
Yeah, get some yak out of it. Don't do that because then Nellie's just going to play yak sounds all morning. Get some yak out of it. And again, I'm not. It feels like these are home runs. All right, I don't like that noise, and so yards after catch. How about that? And don't do it. I hate that noise. That noise like makes my skin crawl. I don't.
The last one.
It's so good. This guy's a weapon. He's not. Again, we're not talking about super all-pro, Hall of Fame tight end type of stuff. But this is a guy that was desirable. I got to be honest. I thought once he left Denver for the Chargers.
Me too.
I'm like, the fish got off the hook. You know what I mean? Like you got him to the boat, and then whoop, he's gone back in the water. I was surprised when the word came down that he's coming to the Broncos. I was very surprised, and I'm very happy about it too. I wonder what went on at the Chargers, though. It makes me think like a little bit like, okay, what's the money that they offered versus the money the Broncos
Mike
offered?
Kliss said it was similar.
Is there something
that he just chose Denver?
Okay, so then he saw the he saw the weight room and goes, you know what, the one in Denver's a little bit. No, I'm kidding. We talked about that yesterday. But it's good. I mean, you've got another option now for Bo Nix. You've got another helper for him. It's a positive thing. Very positive. And finally, they're doing something on that side of the football.
And they may not be done, according to Adam Schefter.
Shifter? Wait, is that like a darn Schefter?
Yeah.
What did fake Adam Schefter say about this?
He's shifty. According to Adam Schefter, the Broncos are a team to watch for the services of one Cooper Kupp.
Good. If they get Cooper Kupp along with this, I think you're in such good shape. Like, I was mentioning this earlier. So for all the different teams that we have in town, there's different things of what we expect. It's why when the Nuggets sit here at the 2 seed or 3 seed, tied for the second best record in the Western Conference, we feel the way that we do this morning. Like, it's not over the moon happiness, right? We're disappointed. We almost expect more. When the Broncos make the playoffs and they lose in the first round to the Bills by 30 points, we got on the air the next day and we went, hey, man, what a year. Great job, guys. So everybody's in a different spot. The goal for the Broncos heading into next year should just be this. You have to be competitive with Kansas City for the division. Just be competitive with it. It can't be something like a foregone conclusion. And I think with the moves that they've made, think about it. They have fortified this defense into, you look at the starting defense heading into this year.
They've answered every need.
It's like you don't have a weakness there. You go to the offense. It's like, how do we improve some things on offense? Evan Engram automatically gives you a boost because it's a tight end it's a position that matters at tight end and gives you a little extra sort of advantage than you had last year. If you're able to go get Cooper Kupp on top of this and then find a running back in the draft, I mean, Vic, you just said it. You're answering all of the question marks that you had heading into the offseason.
They've answered every need except running back so far, which, the draft is approaching. They can still go get a veteran. They're still looking for a punter. That'll take care of itself. I'm not worried about that. They'll find a punter.
Those guys are a dime.
Yeah.
I hate to say it.
The only
and Riley
thing
Dixon
left,
was good. Riley Dixon was a good punter, but it feels like you can just go to the grocery store and grab a punter off the shelf. That's what it feels like.
The only thing left, because the Broncos were so precise in their free agent acquisitions, they were so good. A+, by the way. And if you can't give them an A+, I don't know what kind of grader you are. A+ for the Broncos in free agency. Do we agree?
Yes.
Do we agree?
Yeah,
I do agree.
Everybody?
Yeah.
Is this unanimous? I mean,
Don't bully me, but yes. Jesus.
They're leaving the ball yard. Yes, they are. Even Adam Schefter agrees. It is an A+ all around. Now, and they're not done yet. Now, the draft can help with some other stuff. They need some depth, perhaps, on the offensive line. Depth corners, right? They need some depth is the only thing they're looking to fulfill at this point. But from what they've done so
Outside
far.
of running back.
Yeah, after running back,
yeah.
Of course. From what they've done so far, man, 2 thumbs up. 3 thumbs.
I agree. I don't think with the options that were available in free agency that they could do a lot better than what they did. Now, again, these guys aren't without risk. Hufanga and Greenlaw especially have had injury histories. Engram has had up and down years. But Engram has also played for some pretty garbage teams in his career. He's played for the Giants and the Jags. You know what I mean? It's not like he was sitting there with Patrick Mahomes not being able to produce. That wasn't the case.
Yeah. All players come with risk. It's the NFL. Again, it's not when you're injured. If you're injured, when you're injured. You're going to be injured in this league. So I'm not that worried about that. I'm not worried about the price tags either. A lot of people seem to be worried about the price tags. Why?
I'm not worried about
They're
price.
short
I'm not
deals.
worried about price.
They're
tags.
short deals. They'll either work
we're not
or they
talking
won't.
about 8-year contracts or anything like that. I look back to last season, and they were remarkably fortunate health-wise. I mean, they really, really were.
Yeah.
Overall, comparatively speaking to the rest of the National Football League and what teams typically go through. So what I feel like they're doing now, I feel like they're not only plugging holes, but they're building depth in order to survive, because it feels like you're going to be a little bit more injured this year just by the natural progression of things. You're going to deal with more injuries this year, and now you've got opportunity to fill and be okay. That's what it feels like to me.
Can I say one other thing real quick about Cooper Kupp specifically? Because I've seen a lot of people that are asking, why would you want Cooper Kupp? I know he's been hurt the last few years. Understood. I'll tell you why. Because you're going to be hard-pressed to find people that are affordable that get open as often as that guy does. And that's the key to this. Get open. You want somebody to move the chains? We'll create some separation when you get there. And he is as good as anybody that's in your price tag that can do it.
He may not have the wheels that he once had when he was, what? Remember that all-world season he had when they won the Super Bowl? I mean, nobody was better. He doesn't have those wheels anymore, but I think he has something that the Broncos desperately need. Chain mover.
How's this for an endorsement, by the way? Matthew Stafford was about to walk from L.A. the second that he heard that Cooper Kupp was not coming back. You guys remember that? The news of Cooper Kupp either being traded or released came out, and about 2 days later, his wife went on a podcast and said, well, Cooper Kupp's not coming back. I think we need to look at options. She said that into a microphone. And it's all because Cooper wasn't coming back. So obviously he thinks he still got... she's just...
What's her deal?
She likes to say things. Get her opinion out. That's the deal. But I love it. I agree with you, Vic. I think that it's an A for what they've done so far in this offseason, and it's just the beginning.
And they may not be done, according to Adam Schefter.
According to Adam,
those mornings, Moj, these guys wouldn't understand because they go to bed night so early. But late night games at ball, and you get very little sleep. You ever get those mornings when you wake up and you know this is going to be a rough one? As soon as I woke up this morning, I said, I don't even know where I am. I don't know what I don't know who I am.
Yeah, you mean like being hit with 10 pounds of meat all night?
For me, it was 9 pounds last night. 9 pounds of meat right in the face.
I mean, no, I don't know what you're talking about, Vic, whatsoever. No.
But see, these guys will never know that. They'll never know how difficult it is to wake up after little sleep and do a radio show. They just don't know. They don't know what it's like.
You have no idea.
Like, look at Nelly, smiling all the time. all that sleep.
Hey, I blow my sacks and then I go to bed early.
You guys understand that I had a child just 2 years ago who didn't sleep like 8 hours a night, right?
Yeah.
You guys know that?
We've all been there. I've got 3
So
of them.
what?
Well, yeah,
He
you-
takes care of all that.
Said I've been there. You were there about 20-some years ago. I was there just, a couple.
No, my 26-year-old still wakes up in the middle of the night. Little baby,
You
beautiful
feel
baby
rock
boy.
your beautiful baby boy. All right, back after this. All right, just an update from yesterday. A real bummer, but shout out to the UNC Bears for a great season. Just fall short to Montana in the Big Sky Championship game. Just missed out on that tournament bid. They cut the lead to within 2 with about 5 minutes left in that game, and then Montana just kind of kept them at an arm's length from there on out. But what a season.
Sucks. So close to the dance. You know, you play so well all year and then just could not execute all the way down the stretch. Did you see CU?
Yeah.
They win again.
CU, who, I'll remind you guys, finished the Big 12 dead last with a 3-17 conference record, has now beaten TCU and then West Virginia in the Big 12 tournament, and they play the number 2 team in the country and number 1 team in the Big 12, Houston, today at 1 o'clock on ESPN2.
Mm-hmm. Only 17.5-point underdogs in that game.
Well, Houston is pretty damn good. Yeah.
When did we, golly, when was that? I've seen teams that have really crummy regular seasons, and then all of a sudden they get healthy or whatever, and they make a run in the tournament, and then they end up winning their conference.
I've seen that countless times. Hell, CU did it one year. I remember the year that CU did it. They went to the tournament. They ended up playing a round in Tucson where they didn't have a great regular season, and they stormed through and win their conference tournament.
I think it's it would be a shock if a team that's 3-17 gets there, but yes. I'm here for it. Yeah, I would love it. But they continue to win, so they move on to the 3rd round of this tournament. It's a nice just little, I don't know, when you have a rough season, to get a couple wins like that in your conference tournament and to give yourself a little bit of life, it's just a cool little ending. And hopefully it's not done.
Joe Lunardi has CSU as one of the 4 teams out, first 4 out, right? They play Nevada today in the Mountain West tournament. How far do you think they need to get in this tournament to secure a spot? Do you think they need to win the tournament or get to the finals?
No, I don't think they got to win the whole thing. They need to put together a couple dubs, though. They need at minimum 2.
Well, they're currently first 4 out. And Lunardi doesn't get many of these wrong.
I think they're in good shape as long as they handle some business here in the conference tournament. They should be fine because they closed out the year remarkably. By the way, just curious what you guys think of this. I think it's the first time in my life I've ever said this. Can I talk about Virginia Tech basketball for a second? So Virginia Tech did not have a good year. And they have this kid. He's from England. He's a junior on their team. His name is Toby Lawal. Okay?
Right. Yeah, Toby, right.
They asked him, how do you reflect on the season now that the season is over? Because they lost. And he goes, they thought we were going to be ass. I mean, we were still ass, but, you know, we weren't that bad.
That's so good. I want to interview that guy. Nelly, let's get him on the show. We have no affiliation whatsoever to Virginia Tech basketball.
I repeat, the most honest assessment of somebody's season you're ever going to hear. They thought we were going to be ass. I mean, we were still ass, but, you know, not as bad as they thought.
That's outstanding.
I mean, it's really good, right?
It's poetry is what that is.
You thought we were going to suck, and we did, but not nearly as bad as you thought we were going to. You know what? We're doing operations. That's my operation for the Rockies this year. You thought that they were going to be ass. They were, but not nearly as bad as you guys thought they were going to be. Not 100 losses. I love it. That is my motto. You know what? Nelly, write that down so I don't forget it. That is going to be my motto for 162 games this season.
Put it on a shirt.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
That's a lot of words.
By the way, just quickly. Go ahead, Moser.
That's actually a very positive outlook on life, to be honest with you. It's a positive outlook that we sucked, but not as bad as you thought we were going to suck. So, you know, whatever, dude. Mm-hmm. It's funny.
By the way, speaking of, so you're getting towards the end of spring training right now, and they're whittling down the roster.
I noticed that you haven't talked about your Rocks a lot as of late.
Well, there was a lot going on over the last few days, Moj. There was a lot of trades being made by the Avs, and some other stuff.
Yeah.
Why are you giving me that? What's that about?
Well, because because the Rockies have gotten beaten up in the last week or so. That's all. They gotten beaten up a little bit.
See, but here's the good news.
I don't take any great joy in it. I'm just telling you it doesn't matter.
Here's the good news. First of all, Zach Veen better make this roster. He has to make this roster. He has been so good in spring training. You have what's the harm in giving him the call up and just putting him in the starting lineup opening day?
Why is this a debate? I mean, where are you going?
I'm not debating it. I know how Bud Black does not like to just let rookies start seasons, and he likes to give them midseason call-ups and defer to veterans and stuff like that. It's just his MO. They shouldn't do that with Zach Veen because, once again, yesterday he hits a bases-clearing triple with the bases loaded. He's hitting .313, by the way, in spring training. .313.
We're hoping that the veteran slugger's Brian.
Oh, God. But here's the other great news.
He's 23 years old. The guy can rake a little bit, maybe get the crowd on its feet. He's got the hair going on. I mean, you need something to give you some sort of jam. What's wrong with putting him on the roster unless you want him to be at AAA and percolate and rake down there and get more confidence? I don't know what you'd be looking for.
Here's something else, by the way. Have you guys been paying attention to 24-year-old pitcher Bradley Blaylock and what he's done this spring training? Because they have high hopes for him. Yeah. He is filthy.
Is he?
Filthy. So he's, I think, I don't know how much more time he's going to get here. I don't know if he's going to make the roster. He's going to be on the cusp of it.
How old is he?
24.
Okay. 24.
But he has been dealing during spring training. So just a couple of bright spots for young guys that I think could make this roster and could be a lot of fun to watch. Other than that, we can move on. Again, your 2 minutes of Rockies that I'm going to give you as much as I can throughout the course of these shows. We'll get back to the Nuggets in a bit. And I know there's not a fix, especially against that team. But let's go kind of beyond that when we come back. I want to see what people think about not just Minnesota, but we all know this is about matchups. Which matchups would you give the Nuggets as of right now if I said 7-game series, over 50% chance to win as far as teams in the Western Conference they could potentially match up with? So we'll get to that in a couple of minutes. I want to keep you guys updated on this. The Not Another Bracket contest that we have going, where you aren't filling out a full bracket. You're picking 5 teams in the tournament. And the lower the seed, the more each win is worth. So keep that in mind when you're selecting these teams. The grand prize winner gets a prize pack of 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game with dinner for 2 at Denver Chop House and Brewery, a catered party for 30 from Brothers Barbecue, 30.
Awesome.
And a brand new big screen TV, and that's all for just picking 5 teams. So you can enter starting on Sunday after the field is announced at altitudesportsradio.com. It's all brought to you by Evan Williams Bourbon. Enjoy it for all the buzzer beater celebrations. Adding Evan Williams to your game day lineup is a slam dunk. And by Brothers Barbecue, take your event to the next level with their award-winning catering service.
Brothers Barbecue is so good. Vic, you know this. It's so good. I wouldn't have the party. I would just want it all for me and then have leftovers for a long time. You know, and just, I don't know what I'd do.
So, Moser's in the house by himself. He opens the door for Brothers Barbecue, puts on a bib with a knife and fork. He goes, put it on the counter. I'm ready.
Mike from Mike from Computers?
Pretty much.
Mike from we catered his what do you call it when you announce you're getting married? What is that called?
Wedding shower?
Engagement party?
Engagement party?
Yeah, there's like 8 parties before the party.
Yeah.
Whatever the hell that was.
Wait, he had an engagement party?
Yeah, I never had one of those.
Wedding shower?
Now? Is everybody
so
doing that?
It's just dumb.
No.
I'm sorry.
I got to pick the gelato cart.
Did you have one? You don't come off as an engagement party kind of guy there, Brett. You didn't have one of those, did you? Just a quick poll. How many people out there had an engagement party?
I got 100 of my closest friends and family to come over and say congratulations on marrying the person you've been living with for 4 years. Yeah.
Brett engaged with an ice-cold IPA. That's all he did for that party.
I proposed to my wife in a dive bar, bro.
I proposed to my wife outside a mall.
That's great. Hey, listen, real quick. What's the is the sun up in Denver? What's going on there? Look outside.
Yeah, it's
Can
sunny.
you see anything,
Yeah.
Nelly? Because here in Calgary, it's still dark. It's still kind of dark. We're on the same time frame, right? It's 8 in the morning.
Yeah, but you're up north, dude.
Yeah, we're so far north that it's It's still dark out. Just shows you latitude, longitude, man. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is cool.
All right, let's go to break.
Hang on. A texture says,
okay.
hang on, Moj, jump back on. Don't leave yet. Turn your camera back on. Texture says, how many pounds of meat is that barbecue party for 30? And I was going to say, I don't know, but be sure to reserve 10 for when you go to sleep at night, just to make sure that you're ready and prepared. How many would you say that is? Nelly, if you had to guess, a barbecue catering service for 30.
So a lot of balls on the table.
Yeah, I suppose.
It's a lot of meat.
All right, back after this.
Yo, Vic Lombardi here for AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric. We've had some work done in the house here recently, and they guarantee something that is hard to find. An arrival window, 2-hour arrival window. You call people you need to fix stuff up. You don't want to wait around all day. Get here on time. There's no guessing. There's no waiting. They get here, they get it done. Whether it's plumbing, HVAC, or electrical, they're on time and get the job done right. Give them a call today, $49 end-of-season furnace tune-up special, $49. Schedule your appointment at AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com.
Loose ball comes down to Conley. Front court Reed and a 3. Good. 21-point lead for Minnesota. Timeout again for Michael Malone as Anthony Edwards and Naz Reid are doing a little dance there in celebration at the midcourt circle. Then why not? Blown out the Denver Nuggets.
No! God, please, no!
All right, one thing's clear, not just from last night, but from recent history. The T-Wolves got your number, okay? There's something about that matchup with that team that does not gel with the way that the Nuggets like to play basketball. Is it the physicality? Is it, like, I don't know. I don't know what it is. But something obviously does not work against them. So, Vic, you said it earlier, if they match up with the T-Wolves in the playoffs, you would have a bad feeling about the outcome of that, correct?
I would rather, tell me if I'm wrong here. I would rather play Oklahoma City over Minnesota. That's a long pause.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's the only team I would say no to.
You've got a puncher's chance against Oklahoma City. You do. You really do. I don't know that you can solve Minnesota. I don't think that you can, with the way they're going to body you up and get physical and with what they've got in the matchup, I don't know that you can beat them. You can win a game or two, but you're not going to win a series against them. The tide is turned against the Minnesota Timberwolves.
I'd like to ask our listeners, our loyal listeners, do we sound too defeatist? Is that too, what are we by saying that?
Well,
I mean, is it okay to say, to wake up the next morning, and it's just one game, I get, but is it okay to say that team just has your number?
Yeah, that team has the matchup against you. You're not going to win that particular matchup, so find another team to beat.
Yeah, just move on, Move on. Don't avoid them at all costs. I mean, what do you think the Lakers felt like the last 3 years?
Yeah. I don't think there's anything wrong with acknowledging what seems to be a reality. And Jokic said as much. Jokic said it in the postgame yesterday that I can't find the audio now, but he said something along those lines, Vic, that if some team has beaten you repeatedly in recent history, then yeah, you got to really sit down and iron out what's going on there. Now, I'll say this about the Oklahoma City and Minnesota matchups. The last 3 games, you've lost OKC, you've beaten OKC, and you've lost to Minnesota. Here's Jamal Murray's last 3 games. 17 points, 34 points, and 12 points. Seems to be pretty consistent with what we thought forever, right? That Jamal, if he struggles, and he was 0 of 7 in the first half, and Vic, you said you need to get off to a hot start against Minnesota. Well, if your second best player is 0 and the only point he had was a technical free throw, then yeah, that's going to pose a giant problem for you to try to have success. But let me throw out a couple of names of teams for you. Just over or under 50% chance. So the question is, do you think if you had to put money down, would you put money on the Nuggets or this opposing team in a 7-game series? Minnesota.
If I were a betting man?
If you had to put money down, who wins the 7-game series?
What am I supposed to be saying?
Yeah, say the team.
What am I supposed to be saying?
Minnesota. Who you think comes out?
Minnesota.
Minnesota. 7-game series against Oklahoma City.
I would lean toward OKC, but I give the Nuggets a puncher's chance.
Yeah, I think that's a 7-gamer.
Yeah.
That's a 7-gamer. Puncher's chance.
I think the Nuggets can beat that team more readily than they can beat Minnesota.
I agree. I would still give OKC the edge.
Okay.
LA.
God, it's hard, man, because I got to see them all together. I'd say the Nuggets, though, right now. I'll give that Nuggets that puncher's chance in that one.
Ask me after Friday. Ask me after tomorrow.
Okay.
How about that?
I think
Ask me after
the way
tomorrow.
you described the OKC series, I would say in favor of the Nuggets against the Lakers.
I agree.
Where it's like the Lakers could easily win that
Razor's
series.
edge, though.
Yes.
Razor's edge.
Is there any other teams? If I threw out a Memphis, who's currently in second place in the Western Conference.
Not worried about Memphis. No, not worried about them.
Worries. I think it'd be a long series. I think Houston would be a long series. Houston's a tough matchup for the Nuggets. Houston's a similarly physical team. That's a tough matchup.
Here's what I'm telling you about Memphis, Moj. Memphis averages more points than you do.
And
you
they also
struggle
play
on defense
like you do, though. Look at their defensive numbers.
Understood, but it would be like, can you make enough shots consistently enough to get past that team?
But I guess that's going to be that way against everybody, though. Can you shoot your way? Can you shoot your way to a championship? That's what it's going to be.
Here's the deal about that series. Ja likes to play a lot of this one-on-one late in the game. I'll take Joker over Ja in a 7-game series. See, and that's why Minnesota. That's what makes Minnesota so good. Anthony Edwards is only 23 years old. He can be a superstar. But did he look like a ball hog last night, or was he distributing the ball?
Well, he took a lot of shots early in that game.
But he also distributed a lot of open threes.
Yeah.
How many open threes did Jaden McDaniels get in the corner when Ant would attract 2 or 3 guys to him? And that's what makes Minnesota so dangerous. They can all bank in threes, man.
Yeah.
DiVincenzo doesn't miss anymore.
I'm going to throw out one other team. I never thought I was going to have to mention them again, but I feel like I have to.
I know where you're going with this. Yeah, you
Golden
should.
State. What do I do with them?
9-1.
I don't know. I got to see.
9-1 in the last 10 games.
Nuggets going to play them on Monday.
They're
at
different.
Ball Arena.
They are much different with Jimmy Butler.
Mm-hmm.
Much.
We'll get an up-close look.
All I'm saying is there's a handful of teams like that where it's like you're sort of, whether you lean towards the Nuggets or not, you're teetering, right? There's a lot of teams in the Western Conference that you have to kind of worry about right now.
You got to keep perspective on this, too, because we're used to the Nuggets being, I want to say, sort of a juggernaut, and
you're right.
Roll over
You're right.
But when I look at Memphis and I look at the Lakers and I look at the Rockets and Golden State, and I'll throw Minnie, and there are matchups for those teams, too, that they don't want, and their fan bases are going, you know what? God, I hope we don't get X in the postseason in the first round. Hey, we're as a 6. If Golden State is looking at it right now, do they want to climb all the way to the 4? I mean, or the 5 or whatever. They're looking at their matchups too because they all have teams that are difficult for them.
Here's the deal,
and so we're finally looking at it as, hey, you know what? The Nuggets tied for second in the Western Conference. We're looking at it as kind of a defeatist attitude, whereas these other teams are like, you know what? That we've come back to the pack, and now we're just in the mix with everybody else.
Here's how I see it. All right, so the Lakers last time they beat the Nuggets pretty handily in Denver. By the way, the Nuggets have lost this season 4 home games by 20-plus points. 4. Lakers beat them by 20-plus. Cleveland, the Knicks, and I can't remember the 4th. But they've lost 4 of those games, right, by 20-plus. That's the same amount of games they've lost by 20-plus at home over the last 5 years, the previous 5 years. So this year, they've had a few of those. Here's the difference this year. Here's the difference. Minnesota, unlike L.A., I think L.A. still has respect, if not fear, for the Nuggets. Sure, they found a way to beat them last time they were here. Let's see them do that consistently. Minnesota, on the other hand, they don't fear the Nuggets at all.
Nope.
They invite it. That's scary. I don't think there's another team in the league that could say that. I think OKC, deep down, there's some fear there, right? There's some fear. Joker, you never know. Minnesota, that doesn't exist. They're cackling.
By the way, you were asking, are we being too dour, too unfair in assessing the Nuggets against Minnesota? Well, here is the best player in the world talking about that matchup.
All the 5, they beat us pretty easy. So we need to be better. We need to do a better job. I don't know what, but it seems like we are not playing good against them. Or maybe they don't let us play good against them.
That's him.
Yeah.
He knows it.
Yeah. He always speaks the truth. He doesn't mince words, but when he says it, it's always okay, right? If anybody else says it, he knows.
Mm-hmm.
That's a bad matchup. I learned that from Nikola years ago. When I interviewed him at the All-Star game, and this was the year before they won a title, I said, is this a championship team? And he said, it's all about matchups in the playoffs. And he was right. They do not want to see Minnesota again after April 1st.
Well, and this is where Minnesota's sort of a beast of its own. When you're saying Oklahoma City, you like that matchup, you think it's OKC, but just a razor's edge. The reason why I have a little bit more reservation than you do about that, the Nuggets did win their last game in OKC.
They also went nuclear in the fourth quarter to do it.
I mean, they shot like 58% from the field and 56 from three. Like, how many times are you going to get that? You know what I mean?
They also didn't have Aaron Gordon. So we have to factor that in. Aaron Gordon, let's start there. They're not winning anything without Aaron Gordon.
Yeah.
Are we all in agreement?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so you got to get him back. By the way, he was shooting around pregame yesterday. He looked to be a lot better off than I ever imagined. I don't know when he'll be back. So you get him back in the lineup, and now you have a conversation. Now, it's a different team. If there's ever a game where you need that body, it's last night's game.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God, what a difference not having him makes, especially when you trot out a three-guard lineup. I mean, I don't remember the last time I saw a Nuggets game, and I thought the Nuggets were small. I was like, wow, they look tiny compared to Minnesota.
Right.
And not just in height, just in, like Anthony Edwards is muscle, Julius Randle's big, Rudy Gobert's a giant, McDaniels is tall. They just looked bigger.
You're leg looking again, aren't you?
Well, did you have the same when you saw the starting fives?
I had the same reaction. Correct.
Do you know
they just look big? It's just, that's a frustrating thing. Knowing that team in that 20-point comeback sort of flipped the entire script. Hopefully it's not for eternity now, but that
Switch
team,
the flip.
Yeah, they switched the flip, and dadgummit, it was just frustrating to watch, Vic, because you just know that you're not there with that squad. That's all. And I had so much confidence the past several years that they're going to beat these guys, they're going to beat those guys, and so on, but all of a sudden, you've got a real burr in your saddle in Minnesota.
But now I know what it feels like, for that 3 year
for the other
run.
teams. Yeah,
yeah,
for the other teams. Yeah,
I know what it feels like to be a Lakers fan facing the Nuggets. Right?
Yeah.
Over the course of those 2 seasons, you're a Lakers fan. You're like, oh, geez, not again.
Yeah. When you asked the question, Vic, yesterday, you said if you could choose one win.
The Sophie's Choice?
The Sophie's Choice. I changed my mind after last night.
Mm-hmm.
I hate that team. I hate Minnesota so much.
You hate that team because they beat you.
Outside of Conley and Naz Reid, I'll put them off to the side. It's not just that they beat you, Vic.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like Anthony Edwards. I hate Gobert. I hate McDaniels.
Mm-hmm.
I hate Alexander Walker. I hate all those guys on that team. Can't stand them.
You can never respect a redheaded
Randle?
I hate Randall.
You can't respect a redheaded Italian.
DiVincenzo, oh God, that guy.
That's okay. Now you're getting.
You know what? You know how bad DiVincenzo
will not stand, man.
Do you know how bad? Do you know how bad? Hang on,
now you're starting to get sideways.
Do you know how bad DiVincenzo has to be for both an Italian and a redhead to shun him on the same show?
Both. He is. Well, he's got the worst. He must. I think he's got the worst haircut in the league. I'm pretty sure he does.
He's got a pretty smooth three-point stroke, though. Cheap and crisp.
Yeah, I understand that. I would bash him more for his haircut than the color of his hair. Yes.
What made it worse last night is the collection of Minnesota fans yelling, "Let's go T-Wolves." What is it about Minnesota in this place? First of all, let me take a step back. All right, so you feel it when the Wild come to town, right? Minnesota fans
Absolutely.
are the worst, right? And
I mean, did you have that one bit? Well.
I know.
Did you have that one woman who was thick?
But allow me this. How do you
say, Brett, help me out. She's blonde. She's has power, I guess is the way I'd put it. Starts walking in the aisle.
Powerful.
She's a powerful woman.
Yeah. Allow me this, because we all hate Minnesota. Obviously, the Wild are hated. And now the T-Wolves are hated, despised. And for all of you who are from the Minnesota area, love you. But I feel almost sorry for you. Because every time you get excited about your teams, like you won a game last night.
Vic, don't play this game right now. Not today. Today's not the day.
Today is the day, because I just want to put them in their proper place. Remember who you are, Minnesota. You are the worst major sports city in our country.
It's Loserville, USA.
Don't win anything. You come close. You have good teams. You trot them out there, hoping upon hope. And then you fall apart every single time. You are the would-be champions. You never do anything with them. You look good, but you don't end up good. That's what Minnesota is and always will be. Remember who you are. Look in the mirror.
I don't like trotting that out today.
I trotted it out there, and I'm proud to say it.
What
have they done?
Last night?
What has Minnesota won? The city of Minnesota over the last what? How many years, Moj? When's the last time they won anything?
91 World Series, so it's been 34 years.
34 years of looking in the mirror and crying. That's what you are. That's who you are. And that's who you will always be. Eat it.
Yeah. Teicher says the Pups are 1-up on the Nuggets, 11-12 in the last 23 games against each other. Not a bad matchup. Don't give me 23 matchups, okay? That's way too long. Recent memory, they've owned you, okay? They have. Just a fact. You need to accept it.
100%. That's a fact. They've owned the Nuggets. At the same time, they've done nothing in that city, sports-wise. Nothing. Zero. When the Vikings were winning all those games this year, did you have any inkling that they'd do anything in the playoffs? You knew, right? You knew. Did you know?
I said that all year.
You knew, right? You knew it was false prophet.
Yeah,
and that's what they are. They're false prophet after false prophet every year. Yes. Is this Schadenfreude? Yes.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking.
That's exactly what this is. That's how we deal with this.
I didn't know we were taking this detour.
What have the Minnesota Wild done?
Okay.
In their history.
All right, but Vic, you want to go history lesson on they?
Yeah, you want to go history? Yeah,
no, I don't. I'm saying I don't think today's the day to do it. You just got to eat it. This is the day you got to eat it.
I'm gonna give you history books. Vikings versus Broncos. History.
All right.
You want to play history books? Okay. Let's go. You want to play resume? Let's go.
All right. Well, you can always give us a call on the Ramos Law Hotline.
You want to trot out your Minnesota T-Wolves resume against the Nuggets? Let's go.
Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. If you have a history book you'd like to share with us, I guess
yeah,
you can
the
do it
Wild,
right there.
they won a lot. All they got is those weird high schoolers with that crazy hair.
Hey, I saw something interesting yesterday in golf. Not to mention, Wyndham Clark sat down with Kay Adams, and I had no idea that he was a Broncos ball knower. If you guys missed that, we'll play a little bit of that for you next. What a wonderful time of the year. You got the Players Tournament coming up today, starting today, already has started. You got the college basketball full slate of conference games as we get closer and closer to the NCAA tournament, and that includes CU in action today at 1 o'clock against Houston. If you think this little Cinderella nature of them winning a few games here in the Big 12 tournament will continue against the number 2 team in the country, Houston, well, they're 18-point dogs on the Circus Sportsbook. And if you can't get out to Vegas and check all of what Circa has to offer at that beautiful sports book and that beautiful stadium swim out for yourself, the next best thing is downloading this app because they have the best odds in the game, tight money line splits, and excellent customer service. Download the app right now or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
remember who you are, Minnesota. You are the worst major sports city in our country. What has Minnesota won? The city of Minnesota over the last what? How many years, Moj? When's the last time they won anything?
Did you guys see yesterday, there was a couple of things before the Players' Championship that's in action right now. They were playing their practice round, and Rory put one in the water. Did you see him walk up to the fan who shouted at him, just like 2011 at Augusta? And he took that guy's phone and walked away with it?
He snatched the phone and took off,
happened?
yeah.
This happened yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday.
During the practice round. You can't just take somebody's phone and walk away.
Yeah, but I don't mind it. You can't just. I guess you can say whatever you want.
Yeah, you can.
I guess you can, but you know what? You're human too. You're human.
Yeah, but this
doesn't allow you to steal property.
No,
yeah, but
I would
this
do it
isn't
too.
Happy Gilmore.
No.
You don't heckle people on the golf course. This isn't.
I don't mind
We're not
doing
Happy
that.
Gilmore out
No.
here.
No. You and I have a different reaction to that, Moj. I don't know what side of the fence you fall. I like what Rory did. Yeah, take his phone. Screw him.
Oh, well, I would have taken it, and I would have thrown it in the water. Yeah, I would have thrown it in the water. Say, now go get it. Funny guy.
You know what?
Bill me.
You guys all preach this. You got to be tough. Got to be tough, man. And then somebody says, a little thing that hurt your peeling. Oh, what, Vic? Did he hurt his peelings? Did he hurt your peelings?
Listen, you could react however you want to react. You want to be you want to just shun him or turn your back to him and pretend it doesn't affect you. That's fine. Sometimes guys get emotional. They're allowed to be emotional. They're human. And so if he shows some emotion there, it's a practice round, and he takes a guy's phone. Great.
I'll tell you what that guy's not going to do, Brett.
He ain't going to do it again.
He's not going to heckle Rory again.
I would.
How about that?
Well, I would. It would give me more ammo to do it.
Okay. Who's the next guy?
So you're that
Who
guy.
is the next guy?
Brett, you're that guy.
I would not heckle. I'm just saying that doesn't allow you as a professional athlete to take somebody's phone, their property, and walk away with it.
Well, then he'll pay the.
You can ask the guy to ask the dude to leave. You can do that.
Nah, that's
I'm
more.
pretty sure it's in the PGA bylaws that you can take a guy's phone and chuck it.
How about when
sure.
Jason Kelce?
What if he had his wallet in his hand?
Do you remember when Jason Kelce took that drunk's phone during that? Was it a game day? And the guy was saying something about his brother.
That was a jerk.
Grabbed. So
Yeah.
what did you think about that?
I thought that the guy who did that was an idiot, but I also think you can't just take people's stuff and smash it. You can't.
I have no problem with
the first thing I said when I saw it with Jason Kelce was that's why you need a bodyguard. That's why those guys have them.
I don't think
deal with
Jason
situations
Kelce
like
needs
that.
a bodyguard.
No, it's to deal with the lawsuits that might come your way for doing things like that.
Well,
That's
deal
why
with
you
it.
need one.
I agree with Moj. I don't think that guy will do that again.
Oh,
No, man. Some of these
Who's
guys.
the next guy?
Teach him a lesson.
Who is the next guy to body chuck Joker? When's that going to happen?
Yeah, that ain't going to happen anymore.
It isn't. It isn't.
All right.
So should Joker have called his bodyguard, Brett? Should he have been the bigger man and just turned around and said no?
All right, hang on a second.
Morris tells me get
Hold on
him.
a second. Jokic was suspended for how many games for hitting Markieff Morris? Was
I
it
don't remember.
3?
Doesn't
3 games?
matter.
Who cares?
Oh, okay.
Who cares?
Now imagine it was a fan he did that to. He's probably banned for a year. That's my point.
At some point, you draw a line. You're a human being.
Did that fan run
whatever
on the
that
court?
line is, it is.
Were fans
So-
on the court when Ron Artest was punching people? What happened to him?
Okay, I'm just saying everybody has a
Actually-
different line that is drawn.
Was it Kevin Garnett that missed the punch on the fan on the court? He came running in and just slid and just missed the punch. He would have killed that guy. Oh, man, I forget.
So there's 2 other things just quickly I want to get to. Number 1.
Is there anything worse? Hold on. Is there anything worse than these YouTube videos you see, these social media videos of people recording on their phone, purposely trying to fire somebody
I can't
up?
stand it. Yeah.
Is there anything worse
It's
than
stupid.
that right there? You know what I'm saying? And how do you know this guy wasn't doing exactly that? Trying to, oh, here we are.
Oh, he was doing it.
Okay.
He
Take his
was.
phone.
That's exactly
Throw
what
it.
he was doing.
Take his phone and throw it.
2 other things. Did you guys watch? So I had the TV on, and they did was it the Content Creator Classic or something like that, where they took the YouTube people and they put them in a tournament yesterday before it. It's actually really funny watching these guys who are actually pretty good on YouTube try and play that course. You're like, oh, that's incredibly difficult, isn't it? This is a really hard thing to do. You guys always ask for like one normal guy to be in a tournament.
Yeah.
Well, one of the dudes was about 27 over through 8 holes. And that's what it looks like. I'm not kidding.
So what,
27 over.
You're telling me
he
hold
put
on,
up
you're
a
telling me
13, a 13, I
he's
think.
a really good golfer? You're saying he's a really good golfer?
Not really good. This
Who is
one,
it? What's his name?
Okay.
he was one of the Barstool guys. He actually was one of the ones that's like I don't think he's broken 80 before. So he's not super great. But still, it's like a normal guy you'd play with on the weekend. You get paired up with a group. Be like that guy. Anyway, Wyndham Clark sat down with Kay Adams yesterday after his practice round. And I know he's a Denver sports fan. I had no idea that he was this deep. Did you guys hear any of this?
No.
Wyndham Clark is a Broncos ball knower. Listen.
I'm a huge defensive guy when it comes to NFL football. I think I learned my lesson in, what year was that? 14, 15 when we lost the Super Bowl to Seattle. Best offense versus best defense. It was atrocious. 2 years later, we build up an amazing defense, and then we win the Super Bowl without Peyton Manning and with Brock Osweiler and that whole thing. And so that's when I became a defensive guy. So now we're in this current state, and I love that we double down on our defense. I love getting Ufanga, do we get Greenlaw? Yeah, Greenlaw. And so what I love about it is we just continue to get better on that side.
This guy's he's in.
You know what
on
that
these
is?
teams.
That's like romance. Those are romantic words. The fact that he speaks our language.
Yeah.
The fact that a professional golfer who you deem, this guy's just focused on golf, he's in his own world, and yet he is speaking. He might as well just do the show.
And then it looks like we're going to draft probably a tight end, maybe pick up a running back. It'd be kind of cool if we got Scatterbo. I live in Arizona, and I think he's kind of he could be great. So
you're going to get a tight end. That's for sure. There needs to
Hopefully it's Loveland. I like him a lot.
Yeah, in the draft.
I'd rather get him in the draft, and then I'd love to go get I saw Diggs is still available, or maybe Cooper Kupp. I don't know if maybe Cooper got picked up yet, but I'd love to get one big name so that Bo kind of has all the weapons and there's no excuse.
Tell me this guy isn't all in on the Broncos offseason plans in the middle of his own job that he's doing.
He's a big Bronco fan. I mean, he's from here. Listen, there are a lot of people. It's funny. I have friends in the rock and roll world and so on and so forth.
Oh, you do, huh?
He's talking about Nelly.
Oh. Think about that statement you made. All right, take a step back. Think about it.
I don't know if you know this, Vic. I got a lot of friends in the political world.
Yeah. I've got
I was talking to
I got friends in government.
Former Secretary of Defense Colin Powell the other day, and he was telling me about a couple of things that the Broncos should be looking for in the third or fourth round.
You might as well just your argument's not working.
So much. You got big friends in the rock and roll world. Please carry on.
I'm trying to explain that you may think that their life revolves around music or golf or politics or whatever the case may. They're the regular people too. They follow their teams. They're big Avalanche fans. They're big Nuggets fans. They're big Broncos fans. Why is it so cool that Wyndham Clark knows exactly what's going on with his football team?
I had a big get together yesterday.
He sounds like Steve from Arvada or something. I mean, what's
You're
the
right.
big
We shouldn't
deal?
be surprised. I agree. The fact that I am surprised, I'm ashamed that I'm surprised because everybody has their teams. You're right. You're right, Moshe.
I don't know how to put this, but I'm kind of a big deal.
Yeah, so I was hanging out yesterday. It was me and the Cubes, Mark Cuban. It was Super Chef Bobby Flay. It was insane. It was almost too much. But we were talking about the Rockies.
Fish?
And,
is that a trophy fish?
I mean, just think about the arrogance of your statement.
Bobby Flay was saying he didn't think the Rockies were losing 100 games this year. And I was like, I agree with you, Bobby.
What's amazing about your statement, Moshe, is how whimsically you threw it out there. I have friends in the rock and roll world.
What? Okay.
Moshe, Chris Daughtry was also there. He was chopping it up with us.
What I'm trying, what I'm getting at, Vic. It's that you're surprised that people who are famous in other avenues, right, in comedy or music or
listen,
acting,
my good friends in Hollywood are big sports fans. When I hang out with world leaders, and I do often,
I don't even get it.
It was just such
Brett,
a weird.
do you get it?
oddly vague way to try and like drop a name in front of us. You're like, I hang out with a lot of.
I didn't drop one.
Yes,
I
you
know,
did.
but you were you were vague about it. You said
You
I
were
hang out with
very
people
vague.
in the rock and roll world. Is what you told me. That's what you told me.
Well, maybe if you would expand your horizons beyond, just drinking IPAs, and you, on the other hand, doing whatever it is you do. Maybe if you got out there with people who do other things in life, you'd realize that they're just sports fans too, no matter how big they are, or whatever, or how small, or whatever it is they do. People are sports fans.
You want me to
They
expand
play
my
sports.
horizons?
They do things.
Your entire personality is World War II in rock and roll and hockey. That's
Moj,
your entire personality.
Moj, when I hung out with some of the country's great entrepreneurs at Augusta last week, we spoke of the Broncos.
You know,
and their
that's actually
free agent
unfair
acquisitions.
that you were around billionaires, though. You could actually say that. That's not fair. So me and Stan Kroenke, the Kronks, we were just chopping it up the other day. Could you imagine if Mr. Kroenke walked in this building and I called him the Kronks?
I'll tell you what,
It's the
Brett.
Kronk dog.
Yeah,
We're
Kronk
shaking
dog. What's up, buddy?
Kronkster. Kronkarino.
I'll tell you what, if
Making
you're ever with
copies.
me and we do run into him, there's $100 in it for you if you do.
No. I met him in person, I think once. I think it's only been once.
You know what I want to do? I want to come across.
And you
like
know
a
what I
big-
called him, Moj? Sir is what I called him.
I want to come across somewhere, somehow, a big rock and roller and say to this rock and roller, do you know this man, Mark Moser? Because he claims he hangs around with you people.
I would love to know the amount of people in that world, Moj, that could drop I hope my team gets Colston Loveland somewhere in the middle of the draft. I don't know how many guys do
name one
that.
rock and roller that does that. Name one. I don't see Sammy Hagar coming out on Kay Adams' show saying stuff like that.
Yeah, you think David Lee Roth is talking about 5th-round draft picks for the Jets? Don't think so.
Well, Loveland's going to be a first-round pick.
Whatever.
No matter if the Broncos take him or not. So, you might as well. Listen, now I'm not. Wyndham Clark is the man. I like that guy. So there you go.
Anywho, 303.
By the way, it's snowing here in Calgary. It's snowing.
Is it really?
I'm done with it, man. I'm done with it.
I want to get back to the Broncos signing Evan Engram and what that shouldn't do for the rest of their offseason plans next. All right, so we were talking about this earlier. The signing of Evan Engram is great. It adds to what already, I think, is an outstanding start to the offseason for the Broncos. But here's one thing it should not do. It should not change a single way that you think about the draft. If Tyler Warren drops to you at 20 for whatever reason, which he won't, but 100%. If he does, you take him regardless.
I'm so glad you brought that up. You can't have too much of a good thing. You can't. And if there's another guy that presents himself and you don't expect him to be there, pounce.
Yep. Whatever. And here's what it does do that really helps. It allows you even more to go along with the idea of whoever you think is the best player on the board at number 20, you take them and you don't think twice about it. It's the beauty of not having like super, oh my God type of needs on the team. And I think there's maybe one left, and that's running back. Yeah. They need a running back. But outside of that, it's like you got a lot of the things where, as of right now, how it looks on paper, you're pretty set at most positions on the field.
Trying to find a goddamn joker.
It's a luxury, really, Moj, when you have everything addressed and everything's in order, your schedule's in order, and then now you're just trying to, draft comes around, you're just trying to add to the heap. You don't have to pinpoint certain positions. That's a wonderful place to live in, because the Broncos were the opposite of that the last few years.
Sure they were.
They've actually, and they've done a good job in the draft. I mean, I didn't know that Devon Vele would be as impactful as he has been as a rookie. And again, up now we can sort of just add pieces to like fun stuff, right? Wide receiver, running back. Not that they're not needs or anything like that, but now you're starting to put the icing on top of the cupcake, and hopefully they can. I mean, let's say they didn't get a running back. Let's say they didn't get one. Okay, they're going to, but let's say they didn't. Who would their starting running back be today? Would it be Jaleel? Who would it be?
It's got to be Jaleel. I mean,
him or Estime.
Yeah, I mean that's all you have left.
Or Blake,
really.
Blake Watson, I suppose.
Is Bidet still on the squad? Yeah. Is Bidet still?
Yeah, he's
under
still
contract?
there. He's still there. Yeah, he's still there.
Remember when they activated Bidet for the Buffalo game and he saw the ball like twice?
Yeah. I very much remember that. Now they still have that spot to figure out, but again, with where they're at on both offense and defense, I think the defense is about as solid of any roster on paper that you're going to find in the NFL. Like, I really don't think you can point to another defense and say that this one is unequivocally better than what the Broncos have.
Go to sleep right
now.
But
outside of, go ahead, Vic.
You can go to sleep right now. Wake up come September and say, "This is my defense."
Yeah,
and you could work around the edges and add some depth, but this is my defense. It's great.
I feel really good about it. Outside of Pat Surtain, I don't know that they have. Listen, I think Nick Bonito is a terrific player. I really do, and he's going to get more sacks. Great. They don't have a true quote menace, right? Like you don't have a big menace on the defensive end, but all these guys are really good.
What do you
players,
mean?
And they just
Zach Allen is a menace, bro.
Yeah, I don't know.
Menace.
So here's what you have. You have an all-pro in Surtain. You have a safety that Hufanga, who was an all-pro before his injury. He was an all-pro.
Zach Allen was second team, wasn't he?
You have two second-team all-pros in Allen and Bonito. They were second-team all-pros.
That sounds pretty menacing.
Yeah. I mean, you got the pieces, bro. It's not just a bunch of dudes.
Well, you've put your hands up.
I'm not saying it's a bunch of dudes. Okay? When I think of menace, I think of just the meanest, baddest dudes on the planet. Now, these guys, don't get me wrong. This is just my own opinion. These guys are really good, okay? But the way they fit together, the way they come together, the way they work together, I think is what makes that magic juice. That's what makes it really happen. And I'm incredibly pleased with the pickups. I feel great about that side of the football. Great.
I might not. Well, this is where I disagree, I guess. I hold Zach Allen in such high regard that maybe I'm not in blank check territory for him on an extension, but I'm pretty damn close.
Hey,
I think he's that good.
And let's not forget they're going to have guys getting healthy coming back next year. Drew Sanders.
Yeah.
You just saw him in one game.
And
that's depth.
He's going to be depth behind Singleton and Greenlaw.
Yes.
Where is Singleton right now? I mean, where is he overall in his health?
Well,
Do we know?
He'll be available. He had the ACL win. When did he have the ACL? What game was that? Was that the first game?
First game of the season, I think, wasn't it? Help me.
It was really early.
He'll be ready by training camp. He'll be ready by camp.
Singleton last year played 3 games. So week 3.
3 games. Okay.
Here's the other question I have. I saw a lot of people say this after Evan Engram was signed yesterday. They found their joker. Can somebody explain what this means? What is the term? What are they supposed to do?
The Loch Ness Monster.
Time out. I beg you. I will pay you. How much money do you want? Where's my money? I usually have money.
I want all the pesos that you have.
All the pesos. Please stop using that term.
No, I'm with you, Vic. I don't want to use it.
I'm so tired of using that term.
I agree with you. You know how I feel about this. But I'm trying to figure out what exactly is the word that everybody is using.
You mean a tight end?
That's what I'm saying. He's just a good tight end? Is that what a joker is?
You mean a guy who catches the ball? Joker. A guy who catches the ball over the middle of the field and moves the chains over the... You mean that position that's been around for a century?
But this is one of those things, especially now, I'm noticing, maybe I'm just getting older, but I'm noticing words that people are using that I don't feel like they have a definition for, but they just say it because other people say it. Wait, you know what? I'll throw it out to texters. 303-504-0925, Shant Mazda text line. What is that in your mind? What does that word mean? Because it just keeps getting thrown out, and I'm like...
Do I get to play?
Yeah, hang on, Nelly. It keeps getting thrown out, and I'm just like... Are you just talking about a good offensive player? Because, yeah, Ingram's that. But go ahead, Nelly. What
I
do you
think he means there's some card games where a joker can represent anything, all right? Or the joker in your pack of cards, you can use it to replace any other cards you lose. It is a universal card. And that's what Sean Payton wants, is a tool in his offense that he can use for anything. Aces high, spades, hearts, you name it. That's what he wants. That's why but I'm saying that is why he is saying joker. Is it a new concept? No, but that's where he got the term.
But how does Engram fit that? Because Engram does one thing. He catches the ball.
He's not throwing the ball.
He's not running it. And that's what I'm saying. Like, if Taysom Hill, if they got him and they said that's our joker, Vic, that would make total sense. I'm like,
yes.
He can throw it, he can run it, he
stop.
can...
Don't use the word. Please, stop. I propose fines. And Nelly, if you use that term outside of Nikola Jokic on this show, anybody who uses that term outside of Nikola Jokic, fines to the Children's Fund. How much money is in that Children's Fund right now? Raise that glass. Where's that money? Let's fill that glass.
People have stolen it, and by people I mean Moser.
Moser and PhD have lifted a lot of bucks from that.
I think we have a 5 in here now, and that's it.
Do you guys agree? You use that term outside of Nikola Jokic, you put money in the bin.
That's fine, Vic. I'm with you on this. Again, I'm just trying to hone in on what the hell people think they're talking about here. Again, Taysom Hill would make sense. He does like 3 different things. Evan Ingram's a good tight end. He catches the ball. Is that what we're talking about? Just a good player? Okay, fine.
Well, those players have been around for years. The Broncos had a guy like that. And his name was Steve Sewell. He played in the 80s. They played him everywhere.
Hang on. I think that Raj has an answer to this. Is that why you walked in? What is it?
Fellas, Coach Sanford and I have been on this for the better part of 3 weeks. We have outlawed the use of Joker on our show.
Good.
It is now Ace.
Who are you?
I don't even care what
it
is.
Ace. No term. No. We're not calling it anything. We're taking it a step further. You don't get a word.
So it's nothing. It's just we're talking about good players.
We just sit in silence?
That's all I'm getting at, too. I'm like, you want to talk about you want to talk about that word? You got to define it for me because I don't think Engram fits that bill.
Engram is a 240-pound, 4.42 in the 40. Great catch, great hands. He's had a season. How many catches did he have 2 years ago?
114. 14.
Okay. Those are some numbers. That's what he is. He is your best tight end on paper, physical tight end, speed tight end you've had in years.
Can we call him an Uno reverse card? Can we try that? Anyway, Jeff
Have you noticed
Legwold-
I'm being remarkably silent in this particular situation?
Yeah, why?
Good for you.
Why?
Why?
Because every time I open my yapper today, you're jumping down it. Every single time I say anything about anything, you're on my ass.
Well, try.
I ain't taking it no more.
Well, just give us something then. Let's see if you can fix it.
Yeah, get on your soapbox and give us some thought.
Yeah.
Flames lost last night here at home.
Flames lost last night here.
You rock and roll buddies?
I'm in Calgary. It's
It was
snowing
a-
outside.
it
They
was-
lost at home yesterday.
It was a shootout. I don't know how insulting me is going to make this a better segment.
All right. All right, Moj.
I'm serious.
We'll get
man.
back to your
Anytime
Calgary
I say
take.
anything about anything, you guys are just all over my bacon. I throw my hands in the air.
You know what it is,
Leggy
Moj?
for crying out loud.
I'll be honest with you. I'll tell you exactly
I'm not
what
there
happened.
to defend myself. That's what
no,
it is.
No, I'll tell you exactly what's happened. You have been portionally on the show for the last 2 days, and we're making up for lost time, I think. You were like on with us for 45 minutes 2 days ago, like half the show yesterday. We're just trying to make up for all the things that we missed.
Well, you're doing a good job.
All right.
You're making
Jeff
me cough now.
Jeff Legwold joins us next. Head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com, as we welcome in Jeff Legwald, ESPN.com, as we do every Thursday at 9 o'clock. And Leggy, since we last spoke, free agency has opened up. The Broncos, I think, have been remarkably good in the decisions that they have made. But for the moment, let's start from the beginning. Hufanga, Dre Greenlaw. I know there's some injury risk that's to them, but do you see a weakness right now with the Broncos starting defense as currently constituted?
No, and, if healthy is the big phrase for their free agency class. Even, Evan Engram, missed half the season last year. So, all three guys at the top of their free agency class are coming off an injury season. So if they get it right and get some good fortune, I think they've done very well. They got the prices they got because of those injury questions. So, but I mean, Hufanga was, having an all-pro season when he tore his ACL a couple years ago. And, Greenlaw is just one of the better weak side linebackers in the free agency class. But, and Engram, they haven't had a pass catching tight end like Engram, for a long time. I mean, the guy had 100 catches a couple of years ago. So, they haven't had anybody live in that neighborhood ever, recently in tight end. So again, if they've got it right, if they, if their physicals and, all their due diligence proves to be correct, these guys are playing as soon as they walk through the door, and a defense that finished number one in some of the most important advanced metrics gets two guys at the, that are impact players at the two spots where they needed it.
Turn on his mic there, Nelly. Hang on, Vic. Go ahead.
Give me a comp for Hufanga, if you don't mind. Like, what player does he remind you of?
It's sort of like, I hate to do it with a Hall of Famer, but Palomalu light, I guess, would be my.
The hair makes it easy, right?
No, I mean, he touches the ball a lot,
yeah.
Which for a safety is, he's either knocking the ball out, knocking the ball down. He is around where the action is, and they need that kind of safety. They were, for all the aggressiveness on their defense last year, they were pretty conservative with their safety play on the back end. They just wanted to make sure guys were in the right place. And when they did the review at the end of the season, they just found a lot of sort of, maybe errors we didn't think about a lot, but they found a lot of errors, where the two safeties were putting their eyes, where they were lining up, those kinds of things. So they wanted to add some impact there, and I think they get that. But he's an active player, and at his best was at an all-pro level. So that's as good as you can find in free agency. Again, he's missed 38 games in his career with a variety of injuries because of the way he plays.
Yeah.
He's in the red, he's redlining it a lot physically. And, those guys often, sort of take themselves out of the game because of just the way they play.
Jeff, now that they've done this, how much – I know teams don't change their philosophy, but how much does this allow the Broncos in the draft to wander a little bit to a guy that they really like as opposed to just best player available?
Well, I mean, Moser, I always think when you phrase the guy they would really like is probably their best player available, in terms of grade. Because, I think that's why they liked last year's class so much. In their mind, they drafted players, a full round or more after where they had them graded. So they thought they were getting awesome value on their board. So, but this does what you want in free agency. This is how you should do it. Free agency should be, picking off your needs so you can build your team in the draft and, just keep stocking the depth chart with as much good, talent on rookie contracts as possible. Don't leave really good players on the board for other people to take because you're chasing a position. Those are the teams that draft poorly. And when the Broncos have had poor drafts, that's what they've done. They've chased positions instead of take players.
Jeff, heard a report from Adam Schefter earlier today talking about the Broncos might be interested in Cooper Kupp. What have you heard?
Yeah, I mean, I never say they're not interested in anybody. They will consider anyone at this point. I mean, they know the division they're in. They know, I think things are only getting tougher in the AFC West with Pete Carroll's arrival and kind of what they've done with the Raiders this offseason. So they know where they're at, and they know they can't leave any opportunity to get impact. It's just, what Cooper Kupp are you getting? That's always the question. He's almost 32. I think he's not at the level of when he won the Triple Crown. I think sometimes when we talk about veteran free agents, we talk about their best season, no matter how long ago it was.
Mm-hmm.
And, look, I want to champion old people in their jobs as much as possible because I am one. So, but in if you're building your team, you got to consider that stuff. If they're interested, yes, because at his best, he's an impactful route runner who will be exactly where Bo Nix needs him to be on every play. And they need that in their offense. They need to get people off of Sutton, and free up things down the field. They need to keep people from mashing up the middle of the field on them the way they have been. So, yeah, they're interested, but I think it would have to be at the right price. And I think they would have to really think through how many snaps is he getting? Who does it cost when he gets those snaps? Will they be preventing the development of anybody? All those things. But sure, they would be interested because he would give you everything he has, on every play.
Got a two-parter here for you, Jeff. Could you see now that Javonte's gone, he's gone to Dallas and not sure about their running back status, could you see them go in free agency, maybe bring in some depth veteran to help supplement that position? And at the same time, could they, at number 20, draft a running back? How many running backs on your board right now would qualify for the Broncos at number 20?
Maybe only one.
Really?
I know a lot of people. Well, again, maybe, Gente, I think for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Hampton is a guy, I've got guys in the league telling me he's a top 15 player on their board, but, would a team take him there? It's always the pure grade versus the value of the position and all that. The issue in the running back in the draft is this is an awesome class. You would not have to go at 20 to get a guy who could walk in and contribute. I think all the way down through the second and third rounds, they're going to be running backs who could walk in as rookies and participate and have impact in the Broncos offense. And, I think a guy like Sampson from Tennessee, and I think Etienne from Georgia are two guys that would interest them down the board a little further that you wouldn't take at 20, but they're going to come in and do things for you as soon as they get here.
What do you think of Devin Neal, the running back from Kansas?
Yeah, no, he breaks tackles. Running back coaches love that kind of guy because he gets through the first tackle, an awful lot. And I just think of this, if it was any other year, he might be a guy we're talking about, but he may not be in the top 10 running backs of this class.
Wow.
Just because it's so deep. I mean, you're talking this is the best class of running backs I think I can remember ever. I'd have to go back and really dig through the binders, but this is a really, really good class of running backs, and I will be stunned if they don't take at least one of these guys because it's too good to pass on.
I look at it too, Jeff. I guess I shouldn't be because the guys emerge at every position. But I'm always like, man, that guy was a fourth-round running back, and now he's a total player. I mean, he's really helping Team X. You know what I mean? It just feels like if the scheme is right for that player, you can get him down the line and they're going to make an impact on your club. Is that what you're talking about when you've got the opportunity to maybe wait on a guy but come into the Broncos and be a featured type of back?
Yeah, 20 Moser. I just think in the first round,
that's
you
a
should
reach.
never reach.
If Jetsy's not there,
reach for need ever.
Yeah.
Ever. If the best guy at that spot is a wide receiver or an inside linebacker, you take them and you figure it out later, because the teams that take all the good players win a lot of games, and they don't. The Ravens don't go into the draft every year sitting down at 25, 27, 30. They don't win every year because they pick for need down there. They take the best guy. They don't care what he plays. And then they say, give me all these good players and we'll figure it out as we go. And I think that's the thing the Broncos have to do. I mean, they surrendered the blue chip area of 3 drafts with Russell Wilson and Sean Payton coming here. So that's still a big hole that they're dealing with in their developmental area. I mean, they have to keep draft picks and keep using them to get players, because they've got a 3-year window there when they weren't able to sort of participate at the top of the board. So I don't think they can waste any of their chances to do that now.
What do you think their feeling is with Estime?
They like him, but the playoff game will always baffle me. I just don't get it. You don't put him out there, and then the guy you put out there instead of him you didn't even use. So I just the wild card game will baffle me for a long time, as far as the run game, the running backs, all of it. But I don't know how they could look at him practice. What I've seen in practice and what I've seen in games, I don't know how you can look at that and think, that he's unable to participate. I mean, that's a player. He should be used. And I think that's part of, I think he's in the plan. Their issue is in Sean Payton's offense, that pass protecting running back is a big deal. And it's a lot bigger deal than maybe to fans, to us, to anybody else. It matters to them. And that's how they're going to fill a lot of the roles on some of those downs, is who they feel like can do the things Javonte did on those downs, because that's why Javonte was playing so much on those downs when everyone was so frustrated about why he was playing.
Well, let me ask you the periodic question that we always ask then, because Sean Payton did not run the ball, has not run the ball consistently for 2 straight years here, but he did run the ball. He did run the ball consistently in New Orleans. So is it he didn't trust the personnel in the backfield? If he got somebody that was a good running back, would he do it differently, or is this all a mental thing of how he wants this offense to look?
Well, he's got the headset, so ultimately his complaints about how it looks, or they're not doing something enough, fall on him. He's the guy with the headset.
But does he not? Did he not trust guys like Javonte and Estime and Jaleel last year to do it effectively enough?
That was a question I asked a lot of people who've worked for him last year and who've played for him, and they saw Sean Payton that moved around the play card more here than he has in New Orleans. That less of, hey, these 3 plays are really working, let's just keep rocking that until they don't work. There was more of a move around. Their first drives would often look good, and then they would depart from the things they did on those first drives, and go do other things. And I think sometimes they lump all that in we had to make adjustments. But sometimes you didn't have to make adjustments. It was working great. It probably would have worked a little longer. But that's what I see, that, the run game for them is about commitment. And, I'm not talking about return to the 80s or anything. There are good running teams that only run the ball 38% of the time, but they're good running teams. They run at the right time. They got the right people. They stress the defense. But again, with all these nickel defenses, you're facing defenses that have linebackers that are the size of safeties used to be. It's just, you've got to pound it in there at some point, no matter how smart you want to be and no matter how much you want to throw the ball. The successful offenses right now have found a place for the run game. And, in the Broncos division, I'll keep saying it. I think keeping the ball has merit. I know that's not fun to talk about, that time of possession is a bogus stat and all that. I get it. But at some point, it's a lot harder for Mahomes to score without the ball.
Jeff, last thing for me real quick. There's a lot of free agent quarterbacks out there. Some names that people know, like Jameis, of course, and Cousins, all the Trey Lance is out there. Are all these guys going to find a job in one way or another? I mean, what are we looking at here?
Yeah, well, I mean, the quarterback class is thin in the draft, so it's hard for me to believe all these guys won't have a place. But we're really seeing modern free agency, Moj. The first 2 days, Monday, Tuesday, the negotiating period, that's the player's time. Maybe a little of Wednesday too. That's really the player's leverage in free agency. And if you're not one of the guys who agrees to a deal Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, then you're on the team's terms. I mean, look at all the one-year deals you see from Wednesday on, and by on, I mean all the way to mini camp. It'll be nothing but 1 and 2 year deals now for the rest of you're on the team's clock now, and all these veteran quarterbacks are at the whim of these teams who want to see, okay, when the dust settles, how do we look? How do we look here? And what do we, which one of these guys will come in and behave and be a good backup for us? And that's, free agency that's how it looks now.
But there's a bunch of former Broncos. I mean, you got Russ, obviously. You got Brandon Allen. You got Jeff Driscoll. You got Ripa. You got all these different guys floating around out there. I don't know. It just looked like a lot of names to me, and I'm like, I don't see how all these guys find a gig.
They may not. Maybe you got to keep working out, and people bring you in. And I mean, just think about it. The Lions brought in Teddy Bridgewater at the end of the season last year. He was coaching high school football, so it's hard for me to believe that a lot of these guys won't have at least some employment. And with the practice squads now, you're looking at some future veteran practice squad guys here moving forward too.
My TikTok account has been hacked, and I'm wondering if you can help me unhack it.
Again?
Yeah, you know me. I'm an expert. I am the only person on planet Earth who has never had a TikTok account. So there you go.
Me too, Leggy.
I just can't. I can't believe anyone would be interested in my.
Yeah, I don't know either. So
in your dances,
and Leggy, stand up and give me a good old Jackson Mahomes, could you?
Yeah, I got.
Give him some music, Nelly. Give him some music. Let's get some music for Jeff Leggy.
I like to keep my moves, in the private realm. Let's just say that.
You don't like not even 5 seconds, little hand movement, anything?
Oh no!
Come on, Jeff.
No.
When was the last time you did dance? Whose wedding were you the last time you danced?
Let's see. Now I've had some Festivus. There's no question. I get out and about. But
all right.
If I give you 5 seconds, it'll live forever. So there's no way
That's
I'm giving
true.
you
Pretty
5
much.
seconds.
Jeff, I'm just gonna have to do this then. From here on out until the draft starts, you either give me 5 seconds of a TikTok dance move or you give me one of your top 100. You choose which one. I don't care which one, but you have to do one of them.
That feels like a threat. I feel
Yeah, it does.
I could never threaten Legwald. I'm terrified of you. You got like bear paws for hands. I wouldn't dare. Thank you, Leggy. Always appreciate the time. We'll talk to you next week.
You guys are awesome. We'll see you.
All right, Jeff Legwald, ESPN.com. All Conversations with Leggy brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Do you guys agree with me, by the way?
What if he were like a world-class dancer and we didn't know?
And it's just hidden?
Yeah, I mean, if he just pulled out some ridiculous moves.
Do you guys agree with me on this? Legwald strikes me as a guy that was like a world-class wrestler in like high school and college, and he's just hidden that. Like if you actually got into a tussle with him, he would break you in half. He seems like one of those stout, like hands the size of anvils kind of guy.
Yeah.
I'm not messing with him. I'm not. So it wasn't a threat, Leggy. It was a request. Either a 5-second TikTok dance or one of your top 100. I feel like that's a reasonable request. We're about a month away from the draft anyway, ish. All right, get back to the Nuggets here. The Nuggets, as much as I don't want to talk about that, we have to because it's time to face facts. Minnesota's got your number. Get to it next.
Welcome back. MLK in the morning here on Altitude 92.5. Well, I figured I'd start since Kaner's not there.
Actually, I'm looking in the break room. It looks like he's filming a TikTok with Jeff Legwold.
Great.
Yeah, sounds great. Yeah,
I want
go
to
ahead
thank
and do
Billy
that.
last night for coming by our postgame show and giving me this shirt. You have one of these already,
Thank
right,
you,
Moj?
Billy. Yeah, I have.
Operation.
She gave us. Well, she gave it to us years ago, and we came up with that particular operation. And I don't remember
who came up with this.
I think it was you, to be honest with you. I think it was you that came up with that.
Well, this is the
I'm pretty
operation
sure.
moving forward that's necessary to beat the Minnesota Timberwolves. I want it so bad.
Yeah.
I want it to be all good because it hasn't been
I think
good.
you're the one. You're the one that came up with that. We're looking for other operations as we approach playoff time here with these clubs. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I don't know. We haven't talked hockey at all, and I don't know why we would. The Avs off yesterday. They're going to practice today.
Moj, I'll ask you a hockey
night.
question. I'll ask you a hockey
Sure.
question. Like, if you ask me, and I'm man enough to say this, I'm not ashamed, I don't want to face the Minnesota Timberwolves in the playoffs. I want to hide from them. I don't want them. Is there a team that the Avs do not want to face in the playoffs? I mean, they're pretty much locked in at this point, but is there somewhere down the line that you just not a good matchup?
I think if you had your wish list, I mean, you don't want to face the other best goalies on the planet, and you've got two inside your division in Hellebuck and Ottinger. Hellebuck's having a whale of a season. He's going to win the Vezina again, I'm sure. And you have no choice, though. I mean, that's the way the playoffs are set up. You're going to get Dallas. Again, assuming that you don't fall back behind Minnesota. If you end up wild card number 1, which is where you would end up, because wild card number 2 has 71 points. That's Calgary. But if you ended up a wild card number 1, you cross over and play Vegas, whom I'm not really that afraid of, to be honest. They don't really scare me. Their back end is big and tough and really good, but they don't scare me top to bottom, maybe like Dallas or Winnipeg would. But I'll put the Avs up against anybody right now. I mean, I can guarantee you that they don't want to face the Colorado Avalanche. And you look around the Western Conference, the top 3 scoring teams in the Western Conference are the top 3 teams inside the Central: Winnipeg, Dallas, and the Avs. And those 3 are all capable of winning it all, and it's going to be a pain in the butt to get out. It really will be.
I know that you...
By the way, welcome back, Brett.
Hi.
Hey, work ethic. Try it.
Out there filming TikToks and doing whatever it is you do.
Hanging out.
How late was I? 2 seconds?
No longer than that.
Trying to put together a professional radio show here.
Glad I'm back. It's a shame I missed your riveting T-shirt talk by the time I got back on the air. But I know that we're upset from last night because the T-Wolves seem to have your number. I'm more upset that it just...
They don't seem to, Brett. They have
no,
your...
they do.
It's not even a seem
okay,
to.
They do.
Have your number.
They do.
I mean, it's...
I'll tell you what I'm more upset about, though. I just didn't feel like there was a hunger last night for a team that bounced you in that building a year ago in pretty upsetting and honestly embarrassing fashion. It didn't feel like the Nuggets seemed to use any of that fuel.
You're so right about that. First of all, the game was an uphill climb the entire time, right? One of my keys yesterday was to get off to a good start, win the first quarter. Because if you win the first quarter at home especially, you pretty much win the game. And they were down 11-2 before you could blink. It took a while for them to score the first bucket. It just was slow and methodical from the beginning. And it just had that look, right? Had that look from the get-go.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Right? Didn't it?
Yeah.
So at that point, you're like, and it just never felt right. It feels like every game against that team, they do something. They gum it up. They gum everything up. And the Nuggets just do not respond.
Yeah, but Vic, I'm just not used to the Nuggets getting punked on their home floor. You know, it just so many things this season that we haven't seen in quite a while. And when you get drilled by 20 at home to that team, you're like, oh man. You know, it's just we're seeing things that we're not used to seeing lately, and you got to come to grips with that. And I'm trying to determine whether or not this is a symptom of a larger issue for the rest of this year, or if this is, hey man, they're just right now, dog days, get us to the postseason and let's go.
Do you think the redemption card, because you speak of that, what happened in Game 7, do you think that's a bigger issue with the fans or the players? Like, we as fans.
Well, judging by last night, the fans. They were into it, or they wanted to be. They were just never given a full reason to be into it. I don't know how it wouldn't be for the players. I think I would take that a little bit personally, what happened last year, especially the way they did it. Remember, at the end of that Game 7, Anthony Edwards is waving goodbye to the crowd, and Jaden McDaniels tries to dunk.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how that doesn't carry over. Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't that piss you off?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I'm a fan, but it pissed me off. I didn't like it. I don't get it.
Well, I think they do have that pride. They do have that memory bank. They do want to fix it. I just think without Aaron Gordon, they're not equipped to beat that team. They're just not big enough, not physical enough. That's a physical team that matches up against the Nuggets like no other. And I think Aaron Gordon is a necessary piece of that puzzle to beat Minnesota. And if you don't have him, I don't think you have much of a shot. Is that an excuse or is that a reason? You tell me.
I mean, it is a reason. It just, I don't. Here's what's difficult, Vic, is that I just don't. If they played their asses off last night and they came up short, then I think I could live with that. But it felt like there was just nothing. Like it was Joker trying to do whatever he could. And what really bothers me is that guy's dealing with, I think, 15 injuries right now that he's just not letting on, and he continues to play through it.
Well, Michael Malone wanted to sit him in the second of the back-to-backs at OKC, right? He said no.
He said hell
I'm
no,
going
actually.
on the floor.
That was the quote.
Yeah, he said hell no, exactly. Vic, and again, here's the story. I'm not really I'm not freaking out or anything like that. And every team in every sport's going to throw up a dud, okay? Duds happen all the time, even for the very best teams. It just feels like we've gotten more than our fair share of duds out of the Denver Nuggets this year.
It's not a dud, though, Moj. Duds are things where it's like, hey, we expected things to go differently, and they didn't. Like when dud is always used for fireworks. When you buy fireworks and you light them off, fireworks go off. And occasionally one doesn't. You go, that was a dud. If I bought fireworks and half the bag are duds, that's just bad fireworks now. Okay? It's not a dud anymore. Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah, it makes sense.
It's not an outlier. This has happened frequently against good teams throughout the course of this year. The amount of games that they've been like, it's the end of the fourth quarter and you have no shot to even come back and win. That's what's frustrating. The last 2 times you played Minnesota, you've lost by 49 combined points.
That's a double dudaroo right there, Brett.
Yeah, it's you lost the first one in a tight matchup in Minnesota. Okay. And then the next 2, they just pushed you around. And, again, this is a team that has to outshoot its problems. And if you're not having that kind of night from beyond the arc or even in front of it, then you got no shot.
And they can.
Yeah, but, Vic, this is what I'm trying to get at, Vic. This is sort of, for me, watching that last night, talking to you about it today, it's sort of a sobering reality that, damn, they've got your number, and it's real. It's not made up.
It's real.
And you need to shoot the damn basketball better.
I see.
You can't have 3 of your starting 5. I mean, again, look at MPJ's 3 for 10, Jamal's 4 for 15, Christian Brown 3 for 10. You can't have that, man.
See, I do think there's a fix to the problem we witnessed last night. And the fix is really simple. Just avoid the problem. The fix is simple. Avoid the problem the best you can. Win the remaining games that you should be winning. Beat L.A. Hell, beat L.A. twice if they don't have LeBron because you've got them twice in the next few days. So beat them twice. Get some cushion between you and the Lakers. If you can end up with the 2 seed or the 3 seed, they're currently 3, avoid the Minnesota Timberwolves at all costs in the playoffs.
But that part of the bracket there, Vic, is tight. I mean, when you're looking at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, it's pretty bunched together. How do you predict who's going to go where?
I get it, but you're playing those teams that you're bunched together with. Look at the remaining schedule for the Nuggets. The teams you're bunched together with: Memphis, the Lakers, Houston. Those are teams that are on your remaining schedule. If you take care of business against those teams, I think you'll finish ahead of those teams. So that's the goal now. That's the goal. You got the Lakers tomorrow night. They don't have LeBron. You are not going to have Aaron Gordon, more than likely. You got to win this game. We're not. This isn't recess. You got to win this game.
If the season ended today, the Nuggets would play Golden State in the first round. And I don't know what to make of Golden State. We'll see them. What day is that, Vic?
You said Monday? Monday. It's Monday.
We'll find out.
Yeah.
Talk to me after Monday.
We'll find out
we'll
close enough. Yeah. Yep.
I just wish there was more teams in which I could go out and say I think the Nuggets would beat them if matched up in a playoff series right now, but there's a whole bunch of I don't knows kind of on my board.
I guess the thing that bothers me a little bit, and I don't know if it bothers me or if it's just the way it is. I mean, he's the best player on the planet. Yesterday, Chris Finch, head coach of the Minnesota Timberwolves, was asked to weigh in on the MVP race. And he says, quote, "It feels like a Shea MVP kind of year, but there's no doubt we're playing against the best player on the planet tonight in Nikola Jokic." So they continue to throw that out there, that thought process. But how is it, fatigue was thrown out there that they were tired after the Oklahoma City back-to-back. I get it. But why is Joker the only one then that produces despite the fatigue? Produces consistently. Like that's your compass, predictably, every time.
That's why I throw my hands up at the fatigue thing. I'm like, you know what? I'm so tired of that because fatigue was the thing that we talked about at the Game 7 last year in the postseason. I'm just like,
well, that's what I'm saying. Even Joker said it. Said we had a day off yesterday. How is it he can be fatigued and yet put up 34, 8, and 6 or whatever the number was? How does that work?
It was, and Vic, it was only 4 because, again, the guys he's throwing the ball to are not making. Okay, they're not making enough shots. He should have had. Again, he probably should have had 10 assists or more. It's just, I don't know.
Here's
have answers for
and the other reason I don't buy the fatigue thing, here's the other reason. What is the Nuggets' record on the second game of a back-to-back when fatigue is obviously going to play?
Almost undefeated.
11-1.
They're 12-1.
11-1, 12-1.
12-1. So I just can't buy it.
Just quickly, here's Malone in the post game.
Yeah, I mean, since I think December 8th, we have the third best record in the league. I mean, we're going into tonight, we're 14-4 in the last 18. But that doesn't make getting your ass kicked fun. I mean, I know you weren't insinuating that. I felt that we were really tired tonight. And I don't know if that back-to-back in OKC and the emotions of that, everything we put into that, I just felt that we were a step slow. And that's understandable. Like, that's what I was telling myself is that, I mean, you look at what I've been asking, especially our main players as of late, that's a lot. And so we just got to find a way to get them as much rest heading into this upcoming back-to-back against L.A. and Washington.
How do you do that? How do you find rest when every game is so vital and this is what you've got? You don't have the benefit of a deep bench. You're not OKC playing 10. You're not Minnesota playing 10. This is your rotation. How? Where's the rest? Where? The only rest is if you're up 30 on the Wizards in the third quarter.
Yeah.
Hell, they were down 20 and the starters were still in the game last night.
Is this wrong of me to say? Because I know it's a factor in everything. And I said it for the Avs, that the Avs against Minnesota, Moj, the other night, they were dealing with a lot of fatigue. Okay, but I thought they put forth a really good effort in that game. They still stole a point out of that, and they gave it a real shot. So, Brett, why would you make an excuse for the Avs when it's fatigue and you don't do that for the Nuggets? Here's why. The Avs are rolling. The Avs have been winning a whole bunch of hockey games as of late. You feel confident in them. What's the Nuggets' record in their last 10 games?
5-5.
That's why. And so I hear fatigue, and I'm just like, to be honest, don't care. Don't care. I need to see production. And it's just been too inconsistent really all year. But especially, Vic, like I'm putting my barometer against the top teams in the league. That's who you've been playing for the last 10 games, right? Mm-hmm. You've been playing Boston's and Milwaukee's and OKC's and the Lakers.
Been very difficult.
That's what I'm trying to judge from here. And too many of those games have turned out end of fourth quarter. Let's put in, the PJ Halls and Vladkos of the group to get a few minutes at the end of the game. That's what I'm upset about.
I got one for you. I got something for you real quick. Vic, when was the last time you had a smelling salt?
I had a Zin. It looks like a smelling salt.
They do, actually, yeah.
I was on the bench the other night in Minnesota talking to the camera guy, getting ready to do my interview, Charlie Coyle. And, we got in late, not a lot of sleep, that kind of thing. He goes, here, try this. I go, what is this? It's a little jar.
Oh, yeah.
Woo-hoo! Smelling salts, man.
So are those like just, those are popped on the hockey bench, right? They're just like all over the place.
Yeah,
I see them all over.
Like the little tabs, yeah. But this guy had like a jar of it looked like beans, and it was smelling salts. I'm like, good Lord almighty.
If you walk across the sidelines after a given Bronco game, you will see those little packets everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Man, it's just pure ammonia. Yeah, Brett, when was the last time you had a smelling salt?
I've never done one. I want to. I've never done it before.
One.
Did you see Raj had some in studio a day or two ago, and he gave some to Polumbus because Polumbus was saying, I haven't had a hit of this since my playing days. And he took a hit, and you could see it all coming back to him. He was ready to run through a wall.
I tell you what, get Raj to bring one to Kane in the next segment, our final segment. We'll do one live on the air. I just want to see the effects.
Wait, Does he have one?
Maybe
he's
the Nuggets
walking
needed
over.
some smelling salts last night.
Okay, let's do this.
Walking over.
Raj looks like he's got some, so I want to do this to close out the show. See if I can get super amped for the last 10 minutes of this sucker. We'll do it next.
I remember it like it was yesterday, having my physical. My doc says, hey, let me go over the blood work with you. Yeah, your testosterone's getting kind of low. I said, what do I do, doc? He said, well, you're just getting old. I said, well, I got to do something about this. So what I did is I contacted the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and maybe you should do that too. If you're feeling sluggish, low energy, sleep patterns are off, you're working out, not seeing the gains, do yourself a favor and just figure it out. Maybe it's not low T, but maybe it is. Guys start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every single year in their early to mid-30s. And then all of a sudden, you just don't feel like you used to. So go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Do yourself a favor. Take the quiz. It takes 2 minutes. Do yourself a favor again and book an appointment. Colorado licensed medical provider is going to draw your blood, results within 30 minutes. It's only $99. Got the consult, the T, the PSA test, and if you sign up for testosterone treatment that day, your visit is absolutely free. You're going to feel better. No more brain fog, more productive at work. You're going to get that sex drive back. All that stuff is going to be there for you, and they've helped tens of thousands of men. Don't wait. Call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right. I got this. Ammonia Sport Squeeze. Smelling salts, twist and sniff.
Okay, I have a deeper question. Why is Raj walking around with that? Like it's just customary.
Raj said he's used them forever, and he still does that. I
Why?
don't know.
For what?
Raj, jump on the mic. Tell him. He's asking why.
To do a radio show?
No, I don't do them before my radio show. I've always had those things on me. I've been addicted to them since I was like 16.
What does the inside of your nose look like?
Probably not great.
I mean, that ammonia gets up in your brain, man. It's heavy duty. There's nothing like it.
What does your brain look like?
It's a really bizarre thing.
Oh, there's a lot of gray matter up there. We think CTE is kind of floating around up there.
We got a dude just sniffing ammonia on our staff?
Polumbus is into it too. He wanted to steal the bottle that I just gave to Brett.
I'm going to do it now.
All right, so take
it's my first time.
Hold on.
Take and don't be a baby about it.
Hold on. Has this thing been in Raj's nose?
No,
and now
you
you're
don't
sticking
put
it
it
in
up
yours?
your nose. You hold it about 6 inches away and you squeeze, and then you just sniff. I'm going to do it like, maybe not like Raj, because Raj looked like.
You got to commit.
Give me some, Nelly. Give me some, Nelly.
You got to commit to this.
Come on, man.
You don't get to be a wuss about
Take it.
All right, I'm not going to be a wuss. I'm just, you look like a cat on catnip. All right, here we go. 3, 2. That was a straight burst. That wasn't like what you did. I squeezed it too hard.
Dude, Red is out of sorts right now. Look at Red.
I know. Look at him. I know, dude.
That's what
I'm telling you, it's heavy duty.
I didn't think it would come out like that fast. That was not what you did.
Dude, when you squeeze that cow's teat a little too hard.
Woo.
It
That's
felt
awesome.
like it feels like I have a bloody nose now. Oh my God.
Describe the feeling.
I don't even know where.
Okay,
I don't even know where you get those.
It feels like I jumped into a pool and a whole bunch of pool water got my nose.
Chlorine.
It's like chlorine, that chlorine sort of thing to it.
So what, like a few seconds later, what's the effect now? Do you feel like running?
You're alert. Yeah,
Wanna
you
lift?
get alert. It
Wanna
makes you
hit somebody?
alert.
What?
Yeah.
I feel like I have typhoid now.
Okay.
No, I'm alert. Yeah. It's
And
a
the
real
funny part
kick
is-
in the schnoz.
Right up here in the sinuses up here, that lingered in my sinus cavity like all night. I mean, it was bizarre. It was really weird.
I'm telling you right now, that was what you did, Raj, was like you had a slow little push and you were like, I had a straight, like a Nerf gun just got shot up there. Goodness.
I'm just still stunned that
Thank you,
a
Raj.
member of our fine staff walks around with that in his pocket. Like it's just.
Well, it's not illegal.
I
It's
know,
not.
but
There's nothing.
I mean, you just saw what it did to our fellow co-host. You just saw what it did to him.
I also did it incorrectly, I think. That was not the way I was supposed to do that. But I was very excited. I was just told, don't be a wuss. And I went, pfft.
Nelly, take one.
Yeah, Nelly, take one.
Yeah.
Have you ever had a smelling salt?
I
Take
have
one.
not. No. What do I need to smell salts for? Playing
Nelly,
saxophone?
take it.
All right. Do we need some? Do we need some music
Do
here?
whatever you got to do, Nelly.
Yeah.
I want to see if you have the same reaction as.
Let's get in the zone. And can you give me instructions, Raj, so I don't do what Brett did?
Just squeeze it a little bit and then just say.
No, throw it up in your nostril. Throw it way up in
All
there.
right, here we go. So just up
Like-
here in the
like
little.
Get up in there.
No, not all the way in there. He shoved it all the way up in there.
He got up in there. He got up all in there.
Oh my goodness! I can see time. Wow!
Isn't that crazy?
Oh
I know.
my goodness
That's
gracious!
crazy.
I feel like I have the other 90% of my brain unlocked right now.
No,
Brett,
but
I'm
he
not sure
shoved-
what I
He shoved
said.
the nozzle into his nostril. You're supposed to keep
I
it
know,
6 inches away.
He's an absolute animal. Hey, I don't know what I said the other night during the game at Minnesota, but the producer Lee goes, hey, yeah, no more smelling salts for you. I'm like, well, what am I doing? I'm not freaking out or anything. I mean, what did I do? You know, I mean, what did I say? I think one time it was scissoring, but I forget what it was.
Okay. Where do you buy? I mean, where do you buy stuff like that? Where
Somebody said Amazon.
I've never seen
Yeah, he said
that
Amazon.
for sale.
He said he got them
Somebody
on
said Amazon. Yeah.
Yeah, that was an experience. That was an experience. Okay. Before we get the fact checker, Nelly's not okay right now. Look at his face. Nelly is not
know,
okay.
I'm crying, boys.
Yeah, I know, dude. It's weird, man.
I am ready to
It's
go.
weird.
I'm so ready to go.
Okay,
Are
so
you ready?
I know.
Hang on, hang
You
on.
guys fight. You two fight each other.
Let's go, Kane. Let's go.
Nelly, grab a ladder. Before we get the fact checker.
Oh, come on.
Well, if he wants to punch me in the face, I mean, I want to play this audio real quick. I heard this yesterday.
Nelly, just wheel him out to the sun.
Yeah, that would be an equalizer. Matt Stafford was on the Kelsey Brothers podcast, whatever that's called, New Heights or whatever. He told a story about Aaron Donald, and I need you guys to hear this story. This is how much of a freak Aaron Donald is.
He's a maniac in the weight room, right? I'll never forget, we had like a Make-A-Wish kid had been like, my dream is to go like be with Aaron Donald for a day kind of thing. And thankfully this kid at that point had kind of beaten the odds and had beaten the cancer that he had, I believe, and like was really on the mend. And it was really cool. Like he came in and you're like, oh man, this guy's like doing good, right? High school kid, bigger kid, loved to play football. And AD was like, cool, come work out with me, right? I'm walking by, I'm like, yo, what's about to go down? Yeah, right? I'm over there doing like banded something, and like 30 minutes in and AD's just ripping curls out. Next thing you know, this kid is puking in the trash can in the hallway. And I'm like, AD, can you please like have a little couth, a little understanding? Like,
The kid got what he wanted.
You want to be AD, you got to work like AD. It was
been on chemo for months, AD.
I'm like, can we just relax on the bicep curls for a little bit? It's like, how many do we do?
He made a kid who was a Make-A-Wish kid.
God.
Who wanted to, his dream was to work out with Aaron Donald, and he made him puke during the workout.
Have you ever puked during a workout?
Yes.
Because of just...
I have too.
Okay.
Yep.
Yes. But I wasn't a Make-A-Wish kid who just thought I'd have a fun day with one of my heroes. That's not what happened.
Can't we just go get an ice cream instead? I mean, come on,
dude, when I said work out, it's like, hey, can you show me how you do reverse curls, and then we can go get some ice cream.
Well, the kid is beating cancer. That's good news. The bad news is he's got a torn bicep tendon and he's puking.
Oh, I actually saw there was a response
come
to that
on,
from
man.
that kid. So he's doing well. He's a high school football player now.
That's
and he
awesome.
goes,
That's
you didn't
awesome.
finish the story because I finished the workout after I puked, which I
Good
thought
for
was
him.
funny. Yeah.
Good job.
Who said that
Good job.
story? Who was that?
Stafford.
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 Wow, man.
Um,
Hey, go to Red Rocks on an off day before a concert and see all the puke that you find at the bottom or top of the staircases
kidding.
over there.
Yeah, those people. And you know what? Who are those people that are running, they're showing off, from row to row and then backwards row to row. I'm like,
calm down. You two.
calm down. Knock it off.
Nelly said he needs some time for fact checkers, so go ahead.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
We all should have done smelling salts at about 7 o'clock because this was one of the rougher shows we've had in a while. So here's a compilation of all the fun that you missed today if you're just tuning in.
And finally, they're doing something on that side of the football.
And they may not be done, according to Adam Schefter. Remember who you are, Minnesota. You are the worst major sports city in our country. What has Minnesota won? The city of Minnesota over the last what?
The city of Minnesota. You have to accept the fact that they aren't good on defense right now, and they won't be. There is no flip that they're going to switch when the playoffs hit, okay? They just aren't good.
Man, they are hitting dingers right now. And they're not hitting singles. It's not just singles and doubles. They're leaving the ball yard.
Look at Moser with a clean sheet.
You
this is
did.
a great day, baby.
No, you
This
should
is
have.
a great
Hey,
day.
When Moser so arrogantly said, "When I speak to my rock and roll brethren," what did he say again? What was that?
I have friends in the rock and roll world or something.
Yeah, I actually got to get out of here. We got a big meeting at the convention center, me and the top chefs in the world, Gordon Ramsay, Bobby Flay. Got to break down some
good
tape
Lord.
for the draft, you know what I mean?
I had no idea. It wasn't even like that. It wasn't even like I didn't even name the name.
I have no idea that we have to actually help Raj with his addiction to ammonia.
What is that? They used to have a show, My Weird Addiction, where people were eating like couch cushions and stuff like that. Raj is just huffing ammonia the entire time.
Oh, we're going to have an intervention.
Look out, Raj. You might have more than just Mike Sanford meeting you in studio coming up. All right. iTunes, Spotify, wherever you find your podcasts. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, have a great Thursday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Rebound comes down to Porter. Length of the floor, outlet pass over to Westbrook. Back behind him over to Porter, and he throws it away. Edwards has one man to beat, and he dunked it home with two hands. Rebound down to Westbrook. Quick outlet pass, Murray. Alley-oop, dunk! Two hands, Christian Brown. Loose ball comes down to Conley. Front court, Reed and a three. Good. 21-point lead for Minnesota. Timeout again for Michael Malone as Anthony Edwards and Naz Reid are doing a little dance there in celebration at the midcourt circle. And why not? Blowing out the Denver Nuggets. Runner won't go by Denver. Edwards has it left side of the midcourt circle. Edwards goes to the left hand. Zone defense here by Denver. In the paint, Gobert dunk. 23-point lead, 7 minutes left to go in the game. 4 seconds left to go in Denver, 2-1, and there's the horn. Well, the Minnesota Timberwolves come to Denver and punch the Nuggets in the mouth. Nuggets never led in the game. They get blown out. 115-95 the final.
It wasn't close early, wasn't close in the middle, and it sure wasn't close late. 115-95 is the score last night. Another national television loss for the Nuggets, and this one at the hands of the Minnesota Timberwolves. And that team, coach, they've got your money. I told you I'm not making any proclamations based off of game-to-game basis with these Nuggets. I've learned my lesson. But something I can take out of that, avoid Minnesota at all costs. They are not a good matchup.
How long have we been saying that here on this show, Raj?
Quite a while.
They're the only team in the National Basketball Association, Eastern Conference, Western Conference, that you do not want to play as the Denver Nuggets.
I wouldn't say the only team, but
I do. Show me another team that the Nuggets have not matched up well with this season in any capacity.
I know they're 2-2 against Oklahoma City. I don't want to see them.
I do. More than 5 in a row against a team like
there's something about that loss, dude, in Game 7. Those last 20 minutes. It feels like what the Avs had to battle through when they were losing 3 straight second-round series, where it just felt inevitable that you were going to find a way to lose, whether it was injuries or Kivi Ranta coming in and having a hat trick in his first career playoff game. Ryan Graves throwing pucks into guys' shin pads back-to-back times, and then Vegas comes back when the series should have essentially been over at that point. Minnesota, that one quarter, and maybe you can go back to the blowout loss in Game 6 as well. They've got something over you. There is some sort of witchcraft that's happening. I know it's a bad matchup, but there's some sort of witchcraft that I think they've broken the Nuggets. We talk about the Nuggets and the Lakers, right? Over the past 4 years that you've just owned them. There's something mentally that Denver has over LA. This last game that, JJ Redick employed his Bletchley Park type of defense against them is
I really don't give a
Thank you, JJ. You've got something over the Lakers. Minnesota's got something over you. And I think it's completely mental. I don't buy the fatigue nonsense from last night. You had a night off.
Nope.
I don't buy that at all. This is mental.
Yeah, and Michael Malone talked about it after the game. I want to hear what he had to say. He mentioned something about just generally speaking coming off the back-to-back.
Probably a little bit of all the above. I know the last 2 games we did not have Aaron Gordon, and I think against a team with that kind of size and physicality, having Aaron would definitely help, but that's no excuse. Probably the craziest stat of the night, we didn't play much defense all night long. They had 115 points. They shot 48 from the field. They shot 43 from 3. They had 29 second chance points. On 12 offensive rebounds. That's a crazy stat. And we only had 11, so that's an 18-point differential. And that can't happen. So, and the three-point line, they outscored us by 30 points from the three-point line. So we did a poor job of defending it, giving them 17, and we really struggled to make shots tonight to give them and their defense credit.
I agree with what he's saying. Aaron Gordon would have made a difference, but he hasn't in the past. This is a losing streak against the franchise that goes back to Game 6. of the second round of the playoffs. I do think that they have a personnel problem also with the Minnesota Timberwolves. And it starts with what I think is the biggest thorn in the side of the Denver Nuggets, and that is Ant Edwards. There's like a passion, a fire, the ability to penetrate and draw upon defenders. And he, in and of himself, creates so many different open looks outside the three-point line and has done that now for what feels like the last 3 years against this team. This guy's only, 23, 24 years old? Feels like he's been a thorn in the Nuggets side now since the early 2020s. Guy's younger than Bo Nix. You got a problem with the Timberwolves. Avoid them at all costs. Find a way. If you got to tank it the rest of the season, the last 16 games to avoid him, do that.
You know who Anthony Edwards feels like when he plays against the Nuggets? He feels like... Remember when Jamal Murray had that 48-point game against Boston years ago? It had to be 5 years ago at this point, maybe even more than that. I think it was like in 2018 or 2019 when he did that, launched the ball up into the stands. He feels like Jamal Murray then. That brash, I'm walking in, I don't give a damn what you think about me, and I'm going to drop it on your head. He feels like late 20-teens Jamal Murray.
He does, but he's more athletic. Way more athletic. Jamal Murray as a slot wide receiver or a Z or X receiver wouldn't scare me. Ant Edwards, his body type, his explosiveness, his speed, his power, his change of direction, every aspect as a football player, as a crossover athlete, would be mortifying to me if I were an opposing coach. That dude is a freak. Freak show. And yeah, I am glazing the Wolves. I have been for the last, how long, Raj?
Half the season.
I keep talking about it. And it just keeps revealing and rearing its ugly head over and over and over that you do not want to see these Minnesota Timberwolves.
And the thing that we know about the Nuggets this year, and we have known, is it's so simple, right? Because of what the game is. When the Nuggets don't make shots, particularly from beyond the arc, they lose basketball games. That's what happens, right? Minnesota threw up 43s. They hit 17 of them. You went 7 of 30. When you don't hit shots, you're going to either lose, and more often than not, what we're seeing is when you don't hit shots, you get blown out. And maybe I need to come to grips with this is the new version of the NBA, is that when you clearly don't have it, you're going to get blown out. Like there's no keeping this thing close. This felt like Game 6. This game last night felt like Game 6 when you knew from the onset, nope, ain't gonna happen tonight, and then the hands come off the rope. It goes completely to the other side. You lose the tug of war in the second quarter. Is kind of what it felt like. Maybe I need to come to grips with that. That's the new version of the NBA. Unless it is close for the majority of the game, it will never be close at the end of the game. And I walked away from last night's 20-point loss going, it's the same exact thing I saw in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And I have to rest on my laurels going, Game 7 was just a fluke. That's the only thing I have to rest on. Game 7, the final 20 minutes, was a fluke.
How can you even believe it's a fluke? It wasn't. It happened, and then it continues.
Because if I don't do it, I spiral into despair.
Well,
and I don't want to be that guy.
You don't need to spiral into despair.
I don't want to be that guy.
Admit.
That's a horrible existence to live.
Do you remember when Vic Lombardi on these airwaves, and on, actually more importantly than these airwaves, in front of nearly 1 million Denverites and Coloradans, said that the Denver Nuggets were the Lakers' daddy? It's time to admit, the Minnesota Timberwolves, they're your father, Denver Nuggets. They are your dad.
It doesn't feel as definitive as Denver over LA. Though.
Sure does right now to me.
It's a lot recently. It doesn't feel as dominant as Denver had been over the Lakers.
Being in that building.
It's getting there, but it's not there yet.
Game 7, that was as big of a gut punch as I will ever have as a fan of a sports team in my lifetime.
More so than Joe Flacco, the Hail Mary in 2012. That's a gut punch. That hurt.
Dude, you were up You were up big, and it just slowly you stole defeat from the jaws of victory as a Denver Nuggets franchise, and it did it against a team that since then has not looked back. And everybody thought,
hold on. They haven't looked back against you.
Okay, that's fine.
But it's not like they've been world beaters. They didn't even make it to the final last year.
What place?
They got beat by a 6 seed.
Raj, what place this season are the Nuggets in the Western Conference currently?
3.
So everybody thinks that the Minnesota Timberwolves are way out of this thing. How many fewer victories do the Timberwolves have than the Nuggets right now?
4.
It's not that far off. And everybody thought that the Twin Towers component of this, the Rudy Gobert, Karl Anthony Towns situation, was the reason that the Nuggets and Nikola Jokic maybe had an issue just schematically with this team. That's not the problem. In fact, I would argue that Karl Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert clogged the paint for a guy like Ant Edwards to go do what he does. I think this team is scarier now without the Twin Towers because now they're more athletic, and Dante DiVincenzo and his ugly face are knocking down shots. Nas Reed can still beat you at any time.
You can make the argument they're the hottest team in the West right now.
They are the hottest team in the West.
It's either them or Golden State.
So,
actually, who'd you rather see right now? Because if the playoffs started today,
is this even a question?
If the playoffs started today, you match up against Golden State. They have a minimal lead right now in the loss column against Minnesota. So 16 and a half games out of first place for both of those teams. As it stands right now, you'd get Golden State, who is 9-1 in their last 10. They've won 5 straight.
Are you talking about the geriatric Warriors? The Golden Girls?
The geriatric Warriors who have won 5 straight and are 9-1, and Jimmy Butler looks like a fit.
Cool.
Your logic about being scared about certain teams baffles me sometimes.
No, I've held to this every single time, Raj. There's only one team that scares me for the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah, it's the 7 seed.
It's the Minnesota Timberwolves.
But we're not scared
night?
of a team that's won 54 games. Though.
Because you've split with them. You've beat them. Styles make fights. Matchups matter. And the Denver Nuggets are a bad matchup to beat the Minnesota Timberwolves, and only the Minnesota Timberwolves in the Western Conference. Everybody else, I'll take my chances. I will take my chances with Nikola Jokic and the role players surrounding him to be able to beat them.
The good news about the Nuggets is when you have a bad game and it feels like the sky is falling, which right now, does it feel like the sky is falling, Coach?
No, it feels like you don't want to play the Minnesota Timberwolves in the postseason. Hell or high water. That's what I feel.
On Friday against the Lakers without LeBron and likely without AG,
they'll beat him.
I expect a good game.
Yeah, remember, we're not going to have
proclamations.
No proclamations. What is the one proclamation that we made today?
No expectations.
Don't play the Timberwolves in the postseason. If that requires...
You can make that one. Go ahead.
How many games are remaining? 16?
16 sounds right.
Lose all of them. I don't care. Get into the play-in.
16 is on the nose.
Just don't play the Timberwolves. Just lose them all.
Just lose all of them. You don't want to do that.
Might not make the playoffs.
I was going to say.
Would you miss the playoffs if you lost 16 straight?
Probably. The 10 seed right now is Dallas, who trails Denver by 9.5 games. If you lost out, very good chance you don't even make the playoffs.
All right, I got it. I got the perfect solution. 6-10.
I'd really like them to not be in a play-in spot. Like, I'd really like that not to happen.
A team that's been in second place for the majority in the entire Western Conference.
Let's not be hyperbolic here.
We will not play the Timberwolves, so therefore, we might actually not make the postseason.
Oh, it's a tough one. Nuggets will have the Lakers on Friday night. I expect them to play really well in that game. Avs don't play until Friday as well up in Calgary. And the Broncos continued. Are the Broncos having the savviest offseason of any team in the NFL? We'll get to it on the other side. Coach's thoughts about brand new tight end. New ace? ?
Ace in the hole.
Evan Engram. It's the morning sprint, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. That's Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryanemi. Join us today on the Schott Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour at 303-504-0925. Coach, we heard the commercial for our Not Another Bracket contest that launches on Sunday evening after the full NCAA field is unveiled. And a little jab at you about you formerly coaching at Notre Dame, but, well, Notre Dame's not going to make the tournament this year.
It's been a tough year for hoops.
You do have two former programs that are going to make the tournament. Yale is likely in.
They are dominating the Ivy League. The Ancient Eight has no chance.
No shot.
Against the Yaleys.
So,
Eli Yale is crushing them.
Yale is likely getting in as like a 13 seed.
Mm-hmm.
Utah State is likely getting in.
I'll tell you what, the Mountain West is pretty salty this year in hoop. CSU Rams, man, they are currently not as a shoo-in.
Lenardi has them as first four out.
Which is crazy to me. CSU today, big game. I believe do they play Utah State today?
No. Utah State is playing someone else. Hold on, let me get it for you.
The Mountain West schedule today has CSU playing Nevada. Utah State plays UNLV.
Okay.
Yeah, CSU should get in. Like, especially if they get to a conference championship game, they should get in.
They're a hot basketball team, and former CU Buff power forward Nick Clifford is playing ridiculous basketball.
Talking about CU, have you seen what they're doing?
Dude, the CU, I'll tell you, my man Tad Boyle, one of my favorite people on planet Earth, has had a rough regular season. First year back in the Big 12. Man, he's the ultimate sandbagger. He's the guy you don't want to play at a pool hall late night on a Saturday evening in small town USA, because this guy, he saved it all for the conference tournament, baby.
Colorado's been awful this year.
I mean,
a dumpster fire.
I thought they were going to go 0 in the Big 12. They were in that position up until about a month ago.
3-17 is what their Big 12 record was. Colorado is playing in the Big 12 championship quarterfinal in Kansas City today at 1 p.m. They are the first
Houston,
team.
right?
Yeah, the number 2 team in the country. Watch out.
Not great.
Houston's a 18-point favorite in this game. Colorado is the first team ever to have been ranked 16 or lower in their conference and make the quarterfinal. The first team. So they're making history right now. This would be the upset of the year in college basketball if Colorado beats Houston to find a way to get to the semifinal. Talk about a bracket buster for keeping a team out that deserves to get in. Colorado making a run and somehow winning the Big 12. That's the story of the year. It might end today. It likely ends today. But for them to get to the quarterfinal after winning 3 Big 12 games and 20 opportunities is insane.
I got to tip my hat to Tad Boyle for keeping that squad together, man. He is a really, really good basketball coach, a great recruiter. They have some really, really impressive talent. And for the CU Buffs to beat West Virginia in that second round, and then in the first round beat TCU, I mean, that's unbelievable. You win 3 out of 20 in the regular season, and then to start out the conference tournament, you're 2-0.
How hard is it to keep a ship like that afloat?
Really,
when you
really,
know it's
really, really hard.
Right, when you know it's done, it's sinking. How hard is it to keep guys from jumping ship?
Well, it's even more impossible in the landscape of unlimited transfers and NIL, because these players are being pilfered right in front of you. And that's the interesting thing is when you played Kansas several weeks back and Bill Self is watching your young talent on this roster for the CU Buffs, CU did a really good job getting some good players in the recruiting process, namely Bengot Dak. He is a freak, 6'11", 185-pound sophomore from Lincoln, Nebraska. And this guy is a slam dunk machine, athletic rim protector. He is actively being recruited by everybody right now. And he's on your team in a Big 12 conference championship as you speak. So to hold that together is so dang impressive. And a lot of people have called for the job of Tad Boyle. I think you're crazy. And I'm talking to all the CU Buffs fans that think that Tad Boyle should be ran out of town. That is one of the hardest basketball jobs in college basketball, and he has done a phenomenal job.
Buffs take on the number 2 team in the country, Houston, today at 1 p.m. In the quarterfinal of the Big 12 championship game. We'll see if Cinderella turns into a pumpkin or not. Yesterday, Evan Engram, 2-year deal. He now becomes the starting tight end for your Denver Broncos. This is a guy that he continues the trend of what Peyton has had in the offseason here. It is, we are betting on the come for injured players. Joker's the term that gets thrown around. Ace is the term that we use on this
Correct.
show.
I apologize, Raj. Can I get your forgiveness?
Yeah, you tweeted it out. I was pretty upset.
I used the word Joker in a tweet.
I know.
And it wasn't talking about the beautiful 6'11", 285-pound Serbian. So I apologize.
I saw. I can let it slide.
I'll be better.
Don't worry. I've learned. I've been coachable in the past. It's time for coach to be coachable.
So I did actually have a response to one of my tweets that I really, really appreciated. It was that when I used the term Joker and I asked the question to Broncos country and whoever wanted to respond, does Evan Engram suffice as the Joker that Sean Payton has been looking for? And it was a poll question. It was either yes or no, draft one. And somebody responded with, every deck of cards has 2 jokers naturally in him. And that's kind of why I do actually like the Joker term right now in my life, because there are 2 jokers in the deck. I think that the Evan Engram signing is a bridge ace. It's a bridge joker. And you still have to go out and get a tight end because Evan Ingram's not going to get any younger. In fact, there are signs right now of decline in the availability of the player. 2023 was a marvelous year for Evan Engram. 2024, not so much.
It's only the second season where he's been injured. Third season. 18 and 19, he had back-to-back years where
he's had 2 conks, brother.
He had 4 straight seasons between 2020 and 2023 where he's played at least 15 games.
No.
It's not like his whole career he has been this injury-riddled player. And it's not like he's 5 years removed from his best season. He is a year removed from his best season. And for a 2-year deal, like the only year where the money really matters for him is next season, right? The second year, there's only $5 million of guarantees. If he gets hurt again or if he's worthless this year, eating that $5 million really doesn't hurt you all that much. I think that the structure of the contract was sensational. And it's the reason why I think that the Broncos have had the most cost-effective offseason in the NFL to date. They've done an amazing job. They haven't had their hands forced. And the report coming out that Engram met with the Chargers and essentially got the same deal and went, I'm going to go to the Broncos, that matters. That decision-making from, I don't want to say star tight end because he's being paid as a top 15, borderline top 10 guy. That decision from a guy who is right on the cusp of star for his position.
Can I give you the why of Evan Engram choosing the Denver Broncos over Jim Harbaugh and Greg Roman's offense at the Los Angeles Chargers?
He's not going to be asked to block as much in Sean Payton's offense.
And you know what? That is going to be very clear to a tight end that has had some injury between the ears in his career.
So the other thing about Evan Engram, you asked the question about is he truly the Joker for Sean Payton, right? Is he truly that guy? Evan Engram has always struck me as a one-dimensional tight end.
He's a big receiver.
He's a big receiver.
Which is okay.
Can you truly be a Joker if you are this might be a slap in the face, one-trick pony?
I think that's pretty fair.
But his trick's pretty good.
It's been really good. Here, I like Evan Engram. If you look at the prospect he was at the combine, dude, off the charts. To be 6'3", 239 pounds at the time of the combine and run in the 4.4s as a tight end, stupid. But can I remind you something?
I haven't ran my 40, by the way.
How long ago was that combine?
8 years?
This is his
9 years?
Yeah, this will be his 9th season. He ran that 4.41 or 4.43 in 2017. I've added 0.5 tenths of a second to my 40 in the last 8 years. And that's why, without the pounding. Do you think that Evan Engram is that same 4.4?
Without the pounding, but also without like being in National Football League shape.
You saying I'm fat?
I'm not saying you're fat, Coach. I think you're in fine shape.
Like, okay.
If I were to stand
fine
you,
isn't okay.
If I were to put you, like, you know the combine photos where you're just in spandex and nothing else?
Yep.
If I were to stand you next to Evan Engram, I would guess Evan Engram looks a little bit more cut.
He does. And he's your age, Rush. He's 31.
Probably looks better than me, too.
Mm-hmm.
Guarantee he looks
better. No, I know he does.
a little bag of milk over here.
So we're talking about the depreciation of a skill set, which is straight speed. It happens. It's an inevitability of a football player. Since 2017, coming into the NFL, Evan Engram, in his first 4 seasons at the New York Football Giants, his average yards per catch was 11.3 as a rookie, 12.8 as a sophomore in the National Football League, and then 10.6, 10.4. So that's 4 years in, man. That 4.4 is on full display. Also in those years, 6 touchdowns. His all-time high for his career was his rookie season in New York with 6 teeters. 3 tutties in 2018, 3 tutties in 2019, and then it dropped in the COVID year 2020 to 1. The drop-off in yards per catch, average per catch, I think is indicative of the speed not being what it once was. In 4 seasons, there's only been one of those seasons where Evan Engram has been in double digits yards per catch, and that was in 2022. Even in his remarkable 2023 season, with 114 catches, he averaged 8.4 yards per catch. In this past season, was a career low, when he was healthy and available, at just 7.8 yards per catch. So has he lost a step at least in his production? Yes, he has. So you are not, if you're lauding this move and saying we added a 4.4 tight end, you didn't add a 4.4 tight end in its current form. Still a great athlete. He still has the ability to be a really good receiver. He's still a major upgrade over everything that the Denver Broncos have had. And if he stays healthy, this is a 10 out of 10 move for the Broncos. But you still got to draft a tight end. And if you have the ability after, say, pick 12 to move up and go get Tyler Warren, you go freaking do it. You go do it. And anybody who thinks that moving up to get a tight end is a bad move, you don't realize that you have a cost-controlled second-year quarterback that you don't need to move up for that position. You're also not aging out in any other position right now.
Yeah, you're not old.
You're not old
anywhere.
You don't need a tackle in the next 3 seasons. At least 2 for sure. Mike McGlinchey and Garrett Bowles are the closest thing to being old, and they're not old. They're not showing depreciation. You're not old in the defensive line. So the positions that you typically would need to move up for, quarterback, don't need one. You got your guy. Corner, do you need a bona fide big-time corner?
Not for the next
no, you don't.
5-7 years, you don't.
And I don't think you need to go out and get an offensive lineman. It's proven out in the modern NFL game. Running back, tight end. Man, those 2 positions can really, really affect the salience of an offense to be a championship contending offense. Travis Kelce 2 years ago and his entire run, what he meant to Patrick Mahomes, and then just this past season, Saquon Barkley and what he meant to the Eagles. And I think the Broncos have the ability to get either one. One of the 2 is going to be available after 12. It'll be either Ashton Genty or Tyler Warren. If that's the case, you go.
I can't wait for our NFL draft show, man. If that happens, to see the excitement from you compared to what DMac had last year for the quarterbacks, it'll be you're going to sound like that.
Yes. I'll be emotional. There'll be more tears.
Not Another Bracket contest starts on Sunday night. No more picking 67 games. Just pick 5 teams this year and you're good to go. Could it even be Coach's Yale Bulldogs this season? The lower the seed, the more each win is worth. The grand prize package this year is awesome. 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game. You'll get dinner for 2 at the Denver Chop House and Brewery, a catered party for 30 of your friends from Brothers Barbecue, and we're going to buy you a brand new big screen TV. You get all that just for picking 5 teams. You can enter starting on Sunday night after the field is announced at altitudesportsradio.com. All brought to you by our friends at Evan Williams Bourbon. Enjoy it all for buzzer beater celebrations. Adding Evan Williams to your game day lineup is a slam dunk. It's also brought to you by Brothers Barbecue. Let brothers take your events to the next level with their award-winning catering service that starts on Sunday night.
Hey, Colorado, looking for things to do over this spring, or you want to find the perfect place to go watch all the chaos of March with basketball, playoffs starting to get close to loading up? You've got to get to Circa Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. It's on Fremont Street, and that Fremont Street experience, it has done an unbelievable job of rebuilding that entire area. It's the crown jewel property of Old Town Las Vegas. You got to get down there for the big bracket events, including an elite viewing experience March 20th to 23rd, where you get private watch zones to watch all the hysteria of March Madness. Also, private man caves are available for rental. Mania Under the Sun at Stadium Swim, where you can catch the Rays while you catch all the games on a jumbotron that's bigger than any stadium here in Colorado. Make sure you get out to Circa Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. Go to circuslasvegas.com.
Take us wherever you guys go today on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Their injury lawyers. Go to WilhiteWins.com. That is WilhiteWins.com. Raj alongside Coach Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson behind the glass today. Watch us on YouTube, on Twitch. Subscribe to us on YouTube. Just search at Altitude Sports Radio. Don't miss anything, including the Altitude Daily podcast. Coach, great question from the text line here.
Some intelligence coming out of the Shop Mazda text line?
This one from the 845.
Big fan of intelligence. I like smart Raj.
Coach, I just don't see
I actually like smart Raj, too. Like, I don't like dumb Raj. I like
There's
smart
times
Raj.
where I'm real dumb. Like, if you guys were listening yesterday to the end of the show where I tried to make elementary school arithmetic with how many goals Alexander Ovechkin currently has to get to 94 or 894, that was a tough go.
It was almost as if you pre-gamed our show with some loudmouth soup and some wobbly pops.
Yeah, it was that was tough.
Yeah.
Brain got broken on that one.
All right, let's get some intelligence from the Shop Mazda text line.
This one from the 845. Coach, I just don't see a way where they're both there, Genty and Warren.
I don't need both of them there.
I think they both end up going in the top 10. But
see that happening
I
too.
hope I'm wrong. So, Coach, if both Genty and Warren are picked in the top 10, what's the move? Who do you want?
The move, Raj, if neither Ashton Genty nor Tyler Warren are available after you get through pick 12, which is Dallas. So you will have had both the Vegas Raiders and Dallas pick through 12. Both Ashton Genty potential draftees. I believe the move is to actually trade back and get more draft capital. Why? Because I think the drop-off between Ashton Genty and the rest of the running backs, in my opinion, from what I've been able to ascertain, is significant. Ashton Genty is worthy, just like a guy like Saquon Barkley is. Frankly, even just like a guy like Atlanta Falcons running back Bijan Robinson. Physical talent, as Bijan materializes an elite top 3 back yet in the NFL, not necessarily.
He's getting there.
Although he was on my fantasy team, and that dude was putting out points.
Now that he's got a quarterback that's going to be willing to give him the ball
and also stretch it. I think that Ashton Genty and the drop-off between Ashton Genty and Amari Hampton is big. You can disagree with me all you want. I'm totally open to having this argument. A lot of people do think that Amari Hampton is a better running back prospect than Ashton Genty. I would challenge you to look at what Saquon Barkley did for the Eagles franchise. Transformative running backs that change the look and feel of their team by simply having them on their roster and their presence on the field. Those guys are really, really hard to find, and they're very valuable. Did Ashton Genty transform a Boise State program that for the last decade has not played in any significant national football bowl series, FBS, the college football playoff and or New Year's Six bowl games? Boise State hasn't played in since Ashton Genty has been the bell cow for his team. He changed their team. I'm an alum. Boise State's been terrible for the last decade for their standards. Not good. What did Omari Hampton do in his North Carolina career? Both he and Drake May were on that roster 2 years ago. Omari Hampton was there this season. What happened to Mac Brown? He's forced out. So did he have that much value for that franchise, for that team, that he's a better prospect than an Ashton Genty? Hey, get out of here. Is he a good prospect? Yeah. Is he worthy of the 20th pick overall? What has he proven other than his measurables, his highlight tape? I'm talking about day in, day out, repeated ability to change a franchise. He didn't do that for his college program.
So
Ashton Genty did.
The big question with trading out, and you know me, if there's not a player there that I love or that I think that I can get value on that position, like running back, you can get value in the second round. Like Quinshon Judkins, he'll be there. Travion Henderson will be there. The kid out of Tennessee, Dylan Sampson will be there. Caleb Johnson out of Iowa will likely be there.
4th or 5th round, Cam Scadaboo.
Will be there.
I'm down for that in the 4th or 5th round.
The question becomes, is there a player in the final 12 picks of the first round that will have fallen so far that a team would be willing to either move up from later on in the first round or trade back in to go get that player? Because what's the value that you're getting there? Are you getting another second-round pick this year? Or are you getting a future first? It's probably a little bit too much at number 20. You're probably not getting that. Are you getting a future second? Because I don't know if I would trade out if I'm not getting active draft capital this year. Unless it's a future first. Like if you're offering future seconds and thirds to move up, I say no. If it's current seconds, current thirds to move in, I say yes.
I like this. I would prefer, if you're the Denver Broncos, to make a deal with a team that is willing to part ways with second and third round picks this year. Because I think it's a really good opportunity in this draft. Running back and tight end is quality. And I do think that there's a good depth of wide receivers. I don't think the top end talent of the receiver pool is elite, but I think
it's like Ted McMillan and kind of everyone
That's
else.
Travis Hunter, Ted McMillan.
It's so funny. I'm not even thinking about Travis Hunter as a wide receiver.
Understandably so, but to me, he's the number one receiver in this draft class. He's also the number one defensive back in this draft class.
Is that damning that I'm not even?
No, it makes sense. I mean, it's where he worked out at the combine, even though he didn't work out. He just showed up, had DB on his sweatshirt. But yeah, he's the best receiver in this draft class. Not even close. Best ball skills, production, changes the game. I want the Denver Broncos, if they don't move and they stay at 20, I don't want them to take Colston Loveland. Why? You would then have the current and future of your tight end room are guys that have recent injuries, that recently missed something.
And look how many recently injured tight ends have not panned out for you.
Yep.
Like you were waiting for how many years for Greg Dulcich to get to the next level, to be the Joker, to be the vertical tight end threat that you never had, and it never came to fruition. Obviously, you go back to honestly, it was a flyer that you take back on Jake Butt all those years ago after that knee injury to end his college career. It's tough to get out of my mind because of how good he was in college, how much of a can't-miss prospect he was until he had the knee injury.
And we thought Noah Fant was a can't-miss prospect as well.
You don't miss trading him away.
Mm-mm.
We went over that,
he's
trade tree.
He's already essentially on the chop block.
We already went over that trade tree and what it's kind of come out to be. Neither team did really well with that.
If you stay at 20.
Who's the Seahawks?
Here's where I go if you stay at 20. You just signed a veteran, guy who's on his second team. I think this would be his third contract. In DJ Jones. He's a vet. I would like a nose tackle, a young nose tackle that is a game wrecker.
You what?
At 20. I'd like that over Colston Loveland. He'd help you this year. Potentially win in the playoffs.
It would, you know what else it would do? It would alleviate the pressure of having to re-sign a guy like Jonathan Franklin Myers.
Who's
on the interior
a little disgruntled.
He's a little salty right now.
Getting a little. He's piping up a little bit, as they call it.
He saw DJ get his
socials.
contract. He saw that that Allen hasn't gotten his pay bump and is going, well, if Zach Allen ain't getting it, I'm probably not getting it either. And he's been a very good addition, like a fine addition from New York.
You ready for the other potential space that I would go?
He's not getting paid
with the Denver Broncos. If I'm at pick 20 and I have nothing on the table that gives me more draft capital this season in the second and third rounds. Nobody's willing to move. I'm going out and getting a college tackle, offensive tackle. Ariante Ursary.
Who is that?
University of Minnesota. First round tackle. Incredibly athletic.
I feel like you just made up the name. I know you didn't, but
I coached him. He's a first rounder. Really good.
6'6", 330?
And he is.
That is a unit.
And he is athletic.
Holy crap,
that dude can run.
How fast can 6'6", 330 move? Give me his 40, just a ballpark.
He can run, man.
Sub 5?
Probably before he was 330. He was a sub 5.
He
was like a 290 freshman. He played for me as a true freshman. Freakish.
That is terrifying.
But think about that. The only position.
He would disintegrate me.
The only position, Raj, that you are kind of aging out at or nearing aging out at is tackle.
Yeah, you're 2-3 years away from Bowles being at the end of his rope, from McGlinchey being at the end of his rope.
And then a player like that can also give you
Powers will get there too.
Give you incredible value as the undisputed swing tackle for right now, developmentally, but also that jumbo tight end that you can sub in. Because you might not have a blocking tight end. We'll see what happens, what the Broncos end up doing. Do you keep Troutman? You keep Adkins? You now have Evan Engram. Are you going to add a tight end somewhere in the draft? I still stand by the fact that if you can't land Tyler Warren, get to the third round and take Terrence Ferguson, University of Oregon.
All right, so
Heritage High School.
It's
Littleton,
very
Colorado.
very early. Are you willing to plant your flag right now? If Warren and Genty are gone by the time pick 10 rolls around, are you willing to plant your flag and you are trade out mode?
Trade out mode until the trade out isn't good enough. And then I think you bolster nose tackle or offensive tackle.
I'm cool with solidifying. I'm cool with solidifying our show's position on this because I'm there with you. If both of those players are gone by pick 10, I can say right now on March 13th, I am Mr. Trade Out.
Mm-hmm.
I'll plant my flag right now. Could change, but right now that's what I'm doing.
Is there a receiver, and I'd love to hear on the Shot Mazda text line, 303-504-0925.
Enunciated.
Yes. Is there a wide receiver that would fill a need within Sean Payton's offense and what he likes at the 20th pick? I don't know that exists.
We'll get into that in hour 2. That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. You guys are listening to the Morning Sprint here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Don't go anywhere. Morning sprint, hour 2. We'll hand things off to PhD from noon to 3. Nate and Andy, 3 to 6 today. We asked you guys on the text line, is there a wide receiver that you think would be a really good fit for the Broncos in the upcoming draft? And one fantastic idea. Could you get CSU's Torrey Horton coming off of a season-ending injury somewhere in the 4th round?
Coming off surgery. Oh, yes! Who already proved that he's fully healthy by running a 4.4 at 6'3", 197 pounds.
Is 4th too late for him? 6'3", 190?
I'll say this. Torrey Horton, if he had not gotten injured at all in his senior year or his final season at CSU, he's a knocking on the door of a first-round pick. Size profile, it matches what Sean Payton loves. Bigger targets. The dude can run. He's got elite ball skills. He's a 100-plus catcher in his just about every full season that he played. Production's there. Speed is there. Size is there. Guy's like a second-round value. If he's available in the 3rd, oh, you jump all over that.
That screams to me, if your dude isn't there at 20, trade out.
Get more.
Now you get 2 kicks at the can where you can go in, you can find your running back. You can if you have 2 second-round picks, you can find your running back and then maybe even, and I'll put this in air quotes, reach on Torrey Horton somewhere in the 2nd round.
Think about the quality of running backs that are available that will be drafted between the 2nd and 5th rounds. Cam Scatterbu, Devin Neal of Kansas, DJ Giddens of Kansas State. Potentially Amari and Hampton might drop. Ollie Gordon of Oklahoma State. And think about the tight ends that we've talked about and discussed. We already talked about Gunnar Helm from Texas, another local product from a high school that I shall not talk about. I'm just kidding. They have the state champs, Cherry Creek. You got Terrence Ferguson of Oregon. You've got the guy that I think is a great run after catch fit for Sean Payton at the tight end position, dang near a running back in a tight end's body, and that's Harold Fannin Jr. of Bowling Green. Dude, why not?
You've been on him for a while.
Why not stockpile rounds 2 through 4 with picks? Do it.
Especially if this draft outside of Travis and Carter, and maybe you can throw in Mason Graham there.
You can throw in Mason Graham.
Outside of that, like where's the top end talent? And Genty, you get to throw in there, and Warren. Sorry, so I'll go as 5 players in there that are like franchise-changing players.
Yeah, and the reason why Genty and Warren are even potentially top 10 picks is because they are no-brainer top 3rd of the National Football League in their respective positions. But this year, because there really is no depth of the quarterback group, there is no elite receiver consistency up and down the draft board.
There's not a Marvin Harrison.
And frankly, it's not even that incredible of an offensive tackle draft. So that a lot of these typical, like there's a run on tackles in the first 10 picks. It's a bit of just a hodgepodge of a draft class. But I do think there's some really good value picks that are just right outside of elite players. And so I think it's a good 2nd through 4th round type of draft.
You're just talking me into, I don't even need to trade up into the top 10 to go get Genty or Warren at this point.
Who's going to tote the rock for you, Raj?
I have no idea. I have no clue, man. You're gonna have to hope that you find Jahmyr Gibbs. That's who you have to hope that you find.
Where was he drafted? He was a first rounder.
Wasn't he 16 or 17 though? Right? Was he 16 or 17? Was he 13?
Let's find out here. Still a young buck.
Jahmyr Gibbs was drafted, as Pro Football Reference comes up. He's 12th. All right, never mind.
Yeah,
I thought he was drafted later on in the 1st round. All right, never mind.
And that's about what I believe Ashton Genty. I think if I were to say, if I'm setting the line, the Vegas line for Ashton Genty, higher or lower or over or under 12. That's where the line's set right now.
You're not getting up there.
But
you have to give up so much to get into the top 12. And that's not even guaranteeing that you get one of those 2 players. To guarantee you get one of those 2 guys, you probably have to get to 8. And you're giving up so much, man. You're giving up a pick swap here in the first. You're giving up next year's first plus. It's probably pick swap first, future first, second, and third. Whether it's this year or future. That you're giving up 3 big-time picks to go get that guy. To guarantee you get Warren or Genty, you have to get to 8. You have to get above New Orleans without a doubt.
Is there any world that exists where George Payton and Sean Payton and the Penner family go nuclear and trade in to go get Travis Hunter?
No. Because I hate to say it, like, you don't need him. Look at your secondary.
Nickel, Quan McMillan.
You're gonna go nuclear for a nickel.
Well,
a
receiver.
nickel plus.
Receiver.
No, I don't think there's a world where that happens.
Would Travis Hunter be the best wide receiver on the Denver Broncos today?
Yeah.
100% yes.
Yeah, he would.
100%
He'd be
yes.
the second best corner on the team.
You're 100% accurate in that. And I would argue that he might be a better playmaking corner than PS2. Because if PS2 is that locked down, where are the balls going? Opposite PS2.
That's a dude who, you'd see 7 picks out of him in his rookie year, imagine?
Seriously. But got the ball skills to do it.
No, there's no way, right? Because that's not a huge need. It's not a need for you. Wide receiver is. Corner is not. Secondary is not. Your secondary is damn good, man. Look at that thing. I've seen a lot of mocks talking about how the Broncos could take a safety at 20. Don't. If they take a safety, I'll throw beer bottles at the wall. I will tear the wherever
better not be
we're
Golden
having
Lights.
our. No, I won't do those. Those are literal gold.
Yeah, and you have to save those amazingly perforated
Ridged bottles.
Yeah, ridged perforated bottles.
We've gone over our favorite bottles on the show before.
Yep.
That ridged bottle is good. The Coors Banquet Stubby can.
Stubby, man.
All time.
Yellow bellies just bellied up.
The Miller Lite Vortex bottle, bring it back.
Oh, I remember.
You remember the Vortex bottle?
Get that little tornado going straight into the. Yeah. How about the
rocket something down your gullet?
How about the Red Stripe?
Red Stripe's a good stubby bottle too.
Solid.
Don't love the beer or the beer.
It's terrible.
It's horrible beer. Great bottle.
Yeah. The only time it's ever tasted good is when I was like on a cruise in Jamaica. I'm like, oh yeah, when in Rome. Yeah, it's good.
For some reason, a Corona bottle feels different than another beer bottle, but it is like the same exact thing.
I like a Dos Equis bottle.
I don't know why a green bottle doesn't get to me. And I don't love Heineken. Little stubby neck, but a longer bottle.
It's a bad bottle.
No.
Terrible bottle. Yep. Smells like a fart when you open it. You ever open up a Heineken and just give it a waft? Smells like fresh booty.
You know what Corona smells like when you open it up? If it hasn't been like properly refrigerated, I think it smells like a fresh bag of that good.
Oh, which one is this?
Corona.
Next
time you pop open a Corona, it
smells like the state flower of Colorado.
Sure does.
All right.
Sure does.
All right.
Oh man.
What about the little grenades?
Little grenades? What are you talking about?
Mickey's malt liquor.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, that's old school.
Is it an actual grenade?
No, just like
that's
they're little
weird.
handhelds.
Oh, like the wine balls that like moms walk around
Slightly,
with nowadays.
but not quite. It's got vibes of that.
When I came off of that Nuggets loss last night, I was trying to find a way to get into the same mindset that I am with the Avs, where when they have a bad game due to fatigue, I just let it roll off my back. Right? And I wasn't there with the Avs before the trades. Now I am. Because I look at Colorado and I go,
you believe?
I believe. There is depth on the team. It looks like they're willing to defend. There's goaltending there. And I just can't get there with the Nuggets. When they have an off night and it's, oh yeah, we were tired. I kind of call BS on that, and I won't do it with the Avs. And I'm trying to afford the Nuggets the same sort of grace that I have with the Avalanche this year, and I just can't get there. And I'm trying. The reason why I'm so conflicted about it is because I'll admit, I'm a hockey guy, right? And I don't want to be the hockey guy that gives more grace to the hockey team than gives to a basketball team that is closer or has won a championship in closer proximity than the Avs have won their Stanley Cup. Why can't I get there?
I have this bad, if I'm looking into the future, projecting what the conversation's going to be on this program, whenever the end of this Nuggets team season is, I just have a bad feeling of what that conversation is going to be. I don't know, and I can't unsee that future vision.
Now, it's amazing because there is such a lack of confidence right now in the Nuggets' ability, at least for me, the Nuggets' ability to go super deep this year. Losing in the second round, although I think it will be a complete and utter failure if you don't get to a Western Conference final.
It's a huge failure.
And make it a hell of a series.
Huge failure.
Complete failure. You have the best player on planet Earth.
It's going to cost people employment.
I agree with you.
And I've been there. So it's not like I'm being insensitive.
Now, if they were to lose, my drop-off this year for the Nuggets in terms of like my emotional investment will be far less than it is with the Avs. Because Chris McFarland swung, but he had to give up everything to get this team that makes me feel like the Avs are almost invincible. If they don't get it done this year,
one Moose, not two Meese.
Well, you had to give up a Moose. You had to give up
Moose,
draft picks. You had to give up Callum Ritchie.
Callum Ritchie. I mean, you didn't have to give up Meese. Just Moose singular. Big deal.
There's only one Moose in the league, at least from a nickname standpoint. If the Avs don't get it done, and it's not like get to the West Final, like they got to get to a Cup final this year for me to be confident in that they, accomplished their mission. If they don't get it done, man, I'll be devastated and I'll be terrified as to what the future brings for them.
So also looking into the future, just like I talked about, looking into the future for the Nuggets and thinking about what our show is going to be like whenever it's over. I also have that feeling right now for the Colorado Avalanche. And I can't undo what's been done in my brain. And I think that show will involve Val Nichushkin not being a part of this franchise.
No! You're predicting that he's not going to be playing in the playoffs?
I'm not predicting it. I'm just going off of the best indicator of future events is past events. And fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. This would be fool me 3 times. We are so screwed. I have 2 years of sample size to go off of. And the best ability of a player is availability. Val Nichushkin, who's the most important player for the Cup run for the Avs, has proven 2 years in a row that he has not been available in the postseason. And that terrifies me.
So if he's available, are you guaranteeing a Cup Finals?
You're getting to the Cup. If this iteration of the Avs is skating going forward, you're going to the Cup.
I can't believe you just put that negative nonsense out
no,
there.
No, I speak it so that it's not like, oh gosh, why did this happen? You got to talk about these things, man. Big boy conversations. You got to put on your Go Tough socks.
I prefer to bury my head in the sand. Thank you very much.
Yeah, not me.
KJ's NFL notes are coming up on the other side.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes. Before we get to that, a developing story in the ACC tournament for number 1 seed Duke at 28-3. Projected number 1 overall pick, Cooper Flagg, has exited their game, their quarterfinal game against Georgia Tech, in which Duke was trailing for the majority of this game. They've now stormed back to take a 5-point lead with 14 minutes to go in the second half. Cooper Flagg exits with an apparent ankle injury. It looked like it was a turned ankle, but there have been photos surfacing. He's in a wheelchair right now. There's nothing around that foot.
It looks massive.
That could be a significant injury.
Might even get Syracuse Orange back in contention, huh?
No, they've already lost, Coach.
Oh, never mind.
That team ain't making a tournament this year. I'll tell you that for free. Dang it. KJ, what's going on in the NFL?
Coach, you're the ultimate troll.
Yeah, we suck.
Syracuse?
No.
Football school.
Football teams, I like that.
Cal McCord, man. 3 pick sixes in one half. That deserves a standing
That dude's
ovation.
going to be like the third quarterback taken off the board.
Oh, it'd be perfect.
You watch yourself. Yesterday afternoon, the Denver Broncos officially got their ace tight end in Evan Engram. Engram got a 2-year, $23 million deal with guarantees at signing being $16.5 million. Late last night on SportsCenter, Adam Schefter linked the Broncos to wide receiver Cooper Kupp. Quote, "There'll be any number of possibilities, but teams that bear watching here include the Seattle Seahawks, the Denver Broncos, and the New England Patriots, amongst others. Cooper Kupp is going to have other decisions. We should have a decision here fairly soon." End quote. If the Denver Broncos do reel in Cooper Kupp, I want you guys to lay out for the listeners your perfect draft for the Denver Broncos in the first few rounds. Your perfect draft.
Kupp has to be a 2-year deal. Must be a 2-year deal for me. And his average has to come out as, would you be willing to give him 20 a year?
No.
Would you be willing to give him 15 a year?
Raj, you can't unhear what you heard from somebody who's got some very intimate knowledge of the state of Cooper Kupp's body. Why would you give the guy 2 years, 20 per?
Would you give him 15?
The body is not willing. I'd be venture. I want to go for a prove it deal with Cooper Kupp. I think he's a prove it deal.
So would you give him 1 year, 20?
1 year, 17.5.
17.5 gets him into Jerry Jeudy, Christian Kirk.
That's about right at this stage of his career.
I got a stat for you guys. Maybe it'll help kind of bring your numbers back to reality here. So last season, out of 159 qualified receivers, Cooper Kupp ranked the 141st in the ability to separate from a defender.
Slot merchant. And this is why I don't believe that Cooper Kupp's going to end up a Denver Bronco. Who's your new slot for your football team? Evan Engram. Evan Engram led all tight ends over the last 2 seasons in both receptions and yards when running the route detached as a non-attached to the line of scrimmage slot tight end receiver. So under Sean Payton, Broncos tight ends in the 2 years that Sean Payton's been here have run over 50%, 52.3% of their routes from the actual slot, meaning you are not lined up in the traditional tight end spot. You were lined up as the slot receiver.
The whole Jimmy Graham wanting to be a wide receiver thing. You remember that?
You betcha. That's who Evan Engram is. What's the need now for Cooper Kupp? Because your slot merchant, the guy that understands how to settle in zones, the guy that is the chain mover, you've already invested 2 years. Was it 2 years, 16 guaranteed? How much is? I think it's right around there. Evan Engram.
16.5.
16.5 guaranteed. You've already invested in your slot. Cooper Kupp's not going to be a part of the Denver Broncos. I will be shocked. He can't play outside receiver anymore. Outside receivers Have to create separation. He's not doing that anymore. Why? Because I've already talked about it. The body is not willing.
Getting him or not getting him, KJ, to answer your question, it doesn't change my draft strategy at all. At all. You could sign him to a 2-year deal and guarantee him $15 million.
Are you talking about Cooper Kupp?
I'm just saying. You could do that, but
if you go 2 years, $20 million?
Signing him doesn't change anything for me at all. I want them, if Warren or Genty is available after 7.
Okay.
I would love for them. I'm
setting it 12.
I'm just trying to say, I look at New Orleans and I go, New Orleans is taking Tyler Warren at 9. It's happening. So you have to get to 8. That means if he is available after 7, you have to trade up to 8 in order to get that player. And who's at 8 right now? Is it Carolina? ? Something like that. That's the reason why I think you have to move up to get him there. You'd have to trade with Carolina to get that type of player. Carolina also needs to put weapons around Bryce Young. So who knows if they're even willing to trade that pick. Now, if both of those players are gone by the time Carolina, New Orleans selects, I would like the Broncos to trade out of the first round. I think you can get a running back and a wide receiver in round 2 if Cooper Kupp is here or not. It changes nothing for me.
I just don't like wasting 2 years, $20 million.
I'm in love with the ghost of Christmas past here.
Yeah, I think we all are.
I'm admitting that.
In his most healthy and most productive form, Cooper Kupp is a no-brainer.
One of the greatest seasons in NFL history.
And it wasn't just one season. There were a couple of really good seasons that he had. Unfortunately, the last couple of years, the body has just shown incredible rates of deterioration. And I don't think that 2 years, $20 million, when you've already invested in 3 pretty massive deals to acquire talent, at some point you got to reel it in a bit. And I just don't know that an aging receiver, and now potentially 4 of your highly valued pieces for the next 2 seasons are guys with recent injury history.
Now, it would depend how the deal is structured. You know, the 2 years, 20 thing. If you drop down all of that guaranteed money in year 2, I'd be totally cool with that, right? That's kind of how I look at this, going, oh, what would it cost to get a guy who won a Triple Crown and who has a not only Super Bowl trophy, but a Super Bowl MVP to his credit? I think that's the reason why I would think that you'd have to put that type of money out there. But year 2 would have to be significantly discounted in terms of guaranteed cash so that if he gets hurt in year 1, you can go, see you, Coop. Thanks for your time here.
That was a really cool sound effect you made.
Radio pro here, Coach.
Yep.
KJ, keep it rolling.
My only sound effect. That's my sound effect. What was that? Was that a witch? Was that Patrick Mahomes?
No, that was that big boy running a 40 at the NFL Combine.
It sure was. Armand Membo?
Membu.
I think it's Membu. I'm sorry. There you go.
Big boy grilling on the roof.
That's not quite as good as the 40-yard dash, also run by a big boy in underwear, where parts of his reproductive properties became...
This is news to me.
Oh, it happened like
someone
3 or 4 years ago?
Flopping them around?
It just popped right out. Yep.
Just grandpa walking around in sweatpants?
Yep, somebody's situation popped right out. I'd love to see how that player's doing in the National Football League.
I'm not going to Google it on a company computer, I'll tell you that.
That's the difference between me and you, Raj. I have no fear.
Oh, my gosh. Russell Wilson is reportedly meeting with the Cleveland Browns this week. From there, he will have a follow-up meeting with the New York Giants to see where they stand after their meeting with Aaron Rodgers. So the quarterback carousel is starting to slow down, and there's only a couple of guys left on the carousel. And we're going to see where these guys are going to land up. And you guys are going to tell the listeners where Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson, and Jameis Winston will land.
Huh. I think Aaron Rodgers is a Pittsburgh Steeler.
Really?
I think Mike Tomlin is so done with hoping that, like, second and third rounders can get it done and reclamation projects on Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. This is a guy, and I incorrectly said A.J. Brown the last time, right? Like, you found a way to deal with Antonio Brown in your room. You found a way to deal with Juju Smith-Schuster and who's the other crazy wide receiver? Chase Claypool. You dealt with those guys and still had winning seasons and made the playoffs. If there's any head coach in the league that can handle the unknown that is Aaron Rodgers, it's Mike Tomlin. I think Rodgers is a Steeler, and I think he's going to be relatively successful.
Aaron Rodgers is done. Put a fork in him. It's not worth it. You know why? Because no head coaches in the National Football League want to be fired at the end of the year.
Yeah, but who's going to fire? The Steelers have already shown you they're not going. If there's any organization that doesn't fire head coaches, it's Pittsburgh.
Well, you got to think about this.
He's not going to lose his job for that.
Yeah, but Mike Tomlin's made the playoffs, it seems like, every year for the last 20 years, even though I know that's not fully true. And it's been forever since they've had a playoff victory. So there's that already kind of looming around Mike Tomlin.
Yeah, is being relevant okay enough for Pittsburgh?
You have chaos with Aaron Rodgers and Mike Tomlin. That could be the final straw that breaks the camel's back in Pittsburgh.
Does Mike Tomlin even want to coach anymore?
You know who's the receiver? Or excuse me, you know who's the quarterback in Pittsburgh? It's the guy that likes doing high knees on international flights.
Think Russ is going back?
Russ is going to be the quarterback. And he's going to have his old pal DK Metcalf and his new pal George Pickens to throw to. And it's actually going to go pretty well.
You don't think either one of those two dudes, and Metcalf and Pickens, kind of does the look over your shoulder at Russ going, what are you doing, dude?
Well, they think he's a total cheeseball.
Right.
But what they love about him is that he throws the best moonball 50-50 catchable go route that's just available for a very aerial talented wide receiver to go pluck it out of the sky.
And those are two wide receivers that you go, here's the ball, go get it. I dare you to make a play on those two guys. Okay.
Raj,
I can see that.
Do you want to know whose jalopy came out of their shorts at the combine?
Sure.
It's the greatest interior defensive lineman in the professional game right now.
Who's that?
Chris Jones of the Kansas City Chiefs. That's how he introduced himself to the league. He went like this. Just dropped him on the table, man. Right here.
And dropped him on the turf. Watch out.
And then you know what?
You don't want turf burn on those
He announced
things.
his presence, and he's continued to essentially just drop him on the turf.
All right, so you said Aaron Rodgers, out, retire.
Done.
Wilson, Pittsburgh. Where's Jameis go?
Backup. New York Giants. Got do you think a Shador-Jameis combo would be good?
I think it'd be awesome. I think Jameis is a wonderful pro. Like, he is loved by his teammates while he's crazy. You have no idea what's going to happen on the field with that guy. I think you go back to, the crab legs thing at Florida State, and you go, that's not who he is anymore. I feel like that's lasted with him for 10 years. I think he'd be a perfect guy to handcuff to Shedeur Sanders.
Or Cam Ward.
Put him in that room, back up. No one's going to be pining for Jameis Winston to play quarterback for their team. You're not going to get the booze out of that when you have a first-round quarterback. You get that dude, he is the ultimate tire pumper. You've been a backup quarterback in your life. That's part of the job. I was a grocery stick for as many years as I played. Part of the job is a guy comes off the ice and, he has a hot and ready Little Caesars pizza on his defensive blue line that ends up in the back of your neck. You know what you do? A little shin tap. Hey, brother, you're going to be fine. You got this. Puck's deep. Get one on net.
Mm-hmm.
That's who Jameis is at this point.
Russell Wilson's the only starter out of those three this coming season.
KJ, keep it rolling.
Josh Edwards of CBS Sports released a mid-free agency mock draft, and here's his top 10. He has Cam going to Tennessee, Abdul going to Cleveland, Travis going to the New York Giants, Will Campbell going to New England, and Mason Graham going to Jacksonville. Nothing too crazy. Number 6, he has McMillan, the receiver, going to Las Vegas.
I can see that.
He has Mimbu going to the Jets. And instead of going offense, he has Mikael Williams going to Carolina, which leads us to number 9. He has Shedeur Sanders dropping down to New Orleans with Ashton Genty coming right behind at number 10 to Chicago. Coach, can you explain a world where Shedeur would fall to New Orleans with Derek Carr still on the roster?
I can't, and I also can't find a world that exists that Kellen Moore and Shedeur Sanders would be a match made in heaven. I do think Kellen Moore and Derek Carr are going to be a very good tandem. Personality and style of offense and fit, I think it's going to matter a lot.
Derek Carr's cap hit this year is $20.4 million. His dead cap, if he were to have been released, would have been $78 million. Next year, you know what that cap hit jumps up to after next offseason? As a 35-year-old quarterback, $69.2 million cap hit.
I don't think that Derek Carr is toast. He's not washed in New Orleans. I actually think that he ends up having a bit of a renaissance in what is a fairly wide open division. I think that Derek Carr is the right quarterback for Kellen Moore, and Kellen Moore is the right quarterback in that situation. Shedeur Sanders, I do not see him in New Orleans. I also think he is gone by pick 6. I don't see a world that exists that he slips all the way to 9. Although I did notice Tyler Warren's still on the board, isn't he? On this new mock.
On that CBS mock?
On the CBS mock.
If this happens, if that happens, Coach and I we're on top of tables screaming.
I'm not joking with you. I'm being dead serious when I say this because I had a chance to look at it. Guess where Tyler Warren goes?
16. Is it something crazy?
It is something crazy. This guy, Josh Edwards, which this may be his last appearance on our show.
He's Chris Mannix. He's the Chris Mannix of Dempsey and Company.
He sure is. I'm just telling you right now, he's going to be the one.
Chris Mannix, who we'll never have on here ever again.
He has Tyler Warren dropping all the way down to 20.
Yeah, right.
And I'm like, God, are you watching the film, bro? Like, are you doing your homework?
You imagine if Warren just falls all the way to 20 for Denver?
I wasn't in hysteria mode with Tyler Warren myself until I saw him in person at Media Day at the Fiesta Bowl and until I was on the sideline watching their warm-ups. And that dude was staring squarely at the very top of my head.
He dips like Von Miller.
He can bend. He can run. He can do any and everything. And oh, by the way, during that game in the Fiesta Bowl, the guy was unstoppable as a red zone touchdown target. Guy is a touchdown-making machine. He is the most versatile and unique player in this draft, not named Travis Hunter.
KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line in brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Not another bracket contest starts on Sunday evening. No more picking 67 games. All you got to do this year is pick 5 teams, and you're good to go. The lower the seed, the more each win is worth this year. The grand prize package, well, it's epic. 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game. You'll have dinner for 2 at Denver Chop House and Brewery, a catered party for 30 of your friends from Brothers Barbecue, and also, we're going to buy you a brand new big screen TV.
That sounds fun. Speaking of brackets, congrats to everybody participating over the next 4 or 5 days. Colorado High School State Championship in basketball.
Oh.
Boys and girls, today, the number 1 team in the state of Colorado. 36 nationally. Aurora, Colorado's own Rangeview Raiders take their 26-0 record against the Valor Christian Eagles. Also, Eagle Crest Mountain Vista. Boys and girls.
Where are they playing those games?
Denver Coliseum.
Okay.
I'm going.
Heck yeah, coach.
Yeah.
Let's go. So you're supporting the program.
Yeah, I'm supporting just overall high school athletics, man. I want to see I'm excited to see this Rangeview basketball team. They look, I've watched a couple of their highlights. They have some dudes, and they can play. They can get up and down the floor.
I've noticed over the past few days, you've come in with just like a litany of new Valor athletic gear. And
Yeah, I've been known as
I feel
new
like you've
gear
just
guy.
gone in there and you just kind of, you've snooped around every crevice of that school to grab, well, this is mine and that's mine. It's a new hoodie, a new quarter zip, a new vest, a new hat every day.
Yep. I love me some new gear. It's definitely one of the benefits of being a ball coach. You got some sweet Thunderbird gear.
Do you?
Colorado T-Bird gear.
I don't have a lot of it, but do you have more clothing than the wife does?
A lot. If you include all the free clothing I've accumulated over the years, I have 1/10 as many clothes as my wife has.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if that's true.
It's not.
I don't know if that's true.
I have more shoes than her. I do. I can honestly admit I have more shoes than my wife.
You are a big sneaker guy, though.
Mm-hmm.
Like sneakerheads, I can see have more shoes
And also,
than their
like,
counterparts.
I'm not just a sneaker guy. Like I like I like Vans a lot, which is not really like this, the Jordan-esque sneakerhead model. I like Vans, like skater shoes. I like some good old-fashioned Air Maxes. Like a good, good solid.
Do you have a set of Nike Shocks?
I used to. I've had 2 pairs of Nike Shocks.
I've had a
in my
handful
life.
of Nike Shocks in my
What
life.
happened to those?
I think they were actually horrible for your back, like terrible for your back, and then Nike stopped making them.
Did somebody walk up to a Shocks wearer and be like, "Hey, listen, man, you are a huge nerd for wearing those," and then it just ended the Shocks era?
I thought they were actually going to make me jump through the roof. Remember, what was that Robin Williams film where the scientist and then Flubber? Did you ever watch Flubber?
I never heard of it.
Great film.
It's a movie.
Yeah, from Robin Williams.
Oh, okay.
Back in his heyday. He plays this scientist
R.I.P.
who creates this this substance that if you put it on the bottom of your shoes, you jump, dozens of feet into the air. And that's what I thought Shocks were going to do for me.
Mm-hmm.
A man who is always vertically challenged.
Raj, I think I've given you too hard of a time about your height. I'm just going to let all of our listeners know that have never met you in person. Alex Ryanemi's over 6 feet tall.
It's over.
The biggest lie we've ever told.
Yeah,
on this
but
show.
I think people, we've gone so far over the top with this that people assume you're like somewhere between 5'1" and 5'4". You're not that short. That's KJ. KJ, how tall are you?
That was rude.
I am 5'7.5".
How dare you?
How tall are you, Raj?
5'8". I'm a little taller than KJ is.
Come on, KJ, get in here, man.
No,
Come
we
on,
can't
man.
do that. We can't do. We'll do that after the
Has
show.
this ever
We'll
happened?
do that after the
Has
show.
the producer ever abandoned ship?
I'm not comfortable with it.
Especially with me on the other side of it.
Who knows what's going to happen?
We need that
I don't
dump
feel like
button
getting
on
fired. All that to say, not another bracket contest starts on Sunday night. By the way, guys, you can start entering Sunday evening after the field is announced. You go to altitudesportsradio.com. It'll be right there on the homepage. It's all brought to you by our friends at Evan Williams Bourbon. Enjoy it all for the buzzer beater celebrations. Add Evan Williams to your game day lineup for a slam dunk. It's also brought to you by Brothers Barbecue. Let them take your event to the next level with their award-winning catering service. Evan Williams, by the way, is sponsoring our live broadcast of PhD. They're out on location in Littleton on Main
today?
Street. Yep, Black and House Tavern right
Parker.
on Main Street. No. They were Kreckman and Lindahl were in Parker at the Black and House there last week.
Many Black and Houses.
There is a Black and House on Main Street in Littleton, in Old Town Littleton. So join them today from noon to 3.
So their good pal Evan is joining them. Evan Williams.
Sounds Elijah Craig.
Oh wow, Elijah will be there too.
Larceny whiskey as well. So they're doing whiskey samplings all day long.
Don't let DMac get into those.
Hang out with Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac. You can win great prizes while enjoying incredible food and bourbon.
Go see our guys, man.
They're giving away Nugget Suite tickets, if I'm correct, there too today.
Jeez. I might need to get over there. I need an invite to a Nuggets game.
That, wouldn't you?
I have to get over there, but I'm a little jealous here. I got jealous that we're not doing something like that, but we do start our show at 10 a.m.
Yeah.
And ripping some Larceny and Evan Williams shots at 10 a.m., a little frowned upon sometimes.
Yeah, it's called a problem.
We do have a sound on Fridays on our show, though.
Oh yeah,
it is 5 o'clock somewhere when we pop our tops.
It always is. If you were to rank, Raj, how excited you are about the 3 major offseason acquisitions thus far for the Denver Broncos, where would you rank linebacker Dre Greenlaw, safety Hufanga,
Talanoa?
I forgot.
There you go.
Talanoa Hufanga. I can pronounce.
I was going to let you.
I was. This is where I keep
tread
going.
water for a little bit.
I go Tafanoa, and I'm like, no, it's Talanoa Hufanga.
There you go.
And then number 3, tight end, really big wide receiver, big slot, Evan Engram.
1, Dre Williams.
Who? Greenlaw?
Oh, Dre Greenlaw. Jeez. It's funny because the reason why I'm so excited about Greenlaw is because I think he's the best linebacker that they've had on this team since DJ Williams.
Oh, yeah. DJ Williams, University of Miami. De La Salle High School in Concord, California.
I think he is a stud sideline to sideline. And if he stays healthy, you have drastically impacted your way to stop not only tight ends, which you have to do in this AFC West, right? Like, I know we all get nervous about Travis Kelce, but Brock Bowers ain't going anywhere for the next decade and a half. And you have to find a way that can cover that dude down the field while still being able to fit run. And Dre Greenlaw is that player.
He is.
He is number 1 for me. I'll take the upside of Evan Engram at 2 because you haven't had a tight end that can really scare anyone in the better part of a decade. Hufanga at 3.
Number 1 for me, Talanoa Hufanga. Because he is an ultimate playmaker, and of the 3 players, youth and not quite as concerning of an injury history. I think he's going to be an immediate impact, and you feel like you will have a guy like Troy Polamalu playing on your back end and in the box as a box safety. 2, Dre Greenlaw, freak show. Love him. 3, Evan Engram. I'm excited about all 3 players. Evan Engram, to me, is a great security blanket, but you still got to go out and get a tight end that can really move the chains in this draft.
That's going to do it for us today. For Coach, for KJ Granderson, I'm Alex Ryan. Get on down there to Main Street in Littleton. They've got happy hour today from 3 to 6 p.m. After you can go have your free whiskey samplings with PhD.
With Evan, Elijah, and Lars.
And Larceny.
Lars.
Lars.
Is Jim and Jack going to be there?
They could be if you want them to.
Okay.
So you can pregame happy hour with the fellas, and then when happy hour hits at 3, you'll have $2 off draft beers, $1 off bottle beers, $7 house wines, and discounted bar bites. That's all at Black and House Tavern on Main Street with PhD, and it starts next. See you guys tomorrow at 10.
We are at the Black House Tavern on Main Street in Littleton. Downtown Littleton is so cool. The Main Street area is just beautiful. The food here is legendary, and it's awesome to be here. Great vibes in here, man. Awesome to be. This is my first time here, but I've been down to Littleton on Main Street here a bunch. First time here, though. Pretty cool place. You got some food going there, Tyler?
Nice spot. Yep, I got the chicken drumsticks.
Yeah, nice.
Which are delicious.
Nice.
Crushing those. Yeah, they got one down by my place out in Parker also.
It looks amazing, and the for cocktails, they're well supplied back here behind me. So we are here for a fine bourbon sampling featuring Elijah Craig, Evan Williams, and Larceny. So come on down. We have tickets to the Nuggets-Bulls game. They're sweet tickets, so you can sample some awesome bourbons and register to win some great prizes. So, yeah, great food. We're on Main Street in Littleton. We're here for the next couple hours.
3, to be exact.
Mm-hmm. I'm a little disappointed by listening to all the fellas I love here at the radio station that everybody seems to just be waving the white flag to Minnesota. We have officially, as a radio station, listening throughout the day, given up against Minnesota.
Well, a couple things. One, it's why I tell you don't listen to anybody else for basketball, because there's really a lack of serious knowledge throughout our station. I'm thinking about having a
shots fired
off the top rope.
I'm thinking about having a Radio 101 basketball class.
Okay, all right.
But saying that, I also have no idea what anybody said.
Well, it's just it's hopeless. We can never win. There's no chance. Minnesota's our kryptonite. It's over.
Well, matchup, and again, because I'm stupid, and I haven't been saying this for how many years?
That you're stupid?
Well,
probably quite a while.
50 years.
Yeah.
But for the last 2-3 years,
I mostly hear the warden say it.
How many years you and I now? This is going on third season?
Third year.
How long have I said that Minnesota's a horrible matchup for Denver?
Well, you've been concerned about it for a long time. Yeah, I mean, basically since Connolly got there.
Even when, I'm telling you, Tim Connolly got there, and he goes, he knew what Denver was and where they were going. He said, we got to figure a way to beat those guys. Division team, blah, 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 blah. And he's been setting it up for 3 years.
Okay.
I didn't like the matchup the year they won the championship. That was the only matchup I was worried about in that entire championship run. I wasn't worried who they played. Phoenix. I mean, Phoenix got 2 games, but let's be honest. They went down to Phoenix and went on vacation. Everybody brought 50 family members, and they were all by the pool. It was a vacation. You get popped two close games. You lost 2 close games to Phoenix. You shouldn't have. But you did because it was a vacation. Then they took care of business. They win game 4 or game 6 by 50? I mean, or something like that.
Right.
Oh, and guess what? There was no vacation that trip. Everybody went down there and it was a business trip again. Lakers didn't bother me. I wasn't worried about them in Miami. I was ecstatic playing Miami. That was foretold. They were set up to beat Denver. Here's why that I would still say it's not a no-hoper. You've lost 2 of the – you lost the first game to you real close. Had a chance to win that game.
3 points, right?
First game there.
Yeah.
Had a chance.
Yeah.
Gordon played in that game. You've now played these guys twice without Gordon. He's behind Nikola Jokic, your Knicks' most physical player.
Mm-hmm.
True? You played 2 games without him. He's a big key with teams are going to try to get physical with Denver. You got to have Aaron Gordon. They don't have him. That's a big loss. So to say it's over, no. But to say if you do the same old thing, what's the
definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result.
Dang, you dusted the hell.
Well, it turns out I've had something. Oh, those.
You dusted them off in 2 seconds.
I'm still an offensive lineman now.
You were not hungry.
I'm an O-lineman.
What time is it?
Wow, they just dropped those off when we started the show.
It's 12:05. He dusted off half a dozen wings in less than 4 minutes.
Yeah. No problem.
Wow. I'm
going to get another.
No, I'm not surprised. I feel bad for the rest of the chickens.
Thank you.
That's impressive.
Hey, you do know you're a very slow eater, though. Do you know that about yourself?
Well, I read a book. It was by this Buddhist monk dude who says...
Is that what he went by? Is that,
Well, no, he just... I can't even remember the name. It was a great book. But he said being an intentional eater chewing your food.
Yeah, intentionally
digestion helps better
for a purpose.
Blah blah blah. So I've slowed down my eating since reading Namaste Guy, whatever.
Hey, namaste to you.
Yeah.
Hey, Nuggets need namaste.
Yeah.
I tell
So
you.
anyway, if you're not going to change the approach of what you're going to do, you're going to do it. And I know Malone was saying, well, defense 115. Do you realize there's like, I looked it up yesterday, 21 teams that allow over 110 points a game or something like that defensively. That's the league now. 115 is not outlandish.
No,
especially when you're just coming off 140. But when you get 20 and a quarter and 22 and a quarter, don't tell me it's just your defense. Your offense stunk too, and it stunk because you had 4 starters from the beginning of the season. You had 4 starters last night who weren't at the game, and only one of them was hurt.
There you go.
I got it in.
Oh, that was a nice one. You know,
I got it in.
Like I don't know that it's about like putting labels on it. That Minnesota owns Denver, all those sorts of things. But you watch it, and there's just frustrations that mount. And like Jamal seems to always figure things out over time, right? But like, why is it time? Why can't it just be out the gate? Why can't we just be rocking and rolling? Like when I see Ant at the end of the game, hooting and hollering and celebrating, I'm like, that's the energy that I want Jamal to have from the jump street, right?
Since the championship season, 22-23, that Conley got there, the Nuggets and Minnesota played each other more than any other team. It's now 12-11 Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
So owning, it's
12, Mike Sanford was calling us the Minnesota's our daddy.
Yeah.
That's what Mike Sanford was saying.
And Mike
earlier.
Sanford's at
he's probably at football practice at Valor right now.
Yeah, he's at Valor right now. Valeting the parents' Mercedes as they come into the
Is that what they do before practice?
Yeah, the coaches valet.
Oh, I see.
The parents' vehicles.
I was wondering why he had so many tickets on him the other day. They were just those little. I thought they were raffle
No,
tickets.
listen, you can be emotional. It was ugly, and I stick by this. You have starting 5 you started the season with. Gordon again last night, I think, missed his 28th game or something like that.
That sucks.
That's terrible. And so 4 of your starters did not show up last night, and only Gordon was hurt. Westbrook was great. What was the difference between Westbrook and Murray last
night? In terms of what?
Well, would you say that Westbrook played pretty good?
I thought Westbrook. Listen, the stats. There are so many weird stats out of last night. First half scoring. How about we just start there? 21 points for Jokic, 17 for Westbrook. Okay, you ready for this?
And he had 48
Jamal,
for the game.
1. CB, 2. Jalen Pickett, 3. Michael Porter Jr., 4. You can't make that up. The rest of the starters, aside from Westbrook and Jokic, went 1, 2, 3, and 4 for scoring in the first half. Now, Jamal finished with 12, so he got 11 in the second half.
Made for a cool beam, though. 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. We lose. And, this is the third highest scoring team in the NBA at 121.7 or whatever they are. Something like that. It's third best in the NBA. Scoring 95 points at home. This isn't about defense. They didn't shoot the ball. And for whatever reason, now you get into a separate conversation because Malone afterwards said he felt they were lethargic, exhausted from all the emotion and physical stuff in Oklahoma City. So when I asked Jokic that, he goes, well, we had a day off. No, or we shouldn't be.
Well, I would say this. I don't think it was a physical fatigue thing. I didn't think they went out and just played, like they were 10 steps behind. But I could see it right away. And listen, I did sidelines last night. And so it's an interesting vantage point because you're away from everything and you get to look at the game a little bit different. To me, they looked like a team that just played 2 emotional games back-to-back, got a monster win. You called it a signature win?
I thought.
And everybody else kind of probably played it down, but you know what it was to every one of those guys too?
What's that?
A signature win.
Okay.
And so now you come back home and you're like,
so you agree with what Coach had to say?
I don't
agree.
Not the physical. Do I think emotionally? I will say this: emotionally, not all of them were checked in.
Okay.
You know who was checked in? Joker and Westbrook.
But maybe the explanation to that is that Jokic and maybe even Westbrook, which is weird because of his connection to Oklahoma City, weren't as emotionally tied into those 2 games because Jokic just looks at it as game, and maybe the rest of the team looked at it as something completely different.
No, you know what it is? Here's what it is. Joker's a Terminator. You know, you can shoot him up, cut him up, put a bomb in his face.
Doesn't matter.
Until he gets on that little crane and dips himself into the hot lava. He's just, what'd you say? 28-13-10, 28-13-10. And he's not going to get 10 assists if guys shoot 20% from three.
No, I think he had, 4?
Yeah. Guys shoot 20% from three.
You got to make shots to get assists.
Yeah. He's just a machine. Westbrook's kind of, through 17 years, just a machine. He's going to come out and play with the same energy, whatever. Sometimes he makes shots, sometimes he doesn't. But have you ever questioned his energy every game?
No.
No, not really. But have you questioned other guys on the team's energy every game?
That's fair. Sure. Here's the question, though. Are you afraid of playing?
No,
By the way,
no.
Mike Sanford sent us a text. So far, I've learned that I'm stupid analyzing basketball.
Yes.
And I'm a professional valet service for a high school.
Yes.
Cool. I'm glad he can listen in the cars that he's parking.
Hey, but listen, I promise you this, Mike. You aren't the dumbest person on your show.
Oh,
my
Scott is coming out hot today.
All right.
Listen,
I mean, why don't we just rate the station? You mean, you want to go top to bottom?
I can just be
Well, I mean, it started with Vic this morning saying, anybody basically but Minnesota. We can't play Minnesota. We can't beat Minnesota in the playoffs.
But you've called
That's
Vic a Denverite, born here forever, emotional, ridden, whatever. Listen,
all right. Let me boil this down. Do you think they can beat Minnesota in the playoffs?
Yes.
Okay.
Now ask me this:
Do you want to face them?
No. No. Do I think it'd be a gargantuan effort? Yes. Do I think they're going to have to change up? Yes.
Sanford was speculating if we just lost 16 straight, can we avoid Minnesota?
Yeah, then you get a play-in game and have all sorts of fun that way.
Yeah. So he was trying to break it down with Raj.
Listen, they kicked your butt again. It's 12-11 over 3 years, and this is a team built to beat you. It's a bad, tough matchup for you.
So we're not afraid
disagree.
of them, but we don't want to see them.
I'm kind of afraid of them.
Well, if I want to see them, I want to see them later. I'm not afraid of them.
Are you afraid of them?
I mean, but is that just you, like, I'm a dog, I'm an athlete, and I'm not afraid of anybody? Is that what that is? I mean, because if you're not afraid of Minnesota, who are you afraid of?
Well, I'm not afraid of nobody. One. Two, let me just say this. That doesn't mean you're going to have good results of me not being afraid of. If you go in there and they manhandle you in a postseason, then good. You know why?
Mm-hmm.
Wake the hell up and let's start doing something around Joker like should be done.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what that message is.
Well, that is
be.
the one thing that we know Joker can't do. He can't win a championship on his own.
Dude, he had 34 last
night.
He was great last night.
He can't do it. He can't do it on his own.
Will the Nuggets, question on the other side, so I'll just pose it, but will the Nuggets struggle, frankly?
Hey, your boy, by the way.
Who's that?
On TV right there.
Who we got? This is my boy. Jim Boeheim. What's he doing? He's doing TV since they fired him, huh?
Yep.
Nothing like getting forced out of your job after 50 years. Are the Nuggets kind of in trouble, period? Never mind against Minnesota, but without Aaron Gordon, are the Nuggets just too small in the playoffs, period? How important is AG? Let's talk about that. NFL free agency. We're live at the Black House Tavern on Main Street in Littleton. It's PhD on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
think December 8th, we have the third best record in the league. I mean, we're going into tonight, we're 14-4 in the last 18. But that doesn't make getting your ass kicked fun. I mean, I know you weren't insinuating that. I felt that we were really tired tonight. You know, and I don't know if that back-to-back in OKC and the emotions of that, everything we put into that, I just felt that we were a step slow. And that's understandable. Like, that's what I was telling myself is that, I mean, you look at what I've been asking, especially our main players as of late, that's a lot. And so we just got to find a way to give them as much rest heading into this upcoming back-to-back against LA and Washington. But, you know, they're a good team. They came in here, handle their business. We got to learn from it and try to be better come Friday night.
All right, we are live at the Black House Tavern. And no, he needs a little internet over there, right? Jess, if you can help him out with that. I know. Yes, Scott. Oh, we got to turn Scotty up. We'll get it together. We'll get it all together.
We're having all sorts of issues.
There you go. Oh, we're good. It's all good, man.
Remember the old days you hardwired everything?
The old days sucked. I remember the old days.
Didn't have drop-offs, though.
The old days.
Didn't have
we had we got another issue there with Scott, Jess. So,
yeah.
You gotcha?
Yeah.
Hey, I mean, you're assuming we want to listen to you anyways. But
Hey, 20 minutes to my gym right now. I can get over there. I'm good.
Is that right?
I can head there right now.
Are you okay?
I'm great.
Okay, good. Just checking.
Everybody getting all upset.
No, I'm not upset.
You know, if you needed,
I was. Let me tell you, being at the game, and I like the tradition. Nobody sits until the Nuggets score. Okay.
Stood up forever.
Have fun with that one.
Well, Jokic, and I'm like, does that count for free throws? I think it does.
It does.
And, Jokic missed 2 free throws.
Yeah.
Everybody was standing for like 5 straight minutes. It took forever.
Like it.
Yeah. And it's not like Minnesota was lighting it up either. But, listen, the Nuggets got it to 5 points, but they got their ass kicked.
Yep.
And when you sit there and watch the team that you're pulling for, and that you're connected to, and you just sit there and you watch them just get their butts kicked. And Malone waved the white flag with 5 minutes ago. He could have done it 3 minutes earlier if he wanted to.
Well, he kept Joker in to start the fourth.
Hey, man, you're trying, I guess. But, I mean, listen, I'm not saying that the Wolves are the Nuggets' daddy or anything like that, but I'll tell you, last night you got kicked. You got kicked basically from the jump, and they didn't look back. And there wasn't really a lot of hope that was brimming around there. And Malone pointed out, hey, they got 12 offensive rebounds, like 29 points.
Which is amazing.
I mean, you're getting rebounds, kicking it for 3, and they're hitting every damn shot.
Right. You're hoping at per offensive rebound, you want them hold them under 2 points a rebound.
Yeah,
so
not
if you'd have held them to – you'd like to hold them to 12 rebounds, or 12 points, 13 points, then you're fine.
Yeah.
Not 29.
So I'm not going to lie. Being there at the game, I really was – it was one of the few games that I was like, why'd I even bother being down here? And,
Well, because it was a huge game. It was really fun on paper. We're talking – excuse me. Who's our guy we're talking to yesterday? Jim Peterson? Was that his name?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. We're talking.
He warned us, by the way. He wasn't lying.
He did warn us, and it's interesting looking at where they were for the course of the season and the struggles that they did have, and they're peaking. So that's my bigger question. I know this happened during the championship year, also probably even worse. The last couple weeks of the season for the championship year, it was like, oh, good Lord, like what are we doing here? But you see Minnesota. They're going up. That arrow is going straight through the roof right now.
Actually, Vic had a good stat this morning. It's not a super peppy stat, but he pointed out the Nuggets have been beat at home by 20 or more points 4 times this year.
4 of their 10
Probably
losses.
all on national TV.
Maybe. That hasn't happened over the past 5 years. So it's happened to the Nuggets this year 4 times. They haven't done that in the past 5 years collectively, losing by 20. So there's that as well.
I'll say this. A loss is a loss, but when you lose by 20, it feels a heck of a lot worse. If you still lost 10 games, you lost all 10 by 5 points, wouldn't you be worrying, gosh, how come you can't close out games at home?
Then I'm in the hallway. Man, usually it's a pretty peppy walk from the court into the locker room. It's not a long walk in the hallway, but, yeah, man, there's usually little kids out there with the clappers. Kids ain't out there with the clappers when you just get your ass kicked. They keep the clappers and the kids away. And I'm just looking at the faces and the body language of the guys. It was bad. It was really bad.
Is there, and I know I felt this way if you've done a radio show, I'll just simplify it to a dumb radio show, and you feel like you weren't all in. Maybe you're hungover, or maybe you just were mad at whatever, and you weren't in it. And you leave that show and you go, oh, dude, that sucked. And you know what? That sucked, and I wasn't in it. And that's probably why I helped it suck. And so when you come after a game, you go, man, I wasn't in this sucker.
Yeah.
I was mentally not in this sucker, and we got our ass kicked. Well, let me just ask this. My days, it was different because you internally looked at yourself and said, hey, you better check yourself before you wreck yourself.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if these young guys do that anymore.
Well, Jokic said he wasn't burned out, and he goes, we had a day off yesterday. What are we talking about? But Malone said, and I think Malone was actually right, and I think Jokic was right. I think Malone had the pulse of the team, and Jokic had his own pulse.
Well, he's got.
I'm fine.
Well, he had a pulse in the game too.
Yeah,
right?
He was great, as he always is. It really is remarkable how good he is. We really don't say it enough. But let me ask you the question as we went into the break: can they win in the playoffs? Never mind if Minnesota's our daddy and all that crap. Can the Nuggets win? Period, though, in the playoffs without Aaron Gordon against anybody?
The deeper you go, the harder it's going to be.
The question is, how valuable is he? We know who he is, right? I mean, is he Valdichushkin? Is that what he is to the Denver Nuggets?
Maybe.
And will it have that type of rebound effect? I don't know. I mean, I know Aaron Gordon's good. Is he a Valdichushkin type of good? Is he that type of impact on the Nuggets?
Well, I'll just tell you so Minnesota's a big team, okay? And Jokic said after the game they were bigger than us. And I'm like, all right. And Gordon's 6'8" or something, so he's not like a 6'10", 7-footer, but he plays way bigger.
But he's 225.
Yes, he's
whatever.
just totally yoked.
And once again, I'm repeating myself for the last 3 years, and maybe people will start listening. The head coach for Minnesota coached in Denver for a couple of years. In fact, he was around when they started the Jokic thing and said, hey, let's put the ball through him and help with that program. So he kind of knows the offense, one. Mike Nori, his assistant, was with Michael Malone in Sacramento and in Denver for probably a decade, close to 7 years, 8 years, whatever. So they know this team. Conley built this team. They went out and they have big, tall, 6'8" type wings that are athletic, that can get up and pressure the hell out of you. That bothers me. And now you've got what's his name? Their star,
Anthony Edwards,
who's not afraid to play defense, and he took it a personal challenge, and now he's strong.
Yeah, you know what I noticed about him? Not that it's a secret. He's not the tallest guy, but boy, does he play big.
But he looks like a truly he looks like a Steve Atwater built safety.
And even on his jump shots, he gets way up in the air.
He's got elevation. Well, and again, and I said this a lot too, broadcasting games, the way you beat pressure is to apply pressure. And the biggest difference of why, to me, Russell Westbrook had success, whereas other guards struggled, he played north and south. He went right at them, and remember all the layups he was getting in the game because he was going right at them playing north and south.
All right, so who does Aaron Gordon stop that?
I think Aaron Gordon helps you defensively. Michael's a good rebounder, but he's not a physical rebounder. Peyton Watson doesn't really rebound out of his zone. I think Aaron, when in shape and ready, does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think he helps a lot. I don't think they get 29 points off of second chance.
Can I just say this about AG though? I think it's a little bit of wishful thinking we're going to get him totally healthy for the playoffs. Like we're sitting here banking on it. All right, cool. That'd be great to get him back.
True.
Recent history would tell me that's probably not looking awesome. So then what, right? So then you don't have AG. Now we're talking about Minnesota. How we feeling then in the future without AG? Or maybe you got him on a limited basis. I don't know. But assuming we're going to get AG back at full speed feels pretty risky.
And Minnesota brings in from the bench guys that can score and put up numbers also.
Mm-hmm.
Who does Denver bring off the bench that does that? They've got good players that, when the team's rolling, tend to roll with the team.
Mm-hmm.
When the team's struggling, team was rolling against OKC. Peyton Watson comes in and goes 4 for 4, from the three-point line. Team struggling shooting last night. Peyton Watson goes 0 for 4. And they got a bunch of guys on the team, and I'm not just calling Peyton. They got a bunch of guys on the bench that roll how the team is playing. Playing good, they tend to play really good.
Mm-hmm.
They struggle. They don't have the ability to lift very often anyway. And I said this. Gosh, I feel like I'm being mean.
Yeah, don't be mean.
Denver doesn't have shooters. Denver doesn't have – or they have shooters. They don't have makers. They don't have just guys who are just knocked down, deadly shot all the time, every time they touch it.
What's Jamal?
Scorer.
Oh, there's a difference?
Oh, yeah.
What's the difference between a scorer and a shooter? Wait, what the hell's Michael Porter Jr. then?
A shooter when he gets open. but he, you know what he is? He's a great wide receiver, and you got a guy that can't get him the ball.
It's a dependent position. Michael Porter Jr. is a dependent basketball player.
He's dependent on other stuff working, attacking the basket. Think about this: how many threes they get on penetration kick out?
Who, the Nuggets?
No, Minnesota.
I don't know, a ton. They had 17 threes out of 40 shots.
That's where Michael lives a little bit, Eric. There was no one getting to the basket in the people that was with him.
By the way, let me point out, too, for the Nuggets last night, shooting-wise, yeah, they were 7 of 30. Well, 2 of those were from Hunter Tyson in garbage time.
Yeah, so 5 of 28.
Correct. That's really what they were.
Yeah.
So they didn't take all that many. They didn't hit that many. You were outscored by 30 on three-pointers alone by a team that only scored 115 points, which is like, all right. Listen, if you're going to lose that game, lose it 115 to 110.
Right.
I guess.
And then we
something like that.
Then we can talk some defense.
Right. Defensively, I don't know. I think the Nuggets played defensively against Minnesota like they play against everybody.
Yep. Well, they average 116. They give up, I think.
Right.
So you gave up under your average.
That wasn't anything special.
You went from 140 points against the number one defense to 95 against the third defense. And that, to me, just says, were you mentally in the game?
It feels like that's what it was. They were mentally not checked in for whatever reason. I don't know, man. It's frustrating.
Oh, yeah.
It's frustrating. It's not just losing that's frustrating. Everybody loses here and there, and everybody gets blown out every now and then. But it just seemed like so I do understand folks on the station here saying, Minnesota's the kryptonite because that's what it looked like last night. Like you were mentally defeated against this team. I'm sure at good old Cherry Creek you rolled off the bus and,
Not when I was there. Every year in Cherry Creek High School's existence, except for the 3 years that Tyler Polumbus played on varsity.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Hey, I knew
theoretically, when you roll into Overland, Overland's gonna have.
No, don't get that wrong. When I was my senior year at Cherry Creek, we lost to Mike McDaniel in the Smoky Hill Buffaloes, and every time I see Mike McDaniel, it's like his one thing he has to bring up every single time. He's like, "Oh, remember when we smoked you?" Like,
that's
okay,
cool.
Good for
awesome.
you, Mike.
An NFL head coach put shade on a radio host. That's kind of cool.
That is
right
awesome. What year was that?
That must have been actually my junior year because I think he's 1 year older than me. So that must have been my junior year.
What
that was
year?
2002.
Oh, 2002.
Does that sound right? I don't know. Somewhere in that ballpark.
2002,
funny,
I wasn't quite in Smoky Hill territory. I was in Overland territory at that point. But
yeah, we lost to Smoky Hill in football.
Hey.
How about that?
Go Buffs. My team.
Hey, Smokey had a couple dogs, though. They had a couple dogs that
Smokey's
year. They played on the basketball team, too, and they were legit.
Did you beat them in basketball?
No. They smoked us in basketball.
Oh, Creek's – well –
my junior year, though, the farthest I ever made it in high school, I made it to the semifinals in basketball.
That's pretty good.
Which for Creek was not known as a basketball school at the time.
Yeah, they've done all right in basketball over the years, though. They've been sneaky pretty good. That's Cherry Creek. They're good at
That was
everything.
before your boy got there.
Yeah.
Which one?
Your boy.
Lowe's?
No. Basketball boy.
Oh, yeah. What,
you're gonna.
Did they do anything when he was there for basketball?
Hell no.
How they?
All right, a little high school talk for you. Boy, you're ripping off Tyler's idea there, huh?
What's that?
With the chicken wings.
Yeah, it looks semi-safe.
Okay, yeah, it looks delicious. The food here is extraordinary here at Black House Tavern.
I'm just going to keep ordering.
You keep going.
I'm on the best diet ever. I mean, there's no calorie counting. I can eat as much as I want. Just got to eat the right food.
Just go for it. All right, so the Lakers come to town tomorrow night. The Nuggets probably win that by 20. I was looking at Washington. You know what's interesting about Washington? They are the worst team in the league, but they're on a little bit of a heater, sort of, for them. They're 4 and 6 in their last 10, but they've only won like 13 games the entire year. One of those games, of course, is against the Nuggets.
Right.
But they are the worst team, and they've been playing relatively for them well. So here's a nightmare scenario. Here is a nightmare scenario for the Nuggets. You fall apart against the LeBron-less Lakers for whatever reason, and then you just assume you don't even try against Washington, and they kind of sneak up and bite you on the butt. Then you got some problems there, Oh, yeah. So usually the Nuggets bounce back. I anticipate they'll do so. The Lakers are playing in Milwaukee tonight. So you get
They moved the game 30 minutes. They requested.
Why?
Because you can request to move if you play it back to back and lose a time zone or so. I don't know.
Oh, really?
So they requested to move the game back 30 minutes.
Okay.
Well, that should make a huge difference. Yes. I mean, why do you even request 30 minutes? What's the point of that?
I don't know.
Well, it also might be Milwaukee plays at 7:30 tonight, which means I thought there was a rule in the NBA you can't play within 24 hours.
Hey, if you just need more time for Luka to get on the hookah, that's fine by me.
Luka on the hookah.
But we'll see that tomorrow night. So
get that shirt at Venice Beach.
Luka
right
on the hookah. So the whole your daddy and this, that kryptonite, okay, let's put that away. The Nuggets do play Minnesota one more time.
Yep.
Okay, April 1st in Denver. Does that game bring any more importance? Does that mean something?
It might. Hey, listen, you've got L.A. twice, Memphis once, who just took over second, Minnesota one more time, Houston twice, Golden State twice, all of them in the playoffs.
Would you lose on purpose at the end of the year if that meant avoiding Minnesota?
I don't care.
Yeah.
Listen, you're either good enough to win it or you ain't this year.
No, but I'm saying your last two games are against Memphis and Houston.
But you could. First off, Michael Malone's played this game, so let's not act like he's always been that dude that's like, hey, we'll play anytime, anywhere to anybody, because he's literally played this game on purpose of trying to get the matchups that he wants. And if you get to let somebody else have a chance of knocking him off before you got to see him, hell yeah.
No, it doesn't matter.
There's a Kislas article with
you're just ready to fight someone today, though. You're just in tough guy mode.
No, I'm tired of pretending. I'm tired. I'm
tired of pretending about what?
But this, I'm not going to freak out over here. Oh, we got our daddy. Well, then buck up, Buttercup. Let's go. I mean,
who are you talking to?
Well, let's talk to the Nuggets. Let's talk to the radio host. You scared? Well, Jim Peterson going to come in here and whoop everybody? He ain't whooping me. Might you three. Not me.
Hey, okay. I told you I'm not.
Tyler's lifting now, so Tyler's 50-50.
Tyler ain't gonna get whipped by nobody now.
He's right there.
Oh, hell no. Tyler's gonna kick everybody's ass.
We can sit there and watch that fun.
I have the fascinating article by our guy Mark Kislin with Dick Monfort. Really, really interesting. And I don't intend to go super deep into big-time baseball talk, but it's a conversation where Monfort addresses directly should he sell the team. And he gives a reason that's pretty legit that might make you have his back. Details about that next. What a gorgeous day down here, Main Street in Littleton. The outdoor dining's going on. People with their sunglasses, bikes and joggers, and it's just a spectacular day. And yeah, we're down here for a fine bourbon sampling featuring Elijah Craig, Evan Williams, and Larceny. We also have Bulls Nuggets tickets and a suite for that game coming up. And the food is absolutely delicious. You haven't quite polished off those.
Yeah, I didn't do
quick as Tyler.
the 3-minute wing eating contest.
The inhale.
We will 3 minutes at a time, Scott.
We will have Adam Schefter on with us in less than an hour. He was really interesting about Aaron Rodgers. He's like frustrated at Aaron Rodgers, and he also is dropping some interesting knowledge about Cooper Kupp that we'll get to coming up in just a little bit. Mark Kisla, Denver Gazette, gets together with Dick Monfort down in spring training. Now, I understand how frustrated people are and sell the team and the whole thing. I've heard that a million times. It was interesting to see Mark Kisla talk to Monfort about it. And Monfort did question, why do I keep doing this? Like, it's so painful to sit here and see my team lose 100 games a season. But then he said, there needs to be a salary cap in baseball. Okay, all right. But he said there's 5 teams that have a chance every year, 5 teams just under that, and 20 teams that have no chance at all because of the salary cap. Is he wrong about that?
So here's the thing on it. I give the wah-wah on it because tough luck. It's the league that you play in. Is he wrong that baseball needs a salary cap? Probably not. It does. But where it bothers me, where it really rubs me the wrong way, is when you use that as an excuse for why your team hasn't competed. And first off, I'm not actually accusing the Rockies of being cheap because they have spent money. They've spent money many times, including on Chris Bryant. They just do it dumb, and they do it on the wrong guys. But you play in a sport that can be solved with money. That's the reality. That's it. The sport can be solved with money. You saw the Padres do it. You see other teams do it. So if anything, it's really just we just don't want to spend as much as these other teams that are doing it, so I don't want to hear it. That's the sport that you own. That's the team that you own in that sport.
That's a very, very true statement. My answer to that, the Wi-Fi just went. My answer to that is this. Be better than, as a bottom 20 team, of personnel, drafting, developing. I've been on that bandwagon for 20 years. Who are they developing? Where are they going? You know, I grew up a Kansas City Royals fan. I got to believe they're a bottom 20 team.
Yeah, for sure.
Guess what? They won a championship within the last 10 years and played in 2.
The Guardians have been right up there. The Diamondbacks went there. They didn't win, but they've been there.
Houston won 2 or 3. Do they just go
Well, I wonder if
outlandish?
Houston's – well, they might be spending more money. I don't know.
So, I mean, does he have a point about the sport? He does.
That's right.
He does have a point about the sport, but it is not a point as to why the Colorado Rockies cannot compete.
He has a point about his sports, but he's shirking his responsibility.
Correct.
And the responsibility is getting the right people in to be a better team of understanding talent, the talent you need, the style you need to play, and then doing that.
I would make an argument that there is no sport more simple to solve your problems than baseball.
True. All right.
There's no sport that you could just go out and fix everything if you want to.
But as a sports fan, is it fair to expect owners of teams to take a loss financially? Meaning, yeah, these other teams, like the great Patrick Ewing quote, we make a lot of money, but we spend a lot of money. The Dodgers, spend a lot of money, but it's easier for them to make money, meaning their margin probably is about the same as the Colorado Rockies, I'm guessing. So, yes, the Rockies don't spend as much, but they don't make as much. The Dodgers, the Yankees, the Red Sox, they're making so much more money so they can spend more, but their profit margins are probably pretty similar. Do we expect owners as fans to take a loss?
Well, first off, he's not going to take a loss. So let's not say that because that's not true. Now, maybe he's not going to make as much money, but he's damn sure he can take a loss.
If the Rockies were the number 1 spending team in Major League Baseball, you're saying they wouldn't be taking a loss?
I would say in the long term, no. Maybe they take a short-term loss there. Maybe they take a short-term loss, and maybe it's a couple years. But in the long term, you bring championships to a city, money's going to come.
Well, here's the difference between New York and New York, Boston, L.A. Their television, local television package, which the Rockies don't even have one right now.
Correct.
They fell into that trusting Major League Baseball, which was stupid. And they had offers on the table that Monfort turned down. To pair the Dodgers, I was told years ago, Dodgers are making in the hundreds of millions of dollars a year just on their TV package. I'm sure MSG is doing the same thing for the Yankees.
If the Rockies were one of the top 5 spending teams in Major League Baseball, how exactly would they make money? They would just be taking massive losses year after year.
Because the TV deals are going to come?
Well, not in Colorado, they're not. We just don't have the people. There's not the human beings that are interested.
And you're not in Kansas
you
City.
You don't think the sponsorships are going to come? You don't think you're going to sell everything for 5 times more inside that stadium? I mean, yeah, I think you win championships. Money falls into your lap.
But when you're trying to catch $500 million and they say, hey, look, we can make $60 million. A big old difference between $500 million and $60 million, and that's just where those teams is. Which again, I go back. Cleveland's probably in that bottom 20 group, and they've. I don't know if they've ever won it, but they've played for a handful.
They've been very competitive.
They've been very competitive. Minnesota, I would assume, is in that time, and it's been years, but they've won a couple, right?
30 years ago.
But they've won at least a couple, and
right.
they were pretty good a couple of years or 5 years ago, something like that. But you can do it, but your margin of error is less, and that's why your minor league system has to be tight. You have to be able to evaluate talent. You have to get the right people.
So you're convinced if the Rockies were to sell, say they sold just for shizzles and giggles here, to Greg Penner, that group. Just assume you got unbelievably wealthy owners. You think they would improve without a salary cap?
Only.
Yeah, I do.
No.
Yes. Because you know what they're going to do also? They're going to bring in different people that are going to be outside the organization that now understand how to evaluate things. They're going to have an entirely radically different approach that is not the same thing that we've been doing.
So is it a money issue or is it a culture issue?
Yes. Yes is the answer. Okay. Yes is the answer. Because, look, here's the reality, and Bill Belichick talks about this all the time. There are multiple sorry, Peter, but there are multiple ways to skin a cat, okay? And there are multiple ways to solve a problem. And it doesn't have to just be money. If you want to play small ball, you can play small ball, but you better be the best evaluators in the league, you know? So, but when you combine money with evaluation, yeah, they would be better.
Well, and listen, I'm not a big analytic guy, but baseball's been living in the analytic world for, 30 years?
Long time.
30, 35 years. Didn't you read an article earlier this winter about the analytic department? They doubled their size. They now have 2 people or something. I mean, it was some article you read. They were the last guys on the train of getting into the analytics of baseball and stuff like that.
So when you hear Monfort complain, you're just the smallest file.
Well, I'll tell you this. When you tell me what am I doing, why am I doing this, don't do it. What am I doing? Why am I doing it?
The article Mark wrote, it seemed that he's been having some doubts about it. And at his age, he's like 71, something like that. He's wondering, well, why am I even bothering with this?
To me, that was shirking responsibility. And he says, you know what, we're limited in what we're going to do. And we have it, because he didn't say that. Have you ever heard him take responsibility for bad things going on within the organization? You never have. And listen, I've been with him. I've sat for an hour show with him. And he's a very, very good guy.
Every conversation I've heard about him, he seems like a great guy just to sit down and have a conversation.
He absolutely is.
There's nobody that says bad things upon meeting this guy.
And I will never tell a guy to go sell the team. I would tell this guy this. Here's where I think you want to know where Dick Monfort's failed? Here's where Dick Monfort's failed. Hiring the proper baseball people to guide this team. He hires this guy. He's going to leave. Okay, I'm going to take his lieutenant. He hires this guy. I'm going to take his lieutenant. Oh, he hired this, I'm going to take his lieutenant. And it keeps doing that. You got to get baseball people in here, and he's not doing it. Now, if you want to spend money, here we spend money. Spend it on your management. Spend it on your developers. Don't worry about hiring a guy who's 32 with a back like Tyler at Polumbus and say, hey, go and play 45 games for me. Here's $30 million. Come on, man.
All right. Hey, opening day. Right around the corner, and we'll be out at the
I'll be at CU.
We'll be out at the
you'll be at Chop House.
I'll be at Chop House.
Yeah.
Are you on the road that day? April?
I'm praying to I'm praying to all things holy. I'm on the road that day. Yes.
Tyler, you're going to go check out the
I'm going to the showcase.
The showcase, right. It's not the pro day. Yeah.
Yep,
I'm in Golden State.
Okay. Well, I'll be at the Chop House, and we invite you to come join us today at the Black House.
We probably could have sold the showcase also if we wanted to.
Okay. Interesting story about Mikko Rantanen and what he wanted to do, plus the new look Broncos. Do they get an A+ for free agency? Is PhD live from Black House Tavern, Main Street in Littleton on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you have issues with erectile dysfunction, I understand how that could be discouraging and disappointing and something you probably just plow through and try not to think about at all. You don't have to. You don't have to live a mediocre life compared to the great life that you deserve. And solving your ED problems, that's a great way to get love back in your life and be more fulfilled, period. And the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, well, their treatments work where the pills or herbals fail. All you have to do is reach out and contact them, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Here's the deal. They have treatment success rates of over 90%. And there have been thousands of men here in Colorado that have gone through this process. For $99, the initial visit, you get a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TNPSA test. If advised a test dose, that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. 5 locations. There's a Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic near you. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We are live at the Black House Tavern on Main Street in Littleton. I love this area, man. I don't get here all that often, but I've been here throughout the years. It's really cool, man.
Right down here, because I'm not a horribly long distance from here.
Yeah.
At the end of the block where you run into the melting pot.
Okay.
Everybody's eating at the melting pot, right? They have a big at Christmas time. They have a big parade right down this Main Street. They have a big stand right there. Blah blah blah. And then this year, at the after the parade got done, they had one of those drone shows. Remember I talked about in the air.
They're doing those instead of fireworks now.
Dude, it was outstanding. It was just right over here.
Tell you what, Littleton kicking butt.
Come on now.
Come on, I tell you what. And we'll be here till 3 o'clock. It's an opportunity for you to come on down and sample some great bourbon from Elijah Craig, Evan Williams, and Larceny. And we have Nuggets Bulls tickets to give away. The food is absolutely delicious. The atmosphere is fantastic. And if you want to say, hey, what's going on, we welcome you to do it on this absolutely gorgeous Thursday afternoon. On the Shop Mazda text line, I love when Scott is in his mode. Makes me want to get up and slap a baby.
Oh, come on, Seal. Be more politically correct and say Seal.
Tyler was over apologizing to PETA a little bit earlier.
I skinned a cat.
At first, I thought you were talking about my dad.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like,
PETA and Eileen.
PETA doesn't care about skinning cats.
Look at his face. That's PETA.
Dumb little face.
Boy, it is a slight difference between PETA and PETA.
PETA.
Boy, it's
I'm going to kill
small.
2 birds with 1 stone a little bit later.
Yeah.
Okay, well, PETA won't care, but PETA might care.
Yeah.
About that. We will have Adam Schefter on with us coming up in just a little bit. We'll get back to the Nuggets and that situation. No dumb questions as well on YouTube, on Twitch, text line. We got it all going if you want to participate in that. A day later, after the Evan Engram news comes out, Tyler, how do you think the Broncos are shaped right now? And I heard Jeff Legwold on with the boys in the morning, and he was like, yeah, don't worry about a running back. This draft is deep. You can find plenty of running backs. There's just really no need to find another one. And we will talk to Adam Schefter about the rumors that Adam put the Broncos amongst 3 teams to be in the Cooper Kupp sweepstakes. So let's frame all of that. No need to go get a running back. Doesn't look like they'll do. But should they be going after Cooper Kupp?
Well, where do we want to start? Do we want to start in the last couple days? Cooper Kupp, should they be in on the conversation? Yeah, of course they should be. Here's the thing, and I just found this from Next Gen Stats about Evan Engram, and I do find it pretty fascinating, okay? I do want to address just the free agency really quick because on paper it feels like an A. It feels like they knocked it out of the park, but the reality is you went after 3 dudes, you got all 3 of the guys that you wanted, and all 3 of the guys are hurt. Okay, so that's the big gamble here is you're gambling on health. Now, I'm okay with it. I am. I think all these guys are going to be all right, but you're gambling. So I don't know how you grade it until you know if these guys will be healthy or not. Here's the thing with Evan Engram that relates to Cooper Kupp, all right? Cooper Kupp is at a stage of his career where he's not going to be creating tons of separation, okay, which means he's not playing on the outside. He's playing on the inside. Next Gen Stats put out something pretty interesting. Evan Engram led all tight ends in both receptions, 112, and yards, 957, from the slot over the last 2 seasons.
Okay.
Sean Payton, with the Broncos tight ends that he had, which were not slot tight ends, but that's the way that he wants to play football. Sean Payton with Broncos tight ends have run 52.3% of their routes from the slot. That is the 5th highest rate in the NFL. Okay. So combine Evan Engram, who has by far the most reps out of the slot, with a coach in Sean Payton
who wants to go
to the slot with his tight ends, and all of a sudden Cooper Kupp, it's kind of like, well, where do they both fit in? I still say go for it. You figure it out. I mean, you get your personnel and you figure it out.
Right.
But it does make that interesting in terms of how important is Cooper Kupp to this team because we know damn well where Evan Ingram's going to play.
Let me ask for lineup's sake. When you talk about a slot receiver, and also, I think lineup, okay, this guy's going to line up off the line a little bit.
Sup, dog?
You're going to line up off the line a little bit. You see him, he's kind of in the slot right there.
Yeah.
But can you not be a slot receiver and still line up closer to the line of scrimmage?
Well, you can, sure.
So could you have a Cooper Kupp that lined
up
in the
Kyle
slot
Shanahan
here?
plays with a lot of tight groupings. But when you do that, you generally speaking, you bring in – I mean, not all the time, but you bring in your X at the same time, and you're going to have tight personnel groupings. So are there ways to get them both in there? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the way to do that is you just put Evan Engram on the end of the line. And you say, okay, I know
like a Kittle. You saw Kittle like that a lot, right?
Oh, Kittle plays on the line a lot because
Kelsey
he blocks.
does too, doesn't he?
Because sure. Because Kittle blocks really, really well. The challenge with that is Evan Engram don't block. So putting him on the line is a bit of a challenge.
Why do you think, from what we understand, the offers between the Broncos and Chargers were similar? Why do you think he chose the Broncos? For those reasons right there?
Because that's probably part of it.
I bet his agent knew them stats.
And I'm sure that Sean Payton, when he sat down during that day that he was in this building, he didn't pull up Broncos film. He wasn't showing Adam Troutman. He wasn't showing Lucas Kroll.
Mm-hmm.
He was
or he might have been going, this is your only competition, dog. Come on.
Well, fine, but what was he doing? He was showing Jimmy Graham playing the slot.
Right.
He was showing what he's done with his tight ends in the past and the way he's utilized
Are
those
you
guys.
okay with specialists kind of like that, the tight end that's not a blocker?
Yeah. I mean, there was a point in my life that I would have said hell no.
Right.
But the game's evolved and it's changed.
Just, same thing I try to say about basketball. It ain't 100 points. It's changed, evolved with it.
So we got to get over that whole you don't block, this, that, the other thing, right? There's matchups that
But here's the thing. You can't have 2 or 3 of those guys on your team.
I gotcha.
Every time you got to have a Dwayne Carswell, and because I was going to bring up Shannon. I remember we used to talk to Mike every week, and he said, "Listen, I just asked Shannon, if we're going to run it and you're in there, just get in somebody's
just
way.
Rub it a little if you're going to touch it." Yeah.
But hey, get in somebody's way. You're not asking him to pancake a guy like Gronk would do, or get in the guy's way, slow him down.
Yeah.
But that's what he would ask Shannon to do.
Right. And it would be fun to go back and look at Shannon's film because I don't really remember how much he played on the line, how much he was split out, and all that. It would be curious to see how far ahead of things Mike was with that. I think it's a challenge. If you want to be a running team, to put a tight end on the line of scrimmage that can't block, you're asking for problems, man.
Okay. But Sean's done it over the years. He's had success with it, and it's a matchup problem, and hopefully Engram will be healthy. I just think that whole conversation about –
Sorry, just real quick, though. If Evan Engram could block, you know where you get the real mismatches? Not putting him in the slot. When you put him on the line of scrimmage, when you put him in the slot, you get a nickel. You get a DB. You get a safety that'll come down in the box and cover these guys. Mm-hmm. If Evan Engram, and I'm asking him to do something that's not him, okay, so it's probably not going to happen. But if Evan Engram could play on the line of scrimmage attached to a tackle's hip, guess who's covering him then sometimes? Linebackers. Linebackers are covering this dude. So that's where George Kittle gets all his mismatches, and Travis Kelce sometimes as well, because those DBs, they can match up with these guys.
Right.
It's the linebackers that can't hang with wide receivers.
You got to get off the line, though. You got to get through the contact to get past them, though, right?
Yeah, that's not too big of a deal, though.
Not a big deal.
Not in the passing game.
Okay. Well, hey, man, I give him a grade, and we'll get Adam on here in about a half hour or so.
I'm giving him a very optimistic A. But it's very optimistic, and I fully admit that although I'm the guy saying I'm not afraid of the injuries, we got to live in reality here that you signed 3 dudes, and all 3 of them are coming off major injuries.
And Cooper Kupp hasn't been perfectly healthy the last couple of years either, right? So that'd be the 4 for 4.
Well, we'll talk to Adam Schefter about it coming up in, like I said, about 20 minutes or so. No Dumb Questions next. We're live from the Black House Tavern in Littleton, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Live from the Black House Tavern in Littleton on Main Street. Love to see you down here. Just talk to a nice gentleman.
I got a no dumb football question for you.
Oh, you want us to go for it? Go ahead.
Tyler and I just sitting there watching Shannon, probably, I mean, no question, the best receiving tight end maybe they've ever had.
Oh, yeah.
He's in the Hall of Fame, so, I mean, it's hard to argue.
Got to put Julius up there.
Julius was pretty good when he was here.
Not as long tenure.
He's not a Hall of Famer, but, boy, that was a good couple years.
It was really good. But when Julius walks in here and has a chicken wing with us in a gold jacket, then
all right. I'm just saying, 24 touchdowns in 2 years.
We watched that pretty good, though, right?
Hell yeah.
No doubt question. Elway's a better quarterback than Peyton Manning. Yes or no?
I'd say
Elway had a better arm for sure.
Peyton's got more MVPs. They both have.
Is it 3-2 or 2-1?
No, Peyton's got 5.
5-2 then.
I don't know what John's got, but he doesn't have 5.
No.
They both have 2 Super Bowl wins. John's probably been to 5 Super Bowls for John, right? Peyton lost 1.
48,
so what? 3 Super Bowls for Peyton.
More yards.
Peyton's got more yards. I think it's Peyton, but John's obviously extraordinary.
I mean, I legitimately think Peyton Manning's the second best quarterback of all time. That's my opinion.
Who's number one? Tom.
And I mean, you can't fight it. But I would argue that Peyton Manning, with the stability and with some of the things around him that Tom Brady had, would have done even more, or as much, maybe not more. Here's the thing, though. You cannot discount the way that Peyton Manning changed football. And I don't know if you could make that, and you guys would have to make that argument for me, because I wasn't living in the John Elway era, right? I mean, I wasn't in knowledge of the John Elway era, right? But Peyton Manning was literally the first ever offensive coordinator that played the quarterback position. Playing with
he brought an intelligence and a professorial approach to being quarterback.
Well, yeah, but yes, that's a fact. But I mean, not just that, but I mean literally the ability to run anything. People talk about audibles. Most quarterbacks don't even have audibles. They've got check with me's, meaning they call 2 plays in the huddle, and you're going to check to the other one based off where the safety is, based off where the 3 tech is. Mm-hmm. And then there's other audibles that you go to when they come out in a bear front. Okay, hey, we're going to audible to 19 week because we like that against a bear front. Peyton Manning didn't have audibles. He didn't have check with me's. He had a freaking offense available to him to get into whatever he wanted to do at any time. He was the first one to ever do it.
Yeah. No, I think there's a lot to go in there. I'll go back to what Shannon Sharp said on Club Shay Shay.
You watching Club Shay Shay?
Club Shay Shay, yeah.
Check it out, Club Shay Shay.
Club Shay
There's
Shay.
some good stuff on that, actually.
There is some good stuff on Club Shay Shay. But he's talking about the MVP with Joker and Shea Gilgeous. He said, listen, Shea Gilgeous is going to win the MVP. He's having a phenomenal year. His team's phenomenal. He's the MVP. Joker's the best player in the world. I mean, he said that, and even Ocho Cinco, I think, agreed. Although he did say, how are you the best player in the world, not the MVP?
Yeah, that was going through my brain.
Because it's different. Joker's the best player in the world, no doubt in my mind. That doesn't mean, well.
Thunder in the playoffs without SGA?
No. I think
sure?
I think they're a 5, 6, 7 seed.
Okay. Nuggets in the playoffs without Joker?
Not at all.
All right. So he's the MVP.
Should be.
Just don't be afraid of just saying.
I
don't know that that's a fair case. People make that argument all the time, and I don't think that's a fair case. But just because the other dude's got other talent doesn't make him any less. I mean
that's true.
It's
just
valuable.
not an apples to apples.
But valuable. If Joker's not on this team, you're lucky to be in the play-in.
Well, that would be like most valuable of a team, not most valuable. Yeah. And I'm not arguing against Jokic. Believe me,
sounds like
nobody hear me wrong here. Nikola Jokic is the best basketball player in the world. I just think that's a flawed argument.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Kobe was the best player in the world a bunch of years and only won a handful of MVPs. LeBron probably was the best player in the world for a long time. He only won a handful of MVPs. So I get that. But anyway, my point is this. I'm not sure on paper and watching him play, and you admitted that you didn't see. I just showed you a play with Elway, and you went, "Oh crap!" Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I remember of him, right? Being a Kansas City Chiefs fan growing up, even because he was killing my team all the time. I just think with pure body, maybe didn't have the mind that Peyton Manning had, but as far as mobility, arm strength, leadership. Man, I just think people, because as time goes, we do that. People are sleeping on Magic Johnson right now. People are sleeping on Rod Carew. People are sleeping on all these great players from the past because it was a different era. Man, I just don't think John Elway gets to do he probably deserves as a quarterback. Forget your feelings on him as a GM and stuff like that. Dude, this guy.
Well, I've never questioned John as a quarterback.
I think he's special.
I gotcha. He's the most important athlete in the history of Colorado. Period. The end.
Yeah.
And I call it the age of Elway, from 1983 until just a couple years ago. I mean, it's an age of Elway. I'm not questioning that. Had some sour years as a GM for not understanding Josh Allen. Let me ask you a no-dumb question on top of that. Out of this batch of quarterbacks, if we could get in the DeLorean, go ahead 15 years, who's the quarterback that's going to be in this conversation? Out of this group right now.
All the ones playing right now?
Out of this group right now, we fast-forward this show 15 years. We're still having delicious food at the Black House. Who's in that conversation that we just had right there? It's Elway, Peyton, it's who from this group?
Active players.
Active players right now.
I mean, you start with Patrick, okay? So he's already there. He's in it. He's already in the conversation. I think it gets tough, man. It does. I mean, Joe Burrow and Josh Allen are going to go down as great QBs without a championship, and I think it's changed. I think in the past you could be an all-time great without a championship.
Dan Marino.
I don't think that's true anymore. I think that's just evolved. It's different. You got to have the rings to back it up. Okay.
Do you have to have the rings to be a Hall of Famer?
No.
Okay, but to be an all-timer, I don't disagree with you. We're having a legacy argument here.
Yeah. That's good.
Legacy argument comes with championships.
Let me also say
with
this. I don't think you have to have 2, 3, 4 rings to be in the conversation, but I think you need one.
Okay.
And I think you got to be there a couple times.
So do you see Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen getting a ring?
At some point, one of those guys will. Yeah.
You would think,
right?
right?
I mean, Patrick sprains an ankle. I don't know, whatever. At some point, one of those guys will.
Wouldn't
sure.
it be a trip if Bo Nix got a ring before Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, and Joe Burrow?
But that would go.
Wouldn't that be something?
But good, and this goes back to the responsibility of George and Sean Payton, because I look at Elway and he got 2. What was the change? Well, Shanahan came and changed it. If you said if Shanahan had been here for Elway's entire career, what numbers would we have seen? But he personally carried teams to the postseason that didn't need to be there, right? Beating Cleveland twice, 98-yard drives, winning in overtime, all the different stuff that they did.
I think Peyton did that too, for the record, in Indianapolis. He had some wide receivers, but he also turned some average wide receivers into Hall of Famers. Maybe not average. That's not fair.
Yeah, that's not
well, he had a Hall of Famer with Marvin Harrison.
Yeah.
But the second guy just get
I'm going to tell you
Dallas
this.
Clark was the tight end, though.
I don't know if there's ever been a
Dallas
quarterback
Clark
with year in, year out bad offensive lines like Peyton Manning.
Right.
He had terrible offensive lines his entire career.
Let me tell you this, because, again, you said you weren't there. They had an offensive lineman during the Elway era. You know what his nickname was? Speed Bump.
Okay.
What was that?
Getting away for a second.
What was that?
It was the brothers. Remember, he had 2 brothers that were on the offensive line. They both played for him.
I don't know who you're talking about.
And one of the guys' nicknames, I think he played guard.
That's terrible.
Was called Speed Bump.
Oh my God, that's too funny.
So Elway didn't have a great offensive line really until his last 2 or 3 years.
Hey, I got a no dumb question.
He had no running game for that matter.
Broncos QBs, and I'm just talking about playing style here. Was Jake Plummer really just a poor man's John Elway? Like, you think about the elusivity that he played with, the arm strength that he had, the escapability, all of it. Didn't they feel like similar style of quarterbacks?
I just never thought of Jake as like a big guy.
No, he wasn't big.
You know, and I always thought of Elway as kind of a big dude.
Yeah, he was a big dude.
That dude would get out of some stuff, though.
Yep.
He would get out of a lot of stuff.
Listen, Jake was a great quarterback. I mean, I loved Jake Plummer. But, I mean, like, I do remember training camps when Cutler got here, and I mean, like, arm strength-wise, it wasn't close. I mean, Cutler blew him off the field. But
I would say this. I would say Plummer is under-respected for the quarterback he was, not only here but in Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was really good.
But Elway's arm was, I mean, it was stunning.
Unbelievable.
It was unbelievable.
Like I said, I just showed him that this one play against Seattle, and somehow he ducks under a middle linebacker blitz and then heaves it, 50 yards in the air on stride to Shannon in for a touchdown. That's unique talent. That a lot of people got that. His escapability was pretty good.
I just think as time goes on, and we'll see what the story Josh Allen writes is, but if you want to talk about a comparable to John Elway, I think it's Josh Allen. You know, and Josh is probably a little bit better of a runner, but Elway was tough. Elway would run around if he needed to, no doubt about it.
Yeah, he's probably a better runner.
And the arm strength is probably right there. I mean,
yeah,
it's probably.
Yeah, maybe.
And we'll see, because the winning in the Super Bowls came late for John. So let's see what happens with Josh Allen. You know, it ain't over, but he's got to get there. At least John got there 3 different times. I mean, the Bills
got there
with Josh. Yeah, you got to figure it out. All right, well, listen, we got Adam Schefter coming up next. We'll ask about Cooper Kupp. He put it out there. The Broncos are one of 3 teams in the running for Cooper Kupp. We'll talk to Adam Schefter about it next.
Hey guys, this is Tyler, my friends over at Phil Longford. When I tell you I've been going over there since my rookie year, I mean that. I've easily bought 5 or 6 different cars from Phil Longford. I keep going back because I value relationships in life, and you're going to be a customer for life once you go there. It's a different kind of car dealership, guys. They respect you. They're going to give you the best price. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out, and you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams, because when you go to Phil Longford, there's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. It doesn't matter if you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, you will find the vehicle you want to walk away with. Guys, they've got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, make sure you keep it serviced with my friends over at Phil Longford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop for the comfort of your own home at PhilLongDenver.com.
Adam Schefter will join us in just a little bit as we're at Black House Tavern on Main Street and in Littleton, having a great time. Delicious food, awesome people. Love the vibe in here, just period, man. Like, it's just the music and the food and just everything in here is like, this is definitely a place I'd be hanging out, no doubt about
Tanner,
it.
we got a little reggae going on? Is that what we had going on?
We had it
here?
when I first got in.
It's a little like Jimmy Buffett-y reggae remix sort of stuff. I mean, it's awesome.
I keep
absolutely
going
love
outside
it.
during the break, and
Oh,
I
it's
just can't. I
gorgeous.
keep taking little mini strolls down Main Street here. There's some fun little shops.
It's downtown, yeah.
Downtown Littleton's cool.
There's a little there's a butcher about 4 doors down. I'm gonna walk down there and get some food on my way out.
All right, all right. But before we get Adam, and he'll be with us here in a second, it's not another bracket contest. So no more picking 67 games, 5 teams. You're good to go. The lower the seed, the more each win is worth. The grand prize, 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game with dinner for 2 at the Chop House, which we'll be at for opening day, or at least I will. A catered party for 30 from Brothers Barbecue, and a brand new big screen TV. Wow. That is a hell of a prize.
Yeah, but it is a 75-incher DMac.
Well, all that just for picking 5 teams. You can enter starting on Sunday night after the field is announced at AltitudeSportsRadio.com. Brought to you by Evan Williams Bourbon, who that's why we're here today, as a matter of fact. So enjoy it. All the buzzer beater celebrations. Adding Evan Williams to your game day lineup is a slam dunk. Also by our great friends at Brothers Barbecue. Brothers Barbecue, take your event to the next level with their award-winning catering service. Again, we're waiting for Adam. While we wait, CU is down to Houston right now, and it's unlikely they beat the number 2 team. They're the number 1 team.
Well, it says the CU's number 16, which means they're number 16 in the country, right?
No,
yeah, I know. I'm aware.
In the conference tournament, Houston's won. They're 19-1 in the conference.
I think they're number 2 in the country.
So yeah, they're pretty good. I'm watching. They're not bad.
But hey, way to go, CU, by the way, for winning a couple games after a totally miserable season.
3-17 conference play?
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
No, it's been brutal. And so for Tad to actually get
they did lose 3
wins,
dudes that went straight to the NBA last year. So
gotcha. But doesn't mitigate how terrible the season was.
Here's the bad thing: if the Pac-12 would have lasted one more year, that 3-17 record, they'd probably be 9-11, 10-10, 11-9.
Well, listen, it's probably the end of the road here today and this afternoon. We're keeping tabs on it. Great place to watch a game here at the Black House Tavern, too.
I got no dumb question.
Did Tad Boyle save his job?
I doubt it from this
He was
standpoint.
okay? He was going to be okay?
I'd say he's okay because, as Tyler just said, he lost 3 dudes that were all eligible to play this year. If those 3 dudes were still playing for you this year, you'd probably have you'd probably be a top 20 team. So I think they understand that, and I think it helps. So when you sit there and say, okay, well, this team may have potential for next season.
I don't mean this to come across as a shot, although I know it will. Tad Boyle's got a lifetime achievement job.
What do you mean?
He's got a lifetime achievement job.
Lifetime achievement job?
Yep. We're proud of everything you've done here. You got a job.
Okay, but by you saying that, it feels like you're implying that it's not earned.
I think that if there's been one thing interesting in the college basketball program, is it's been like we've just been really proud to be kind of relevant, right? and then it's kind of like the Rockies, right? At what point do you say no? There's a new standard. And I'm not I love Tad Boyle. I think he's a great
Everybody
dude.
loves Tad Boyle. I
think he's done a lot of awesome things for the program. But the reality is, there's not been a ton of progress.
Okay.
I think there has been progress. But, again, I just go this. College is different. We'll see what the NIL, if it ever trickles down to the basketball program. I'm not sure that it has really a lot yet. And, again, if those 3 guys come back this year, you're probably a top 15 team.
But then you make the argument you had those 3 guys last year. Shouldn't you have done a little better?
Well, you got the NCAA tournament, won a game. Didn't they? Didn't they get to the second round?
Where did they bow out, Tyler? Do you remember?
I think it was second round. Yeah.
Okay. You got 3 draft picks, and you're bowing out in the second round?
Those 3 guys are in the NBA, and those 3 guys really aren't playing either.
Who was
the problem?
One of the dudes wasn't playing for CU. Who was the one guy who wasn't playing?
Will Williams.
Yeah,
who's a high talent.
If you want to go back to last season for Colorado basketball, they were playing great at the end of the year. They were. Their problem was all the games that they dropped early on that forced them into bad seeding, and so they didn't get decent matchups going into the tournament. But they played great basketball at the end of the year.
I see our guy Adam Schefter. He joins us. Brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Adam, thank you so much for joining us. He's staring down at his phone. You never know what's going on. Let's start with Cooper Kupp. What can you tell us about the teams that he may be considering and why the Broncos are one of them?
Well, I think that he's going to have a lot of teams interested in him. And the question will be, honestly, how much teams want him, right? Because there are going to be any number of teams that want him. And it's one thing to want a guy, but that comes through in the contracts that are offered and the numbers that are offered. I don't know how aggressive Denver is or isn't going to be on Cooper Kupp. I think they'll be in the mix. I don't know if they're going to be real strong. We'll see. I would expect there'll be other teams, Seattle, New England, Jacksonville, whoever else. I don't know the exact list. I'm sure he's going to talk to Denver. I'm sure Denver's going to talk to him. Are they going to be able to get a deal done? Let's see how far Denver is willing to go. I don't know the answer to that.
And the real fascinating thing with Cooper Kupp is going to be what's going to cost, because I think there's people out there who think he's going to be a whole lot cheaper than he might be. All it takes is 2 or 3 teams, and those numbers get back up there, right?
What's your guess, Tyler? Because I had somebody ask me this afternoon. What's your guess on the number?
I would like to think it would be between 8 and 10.
That's funny. That's funny you said that, because somebody asked me, and I said 10. And it might be a little high, but because I think there will be enough interest and his name value, I think the money will get up to 10. It might be 8. So what you said is exactly what I told this person.
So let's say it's 8, and all the teams that he's highlighted are interested. Now becomes how much is it guaranteed and how much is it cash front loaded? And
of course, like always, Scott.
And if it's a legit bidding war, then you've got an ownership that can front cash loaded, can't they?
I don't think this is one of those bidding wars for Cooper Kupp. I just think he's going to get a bunch of offers. Some will be a little higher than he wants. Some will be a little lower than he wants. I'll say this. I think if Cooper Kupp had his way, I think he would like to be in Denver. I think that'd be one of the places that would appeal to him. That I would say. I feel comfortable in saying that. Whether Denver's offer, if Denver's even interested, is going to be competitive enough with some of the offers is a whole other thing. If it gets 8 to 10, I'm going to guess Denver's not there. But if it's a little lower, I could see Denver being interested. Now, could they decide all of a sudden, you know what? Okay, it's at 8. We're at 5, 6. Let's go up $1 million. Sure. Again, I'm making a lot of inferences that I don't know, right? But we're giving you hypothetical scenarios. My guess is the number's going to be 8 to 10, depending on how much interest he gets. Just like Tyler said, I thought 10. Tyler said 8 to 10. It could be 8, could be 9, could be 10. Maybe if there's enough teams, it gets up to 11, 12. That could be 2, right? I think Cooper Kupp will have interest in Denver. I think Denver will have some interest. I don't know how strong Denver's interest is.
Take us through the Evan Engram saga. In all honesty, Adam, we thought he was gone. We thought after they wined and dined him, took him out to Shanny's, was here the whole day, then he leaves for the Chargers. We're like, oh, well, that didn't work out. How did he boomerang back to the Broncos?
Well, I don't know that he boomeranged. He came in for a physical to get looked at because he was hurt last year. I think that was the big part of it. And they spent a lot of time, and they thought he was a great guy. They really liked their time with him and enjoyed it. And so I think sometimes these guys just leave. It's not like they boomerang, like the visit's over. You're not going to stick around while the deal's being worked on. And that's what I would guess happened, is that he visited, he went through his physical, he passed the physical, they had dinner, everybody and now you work on the contract, but he's not sticking around.
I'm not sure if the Broncos view it as like an emergency hole here, because the draft is really good at the running back position. But of the guys that are still out, is Rico Dowdle still available, by the way?
No, Carolina.
Offer. Yeah.
Oh, no, he did.
Carolina.
He did sign. Yeah, Carolina, right.
Okay, are there any intriguing names left at running back? Because that'd be a hole that's still left on this team.
I mean, there are some running backs, but I think when you look at it, this is supposed to be one of the deepest drafts at running back that we've had.
Yeah.
And so I would guess that Denver is going to hit running back in the draft once, maybe twice, and come up with some backs there. Like, if the season started tomorrow, who would be the starting running back? Would it be Jaleel McLaughlin?
Yeah.
And it would be Jaleel, and it would be Tyler Beatty, and it would be Blake Watson, and it would be Audric S. By the way, I know
that was pretty good.
I am impressed right there. That was impressive.
Okay, now I would say this to you. I know that the city hears those names, they don't think anything. But I would say this. They loved Blake Watson coming out, paid him a lot of money as an undrafted free agent. They loved Audric Estime a lot. Jaleel McLaughlin's been impressive.
It didn't feel like it last year, for the record, Adam. It felt like they hated Audric Estime.
Man, he got benched for playoff.
I think he had some fumbling issues, and I think he's got to grow up a little bit like that. But I think that, well, look, you know what?
We'll see.
Exactly. Let's see. How about that? That's fair. Yeah. And Jaleel McLaughlin's one of these guys that works his butt off and tries hard, and you like having that guy around. So I think they have some guys, but they don't have that home run guy yet. And maybe one of those guys will turn out to be that guy. They'll develop into that guy. That always could be. But I think they're going to hit it in the draft, too.
You know, the Broncos did draft Jerry Jeudy and then take K.J. Hamler. John Elway and Vic Fangio did do that, Adam. They took wide receiver back-to-back rounds. Is it crazy in a really deep class that the Broncos could go back-to-back rounds and get like Omari and Hampton and then maybe Devin Neal, something like that? I mean, is that nuts?
I don't see it. Not running back. Not running back. They just have other needs that I think that they'll be addressing. Could I see them going running back high somewhere? Yes. Well, hold on. Hey guys, what's the matter? Come on. I got my dogs flipping out.
I thought you were talking to your wife.
Hey, I say that I say that at least once every show, Adam, and they're dogs too, but they're human. Hey, let me ask you this, running back. So I'm going to stay on the running back. When you broke into this league, it was not rare for running backs to get 28, 32, whatever carries a game. 25 plus all the time. Teams now are going, let's do this by committee. I think Sean Payton
said that.
Sean Payton is like that. Let's go 12 and 10 or whatever. Other than a handful of guys, is that going to be the staple of football going forward? Let's have 2 or 3 guys as opposed to just that one bell cow and another guy that can rest him?
I think everything's different and it depends on the situation. I think you don't want to overuse anybody right now in this load management world that we live in. But, Derrick Henry gets rolling, you're feeding Derrick Henry. Saquon Barkley gets rolling, you're feeding Saquon Barkley. If you've got one back capable of handling that type of – you'd love to have him touch the ball 300, 350 times a year. But in an ideal world, you're spelling these guys and you're having different backs contribute. And that's why I think Denver – like I said, I think Denver feels like – it probably has more backs than we think the public thinks it does. That's what I would say right now. Okay?
Adam, I got to say, one of my favorite Adam Schefterisms just over the past couple days is your reaction to Aaron Rodgers. How do you feel about Aaron Rodgers?
But hold on. That has gotten way, way overblown.
Well,
okay?
Blame DMac.
Don't blame me.
Blame DMac.
Well, why are you blaming me?
No, hold on. I do this weekly thing with my friend with an ESPN Good Karma station in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
And they asked me a question. And the next thing I know, I'm getting texts that I skewered Aaron Rodgers online, that I lit into Aaron. No. All I said was make a decision. You want to go to Pittsburgh? Go to Pittsburgh.
Agreed.
You want to go to the Giants? Go to the Giants. You want to play? Go play. What's taking so long? That's all I said. By the way, I've heard this from many people. It's not like an original thought. And I didn't skewer anything. I mean, but it sells, so great.
No, I'm all with you. I said the same thing. Tyler actually defended Aaron Rodgers a little bit. We're looking at pictures of him contemplating life with a blanket on the beach, and I'm like, it's not that complicated, dude. You've had literally months to think about this thing.
Here's what I'm wondering. Does he surprise everybody and just say, I'm done?
No.
Any chance?
It's Adam. Adam.
I don't think so. But look, with him, anything's possible. I mean, I think the last thing he would want is to end his NFL career after a season like that, where they got just the season did not go the way that anybody wanted. Like that's going to be his last. It could be, but I don't think that's the way he's thinking. Again, so I come back to my point. So what's taking so long? Like, why is it that hard?
Agreed.
That's not ripping him. That's not skewering him. That's just asking a question. Why is it taking so long?
I could not agree with you more, by the way. And Tyler, you want to?
I'm not defending any of that. I've just defended Aaron Rodgers, the human being, at times, where you just hate the human being, and I defend the human being.
Well, we're not talking about anything like that.
I know.
I'm talking to DMac.
That's me.
I'm talking to DMac.
That's me. I can't stand him.
Yeah.
So, but. So I loved you ripping him. No, I'm just joking.
Yeah, you did. That's the only reason you wanted to bring that up is because you got him all excited. I said this yesterday, and I think you kind of agree. It's kind of tough to grade what free agency was. It's even tough to grade what you did in the draft until you see these guys actually get on the field and play. If these guys that Denver signed or stay healthy on paper, boy, it sure looks like they hit a home run and didn't spend tons and tons of money. That being said, at least on paper, who did you like in this free agency period that kind of, if it all works out, really may have made a splash?
Well, Scott, when you get to this point in time, there are teams that have a lot more money, right? So, like New England spent a lot of money. Carolina spent a lot of money. I'm thinking the teams that spent money. So you're always going to look at them and say, like, oh, this team's a winner. Chicago. Yeah, they have a lot of money. Okay. So they got all these guys. Like, it's easy to look like a winner when you're spending a lot of money. Like,
right.
Let's see how the guys play. Like, is Milton Williams going to be a $26 million a year player? He's the highest paid player in Patriot franchise history. Mike Vrabel's at the press conference today saying, hey, we're going to need you to play more here than you did in Philadelphia. I would hope so for $26 million a year, right? Mm-hmm. So I don't get too much into the winners and losers aspect of this at this time of the year. I don't.
Yeah, I don't either.
All right, well, let's go, Adam. We love you. We appreciate you. I share your feelings about Aaron Rodgers. You're the best, and we'll talk to you next week.
Let the record show, in no way did I skewer or rip him. I was just raising the question.
Get it done.
It's a good question. Thank you, Adam. We'll talk to you later.
Thanks, guys.
But if you're also talking about your whole career and future, why wouldn't you just take your time, and especially when you can?
Hey, he's got the NFL exactly where he wants them again. In the palm of his hand.
Shocker.
He's got 3 teams that are all coveting him. And Russell Wilson, poor Russell Wilson, I got to wait for Aaron Rodgers to make a decision to figure out which team doesn't want me as much as they want Aaron Rodgers.
That's true.
Adam Schefter is brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live. Colorado Credit Union is the best. Love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Time for Sports Not Sports.
PhD presents Sports.
Breaking news out of the NFL.
Breaking news out of the NBA.
Not sports.
A driving violation.
Suspended for 4 games without pay.
Former Red Sox pitcher is under arrest.
That was not acceptable.
How do you guys feel about sports documentaries? And I bring it up because the Celtics, and it's Bill Simmons, who is a Celtics, oh my God, with the love of the parquet and the dead spots. And even I, who grew up in the Boston area, I feel overloaded with, about the Celtics. However, let me tell you, I've watched the first 2 episodes, and my dad's favorite athlete of all time is Bill Russell. So all I heard my entire life, and by the way, he used to say, back in the 60s, those games at Boston Garden would not sell out. He said you could go up during a championship game, and they won, 9 out of 10 years, something like that, and you could just walk in and get a ticket anytime you wanted for a Celtics.
For like $13.
$13. And in the 60s, I bet it was a lot cheaper than that. He said the Bruins games would sell out, but not the Celtics, even though the Celtics were so dominant. And I'm watching this, and I'm seeing what a transformational character Bill Russell really was, and that for all the heat that Boston took, it was the first NBA team to have a all African-American lineup.
Starting lineup.
That they were it. Red Auerbach didn't care about the politics of anything. He just wanted to win, that sort of thing. How much room in your life can you make for sports documentaries, and can you stomach a documentary about the Celtics?
I can, but I like basketball history, and so I could stomach one about UCLA. I like some of that history of where the game is now to where it once was. And again, you make up a great point. I read Bill Russell's autobiography. Now, I'm not a big autobiography book reader, but I did read his. And saying the time he's in there with Bob Cousy in the shower, and they're sitting there, won a big game, and they're laughing and da-da-da-da-da-da. And his dad
had
was
me in shower.
But his dad was at the game, was sitting on a chair nearby, and he came out, and his dad's crying. He said, "I never thought I'd see a black man shower with a white man." That's the political time period that you're talking about with a lot of this
early 60s
documentary in the 60s. And that was powerful to me, because I think we forget that. We think it's horrible now, back then, and you're seeing that. I thought it was real powerful. So from a historical standpoint, I love seeing stuff like that to relearn what these guys were about, what they did. You got rules in the NBA when Red, and I'm sure this will be in the documentary, screwed the entire NBA by drafting Bird a year early.
Well, they're not quite to that point. It's a 5-part documentary.
But he caused a rule, right?
Well, I see what they're doing.
I actually don't know what happened.
Oh.
They drafted Bird because he sat out a year. He went to Indiana, sat out a year, came back to school, still had 3 years or whatever. And so they drafted him after his junior year, which would have been his senior year.
Why did he sit out a year?
He
started in Indiana, and then he left and went to Indiana State, who you probably have never heard of before, and there's no reason for you to.
And really, there's a documentary on that, I believe, goes there and plays pickup with these dudes in his jeans, and he's killing the whole team. He's killed. But anyway.
But he had stopped playing basketball for just a pinch.
Yeah. And Red drafts him when his class would have been eligible. And he went back for his senior year. So now if you sign him before the next draft, and
he can't be drafted.
He could have been drafted if you wouldn't have signed him. And instead, he signed him before the draft. So he got 2 first-round picks. You got Bird from a year ago, and then you got this guy this year. And so they said, no, you can't. So basically, it was a draft and stash almost, but he did it from college. But so going back, I love the history part of this. I love seeing it. Celtics will always be, for me, an iconic, franchise.
You're not sick of the Celtics?
No.
It's sick of all that crap?
I grew up in the Midwest, man. We just like basketball, and so
if it's basketball, it's good.
They're part of the history of basketball, so for me, it's good.
Tyler?
With sports documentaries, I tend to have a vested interest. It's got to be somebody that you knew. It's got to be a time era, which is what you're saying about this. There's something bigger than the sport itself.
It is. It is.
Which that adds up for sure and does make it compelling. But I think there's so many of these things that pop out that, everybody's going to watch Michael Jordan. Everybody's watching that. And I think maybe I don't know. I don't know if everybody would feel the same about this. But
I just wonder here in the West, in Colorado, is it just oh my God, with the stupid Celtics and the Red Sox and all that stuff, and the way they glaze themselves about every little thing?
But again, and we talked about championships with quarterbacks. You're talking about a franchise that's got 18 championships or 19 championships.
I mean, what Boston team doesn't have a lengthy documentary about it? I mean, it's unbelievable when it comes to the Boston. There's the Tom Brady thing, right? The Red Sox have multiple documentaries.
I never watched that one.
You never saw? There were 2 of them.
Now, football might be different because
but I guess that's a good example of I'm over it. I don't need to see any more Tom Brady stuff.
Right.
But I watched the Pete Rose thing, which I thought was outstanding. I mean, what a turd dude, but then you kind of feel sympathetic for the guy. I watched the Bill Buckner years and years ago thing, and you almost feel bad for this guy who was a great player, but is really only remembered for one thing in his career.
There was the 30 for 30 about Bill McCartney and all that stuff at CU, which was really good. Are there any documentaries that are worthy about the teams that we like here?
Listen,
Is there anything you'd like to see?
So 30 for 30s is basic. That's a sports documentary, right?
That's right, yeah.
I've watched more things and learned more things from those little documentaries. The kid that ran across Canada after having a leg
well, he
amputated.
didn't get all the way, but yes, Terry Fox.
But
Terry
those
Fox.
are tremendous because they're not a 6-day commitment.
But it was a hell of a story. I knew nothing
All right,
about
so
Terry
what
Fox.
documentary would you like to see about Colorado teams? What would be the most interesting documentary?
Have they not done Elway?
I don't think there's been. I don't recall an Elway documentary.
I don't know if there has been.
I don't know.
Has there not been an Elway
They've
one?
done some small vignettes recently of like some of the championship teams.
You know, there's probably been a Football Life with John Elway. That wouldn't surprise me. A Football Life they've done. I'd actually be surprised if there wasn't one on Elway. I don't recall it though.
Well, listen, I know they did one for the 32 and 33 teams. Now, I guess those would be considered documentaries, but I don't think they were nationally released. I think it was like on Channel 9 or whatever here.
How about a story that's happening now that would be an interesting documentary?
Nikola Jokic needs to have one eventually.
Okay. And what would that documentary be about?
Well, you know what?
Fat kid from Europe to best player in the world.
Because Mike basically wrote the book, didn't he? He literally Mike Singer just wrote a book about it. What are you talking about?
He didn't put me in enough.
I think it would have been fascinating, really cool to see what if they tracked Peyton Manning's track to the Broncos, Tom Brady to the
Buccaneers. Oh, that's a good one.
Do a little two-parter there.
I like that.
Of these two guys going to their next destination.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
But would that be iconic?
Well, they both won Super Bowls. Yeah. Second chance Super Bowl. I just thought of a title for you.
Maybe you do them together, and then you talk about their relationship through the years.
And maybe you have them talk to each other about maybe that's how it happens.
Well, remember, there are stories about that where they would show up to they had to go to the same event, and they could have easily taken the same private jet together, and they're like, yeah, we can't do that. We can't take the same private jet because our fans are going to hate us. So they would take their own private jets, but simply to avoid that.
If you had those two sitting down, but then you had two courses. And then one could be talking about the one's course, and the other could talk.
That would be a pretty dope documentary if they were both interviewing each other about that.
Problem is, both
That'd
guys.
Be cool.
Problem is, both guys would probably want the executive producer title. and so
is Tom Brady the only quarterback without a production company?
He doesn't have a production company.
I don't think so.
Are you sure?
I don't think he does. Not to my knowledge.
I thought he was involved with the documentary.
I mean, Josh Allen's got one now.
Yeah.
Listen, I saw, and once again, you got to define what's a documentary. I saw, I think this is a documentary. I saw a show that I don't know if it was a 30 for 30 or whatever it was, but it was basically the whole show was Belichick and Saban sitting down.
Yes.
And
that was great.
I thought it was fantastic.
I guess I'm a sucker for all of them, to be honest with you. I love them all, and I was like, even me, I'm like, oh, my God, with the Celtics, I'm dialed into it. I'm like, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen. Well, but now I'm going to catch up, and it's going to, be the Celtics eventually now, and I'm going to be reminded, and this is me from Massachusetts, all the jerkhole fans that come into Ball Arena, and,
Listen, they had a 30 for 30 with Lyle Alzado that I thought was fantastic.
Did you know that Lyle Alzado fought Muhammad Ali at Mile High Stadium?
I remember that, yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah, because I was a big Ali fan.
Did you know that, Tyler?
I
did know that.
I hated the Broncos and Alzado. I didn't like the Broncos.
They really boxed.
I definitely knew that.
It's one of the crazier stories of all time. All right, time for the big question of the day. Let's go, Dan. Is Minnesota the Nuggets' daddy?
Well, if you want to call him that, I guess you got it.
I'm asking. I'm asking the question.
Stepdad, maybe.
Definitely a big brother.
Hey, by the way, CU's cut it to 5-point game with a minute to go in the first half.
Oh, we'll keep tabs on it. Good for them. Go CU. Is Minnesota the Nuggets' daddy?
Since 2023, they've played each other more than any other two teams in the NBA.
23 times.
And it's 12 and 11. So
Minnesota
is 12-11 daddy. I would say.
You want to talk about the last 5 times at Ball Arena?
I would say they're the daddy recently.
Okay, because they've won the last 5 matchups at Ball Arena. Minnesota has.
No, not 5.
3 in the playoffs and the 2 this
But it
year.
wasn't 3 in a row.
No, you're right. That's right. That's right. They've won
3 in a row.
I think they've won the last 5 matchups. I think that's what it is.
And 2 in a row in
Correct. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, but they've won the last 5 matches, and they did win 3 in Denver in the playoffs.
They won Game 6, Game 7, and 3 this year.
Let me ask you something, because you've said this 100 times, Scott.
Game 7. They won
that Minnesota was built to beat the Denver Nuggets, and you felt that way since the second Tim Connolly got there. Denver Nuggets were on top of the world.
That's why I'm not buddies with him, and everybody wants to still kiss his butt. No, he's dead to me.
Are the Denver Nuggets actually getting a point where they need to start chasing somebody in the way they build their team?
Oof.
I don't.
That's a tough question, man, because now you're trading Jamal Murray or Michael Porter Jr.
I understand. I understand, but we've had this ideation of this team for a hot minute now.
If Denver doesn't win the championship this year.
And who is the team, by the way, if you are doing that?
Well, I'm not just chasing this because I think there's a bigger question than who you're chasing, who you're building. But if Denver doesn't win an NBA championship this year, the big question and discussion will be, the statement will be, we haven't done enough to surround Joker.
Oh, it'll specifically.
I think it's over if they don't win a championship.
So you'll be trading Jamal or MPJ, or at least that'll be the question. I mean, we just cut to the quick. We don't have to hem and haw here. You don't win a championship. You didn't win it for a reason. It's trading Michael Porter Jr. or Jamal Murray. That's it.
I think if they don't win it, everybody's probably on the line except for Joker.
I don't think Aaron Gordon's going to be on the line.
I think everybody's on the line.
Do you think Christian Brown's going to be on the line?
I think everybody's on the line.
Come on, man. No way.
Well, I don't know why you say that, DMac.
No way.
I mean, anybody's on the line for the right thing. There's really, who on this team is that? Aaron Gordon's not that important that he couldn't be on the line.
He's not going to have that.
Christian Brown isn't that important that he couldn't be on the line.
Let me back up. He's not. Those two guys aren't going to have the value that you're going to need to surround Jokic.
Yeah, but that's a different point.
Okay, I guess that's what I'm saying. The only 2 guys that are going to get you the significant value that you would need is Michael Porter Jr. and Jamal Murray.
Okay.
In my opinion.
Well,
if I'm wrong, just tell me I'm wrong.
Well, I don't know.
It will depend on how the season finishes with Aaron on that right there. So,
health-wise or performance-wise?
Performance, which means his health will be right.
When you hear people on this station say anybody but Minnesota in the playoffs, they got a point, or are they scared? For no reason, or for the wrong reasons.
Well, I don't believe in fear.
What, Tyler?
Yes, they have a point. Yes, I get Scott. I get your point. I get your point. I don't live in fear. I get your point. I'm a Denver Nugget. There's nobody I'm afraid of. We can beat anybody in the world. Sorry about that spit. That's not. But I think you're operating in like I'm the coach of the Denver Nuggets mode, right? Like,
what does my shirt say?
Do not pray for easy lives. Pray to be stronger men.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Right?
I am the danger. I am the one who knocks.
Scott, you're in mantra mode. You're in mantra. This is how we're going to develop our identity as a team. I'm not on that team. I don't have any part of it. Maybe you do, but I mean, there's
this should be the mantra for every team in Denver.
But that's different. That's different. Like the mantra of the team is far different than somebody sitting here talking about the team and looking at evidence that exists.
You were in the locker room after the game last night. What was the vibe?
Quiet.
Okay.
Pretty quiet.
Quieter than normal after a loss, or
no? I wouldn't necessarily quieter than normal. I mean, I basically grabbed 2 people. I thought Michael Porter was.
You know, Joker did not do his regular routine last night. You know that,
right? He came out early, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because he was sitting in there. I talked to him a little bit. I talked to Michael Porter, and I asked him, I don't even remember what I asked him, but his couple comments was one, they probably were too emotional.
After Oklahoma City.
After Oklahoma City, and it didn't come with the same thing. He said, but you have to be honest. They've won the last handful of games. He said, so we got to figure out to do something different. We can't continue to do the same thing we've done, which we talked about earlier. And this is from Porter. Said, listen, they get up in me, and they know that most teams I can spot up. I can find the little zones, boom, 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 here, kick out. Tonight they said we're going to play Joker one-on-one, and he kills Rudy like you're going to. And now those other opportunities, when they present themselves, you can't shoot 20%.
Is it a legitimate excuse? And we've all done things in our lives that you've worked hard to get to, and you've accomplished it one way or the other. And then a week later or something, maybe you have to do something similar or do it again or whatever. Sometimes we've had, through our careers, radio shows that are like, I don't know, some big production or a big promotion, right? And then what do you have to do the next day?
Gotta come in on a Friday.
Right?
God forbid we do another 3 hours.
In all honesty, we're having such a great time here at the Black House Tavern. This does feel like the weekend is here, right? Like going into the studio tomorrow, not that we have jobs to, we have easy jobs.
Is why you have stronger men.
Okay.
And championship teams don't get bored.
Is it a legitimate – okay, all right.
What'd you just say, though?
Championship teams don't get bored.
What'd you just say about the Nuggets, though?
They played bored last night.
So are you saying they're not a championship team?
Not at that attitude. But, see, attitudes can change.
Is there enough time?
Yeah, there's plenty of time. I mean, you're going to play. And here's the whole thing. Here's the lesson for you if you want to learn. Friday going to be an emotional game?
Hell yeah. That's going to be an easy.
So
I thought, though, last night was going to be an easy one to get up for.
And
let me tell you, that crowd – listen, I hate these 8 o'clock starts. I freaking hate them.
Yeah.
But I will tell you, that crowd drinks beer. And the later those games start, the more juiced up. That crowd, I'm telling you, was on fire for that game last night.
Yeah.
So I'm like –
crowds aren't an excuse.
The environment and the energy is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah,
like
but I bet for those guys, it's just Groundhog Day,
okay,
man.
Okay.
I really doubt if the crowd makes that much of a difference.
Okay. I mean, if you're on ESPN, the crowd's hype, you're the team that's kicked your butt, and you're bored, all right, interesting.
But, again, attitudes can change, and I thought last night they were like, gosh, we got to get up for the third game in a row like this. and we'll let the game get into it. We'll do it. And that's a scary place to be.
Well, Malone said that was a factor, and Jokic said it wasn't, or to be more specific, it shouldn't be. We had a day off yesterday.
Well, I agree.
I actually agree with both of them.
But we also said that the Joker, he's a robot, right?
He's the Terminator,
He's the Terminator. He's going to boom, 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 boom. And you got to get more guys like that. And I don't think all the guys are like that right now. Attitudes change. Now, if they don't change, guess what? You better hope
Wait
you
a
win
second,
the first
time
round.
out. How can they not be like that? The core of this team won an NBA championship 2 years ago. These guys have done nothing but play in gargantuan games for the past 3-4 years. The core of the team, even a young guy like Christian Brown. How can you – Jamal Murray,
I think Christian kind of is like that, but is everybody like that?
Who are we talking about here?
There's an old –
okay.
Be specific.
You want to play Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr.
Okay, so why aren't Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. like that?
There's an old joke, and if it's inappropriate, I apologize. And I heard this million years ago, and the woman involved was Cindy Crawford, and you could put Livia Nunn or whatever you want to do.
Don't talk about Christian's wife.
Was walking up the beach, 4 dudes, or 3 dudes, however you want to do it. First one, man, would I. Second guy, boy, I love to. And a third guy goes, somewhere in the world, someone's tired of doing that. And you can't get that way. That ruins marriages. In relationships, you get real serious. When you get tired and think it's the same old, what are you doing? What are you doing for yourself to keep yourself still involved? I fell in that trap a long time ago, so I understand that. And it's the same thing with playing. If it becomes, man, I've been here, done this, man. How many Super Bowls can I go to? How many did? No. Once you get to that mindset, it's a struggle.
Is that on the player or the coach?
Player.
I agree.
I blame players more than I do coaches.
I don't know what else.
And there are
coach can do on
sucky
that.
coaches.
Yeah.
But to me, and again, and you know this, Tyler, I don't like to talk salaries, but you're getting paid a whole lot of money to play a game we learned to play in, Independence, Kansas, in the rain outside shooting baskets by myself. We did it because we just loved it.
We got to take a break.
I got a great football question I have to ask you both.
Can it wait?
Oh no, it's going to wait. But,
All right.
but don't let me forget it. I have a great football question.
You should write it down.
Help you. With
No, I've got it on my phone.
You did write it down somewhere.
It's on my phone.
You got it.
I just got to swipe up.
Because you know you're about to lose it in the next 15 seconds. If you don't.
Yeah, because I do got to pee. And once,
There's way too many distractions.
Once I take the pressure off the brain, it's like, come on now.
All right, we'll come back. We'll see if Scott remembers. Let's Football goes next. Hey, Adam got a little defensive there, right?
Yeah.
Just a little bit with us?
He hates taking heat on the internet, though.
Yeah, okay. It sounds like he was. Thank you, Mountain High Appliance. We love you, Mountain High Appliance. We love being here at the Black House Tavern on Main Street in Littleton. Boy, have they treated us right. And if you're looking for a great cocktail and a unbelievable food, then this is the place to go. Okay, let's football go. Dan Buds Quince Tanner, hit it.
All right, we'll start off with Scott Hastings here.
My question.
He's going to set you up there.
There you go.
He's gonna,
Scotty, go ahead. The floor is
Dan,
yours.
that means you can play since your name's on the brochure.
Okay, what's your football thing you got here?
All right, we talked with
What's
Adam
your
Schefter. We talked about
Quit playing with your never mind.
Yeah, we talked about running backs and drafting and baby boom and all this. Asking about the thing where they used to have all these guys that had all these carries through the year. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
When's the last and who was the last running back to have more than 250 carries in a Broncos season?
Oh, my God. Clinton Portis?
Peyton Hillis?
No way.
Clinton Portis did it, but he's not the last to do it. Clinton Portis last year, he had 200.
Mike Bell?
290 carries.
Tatum Bell?
Tatum Bell.
Mike Anderson. I'd say Mike
Anderson. I was just trying to figure that one out.
I'd say Mike Anderson.
Mike Anderson did, but there's a guy that's done it since.
Since then?
No, Sean.
He did it.
Is there somebody since No Sean?
No, Sean never did.
He didn't?
No.
I thought he had a workhorse year in there.
247.
Okay, so pretty close.
So 250 over. 250 or over.
Who is it?
Ruben Drones.
Ruben Drones. See that Mike Anderson, Ruben Drones, Tatum Bell.
Well, hold on.
That's all like the same sort of clump.
Well, hold on. We'll start at 96 with Davis. 345. Davis. 369. Davis. 392. Orlando Scary. 276. Mike Anderson. 297. Davis actually in 2001, but only 167. Portis 273, Portis 290.
Yeah.
Ruben Jones 2004 275. The next closest.
What year was that?
2004.
Wow. So that hasn't
21
happened
years.
Well, the bell cow back is out. The NFL's different. It just doesn't work like that.
No Sean was close at 247, but McGahee 2 years later in 2011, that's still 14 years, had 249. So 2011, in 2009, before anybody's really even approached, let alone 300 like Terrell. Do you realize in 98 when Terrell ran for 2008, he had 392 carries?
Well, dude, there's a reason why the value of running backs has dropped off the face of the earth. No team uses bell cow guys. Sean Payton is definitely going to use 2, if not more, and they don't get paid. These guys don't get. I can't believe what Aaron Jones got. 2 years, $20 million, Tyler? That's like insane. And look at how many one-year deals are out there,
That
guys.
feels insane. Remember when we played Melvin Gordon, $8 million per?
That was really insane.
Some other
you're
names.
right about that. That was insane.
The last guy, and I said, no, Sean, what did I say? 247 in 2000, or McGahee 249 in 2011. You got to go all the way to C.J. Anderson that got close to 250, and he had 245. And over 1,000. Last guy to have over 1,000 yards rushing for Denver.
Over 1,000. Was it Phillip?
Phillip had 1,037 his rookie year and then 1,011 the next year. And then.
Whatever happened to Phillip Lindsay? All right, next story, Dan.
All right, speaking of running backs, let's hear from Jeff Legwald. He was on with the morning show talking about just how good and deep the running back class is in this year's draft.
This is an awesome class. You would not have to go at 20 to get a guy who could walk in and contribute. I think all the way down through the second and third rounds, they're going to be running backs who could walk in as rookies and participate and have impact in the Broncos offense. And, I think a guy like Sampson from Tennessee and I think Etienne from Georgia are two guys that would interest them down the board a little further that you wouldn't take at 20, but they're going to come in and do things for you as soon as they get here.
All right, let me ask you guys this. So, Tyler, you said yesterday the biggest needs on offense for the Broncos may be wide receiver, but it's mostly at running back.
No, running back's definitely the biggest need.
Yeah,
for sure.
Biggest need. So how would you guys feel if the Broncos, they're definitely going to take a running back. How would you feel if they drafted 2 running backs in this year's draft, if it is as deep as Leggy said there?
I think it'd be silly. It'd be silly. If you need to get a dude later, you can sign a free agent. There's going to be guys out there. I mean, there's always veteran running backs that are bouncing around on the street in week 2, week 3, week 6. I'll give you guys a wild card in the first round, okay? Yesterday, day before, I was thinking kind of wide receiver, and I'm still thinking that's probably the most likely pick in the first round. We've talked a lot about Ashton Genty. The name that at least this show has not talked enough about at number 20, Omarion Hampton.
Well, that's who I like.
I mean, fine by me.
I like him.
He's a dog. He's a combine freak. He's a guy that is skyrocketing up the boards. I'd feel a whole lot better about drafting him in the second round, but you know what? If you like him, you like him. You take him when you take him.
Totally agree.
Here's the thing about drafting a second guy. Say you do get a Hampton at 20, and I'd be fine with that. I went back and watched the film on him. I like him a lot. But drafting another guy in the, you got 3-6 or something like that?
You have 3-6. Yeah, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, no 5th, and 3-6. Yeah. No 7th.
So a 4th or one of the 6, maybe 6. Okay. But and Adam was just on too, and he said they love Watson, who stayed on the practice squad all year this year, like a Rod Smith did his first year. Mm-hmm. Is anybody you're going to draft in the 6 are you going to like better than Watson?
I don't know, man. I mean, they like Tyler Bidet too, obviously. They benched Audric Esime for Bidet in a playoff game. So I don't know.
You don't need to draft 2. That's
what I'm saying, but that's one of the reasons why you wouldn't. If I get a 6th round, I got Tyler Polumbus, running back out of CU. Do I like him better than Bidet or Watson?
I probably could have played running back.
Next story, Dan.
Except for the speed of the hands thing.
Guys, the Kansas City Chiefs did something that was pretty sneaky and under the radar. So they have restructured the contracts of Patrick Mahomes and Chris Jones. They freed up nearly $50 million in salary cap space. The moves were needed to cover the Chiefs' activity in recent weeks. This is the 4th time Mahomes has reworked his contract since before the 2021 season. Is this a move, in your guys' opinion, that will keep the Chiefs competitive over the next, 5-6 years?
Well, it's the luxury that you've always got when you got these high quarterback salaries. I mean, Buffalo just redid Josh Allen's deal, and they gave him $250 million guaranteed. You guys realize that his guarantee is far superior than Lamar Jackson's entire contract?
It's crazy.
Like if you're Lamar Jackson, how you feeling right now?
But it's not as much as Dak Prescott's contract, right?
Yeah, and it was interesting because Josh Allen, I listened to Josh Allen last night talking about it. He said he took $5 million less per year than Dak Prescott. You know what Josh said? The same thing that we talk about all the time.
How much money do you need?
Well, I mean, he did. He said, I don't mean this to sound bad,
right?
But what is $5 million going to do in my life?
Jeez.
I know, but he was being honest about it.
Yeah.
It's a crazy thing to say, but
he said, "What is $5 million going to do in my life?"
Nothing. Hey, good for him, man.
You know what? When he's 41 and there's zero income coming in, he goes, boy, if I could just have $5 more million.
Yeah, that's going to be his problem.
Well, you never know.
I don't know.
Well, he's going to have a bad investment
You
agent
never
if that's
know.
the issue. You never know.
Never know, Dom.
Dude.
You never know.
If you don't know on
that
the money,
$5 million could have got him a whole bunker in stock for life, and then what happens? He said, "Boy, if I'd had an extra $5, I could have had a bunker right now."
well, you know that new wife of his is it's a forever situation.
There you go.
All right.
Well, there you go, DMac. Did you sign a prenup?
Well,
how's that $5 million going to sound then?
Well,
I'd take $5 million.
Probably pretty good. All right, Dan, anything else? Is that good? You got anything else?
Well, I did want to reset if anybody listening missed our interview with Adam Schefter. We were talking about Cooper Kupp.
Yes.
Adam said, quote, if Cooper Kupp had his way, I think he would like to be in Denver. I think that would be one of the places that would appeal to him. I feel comfortable in saying that. So how confident are you guys that the Broncos have a shot at signing Cooper Kupp? And what's a contract that you guys would feel comfortable the Broncos giving Cooper Kupp?
I think they can get him if they want him, just plain and simple.
Great.
If you want him, you can get him. Adam asked me. He put me on the spot after I put him on the spot. And when I was asking him how much he's going to go for, I said, I'd like to think 8 to 10, somewhere in that ballpark. Mm-hmm. But all it takes is 2 or 3 teams, and all of a sudden Cooper Kupp's making money close to what he was making previously. At 8 to 10, Yeah, I'm in. I'm just in. Even with all the slot stuff I brought up earlier in the show, I'd do it in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I think 8 to 10. You start thinking
1 year deal though. Are you talking just a 1 year deal?
No.
You do it for multiple years.
I'd do a 3-year deal for 2.
Okay.
Yeah, you do 3-year deal. You give him.
Well, that smells like $30 million, and then
All right, you give him $30
So,
million.
it smells like $30 million with 16 guaranteed.
Yeah.
16 guaranteed and 10 upfront signing bonus.
There you go.
Done.
That's basically what Evan Engram just did.
If you did that, what are you doing with Cortland Sutton?
I'm still extending him.
He still gets more money.
Yeah.
What are you doing in the draft?
Well, number one, because you want to have Cortland Sutton on this team for the future. Not just next year. You want him here because he's a huge part of Bo Nix's development, and he's a huge part of what we're doing. And number two, because the dude deserves it. Not that teams care about what players deserve, but just plain and simple, Cortland Sutton deserves an upgrade.
All right, Dan, is that good? Are you wrapped up, or you got something else?
I'm done.
Well, right on. Appreciate that.
Scott hijacked my segment.
Well, Scott had something to say.
That was pretty good.
What was the point of yours, though? I was curious.
The point is, we talked with Adam about the bell cow and how the league has changed. And even for Denver, basically, it's 21 years the league has kind of changed for Denver.
Are you teaching me something I learned 10 years ago, though?
Well, I know you don't retain knowledge, so I may be helping you out.
Thank you.
I was 0 days old when I realized running backs were disposable.
Yeah, but again, I really believe this. I think that someone's going to eventually, and there are teams that do it. Was there a bell cow running back that is going to wear a Super Bowl ring this year?
Yes.
Derrick Henry would be the closest.
Yeah,
to
okay. There's freaks out there.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
There's guys.
So,
there's a
yeah,
couple.
But yes, Saquon Barkley just got it.
And here's my point. And maybe the term bell cow has changed. But I listen, you talked about this. If I said, okay, hey, Tyler, I'm going to put you in for 2 plays, take you out for another 8 or 10, then I'm going to put you in for 3 plays, then I'm going to take you out for 8 or 10. It's tough to do. It's got to be tough at running back, too. Whereas, maybe instead of 8 carries a game, can we get a guy 15? Is that off the top?
Well, and I will say this for Sean
carries,
Payton.
5 catches off the top?
Sean Payton was way too guilty this year of giving 5 running backs 5 carries.
Yes.
It was stupid.
It was
stupid.
There's no one getting any rhythm. You're not doing anything.
You know, one of the classic moments on this show when you guys
That's a great point.
You guys are both off and Berto was filling in. We were having a similar conversation. He called it a cowbell running back.
Cowbell.
Instead of a bell cow.
Well, then I'll go with Berto's definition. We need more cowbell.
On that, I have a fun Miko Rantanen story for you as we get ready for the best regular season hockey game of the year. They do have a game against Calgary, but
hopefully have their emotions right.
We'll be focused. That tends to not be an issue with the Avalanche.
Early in the season, it was a big issue.
We'll get to it coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, it's something that has probably bothered you, and then you put it to the side, and you don't worry about it or you don't think about it, but you're not living the life that you need to. If I'm talking to you about this type of issue, there is a solution, and it takes a lot to garner up the courage to address it, but rest assured there's a place for you to go. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their treatments work where the pills or herbals fail. They have success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They're fantastic. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult today. Your initial visit is $99. It involves a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, if medically advised, a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. With an expert staff, like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So hit them up today at 720-440-7900 or visit them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
When Colorado traded you to Carolina in January, it was a blockbuster deal, and the Hurricanes obviously thought they could re-sign you. When did you decide you were moving on from Carolina?
I think it was last week. I just, obviously it was a shock, and didn't want it to happen, at that time, and then I just had to look at all the options. I just obviously gotta thank Carolina for the time I was there. The guys were great and the team is really good, but it's just I had to look at it from all the angles, and this was my decision.
We are live. Deanna is the best. We love Deanna. It's great to see you. We're at the Black House Tavern on Main Street in Littleton, and yeah, man, it's an awesome spot. We're doing samplings of Elijah Craig, Evan Williams, and Larceny. That's fine bourbon, and you still have a little bit of time left. We're here till 3 o'clock to sign up for sweet tickets for the Nuggets and the Bulls. Thank you so much for having us down here. Absolutely fantastic. Okay, Mikko Rantanen. Mikko Rantanen is here on
I don't know why he turns me off.
Sunday. Yeah, I don't know. You should take that up with Jesse later. The teams that he was willing to be traded to: Edmonton, Florida, Toronto, and ultimately Dallas, right? Is he a bad guy?
Well, hold on. Mikko's calling this bunch of BS.
He is.
He's saying this never happened. He said, I never gave a list of 4 teams. So, I don't know. There's probably truth in there somewhere in between. Did the agent did the agent ever communicate to Carolina?
Does Mikko know what's going on? Does Mikko understand what's happening with Mikko?
Well, I'll tell you this: he certainly would not be the first athlete to not know what his agent is communicating.
It feels like Mikko It feels like Mikko has like no real solid idea about things pertaining directly to him.
And you know what? I think I believe Mikko on this. I know we wanted to be the bad guy, and I think he is too. Don't get me wrong; he's a villain now. But I find it hard to believe some team just trades for you, and you walk in the door and you're like, yep, appreciate you guys trading for me, but I ain't playing for you.
Why in the world would Carolina do this deal for him in the first place if they didn't think they could sign him?
Well, a better question is, why did the agent allow them to do the deal?
Okay, fine.
Because the agent, either at some point, I would guess the agent probably said something along the lines, we've got a list of a handful of teams that we want to play for. Yep. Well, why didn't he communicate that before Carolina pulled the trigger?
Don't know.
Well, I'll tell you why. Because he was probably hoping that Carolina was going to come in with $14 million.
So the agent was looking out for money, not Mikko's best interest.
Yes.
It feels like
that. Which, as Tyler just said a while ago, won't be the first agent. And now, okay, I'm going to fire my agent. Wow, you already owe him because he negotiated a deal. You already owe him the money, so now why? But it'd be interesting to find out who that agent is, who else he represents.
Okay. So do we give Mikko some grace then when he's here on Sunday, or do we boo the hell out of him?
Oh, boo the hell out of him.
Yeah, he done.
Because you know what? The agent still, in
at the end of the day,
works for him.
Okay. How interesting is this game for you guys on Sunday? Where does it register?
I'm more involved in the taking care of business with Calgary first.
You've got to be kidding me.
No.
Really?
No.
Because he's in tough guy mode today.
Wow. Okay.
Dude, we see what games.
I'm barely going to pay attention to that game.
Let me ask you this. Do you think the Nuggets went in the game last night really worried about Minnesota, or do you think they're looking ahead of the Lakers after they kicked their butt?
If they looked past Minnesota, we got big problems.
Yeah, I don't.
I mean, I actually don't buy that. I don't buy that they were looking past Minnesota. They know what Minnesota is.
Well, then you didn't watch that game.
I did watch the game.
They were invested?
No.
What? Okay, then what's the only other option?
Yeah, but hold on. Just because they weren't invested doesn't mean they were necessarily looking past because of L.A. Do you think they're like really dialed in on L.A. without LeBron?
No,
we
could take it. We just had 2 big emotional games. We'd take care of these guys.
I think they would have been distracted no matter who they were playing on Wednesday.
Maybe so.
I don't think they were looking
maybe
past
so.
them.
So then again, I'll go back to what I said. Don't overlook Calgary.
They're hockey guys. They're simple men. They're not going to overlook anybody. You know, these hockey guys, listen, I think it's way more psychological and complicated with the NBA than the NHL. And I'm not lying about this. I think NHL guys are more creatures of routine maybe than any other athletes. Seriously. I don't think they look past anybody. But that being said, what you have coming up on Sunday is pretty awesome.
Oh, it's going to be unbelievable.
I think the basketball world gets more emotional and locked in on things. I think these hockey guys, it's like rink, practice, game, lunch, bathroom, nap.
Were they locked in when the Pittsburgh came in?
It was a lousy game. They won. How were they locked in?
Were they locked in the Chicago?
Well,
game?
but that was before the trade deadline happened too. All right, I'll give you this. I don't think it was the real Avs team. I think we have the real Avs team.
I don't disagree.
I think they were locked in as good as they could against the Wild for landing at 4 a.m. because the scheduling is so stupid. I'm not really worried about the Avalanche here, boys.
Well, I'm not either.
You know, I'm feeling pretty good about them. I'm not saying book your travel plans for a Stanley Cup championship or anything, but
You have planned a parade before.
I have, and I'm not planning any parades right now. Zero parade planning right now.
I'm about ready to.
For who?
Avalanche.
Not quite there yet. It looks good, though.
Are you?
I couldn't feel any more optimistic.
It looks good, but
Yeah, don't be caught sleeping when they win.
I'm he's talking about parade planning.
He's done this before. He literally bought permits.
Yeah, I have not. I haven't even investigated the permits yet. Do you know the Avs and Nuggets?
He made me pay for the vendors.
Do you know the Avs and Nuggets? Well, I got one vendor, but that's.
Well, I got Elijah Craig. They may be able to show up.
Well, that would help. The more bourbon, the better. Do you know the NBA, the Nuggets and Avs, they end on the same day?
Game-wise?
Game-wise, they end on the same day.
Like April 13th or 14th.
Yeah, it's bizarre, don't you think? It's just a weird – I don't know the last time they ended on the same – I know their seasons last year ended on the same weekend. We had the worst weekend ever. That was awful. I couldn't be more optimistic, really. I'm not planning parades, that sort of thing. I'm not looking past Sunday. I think Sunday against Dallas is going to be a fascinating test. Just for the record, I'm pumped. I am looking past Calgary. I don't give a crap about Calgary. Calgary is the second. They're the second wild card team. They're barely in the playoffs. I don't give a crap about Calgary. Hopefully Moser's having a good time up there. Last time they were in Calgary, I was looking at Kiefer and Riker, and they're in 0-degree temperatures running around in their underwear in downtown Calgary for some reason. I don't know what they're doing up there.
I'm just trying to figure out how we sneak a wire into that conversation with Nate Dogg and the boys with Miko on Saturday night.
It was fascinating. Wouldn't you love to be a fly on that one? Do you think that really will happen?
No. Well, they might go out to dinner, but no, it's not going to be. It's not going to be.
But remember, that was also Landeskog said we'll take him out to dinner.
Well, he said take him out to dinner to clear the air. Like we're going to take him out to yell at him? We're going to hash it all out?
Dude, why didn't you just stay here? Why didn't you take the same money here? You got to ask that question eventually, don't you?
You know, Gabe he didn't sound like he was joking when he said that. It sounded like, although it's ridiculous, right?
They're not going to go out to dinner and fight, I promise.
All right. Do you think Miko will go out to dinner with them on Saturday night?
That's a good question.
You brought up that Finnish-Swedish
the War of 1809
rivalry type.
Do not forget the War of 1809 for Finnish independence from Sweden.
We had Landeskog on the show. We did when they had their golf tournament, so we were out there on one of the car paths, and Landy sits down and talks with us.
Yeah.
And that was when I was big. You know, he was Thor. I mean, this dude. You've seen him in the locker room. That dude takes his shirt off, and you're like, keep it off, right?
Yeah.
And I was in there saying, hey, Miko's a good-looking man. So I was talking to him about that, and he goes, yeah, Miko might be the only good-looking person out of Finland ever.
I laughed so hard when I discovered the Sweden-Finnish War of 1809. It was Sweden owned Finland for 700 years. 700 years. Sweden was Finland's daddy.
I know in World War II, I think the Finns developed this big, long rifle the troops could carry that would stop tanks.
Well, the Finns became a little friendly with Russia boys over the years, so the Swedes don't have that same relationship. Of course, Finland's a little closer to Russia, but so there might be some side eyes from Sweden to Finland about the Russian relationship. Just, hey, I don't mean to go political. All right.
Geopolitical. You got to throw the geo in
Nate
there.
and Andy up next.
Yeah. All right, thank you to Jesse for helping us out here, and Dan doing a great job back there. Who? Because I see Rob here. Is Nate? Nate's calling like
Mountain
West games. Who is on with Andy? Dan, do we know? Because I doubt Rob. He's like
probably.
Well, Rob's cleaning up a tent.
Probably Berto.
Berto? Is Berto back?
Or Springer.
Or maybe it's just Andy or Springer.
Lindahl and company.
Well, we'll figure it out next. Thank you, everybody here at Black House Tavern. We really appreciate it. We appreciate you listening. And we'll be back tomorrow at noon. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
The rebound comes down to Minot, and that'll be it. 4 seconds left to go in Denver, 2-1, and there's the horn. Well, the Minnesota Timberwolves come to Denver and punch the Nuggets in the mouth. Nuggets never led in the game. They get blown out. 115-95 the final.
It was stupid.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
All right. It is stupid. I agree. Welcome into the show, everybody. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. I am Nate Kreckman. That is Mark Springer back at the shop. Andy Lindahl will be along momentarily. I join you live today from the concourse above Section 111 of the Thomas and Mack Center in Las Vegas. Mountain West Tournament in action right now. We just went final on game number 1 of the day, quarterfinals. New Mexico beating San Jose State. So sorry to our pal Tim Miles. No Cinderella run for him to the NCAA tournament, but he got a win over Wyoming yesterday. But New Mexico just got the win. Boise State, San Diego State will play next. Rammies in action tonight, Mark Springer. They got the Nevada Wolfpack, 7 o'clock tip. Rammies 5.5-point favorites. Joe Lunardi today has Colorado State on the first 4 out line, which I don't know if anybody ever watched the show Arrested Development, but there was an episode, I believe it was season 3, where their company, the Bluth Company, was upgraded to Don't Buy, which was a huge upgrade for the company. Don't Buy. They moved up 1 spot on the ladder. That's what it feels like when you get upgraded to first 4 out. It feels like that. But that also means if you win tonight against Nevada, if you win a semifinal game tomorrow night, probably against Utah State, which would be a quad 1 win, and you get to a championship game, whether or not you win it, you at least have an argument for an at-large bid. Obviously, UNC eliminated last night by Montana in the Big Sky, and the Buffs, the Buffs. Mm-hmm. Hey, they won, though.
2 upsets, Nate. 2 upsets.
Yeah, they
as a 16 seed.
Huge. Got to the quarterfinals, but right now down double digits in the second half against the second-ranked team in the country, the Houston Cougars. Let's see if the Buffs have one more run in them, but it's been a nice little run. Spring, that's my March Madness update. Of course, March Sadness in Denver today, as the Nuggets have now lost 5 in a row to the Minnesota Timberwolves. Blown out last night. Spring, I worked so late last night that when I got back to my hotel room here in Las Vegas, I was able to turn on ESPN to catch the 1 a.m. replay of the Nuggets game. So I stayed awake for most of the first quarter of that game. Obviously caught up on everything today, but I stayed awake for most of the first quarter, and my analysis is, hey, that was pretty much it. Game was over after the first quarter. They never even really got back in it. They, kind of flirted with it a couple of times yesterday, but ultimately never got back in that game. And the Minnesota Timberwolves maintain the psychological stranglehold on your Denver Nuggets. How'd you like that one, Spring? March Sadness.
Yeah, no, it works. It rhymes. I love it. Never heard it before.
Thank you.
So, you
never heard it before.
You mentioned the Rammies being upgraded to first 4 out.
First 4 out.
And, upgraded to Don't Buy. Well, hey, last night, Aaron Gordon was upgraded to doubtful.
Big upgrade.
He didn't play, though, and that hurts, especially against that team.
Yeah.
They trade Towns for Randall. They get and DiVincenzo from the Knicks.
But they're still huge. That's
Randall's
the thing.
a big dude. They've won 11 straight with Julius Randle in the lineup. He's a good player when he's healthy.
Is a big guard, too. And Anthony Edwards has he takes that matchup seriously. And Jamal had 1 point in the first half of that game last night. MPJ continues to get destroyed by the Minnesota Timberwolves. The psychological advantage is in full effect. I can simultaneously acknowledge the excuses because they existed. Third game in 4 nights, the mental exhaustion of the back-to-back on the road at OKC, I can acknowledge all of that, but also you're on your own floor. You're on your own floor and you're losing by 20 to those dudes. And that is the part of this that I think frustrates Nuggets fans is, okay, bad matchup. And they have Chris Finch and Mike Inori, and they have men on the inside that absolutely know exactly the way that Michael Malone thinks. And when you watch these two teams match up, it's very clear the Timberwolves both have the personnel that disrupts the Nuggets, and the Timberwolves have the game plan advantage that, again, it takes Michael Porter out of the game. They just play him with physicality. They give Jamal Murray all kinds of problems. Ant doesn't give him any kind of looks. And then offensively, they generate open threes, corner threes. Their game plan gets open looks, and I know Nuggets fans are listening to this going, everybody gets open threes against the Nuggets. Touche. I don't disagree with your point right there, but Minnesota in particular does it with a flawlessness that all I can conclude after watching that last night, Spring, is that the Nuggets have to hope that they don't play the Minnesota Timberwolves in the playoffs. And as it stands right now, you mentioned the Timberwolves are playing better of late. They're 7-3 over their last 10. If they can catch either a Golden State or a Houston, but particularly Golden State as a 6th seed, they could be seeing a 3-seed Denver second round, I believe. Is that right?
That's not good.
Am I doing
That's
that
what we saw
correctly?
last year, right?
In my head?
Didn't go well.
No, it wasn't a good matchup.
Oh, you want me to try to make you feel a little better? I'll try.
I'm here. No, make me. I don't appreciate reveling in March Sadness. I'm in Las Vegas right now. Look at all these happy Lobo fans. You can see them on. If you're watching the show on Twitch, they're all milling around behind me. These people are drunk at 2:10 in the afternoon Pacific time, and they're as happy as can be. They're all going to be in my hotel tonight, wandering around and doing some kind of chant. So these people are happy, and I'm over here being sad.
Well, you're from Denver, and if you're from Denver today, you get to be sad.
It's March Sadness.
It's March Sadness for us. Okay, last night's game looked a little bit like Sunday in Oklahoma City. And, watching that game on Sunday, the Thunder Nuggets game, that Thunder team, they're long, they are active defensively, and the Nuggets had no answer. Just like they kind of had no answer last night, and they had no answer at certain points in the Wolves series last year, but we saw on Monday, they had an answer. They had answers in the Wolves series last year. So, look, if the Nuggets and Wolves played again tonight.
By the way, that would be a first-round matchup.
It would be a first-round matchup. I don't have the standings up right in front of me. So.
I'm dumb.
That's okay.
My brain is mired in college basketball right now, but continue.
Nuggets very well might get that game tonight, just like they got the second against OKC. Like, the Nuggets can have an adjustment for Minnesota. I was worried at a point in that Wolves series last year, are the Nuggets going to have an answer for this? And they did, until they blew a 20-point lead in Game 7. So, for me, that Thunder win on Monday night, that was the win. That was the game. And look, the Nuggets, they're just going to throw stinkers like this out there. I guess Jamal Murray's not an every-night guy. He's just not an every-night guy.
Nope. Neither is Porter. Nope. Okay, so Spring, I like where your head's at, okay?
Uh-huh.
I'm going to try and emerge from my March sadness here for a moment, all right?
Okay.
So I was giving this some thought. Because of the way that Monday looked against OKC, this Denver team is championship medal, postseason tested. And maybe this is a Denver team that is just better suited to being a 7-game series team. That if you allow Nikola Jokic to settle in and open things up for his teammates a little bit more, even though what did he score last night? 34, and it was like the Timberwolves didn't care. They didn't care. It was just like, all right, we'll erase everybody else that is on the floor around you, and you're not going to be able to beat us, which is, I think, very much what happened. But also, if you give Nikola Jokic a minute, he will solve the puzzle. Last year, they get their butts kicked in their first 2 games in Denver
And then they go to Minnesota, and Jokic takes over the series for the next 3 games, and then they run out of gas down the stretch. That the way that Sunday looked with the Thunder kicking the snot out of the Nuggets, but then the way that Monday looked as a response from an angry and motivated Denver team, that this is a team that is built for a 7-game series, that this team does better when you present a little bit of the chess match. The problem there being is that I think that works against almost everybody except for Minnesota, who has now beaten you 5 times in a row. And what was the word Chris McFarland used? The sauce. The Timberwolves have
something
the
that our sauce needed.
That you just do not understand how to be able to consume properly.
Yeah, and I will concede, my concern with that, because I think they would have an answer to the Wolves, just like they had an answer to the Wolves last year, and they had an answer to the Thunder on Monday night. It's tough for Jokic to not solve the puzzle. My concern is, okay, 1 7-game series, 2 7-game series, 3 because this team, you're right, it's kind of built for that. They're a chess match type team. They're not a perfect team that they're going to gas out again at a certain point when you're playing that many 7-game series. But I mean, they're not going to get swept. They're not going to get beaten in 5. A Nuggets series will go at least 6 against no matter who they play.
It will, and also I say this, and go ahead and save the tape and hold this against me. I believe this is a Denver team that will get better as a series goes on.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to hear from Michael Malone and hear from Nikola Jokic, and they're what I believe were contrasting comments from the 2 franchise leaders when we come back. Malone's comments after the game took one tone. Nikola Jokic's took a very different tone. But I'm going to tell you why I think there is a strength in that contrast for the Nuggets. That's the tease. Come on back. Kreckman and Lindahl. Andy will be along. I'm live at the Thomas and Mack Center. If you're watching on Twitch, Lobo fans all over the place. They're in a good mood. But I'm here in Las Vegas. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Welcome back. March Sadness with Kreckman and Lindahl. Nuggets lose again to the Timberwolves. I'm live in Las Vegas. Nate Kreckman live in studio. Andy Lindahl is live in studio. Hi, Andy.
Hey, Santa just walked past you. It was cool.
I know.
He was literally behind you. Lots of
there's
red and a beard.
A lot of very buzzed New Mexico fans walking around this place right now. Yeah, I swear to God, Andy, there were 9,000 of those people at the Thomas and Mack today for a noon local time tip-off. New Mexico basketball, those people are absolute lunatics. So the Nuggets. Andy, you saw the game last night. Yes. I'm sure you were listening on your way in. March Sadness today here on the show with the Nuggets. So contrasting answers last night out of the coach and the star player. Let's start with the coach. Nuggets lose by 20 at home to Minnesota. Third game in 4 nights. Just finished off the roller coaster back-to-back against the Thunder. I say roller coaster. I guess it was more of like an elevator. Like it was down and then it was up. The roller coaster implies that you're all over the place. It's been a roller coaster of a week because now they're back down. I'm going to get off this metaphor, and we're just going to listen to Michael Malone talking about the fatigue that his team is dealing with. And Michael Malone decided, Andy, I thought after the game last night, to take a softer approach, talking about losing to the Timberwolves.
Yeah, I mean, since I think December 8th, we have the third best record in the league. I mean, we're going into tonight, we're 14-4 in the last 18. But that doesn't make getting your ass kicked fun. I mean, I know you weren't insinuating that. I felt that we were really tired tonight, and I don't know if that back-to-back in OKC and the emotions of that, everything we put into that, I just felt that we were a step slow, and that's understandable. Like that's what I was telling myself is that, I mean, you look at what I've been asking, especially our main players as of late, that's a lot, and so we just got to find a way to get them as much rest heading into this upcoming back-to-back against LA and Washington. But they're a good team. They came in there, handled their business. We got to learn from it and try to be better come Friday night.
Okay, so there are a lot of minutes being played. Jokic's minutes last 4 games. Really, heck, we can look at the entire month. My God, he's playing 40 minutes a game in the month of March. 39, 38, 45, 41, 40, and 38 last night against Minnesota. That is the last 6 games for Nikola Jokic. So that's a large workload. Obviously, it made huge headlines, Andy, when there was the story of Malone suggesting to Jokic take the second night of the Thunder game off. Jokic said, hell no. He goes out, makes an MVP statement. Unbelievable. Like, great story. Love that stuff. But also, like, it is going to start to wear. I don't think Jokic is necessarily the problem. I think his elbow is a problem, but I don't think fatigue is really the problem with Nikola Jokic. I worry about what this is going to do to him, like in May, and what he is going to look like. But the approach that Malone took last night, rather than sit down in front of the microphone and going guns blazing, he took a kinder, gentler approach. I'm assuming he did so in the locker room as well with his guys. Is that the right tack to take with his team right now?
It's the one he took. So I guess, I guess whatever. Look, man, it's not just a Minnesota thing, okay? Yeah, Minnesota's got a little something on them right now. There's no doubt about that. But here's my problem. There's been too many losses that we see like that where teams get physical with your guards in particular and nobody seems to want to show up and answer it. Okay?
But what about Malone's approach, though, to it? Like, is that enough to get his guys to play more physically? Is that enough
tell me.
to fire his dudes up?
Hey, look, he's called them. Frankly, I was wondering if the soft word was going to get used last night, okay?
Yeah.
Nikola Jokic is getting hammered on by 3 massive humans down there, and Jalen Pickett's the one trying to throw picks. Russell Westbrook is the one being fearless, And frankly, I'd say, hey, if the refs, and we learned in the first 10 minutes of the game, the refs are going to let some stuff go tonight. So you know what I wish you would have done, especially when you got to the point where things got out of hand, and it's a little bit old school. But put in DeAndre Jordan. Put in Saric, who apparently is just going to make free money all year. Go use your fouls. Go hack some dudes. At least, I'm tired of this smiling.
I don't know if Saric is the answer, but I get your point.
Hey, whatever. He's got 6 fouls in a big body. But at least make them feel you
Same
a
guy that
little
got
bit.
his ass kicked in a bar last
Yeah,
summer.
I got news for you. They're getting their butts kicked right now. Somebody react to the fact that they are roughing up your guy. I'm tired of it. At least answer for that.
Is Malone's tact what's going to get them there?
I don't know. It might. But look, Nate, he didn't call him soft. I don't know if they always react to that.
Yeah.
Look, your point is taken, though, where it was interesting to hear Malone say we're tired. We were emotionally spent after OKC. I talked to Scotty about it. Scotty totally agrees with that. All right, cool. But, it's – look, dude.
They
Here's
came
my
out
problem.
and played so badly in the first quarter last night.
There was no making up for it.
There was no making up for it, and also, that lends credence to what Malone said. It wasn't even as though they ran out of gas late or something like that. It was they came out flat and a step slow last night.
All right, so I got a couple things. How about I speak your language? Because, I've been following our guy Dan Hyatt.
Mm-hmm.
Dan Hyatt tweets this last night. There are 8 teams that have won 60% of their games this year. Cleveland, OKC, Boston, the Knicks, Memphis, Denver, the Lakers, and Houston. Denver is 4-11 against those other 7 teams. 4-11. That's a problem. And you know what? No, those teams that we mentioned, I'm sure we can find games where all their dudes went off for 3-point shots, just 3-point land available all night. Again, as I was driving in, I had to drop my kid at the airport for a spring break trip. I did hear your first segment. How do you keep losing the corner 3 guy? How do you keep losing the corner 3 guy? You lost him multiple times last night. That's the easiest 3 in the game. You cannot keep losing. Do you think that's a bench player somehow? Is that what's going on?
Well,
because you kept losing them down in their corner. Nate, the bottom line is
and a big part of that, Andy, is that Jamal Murray can't stay in front of Anthony Edwards. Nobody can stay in front of Anthony Edwards.
Fair enough, but listen, Nate, I've gotten to the point where I've tried to be patient. I've tried to just see how this is going to go. MPJ and Jamal, it's time. It's March. It's time to go. You don't get to have 5 points between you anymore with the fat contracts you both have. And that may not be fair, but that's the reality. Why is this not a deeper team? Why doesn't Denver have 3-point shooters to call off the bench? Because you got 4 dudes you're paying all the money to. So guess what? This is the time of year in a game that matters against a team that has kicked your butt 5 times in your building, that you don't get to have an excuse for scoring 5 points. You don't. Not in a half. You don't get to take halves off.
From Malone on Michael Porter's performance last night. I want to give you just the background before we get to the cut, okay? Andy, they've lost 5 in a row to the Timberwolves. Here's the last 5 games against Minnesota. Michael Porter, 8 points, 7 points. 26 points, still a loss. 11 points, 10 points. That's Michael Porter's last 5 games against the Timberwolves. You can see how much he struggles with the physicality they're defending him with. Here was Malone after the game on if this is a trend that Porter just cannot play well against the Timberwolves.
No, that we'll never just accept it and say, hey, sorry, Mike, tonight this is just not your team. I would never say that as a head coach. His teammates would never say that, and Michael would never say that. We're not going to give in to that. Obviously, they put Anthony Edwards on Jamal. They put McDaniels on Michael, and 2 really good defensive players. And they load up. I mean, they did really shrink the floor, load up on us. And but we can definitely find ways to get Michael better looks, screen better, get him open, get him separation, get him into some 2-man game with Nikola maybe, and where he can use his size and length and be more effective. But that's not just on him. That's on myself and the rest of the guys.
You know what? I appreciate Malone saying that, but I just pulled up the box score. What do you think the plus-minus for MPJ was last night?
Minus a lot.
Yeah. Of the starting 5 high, minus 31.
Oof.
Okay?
Oof.
After
high in the wrong
posting
direction, yeah.
Wasn't he minus 33 the game 1 against OKC too? Look, man, can't have it. We're just to the point, can't have it anymore. That's it. It just is what it is. Because what other options are you going to go to? Because look, you get a game like last night where nobody can hit a 3 and nobody can hit an outside shot, and all of a sudden, you got a lot of Westbrook minutes in there. And you and I both like Westbrook, and he at least plays tough. He's hard-nosed. He doesn't let anybody intimidate him, and I love that. But you and I both know he ain't shooting you back into a game.
But he finished well. I thought Russ finished that game well last night. okay, I mean, can't have it, yes, but also Michael Porter Jr. is not going to turn into some kind of physical banger in the next couple of weeks right here.
Fair enough, but
the dude that has had 3 dozen back surgeries is not going to become that guy. So it's on the coaches, which then goes back to Malone of, all right, you're talking about your guys' fatigue and how tired they are, and maybe this looks different in a 7-game series, but also the Minnesota staff is running circles around you.
Right.
They have out-game planned you each of these last 5 games. Let's get to what Jokic had to say last night he was asked about this. I thought this was a very different thing than what Malone said. Jokic reacting to the game. Does he see any trends on this 5-game losing streak?
All the 5, they beat us pretty easy. So we need to be better. We need to do a better job. I don't know what, but it seemed like we are not playing good against them. Or maybe they don't let us play good against them.
That is telling. They don't let us play good against them, which I don't think he said that as an indictment of the coaches, but that's a coaching problem if that is consistently you're leaving those games and saying, well, we can't run our action against these guys. We can't do anything against them. All right, well then you've got to find answers somewhere in there.
Yeah, and again, I know this is a bad matchup. I've heard everything throughout the day. Okay, you and I've done talk shows about this ad nauseum. Not a good matchup. Got all the inside intel. I get all that's true. Guess what, bro? You've had a year to adjust. You've had since last year's playoff to try to figure this out and make this not such a bad matchup. And I believe your attempt to sign Dario Saric, which is not working out, was part of the attempt to get a little bit taller and maybe have some size to use against this team, okay? And it's not working out. So that sucks. But my problem is it's not just when we talk about that's why I brought up the OKC game, okay? It's not just Minnesota. You're going in the tank against these top teams, and that ain't good. Michael Malone can talk about the great record since the start of the year, but that great record, we all know, was built against a lot of bottom feeders. Dan Hyatt with the note again. Let me read it again for those who may have missed it. Against Cleveland, against the top teams, Cleveland, Oklahoma City, Boston, the Knicks, Memphis, LA, and Houston, Denver is 4-11. They are 16-18 against teams above 500. Now, they're 8-9 on the road, and he puts actually not bad, but they're also 8-9 at home, which is actually, he puts, very bad.
Andy, I'm going to paraphrase you to you.
Go ahead.
Let me ask you this, okay? How many of those teams would you pick in a 7-game series over the Nuggets?
Well, depends on how the three-point shooting's going. Because right now,
Just
Nate,
I feel like
start
of the series, who you picking?
Well, okay, let's go and look at it. Boston, the way they can score, I don't know that I love it.
I'd pick them.
Cleveland, the way they can score,
I'd pick the Cavs.
Don't love it.
Agreed.
The Knicks are getting beat up, okay? The Knicks are getting beat up. That could get interesting.
Nuggets would win that
I
series.
think you could drag them into the trenches with you. You know what I mean?
I don't think they're playing the Knicks in the finals.
But
I think they would beat the Knicks in the finals.
I'll stick to the rest are all Western Conference teams.
Yeah.
So Memphis, I don't know that I have a handle on Memphis.
Denver
How well do
would
they
win that
shoot
series.
threes? I'll stick with you there. The Lakers, I still think you've got the size over the Lakers, but I can't dismiss their shooting.
Denver will win that series. It's a long series, though.
Houston's young, so I give you the edge there. But if Houston decides they're going to go unconscious like Portland did against you a few years ago, then you could have a problem on your hands. Because it's not for me. I'm not going to come in here and cry about Minnesota in particular, even though, I'm damn sick of losing to those guys and putting up with losses as a Denver fan in back-to-back nights to both the Wild and the T-Wolves is not how I wanted to start my week. So there's your March sadness. But it's about the fact that the three-point line just feels like you just don't know what to do about the three-point line, Nate. Because Marlo said it over and over and over again last night. Minnesota had not shot well from the three-point line. They had not shot like this. Marlo said, I'm not sure the last time I saw them play this well. But the problem is, you know this. If you let a team feel good about themselves, guess what? They're going to have their best games against you all the time. At some point, you got to get him out of rhythm. You got to make him feel you. You've got to get someone that can play a little bit physical back to them. Again, Jokic is not going to – I don't know what – let's say you beat Minnesota in a 7-game series to open the playoffs like you talked about. What is he going to have left if he has to wrestle those 3 Giants for 7 games or 6 games?
Right.
What does the next series looks like after that?
I'm heavy as the head, right, Andy?
And he's the only guy.
That's what he's got to do.
And here's why I'm calling everybody else out, okay? Nikola shows up every night. Now, I'll give you this. He was a minus 24 last night. But guess what? He played 6 more minutes than the rest of the starters pretty much.
Also, and I know they play him physical because those dudes, and Gobert's huge, and Nasri, they're always, Randall's huge. They're always going to play him with physicality. But last night, I thought Minnesota just said, we won't let anyone else beat us. Jokic can have your 34 points. We don't care.
But how many teams have you told us? Again, Nate, that's not the first team to do that. No. You've talked about this strategy over and over and over. The other dudes, Christian Brown, Peyton Watson, Jamal Murray, MPJ. Are you going to make a 3? MPJ was 0 for 3 last night. I'm not asking MPJ to become a physical monster all of a sudden. I'm asking you to hit 3-pointers, which is what got you the contract you got.
Right now, Andy, I'm going to give you a little March optimism.
Please.
If this qualifies. I would only pick Boston, Cleveland, and Minnesota to beat Denver in a 7-game series right now.
Well, the good news is 2 of those are in the East.
Yeah.
Right now, you ain't dodging Minnesota unless you change your seating somehow. So,
yeah, get that 2 seed and hope the Timberwolves keep winning, or
have
Minnesota lose and then tank. I don't know, but whatever machinations are required, avoid the Timberwolves. Thunder will be a 7-game series, and it'll be decided in the 4th quarter of Game 7. So it's not like I picked them overwhelmingly to win that series, but I do think they would win that series. There's a little bit of optimism. Andy, so Avs lost to the Wild.
Yeah. Hated it.
Nuggets lose to Minnesota. You hate it? Okay. When we come back, I'm going to tell you how the land of 10,000 lakes might screw Colorado again. That's coming on the other side on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And how's your testosterone level? Is it feeling different after last night? Maybe watching the anger. That raises your anger level. I don't know if it helps your testosterone level, but maybe watching that game last night got it all boiling a little bit. If not, if you don't feel yourself, if your energy is low, sex drive is low, sleep is not good, you're dealing with the brain fog, maybe even some depression, and you just don't feel like yourself or like you used to, and you don't want to just accept it, it's time to call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic because you could be dealing with low T. Finding out about how they can treat this for you could really help you and what they could do for you. And again, it's just testosterone treatment. It's real simple as to what they can do for you, but it can make you feel like your old self again. Maybe you're not seeing the gains in the gym. If you're upset about this, again, another reason to go and visit the folks at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's real easy. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. If you'd like, you can take a low T quiz on their website, maybe see if any further symptoms exist. It's a simple 10-question quiz, yes or no answers, and it takes 2 minutes. Then you schedule your consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They draw your blood. They'll have your results in 30 minutes. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider, and you can discuss your options together. The cost of the appointment's $99, which does include the consult, the T, and the PSA test. But if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit's free. So go ahead and give them a call today. No need to wait any longer. They've got 5 locations throughout Colorado, including Fort Collins and the Springs. Call them at 720-440-7900 or the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
March Sadness on the Kreckman and Lindahl
Oh, my God,
show.
the Smiths. Spring pulled out the Smiths.
We're sad, Andy.
It's
We're
high
sad
school
today.
sadness. You're destroyed. The world is over. We're going to go to Perkins and drink coffee and write terrible poems.
They've lost 5 in a row to the Timberwolves. We don't know what to do with ourselves.
Oh, my
Perkins.
God.
He dropped a Perkins.
You know
Wait,
you went there.
Denny's
wouldn't let you sit that long, so you had to go to Perkins because I think the Perkins waitresses did not care any more than you did.
Did Tiger Woods, the Dalliance, was that a Perkins parking lot or a Village Inn? I don't remember.
I think it was
which one
Village Inn. Do you remember Spring?
No, Perkins for sure was one.
It was
of them.
Perkins.
For
It
sure.
was- It was Perkins. Yeah.
See, he
Okay.
needed to write sad poetry, too.
Andy, I
She
got
wasn't
more
into him
March
anymore.
sadness for you.
Yeah, then I'm going to one-up you. Let's go.
Okay, good. Here, do you see this note today that Minnesota fired Ben Johnson, their head men's basketball coach?
Why would that cause us sadness, Nate?
Because the entire internet and idiots on the internet have immediately speculated that Minnesota alum, former Minnesota assistant coach, Minnesota native Nico Medved would be the perfect hire for the University of Minnesota, that Nico Medved could take a Big Ten job and probably triple or maybe even quadruple his salary and leave the CSU program, thus forcing them to once again have to rebuild and reload.
Yeah, nobody likes that. But why would
No.
Nico want to move to the frozen tundra of Minnesota? Just
Just
because you were there doesn't mean you. Well, okay.
Ching.
by a lot of heaters.
That's the thing is that
You could get a greenhouse pool.
yeah, that NIL budget.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of something else. However, and here's a little bit of sunshine into your March sadness, your Minnesota March sadness for you right there, Andy. Tim Miles is just a phone call away over there at San Jose State and probably pretty eager to get back to Fort Collins. Just
Swing
an
on
idea,
back by.
Just a thought.
All
also, Rammies are on the first 4 out line. Got to get the win tonight against Nevada, make that case for the at-large, or you could just win 3 games in 3 days and get the automatic berth. So College Buckets updates. By the way, went final in Kansas City. Buffs eliminated by Houston today. So nice little run in the Big 12 tournament. CU won 2 games, but they got bounced today by the second-best team in the country, the Houston Cougars. And so all over for Tad Boyle's squad. He's, speaking of NIL dollars, send all of your cash and make sure you earmark it for the basketball program to the University of Colorado. Tad Boyle needs you, everybody.
I think Tad's probably psyched this season's over.
I think so, too.
What we can all gather. I'm going to top your Minnesota sadness. Now, this is kind of just for you.
All right.
The Vikings. They plan to release your favorite center, Garrett Bradbury.
Oh, Garrett Bradbury.
Remember him?
Okay, so
why do we remember him?
This is a K&L deep cut.
You got to go way back. This is for
You
the
do.
OGs.
You do. We learned after Bradbury was drafted by Minnesota, and in his it was like his first training camp.
Yeah, he was a rookie.
Yeah.
It might have even been during the mini camp, but training camp for sure.
Midwestern humidity was badly plaguing the Minnesota Vikings, and it was Kirk Cousins who had said he had been having issues because of the
moisture.
Duck butter?
Yeah.
Yes.
A lot of, yeah.
Yeah, the crack sweat.
He was not getting a clean ball handed to him on the snap. And Minnesota was an under-center team because they're West Coast.
It was the ball, and it was the back of that top hand that was oftentimes Kirk Cousins was going through several towels. The
you know when you go to
staff.
get water out of the old refrigerator water dispenser and it gets a little on the side or you're not aimed right? Kirk Cousins kept having that problem with the top receiving hand.
Yeah.
So he made a diaper. Didn't he make him a diaper to try to help the situation? And then Tom Brady kind of backed him and said, "I've had to do that too here in Tampa."
We talked to Klatt about that.
We did,
remember?
because Klatt said disgustingly, he took his hand one time and demanded that his center knows what the backside smells like.
Yeah,
He just shoved it in his face.
This is not an uncommon issue.
Yeah, way more common than we'd like to know.
Humid environs during training camp, during the warm summer months. This is not uncommon, but it is disgusting.
Yeah. So that for anybody that wants to know why the quarterbacks prefer the shotgun, there you go. There it is.
Sports are gross, man.
We've said it before. Between the spit and baseball and
yeah, they're really gross. I watched yesterday. We had a blood pause in one of the games that I was calling.
Oh, no.
And there was the mop kids that are out there that normally just their job is to mop up sweat after players crash to the floor. They had the spray bottle and the rag, and the referee and the two kids were just walking around the court finding every dot of blood on the floor so that they could then be sprayed and wiped up out here at the Thomas and Mack.
that's not the job you want. Probably not the job they signed up for. Oh, I've got a big long handle on a broom to wipe up sweat. Cool. You didn't tell me I was going to be cleaning up a crime scene here.
Is hockey the grossest sport because of the smell?
No, I do remember another thing we learned during COVID. Because they had to put the shields inside the masks, was guys tend to spit at each other on the line when they get contacted. A lot of things come out, and so that's gross.
Football's gross.
Yeah, there's not a gross sport.
No, you know what I always think about is, and not as many guys do it anymore, but there's still coaches going back in that direction. In basketball, there's more and more people going back to the suits.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And when the coaches, they go up to the players, and they'll, put an arm around them and yank them in, and I'm just like, you got to dry clean, man.
Got to be a little fragrant,
that's one
bro.
wear,
and
you got to dry clean.
Well,
that bill adds up.
You got people. The kids are sweating, and the coach is probably not. Those aren't cold arenas. Hey, we got another thing we've got to inform you on. You haven't been aware of this, but I knew it would have broken your heart. Are you aware Riley Dixon is now a Tampa Bay Buccaneer?
I did know that.
And the Broncos went after, who was it, Anger? And I said, boy, I can already hear Nate's jokes about Brian Anger, but he chose to be a Cowboy. Broncos are punterless.
Punterless.
Your favorite position, the Broncos don't have one. So it's been a robust debate with all the fill-in hosts for you. Berto and Rob were talking about whether you draft a punter or not and how high, because Berto insists if they don't get – and apparently they're not interested in Ryan Stonehouse, according to Chris Thomason. I don't really know why, but he's not going to be an option from a note they had in the Gazette yesterday. But, yeah, they don't have a punter, and Berto insists you don't even use a seventh on him, which I think look, you got the right guy. Do you think about sixth?
Seventh.
Yeah, you need a punter. I don't want to negotiate with this kid.
Yeah. No, I know people are making arguments. You got Devon Vele. Don't dare draft him. Devon Vele, they get one good seventh rounder a decade, okay? So everybody relax on all of that. We could go through the list of dudes the Broncos have taken in the seventh round. Andy and I would enjoy that exercise because we remember those dudes. I don't know if anybody else would.
Listen, I can name them. 2015, you got Trevor Siemian. 2024, you got Devon Vele. And there it is. I don't remember another seventh rounder in between.
Peyton Hillis was a seventh rounder.
All right. That was what, 2008?
Oh, 8.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So we're on the good decade. Your decade marker is going pretty good there. Maybe
Virgil
9
Green,
years, not 10.
Virgil Green was a seventh. He played.
Okay.
There's somebody for you.
But Virgil Green was what, 12?
And Virgil Green?
11? 2011? Wow, where did that come from?
That was 11, yes. So we're going
he
way
and
back.
Julius Thomas were drafted the same year.
Chad Kelly was a seventh. Moj would stand up for his
Moj was
guy.
About that.
Remember Derek Tuska?
Yeah, I do. Remember he was supposed to be really good, and he had the flowing blonde hair. Then he became a Steeler, and I don't even know if he plays in the league
You know what,
anymore.
though? That's on us because, again,
we
they were
wanted to
taking him
buy
in the
in.
seventh round for a reason. Hey, he was supposed to be really good. No, he wasn't.
Yeah, we wanted
he
to
was
buy
a seventh
in.
rounder.
Sometimes you just want to buy in. You
do.
like the guy's hair.
I get it. Take a punter in the 7th.
I think Joe Don Duncan might have been one of those. Is there a Joe Don Duncan on there? He was a fullback. I've told you about him before because he was from Dixie State with 3 names, so I immediately thought he was from some redneck borough in Alabama. It turns out he was from Utah.
I'm not finding any information
Well,
on
then
Joe
maybe
Don
he was
Duncan.
a free agent. Joe Don Duncan, I'll never forget it. If you ask
To say
Leahy
it's not
about
out
Joe
there.
Don Duncan, it almost triggers him because I kept asking Leahy every day, how's Joe Don Duncan doing during a camp? And what happened was Joe Don Duncan was the camp hero of the first week, knocking linebackers clean out left and right. And then some dude just stonewalled him and crumpled his knees, and that was the end of Joe Don Duncan's career. He didn't even make it to the first week. And like you said, don't you ever ask me about Joe Don Duncan again.
It's nasty business, that pro football. And sometimes you got to overcome injuries. And the Broncos.
I was excited. I thought he'd have like a Dukes of Hazzard bad Southern drawl or like
Nothing.
Pick your Civil War movie. He'd have that. And no, he's from Utah. It's like, why is Dixie State in Utah? What? Did they bring that with the Jazz? What happened?
UNLV plays Dixie State in basketball every single year.
So you know it's there.
I know it.
I didn't know there was a Dixie State at all, much less in
That's
Utah.
why I know these things. Speaking of overcoming injuries, the Broncos free agency class, I haven't had a chance to react to it. I'm a fan. I'll tell you why next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. You want to go to roller.bid right now and check out the latest auction that they have. Bidding is available right now on this auction from Active Truck Parts. Been in the medium and heavy truck parts business since 1976. Congratulations. Owner decided he wanted to sell his real estate, enjoy his retirement after 48 years in business, and it is time for Active Truck Parts to move their assets. Well, there is some great stuff available for you to be able to bid right now at roller.bid. A Toyota 30,000-pound forklift, telescopic and straight mast forklifts. I didn't even know about telescopic forklifts until I clicked on this auction and checked it out at roller.bid. Phenomenal selection of tools that are in here. Don't go buying new tools. It's going to cost you an arm and a leg. Go to roller.bid right now. You will see some great tools available to be bid on right now. Hand tools, power tools, and much, much more. They've got some truck tractors that are on there as well. If you need heavy equipment, go check out this auction right now at roller.bid. This is the Active Truck Parts auction. Bidding is available right now at roller.bid. Again, that website for Roller Auction is roller.bid. Hour number 2 of the show. Nate Kreckman at the Thomas & Mack in Las Vegas. Mountain West tournament going on right now. Boise State and San Diego State are in action in the first half. CSU plays Nevada coming up 7 o'clock local time. That game televised on CBS Sports Network. So college basketball is happening. It is March Madness. Obviously, we've got March Sadness because the Nuggets lost again. But also, NFL free agency continues. Andy, this is the first time I've been on the air with you. This week I have not been able to eagerly react to the signings of Dre Greenlaw, of Talanoa Hufanga, of Evan Engram, the re-signing, obviously, of Mitchell Furboni, and much, much more that the Broncos have done in the past week. But I can tell you that I'm liking what I'm seeing, Andy. I'm observing this thing from afar, and I have watched the signings that the Broncos have made, and my reaction has just been, wow, that makes sense. Okay, that one makes sense. All right, I like that one. That certainly makes sense. But I know that there's a caveat on everything. And I'm sure that people look at the recent injury history of Hufanga and Greenlaw, and they say, well, should you be signing dudes that have dealt with this many missed games in recent seasons? To which I would say, yeah, you do. You do that. And I said do. Let me tell you why. All right? Dre Greenlaw, that was an Achilles, right?
Yep.
There's other stuff last year, but an Achilles. That's a one-time injury that gets repaired, and then you come back and you play football, okay? Hufanga was an ACL. There's a billion players in the National Football League that have torn their ACL. They come back and they play football. Well, those aren't lingering kind of injuries or anything else like that. Those are dudes that suffered, while yes, catastrophic injuries, they also recover and then come back and then they play the rest of their careers, and the league is littered with guys that do that. You needed a linebacker. You needed a hard-hitting safety. You love the physicality of Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga, two guys that just love to run around and run into dudes and do so with a violent, nasty streak. I love what the Broncos have done with this. Andy, you don't go catching the Kansas City Chiefs and the Buffalo Bills and the Baltimore Ravens without rolling the dice a little bit in free agency. You are hunting right now. Go get some dudes that can get some kills. I think that's what the Broncos did.
Yeah, I mean, I agree there. And Hufanga, I think, is going to be a great addition, assuming he can stay healthy. But that was a guy that the Niners really did want to keep, but because of their morbid cap situation, they were unable to. And now it just feels like they're just saying, hey, take whoever you want.
Sure.
I had suggested earlier in the week, maybe even call in about George Kittle and just say, hey, you guys sure?
Yeah.
Or is everybody up for grabs? Because I'd like to have a conversation about him. I wouldn't mind it if they brought in Juszczyk, quite honestly, because I think there's another guy that could give you a couple options offensively with the ability to catch and do the things he does out of the backfield. But, look, I'll tell you, our favorite part of the week, we got off at 5:30 and Greenlaw literally signed. Spring and I had not stood up from our chairs when Adam Schefter announced the great Dre Greenlaw signing, as we were
like the night Miko got traded.
Yeah. You guys couldn't have done this 10 minutes earlier? Just 10 minutes earlier is all I was
10
asking.
minutes.
So I like that. What are your thoughts on Evan Engram? Because here's the conversation we had yesterday. I like Evan Engram. I think you finally got a good, viable option for pass-catching tight end who can do a few things for you. But everybody it felt like on Twitter, wanted to crown them as getting their joker. I don't think he's the joker. I just think you found yourself a viable pass-catching option at the position.
I agree. I don't think Engram – now – I think Engram can contribute to the Joker role.
Sure.
But is he the capital J Joker? Probably not. But you know what he is? He's a good tight end. He's a good tight end, by the way, that actually catches the ball on third down. We had those numbers last week about how putrid Denver was throwing to tight ends on third downs. Like in the last 2 years, Evan Engram basically has doubled all of Denver's tight ends production just on third down, and I think he's missed 9 games in that stretch. So, yes, like Evan Engram, giant check mark, perfect. You needed a good tight end, and you went and got one. You got probably the best one that was available out on this market. Dude had 114 catches 2 years ago. Andy, I don't think the Broncos have had tight ends catch 114 passes this decade.
No, I think you're
God,
right.
yes.
I think we
You
could
go
add it
and
all
you
up.
get Evan Engram on this team. And have these guys had injuries? Yes. Guess what? If they hadn't, if they were perfect, if they were just first-team All-Pros, they wouldn't have been available in free agency. You are always shopping for players that are somewhat compromised, damaged, available for a reason in free agency. There is always a level of gamble to it. There are the off seasons where it goes great, like it did last year for the Broncos, like 2014 for the Broncos. Sometimes you just hit nothing but home runs. I guess Josh Reynolds wasn't technically one of those, but close enough. You did really, really well last year. But this is what you do in free agency. You view specific needs, inside linebacker, safety, pass-catching tight end. You go and you address them. You spend money. You pay those players probably more than you would have otherwise, but that's what they get for being free agents, and that's what they get for being good NFL veterans that made it to free agency. Evan Engram, hell yes. Dre Greenlaw, love it. Hufanga, fantastic. You're not catching the Chiefs unless you take some risks, and the Broncos are taking risks, and I think they're taking risks on really good players.
Yeah, now I would say this. I like the risks here more than I like, say, Randy Gregory, who never really had a phenomenal season before you signed him. He'd had an all right second half to a season, and you gave him a deal like all of a sudden he was the next great pass rusher.
He never had more than 7 sacks in a year.
Because he was always
there's
so
a
hurt.
well-established track record, especially these defensive guys of Greenlaw and Hufanga being awesome. Hufanga was an all-pro.
Right. So that's why I say I like this risk better than the one you took a couple of.
You're paying guys that have been good versus Gregory, which was we think he's going to be good. You know, with Randy Gregory, George Payton went back to his scouting report that he had on Gregory coming out of college, and he was like, "Oh, I loved this guy. I'm going to go and get him right now." Look, man, I've been guilty of the exact same thing. I will watch guys in the NBA that I saw play in college, and I'll be like, "Oh man, I remember thinking that guy was going to be a good NBA player," and then you know what? They're perfectly cromulent professional basketball players. Like, sometimes guys they're outstanding in college for a reason because they're better than everybody.
Right.
And then they get into the pros and they're just fine, and that was Randy Gregory.
All right, so let's talk about another guy that's out there that they could still add if they chose to, and that's, of course, Cooper Kupp. Adam Schefter joined our guys on PhD as he does every Thursday, and you catch him on the morning show every Monday. Here's what Adam had to say about the Cooper Kupp situation and Denver's interest.
Well, I think that he's going to have a lot of teams interested in him. And the question will be, honestly, how much teams want him, right? Because there are going to be any number of teams that want him. And it's one thing to want a guy, but that comes through in the contracts that are offered, the numbers that are offered. I don't know how aggressive Denver is or isn't going to be on Cooper Kupp. I think they'll be in the mix. I don't know if they're going to be real strong. We'll see. I would expect there'll be other teams, Seattle, New England, Jacksonville, whoever else. I don't know the exact list. I'm sure he's going to talk to Denver. I'm sure Denver's going to talk to him. Are they going to be able to get a deal done? Let's see how far Denver is willing to go. I don't know the answer to that.
So that's interesting because Mike Sanford's been saying on their show in the morning, on the morning sprint, that he feels like Denver doesn't need Kupp as much because Kupp is as he calls it, a slot merchant, the slot receiver role, and he thinks the man we just talked about, Evan Engram, can easily fill that slot role. Would you still talk to Kupp? See, I'll tell you this, Nate. I'll tell you where I stand before you give yours. I'm not giving him the most lucrative deal. If you want to come here on a prove-it deal and it's around $8 to $10 million, fine, I'll take that risk. You want to go above $10 million and you can get it from somewhere else, by all means.
How much space do they even have left?
No, that's a great question. Well, and I'll tell you this, I don't know how much because I want you to get Allen and Benito done, frankly.
Yeah. Well, and those
John
are going to be
Franklin
those
Myers
guys are
wants
under
his
contract for this season already. So those are future years problems, but also, that's just it. Like, you already spent, you bought 3 big ticket items, so it feels like Cooper Kupp is sort of that's a first wave of free agency kind of signing, not something that you do right now. Would I love Cooper Kupp in a Bronco uniform? Hell yeah.
A healthy Cooper Kupp, yeah.
Of course.
I don't know if he's that guy anymore.
Also, exactly that. Is he that guy anymore? Here is a tweet that was going around. This is from Warren Sharp, Sharp Football. Cooper Kupp's rank in ability to get open. Okay, this is ESPN player tracking data. He was number 15 in the NFL in 2021. Wasn't that the year he was Super Bowl MVP?
Yeah,
I think it was.
Really good.
He dropped to 71 in 22. He dropped to 102 in 23. Last year, of 159 eligible receivers, he was number 141 on that list. If anybody wants to know why Sean McVay was willing to let Cooper Kupp walk out the door, it's that stuff right there. And always be a little bit careful when really smart coaches, especially with their veteran offensive weapons that they have done major winning with, when they're willing to let those guys walk away, that's a really big tell. All right? I'm not saying the Kupp is finished. And to your point, Andy, like if he's an $8 million player, a $6 million player, okay.
Yeah, I like that number better.
Either one of them, either one of them. Again, it's not our money, but you know what I'm saying, though. Like, by all means, it's just like, how much better does he really make your offense right now? And then if he walks in the door at this moment, not being the only veteran receiver, by the way, that I was at all an advocate for was T. Higgins, and that was always a long shot to begin with. But is Cooper Kupp that much better than the development of Troy Franklin, Devon Valet, and Marvin Mims? Not really.
No, amen. So that's the thing. You not only sign him, you take playing time away from someone else.
Exactly. So I don't need to do that right now. I like Cooper Kupp. I don't love Cooper Kupp. And based on what we heard right there from Adam Schefter, the Broncos probably view it the same way. Oh, I guess if that's still the thing that's on the shelf, maybe we'll think about it right now. Kreckman and Lindahl. I am live in Las Vegas. I'm at the Thompson Mac. I'm on the concourse.
Yeah. What's
here.
that? What's that over your shoulder? Is that a popcorn machine I see yonder? Probably your right. Nope. Other side. There we go.
Other side.
There it is. Yeah. Your right side, my left.
Alcoholic smoothie.
Well, I mean, Nate, I was going to tell you go partake in whatever that was. Hey. So that's like a Fat Tuesdays inside the concourse.
Andy, you know me, okay?
Now, who's that? Is that Kevin? What the hell?
Hold on, I want to pick his nose on Twitch. I want to pick his nose on Twitch.
Dude,
Andy,
that thing was not a good deal.
No, it wasn't. That wasn't a good look. That was unfortunate. I didn't know he was here, by the way. Our boss just wandered up behind me. I had no idea he was
who's
here.
This freak? Wait, that's our boss.
Who's this jagoff? Oh, I know that guy. Hold on.
Tell Kevin, turn around and have Kevin. He's right behind you over your other side.
Is he in the alcoholic smoothie line?
Tell him to go get you one. Tell him you want one. Tell him to go that way.
I am so sober in a sea of drunks
you got
on this
a guy
concourse.
drinking a beer over your shoulder now.
Look at them all. Look at them all. These Lobo fans have been tanked since 9 a.m.
It's like you're on the French Quarter.
I was in the bathroom before. Again, I got to do TV later, so I'm in like my stupid suit, and I got my jacket and everything, my credentials hanging around my neck.
You look like a Barney Miller detective right now, off duty. You got the coat off. You're at the
horrible.
office.
It's horrible. I go in the bathroom before, and I'm next to some guy. It's like, you Boise State fan? And he's talking to the guy next to him who's wearing a Boise State jersey. And the guy was like, yeah. He's like, they suck. So I got that. And then he pronounced to nobody in particular, I've been whizzing since Watergate over here.
Yeah. Hey, no one's worried about your prostate, my friend. Go ahead and finish up. Free it up for the next guy. I'm sure there's people waiting.
This, by the way, the fact that our boss is in the beer line behind me on Twitch right now is one of the funniest things that's ever happened on our radio show.
Make him go buy you one of them smoothies.
Yeah, I want a pineapple and Bacardi, please. Anyway, he's also – here's the other thing that he's doing. He's looking at his watch right now and being like –
I was going to say, he knows.
Those jerks missed their break.
You tell him he's on vacation. He's not allowed to mark anything for a meeting. Nothing for a meeting.
Exactly. You're on vacation right now. This is out of bounds.
You can't mark anything. If you had a beer, you can't be on the clock.
Is there anything worse than being stone cold sober in just a crowd of inebriated people. Because you know what this is, Andy? This feels like this is opening day light.
You're the
for me
DD
right
at the
now.
party.
Yeah, this is
That's
opening
true.
day light
Yeah.
for me. This is what you and I deal with every single year on opening day at Coors Field is we do afternoon drive, meaning that the only people that are still in the bar wherever we're doing this show, because a lot of people have left to go to the ball game. First pitch is at 1 o'clock. Everybody leaves in the middle of the day. The only people that are left at the bar are just, just like the dirt bags that didn't get tickets, that just came down to get hammered, and then they loiter around us and scream at Andy and ask him to do impressions of himself.
You angry Andy. That was a girl, and that was her voice sounded like, you angry Andy. I kept looking at her boyfriend. I'm like, is that you? You angry Andy. And I finally realized it was like this 4 foot tall, maybe a 90-pound girl. I need to hear angry Andy. Cripes, are you the, did you just get off of the set of the Exorcist? What is going on? Is her head going to spin? By the way, I know that beer line sucks. Shockey hasn't moved in the 5 minutes since we've noticed him.
He hasn't moved. Not an inch. All right. Well, our boss is over my shoulder in the beer line. I'm here on the concourse. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. I'm in Vegas. Andy's in Denver. We'll take a break. When we come back, Andy, I got a major problem with the Nuggets schedule, and it's probably not what you think it is. I'll tell you what it is. Coming up next, March Sadness, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Make it 5 in a row. The Nuggets losing to the Minnesota Timberwolves. March Sadness today here on the show. In the midst of March Madness, CSU, Nevada tonight. Rammies our last hope to get a front-range team into the NCAA tournament. Buffs eliminated earlier today against Houston. The mighty Northern Colorado Bears dropping the Big Sky Tournament Championship to Montana last night, so no UNC Bears in the dance. I don't think an at-large bid is going to go to a second Big Sky team. Hot take, I know. So CSU remains our last hope. They are on the first four outline today, according to Joe Lenardi. They have been upgraded to don't buy right now for the CSU Rams. Fingers crossed that the Rammies can get it done. They take on Steve Alford and Nevada tonight. Ooh. Nuggets have lost 5 in a row to Minnesota last night. They get blasted by 20 at home. Still the 3 seed right now. They got the Lakers coming up here on Friday. But, Andy, there's something I don't like about this Nuggets schedule, okay? Let me tell you where they're going wrong here down the stretch. They only have 2 back-to-backs left.
Okay.
Which I'm sure if you asked the players, they would all be like, that's great. No, it's not. They're 12-1 in no-rest games.
Oh, yeah.
Andy, 12-1. It's their best situation that they can play in. And, oh, by the way, the teams that they'll get on the Sega Baba are Washington on Saturday.
And the Bulls?
I will not get cocky. I will not get cocky about that, I promise. And then the Bulls. Which I will also not get cocky about.
No, you shouldn't, because both those teams have beat you.
But both at home, you should be okay, but I digress.
Okay, so can I throw a debate your way? Because you like a debate.
Please.
Where are we resting Jokic?
Ooh.
Because I told, you know what? I took it up with Berto based off what you had told me prior to your trip out of town. We had talked about it. I go, listen, and of course they love to just make me look like a fool, so they'll come out and they'll, whatever I say one day, that night they'll go smoke my take, and that's fine. If it means you're winning, I'm cool with it. But I had said, do you rest Jokic on Monday? He had been beat up. He had the elbow thing. It looked like it was bugging him towards the end of the game. Of course, you referenced it earlier.
I think I had that take 2 months ago,
You
Andy.
did. Before he was even hurt, you said, let him rest on the Monday game. Who cares?
Yeah.
So I said, all right, now that we've seen what we've seen and we knew they weren't going to have Aaron Gordon, we were talking about possible rest. And it wasn't so far-fetched because, as you pointed out earlier, we learned that Michael Malone asked Nikola, do you want to take tonight off? And, of course, Nikola being Nikola said, no, I like to play basketball. So he played. But you referenced it also earlier. You've got to get some rest for this guy. You just, I'm sorry, you have to. You've now had 2 games in Oklahoma City and now against Minnesota last night where you tried to start the fourth quarter playing him. I don't think that plan works, man. The guy is superhuman, but he still needs his 5-minute rest, his 5-minute, get the win back at the start of that fourth quarter. The 2 games that Malone's tried that, and I completely understand why
40
Malone
minutes a game
did.
this month. 40 minutes.
It's been ridiculous, man.
With the elbow injury.
So where are you resting him? You got to get him some rest, don't you?
Washington?
That's what I asked.
Night of
I asked Berto that, and Berto said, no way, you can't afford to lose that game. You shouldn't be losing to Washington with or without him.
You shouldn't. You should be able to suit up Jalen Pickett, Hunter Tyson starting 5 and beat the Wizards. But
what about that Bulls game you brought up?
Well, let me put it this way, okay? What happened the last time they played the Wizards? Jokic went for 56 and they still lost.
Right. Yeah, I know.
Try something new. Try something new and don't play him on Saturday against the Wizards. Play him against the Lakers. You need that game. That's a huge Western Conference game. It's a seeding game. You have to have it. So play him on Friday against the Lakers, and then Saturday night he'll have an ankle or something like that, and he won't be able to go.
Should be able to say elbow. He fell on that elbow pretty hard for all of national TV to see.
Did you see my air quotes right there?
Oh,
that
I did.
By
that
the way,
good.
You don't always that doesn't come across in the radio format of it. Yesterday we were talking to I called 3 games yesterday and here at the Mountain West tournament, and before one of the games we were talking to the sports information director, and one of the team's leading scorers was out, and he said, I asked him, hey, what's going on with him? And he was like, oh, he's hurt. And I said, is he hurt or is he hurt? And he said, he's hurt. I was like, that doesn't answer my question. I'm looking right at you, man. I know what's going on. College basketball is such a freaking mess. I could spend 3 hours on it. I'm not going to, but it is such a freaking mess right now with these guys. Their phones are getting blown up to get into the portal and go and transfer, and their teams are still playing in these tournaments right now. This is the dumbest sport that should be so much better than it is. It's great for drama and mess and storylines and chaos, but the competition level of it is so stupid and screwed up right now.
That's college sports then. That's just college
you're
sports
right.
for the most part.
You're right.
Because football's no better.
Yeah.
We're trying to get ready for a bowl game, and I've talked you to jump into the portal, and now you're not going to play your bowl game.
And now suddenly 19 guys aren't available to play in my bowl game. It's college. Yes, college athletics currently a mess. Nuggets also currently a mess. How much of last night was the not having Aaron Gordon factor?
Well, we know you can't just dismiss it. Minnesota's the most physical team they struggle against, period.
Mm-hmm.
And Aaron Gordon, when healthy, is your second most physical player because I do believe Jokic. I don't think we appreciate what a physical handful he is. That's why he gets 3 guys put on him every game, okay? But Aaron Gordon is the guy that could have went and made life hard for Julius Randle, made life hard for Naz Reid, maybe it could have just helped out in some way. And so, Nate, at what point do we talk about you just shutting down Aaron Gordon and just seeing what he's got for the playoffs? Now, Mark Springer pointed it out to you in the first segment. He was upgraded to doubtful, which meant he's getting closer to playing. But listen, I don't need another long layoff, Nate. I don't need the calf bugging him right before the season's over and then you possibly not having him in the first round of the playoffs.
Well,
or are we just to the point where no amount of rest is going to fix this?
That's again. I haven't seen the MRI. We're not in the trainer's room. We get access to a lot of places down at Ball Arena. They don't let us go into the training room. And I don't know. I don't know if he's right until after a full off season. That isn't that what it feels like? Because he'll come back, he'll play, and then it's another setback, and then he'll come back and he'll play, and it's another setback. His calf is angry. That's my official injury diagnosis on Aaron Gordon. I don't think he gets better. I don't think he gets better this year. I don't think that happens. So that's just it, Andy. You could sit him the entirety of the regular season and bring him back in the first round, and he could look great for 2 games, and then he could just jump funny one time in game 3, and boom, we're right back to where we are. I think it's that kind of injury. I think it's going to take him 4 months of being off his feet in order to get corrected. So just roll, man. Just power your way through it. Just roll and get as much basketball as you can out of him. I think that's all that they can do.
By the way, your boss, our boss, Kevin Shockey, just walked away from that concession stand 15 minutes after he got there. So I don't know what he got at that concession stand, but I hope that was worth it. What is it, like twisted pretzels or something? Or
the line is not moving quickly.
It's robust.
It really is. But it's mostly Lobo fans, and their team's not playing right now, so they'll be okay.
Boy, the Lobo
San Diego
fans
State
really decided to just make a big group trip out there, huh?
Andy, my hotel is like nothing but New Mexico fans. Their team is good. They're going to the tournament this year. We're not terribly far from Albuquerque, so it's well within driving distance. These people, they're hardy fans. Like it is really, really cool to see that there is that kind of hardy fandom that people will travel and support their team like that. Unfortunately, there's just not enough of that left in athletics currently. I was thinking about this too. If you're a Buffs fan, and I know this wasn't a year to travel to the conference tournament, even though they made a little bit of a run, but was that Big 12 move worth it for basketball?
No.
You were in Vegas, and now you're in Kansas City.
No.
Vegas, Kansas City.
And you're in a tougher conference.
They
did not enjoy playing. You know what? It's kind of funny because when CU, and I was a part of the broadcast team for this, when CU moved to the Pac-12 for football, they were nowhere near ready for that. They did not have the players to go and compete in the Pac-12 at all, right? They had undersized guys. I still remember the first year that they played Washington State at home. every one of the Washington State receivers was like twice the size of the corner trying to cover him. It was ridiculous. But the Buffs, if you remember that first year, they went and won the Pac-12 tournament. They did overall really well in the Pac-12. It feels like, whereas it was a better move for the football team to get into the Big 12, it has not been a good move for basketball because that is no joke of a conference for basketball.
Yeah, that's a tough Houston team they went up against. Jamal Murray, Andy, last 5 games against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Last 5 games. 10, 35, 6, 25, 12. The 35, by the way, was in the Game 7 choke job. In the regular season, he has had a 6-point game, a 25-point game, and a 12-point game this year against the Timberwolves. Anthony Edwards clearly takes it personally against Jamal Murray and does not give him an inch of space. Last night, it looked like Anthony Edwards was on fast forward and Jamal Murray was on regular speed.
Yeah, and it was frustrating because Jokic needs some help. Jokic needs somebody to come along and play number 2 with him. And instead,
they're all playing like number 2.
I was going to say, both Murray and MPJ in particular, that's what they're playing like. And that's not – you just can't have it. And it's frustrating. And again, yes, it's frustrating against Minnesota, but, Nate, this continues to be the storyline against good teams. Good teams. You cannot have nobody hitting a 3. You know, did you know Brian Windhorst said something Monday about the Nuggets? Like, the Nuggets had their best offensive shooting game Monday by percentages since, like, the 80s. It was ridiculous how hot they were. And to go that cold, to come back home and go that cold again is just unreal, man. And it just is. It's why Scotty keeps telling me anytime, whether it's a personal conversation or something on the podcast, he is a believer in this team and he thinks he can get it done. And I admire his fortitude. I just cannot get there with him with how inconsistent this outside shooting is, Nate. I said it Monday before they got that big win. I just am tired of not knowing what kind of outside – because it's not like – they're like the Blake Street Bombers. The Blake Street Bombers would all go and rake at one time. They also felt like they went in a slump at one time and nobody could hit anything. That's why sometimes that was not a consistent team, right? Well, the outside shooting from the Nuggets is the same thing. How is it that Brown, like nobody hits a shot sometimes? Nobody. How does it happen? Not one of you can find your range? What goes on there?
Starting group last night was a combined 4 for 19 from 3, including Christian Brown and Porter going 0 for.
Brutal.
All right. Let's take a break. Let's come back. And I am going to try and once again add some color to all this gray on our March Sadness Thursday of the Nuggets having lost 5 games in a row to the Minnesota Timberwolves. I'm going to, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go hang out in Scott Hastings' ice fishing shanty up in Minnesota when we return because there's been too much March Sadness. I can't deal with this much March Sadness. I'm going to see it drunks. I'm going to be happy about it. I'm in Vegas. Andy's in Denver. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here from my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Are you looking for truck or 4x4 accessories? Colorado Off-Road's the place. This is a Colorado business celebrating their 20th year in business coming up this year. And again, if you need stuff that's right for Colorado, whether it's a bed cover or mud flaps or just anything, you want to know is the gear going to go hold up? I'll go back to the bed cover. You want to make sure that's right for the Colorado conditions. The one that Jerry recommended me back in 2019 when I got my truck has held up through big storms, little storms, and everything in between. And I love it. It still looks the way it did when he put it on there, and it's been a fantastic suggestion. He'll give you that kind of suggestion. He'll point you in the right direction. I've also gotten the floor mats in there, the step rails, the remote start. It's going to be great. I think Nate's going to be just getting back in town, and we may be welcoming him home with some snow next week. So who knows? The remote start kit's great for that. And if you're a contractor, he's got the Workforce Pro topper. So ask him about this. These are great toppers, especially for you commercial construction people or whatever you may have going on. He's an exclusive dealer for this. So call him at 303-761-1264. Talk to him about the Workforce Pro toppers. Find him online at cooffroad.com. Find the showroom 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. Colorado grown, Colorado owned. It's Colorado Off-Road.
Throws it on the left side over to Randall, back over to Ant, and a three. That's his fourth three-pointer of the first quarter. Leaking out is Jokic. Dog, two hands. They can't stay with the speedster Nikola Jokic in transition.
Got loose for a couple of dunks early on in that game yesterday. Yeah, I know they lost by 20. All right? And we have spent this show lamenting a 5-game losing streak against the Timberwolves. Frustrating, obviously. All right? The way things ended last year, putrid. This won 3 games in a row and lost a Game 7 in an historic choke job that the percentages would suggest you're not going to do that again. Are the Timberwolves a bad matchup? God, yes. There is so much evidence to support that, and we have talked about it here today on this show. But, Andy, this is my first time on the show this week, and I didn't get a chance to react to Monday night's game.
Okay.
And even after what I saw last night, I stay with my take for Monday. Good luck beating these guys in a 7-game series.
Yeah.
Good luck beating the Denver Nuggets and Nikola Jokic in a 7-game series when he has the advantage of familiarity and the opportunity to adjust and solve. This team can beat absolutely anybody. And Andy, I feel as though I already know what your reply is going to be. What about everybody else? Okay? Was that where you were going to go? I'm assuming that was where you were going to go.
Well, no, I think it's matchup dependent, but go ahead.
Okay. And no doubt. I not dismissing that. But what about everybody else? You might say. All right. Do you remember the Olympics? Do you remember? Yes. Do you remember what the first matchup between Serbia and the U.S. looked like? When Nikola Jokic was on the floor, and I know Bogdanovic was on that team. There's good professional basketball players on that Serbian team, all right? But they were playing the best players in the world on the other side. LeBron and KD and Steph, okay? We're all on that floor, and Ant and Embiid, and all of those dudes. Derek White was on that team. My God, okay? I'm leaving names off. You would look at it normally, and you would say, okay, it's all those dudes, and then the opponent has one of their peers and 4 other dudes. All right? Typically, that is a recipe for you win by 15. Okay? What happened, though? Jokic played him even, and then it took an unbelievable comeback by Team USA in the fourth quarter, and Serbia blown a double-digit lead in the fourth quarter for the Americans to get their gold medal. All right? Now, with all due respect to every itch in the world that plays with Jokic in the Olympics, and again, Bogdanovic, good player. Jamal Murray and MPJ and Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown and Russell Westbrook are all better than those dudes, okay? And Nikola Jokic almost knocked off the very best collection of basketball players, essentially, that the planet has to offer by himself with just some other guys, all right? And he played those guys twice, and he was this close to getting them, all right? This guy, when he has a chance to see you night in and night out, solves you. And if you doubt me on the Minnesota thing, they lost the first 2 games, and then they went out in games 3, 4, and 5, 2 of them in their building in Minnesota, and he got those dudes. And again, he had a 20-point lead in the second half in a Game 7 situation that took an unbelievable collapse for them to be able to fall apart. If Nikola Jokic sees you like he did getting Oklahoma City on the second night of a back-to-back and making the proper adjustments, he's going to beat you. And so we all want to lose our minds. And here's where I'll paraphrase you really, Andy. I'm over the regular season. I haven't heard this take out of you this year. You've had it every other year. I haven't heard this take out of you yet, so I'm jumping in line ahead of you. I'm done with the regular season. I'm finished with it. Get me to the playoffs and get Nikola Jokic an opportunity to be able to solve the puzzle. And I'm telling you, the smartest basketball player that has ever lived is going to solve it. How you like that?
I like your confidence. I'm glad you're positive.
Good. We need it.
We
Enough
do need
March
it.
Sadness.
You're darn right. I will never count a team out with Nikola Jokic on it. I won't do it. He's that special a player. You're absolutely right. And maybe he does steal you the series, okay? Maybe he does. Maybe Nikola Jokic is to basketball what a hot goaltender is to hockey in the playoffs. Well
put.
Okay?
Well put.
So I'll give you that. But again, when it comes to Minnesota specifically, my concern is the Nuggets front court is compromised without AG, and the guards outside of Westbrook, who is not one of your big shooters anyway, do not like how physically they get handled. And look, DiVincenzo added to it last night too. That guy was a pest. He was in their face. He was a problem. So even when Anthony Edwards wasn't the cover on some of the top guys, DiVincenzo was in there being a real pain in the rear end and being scrappy and hands everywhere. And again, you go back to the Minnesota length. You go back to the fact that when we heard Jokic say maybe they don't let us play well earlier, part of that is they get physical with the guards and make it uncomfortable with them, including MPJ, who does not like it, and you read the numbers to prove it. And they also have their hands everywhere. Their hands are in the passing lane, and that's where the coaching comes from because Finch and company know what they're trying to do, and they just frustrate the hell out of you that you can't get any flow going offensively. Now, to your point, there is no need to just dismiss the fact that the Nuggets took them to the limit last year, and we still can't really figure out what the heck happened for them to blow the 20-point lead. But I will remind you, even Jokic, he hinted at it again last night. What was his take at the end of last year when the series went not their way? Maybe we need to clone me. What did he say last night after that cut we played earlier? Well, they're really tall. They're just a tall team.
Yeah.
Again, almost a subtlety to me. I need some other size out here helping me. I can't. How many times? It's not like Minnesota was hitting all their shots necessarily. They left plenty of shots short. There just was no Nuggets presence to get in there and rebound the ball if it wasn't Jokic.
The Timberwolves, I think they took the first-round loss to the Nuggets personally 2 years ago. And Tim Connolly in particular said, okay, it's time to rebuild and get bigger and nastier and all those things. And he made the Gobert trade, and he did it, okay? And he rebuilt it again this season, and he goes and gets Julius Randle, and he gets DiVincenzo, I think, is a really good player and just a big, tough guard, okay?
He's the guy every team wishes they had. He's not your star, but, man, is he a pain.
Yeah,
you know what he is? He's a better version of Russ right now. I hate to put it that way, but I don't know how else to put it.
Younger version,
he is a pain in the rear end to play.
Yeah, I like him a lot. I've always liked DiVincenzo going back to his college days. Okay, that team is specifically built to be able to beat you. Also, there is a track record. Like 2 years ago when you beat Minnesota, Jamal had a 35-point game in that series. He had a 40-point game in that series. He had a 35-point game in the series last year. It's not as though this guy has never played well against the Minnesota Timberwolves, all right? I thought that Ant had a different bounce than Jamal did last night. Is playoff Jamal Murray? Are we concerned that playoff Jamal won't match the level of intensity that Anthony Edwards is going to throw at him? Jamal's not as good a player as Anthony Edwards. There's no planet where he will be as good as Anthony Edwards. But I'm just talking about Jamal matching Anthony Edwards and being more comfortable and hitting some of those tough shots, because that version of him, that fully motivated, inspired version of him, I think can go toe-to-toe with the guy.
I'll give you my quick take from Monday, okay?
All right.
And this was prior to what they did. I don't need MPJ to be perfect, nor do I need Jamal to be perfect, but I can't have those guys be major negatives in the plus-minus stat. And it's the easiest one to pull out of the box score. But again, I think MPJ in the Sunday game against OKC was minus 33. Yesterday, you're minus 31. Jamal's not doing much better. You guys just can't be that. Minus 15 we can live with. We can overcome, okay? It's going to happen. But you can't be that big a net negative for this guy. You can't end with such few points, Nate. And that's just the reality of what we're dealing with, because you are not as deep a team as the teams you're going to be playing. You're not as deep as OKC, and you're not as deep as Minnesota. That's just how it is.
The Timberwolves have outcoached the Nuggets staff when they matched up recently, right?
Yep.
That's got to flip. That has to, and it has to flip in the form of you get one of the first two games of a series.
See, that's just it.
you get one of the first 2 games of the series, and then you let Jokic settle in. And I think after that happens, it's a long series. That's a 6 or a 7 game series. There's no way around that. Probably a 7 game series. But Jokic is going to solve it, and he's going to beat those guys. And I don't think he runs out of gas this year. I think there's another gear in that guy. He's something else. That guy is something else, playing through this elbow injury right now. And I've seen it in the form of a 30-20-20 game. I've seen it in the form of that performance against Oklahoma City the other night. That guy is not going to let this team get bounced in embarrassing fashion like they did a year ago. That one stung too much. There it is, everybody. There you go. That's speckles of color in the gray of March Sadness today. Give him a 7 game series. Jokic will solve anybody.
We'll see.
And that's the Kreckman and Lindahl
That's
show.
the problem. I love your guy Jokic. The other guys don't have my faith right now. They just don't. Sorry.
Yeah. Hard to blame you at the moment. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day. Around the NFL, we have got Cooper Kupp free agency rumor mill happening, plus an interesting tweet from a new Broncos signee that maybe this guy doesn't necessarily agree with Nate and Andy. We'll tell you what that is next. All right, let's dive right into the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Andy's in Denver. I'm here in Vegas. We got football news all over the place, and a new Bronco has made a statement in GIF fashion. What do we got, Spring?
Yeah, it's the high five. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. So, new Broncos tight end Evan Engram is on Twitter. His handle is at Easy Engram. I like that alliteration right there. And he tweeted out about an hour ago a GIF of Heath Ledger's Joker.
I would say we need a Joker. It's not about money. It's about sending a message.
So he thinks he's the Joker.
Yes, the GIF, the part where the Joker and his gang had stolen the cop car, and the Joker is creepily sticking his head out of the car. God, Heath Ledger was so gross in that role. Unbelievable role, but still creepy. Andy, is Evan Engram the Joker? Because you and I talked about this before. That's a really good receiving tight end, but Engram thinks he's going to fill the Joker role.
No, I don't think so, but we'll find out. I'm happy to be wrong if he doesn't. I mean, to me, Christian McCaffrey, Alvin Kamara, those are kind of the jokers. The guy that you line up all over the field. Now, who knows? Maybe Engram will end up in the backfield one day and swing out and catch a pass and all that good stuff. But, right now, you'd said it best, man. All I need you to do is be a really good third down tight end that can receive the pass, keep the sticks moving, and get to the soft spot in the zone and tuck in underneath when they run the deep routes. They haven't had that. The guy that I know is going to catch the ball and not knock it up in the air and get it picked off or not just drop it or whatever. And maybe in a perfect world, how about you just catch it on the run, and even if you don't quite have it, you go and pick it up. I just want a guy that helps Bo Nix get less 3-and-outs this year because they led him last year. They led the league last year, or they were up there, I should say, in 3-and-outs last year. Can't have as many this year, right? So Give Bo that great security blanket like we saw Joe Burrow go to time and time again in Cincinnati when he kept throwing it to, who was that? Who was his guy that he kept? It was a Gesicki that kept getting open in Cincy. That's what I want for Bo Nix.
Evan Engram last season dealt with some injuries, still had 47 catches, but 2 years ago in Jacksonville when he played a full 17, 114 catches, 963 yards, 47 of his catches went for first downs, and he had a 53% success rate, keeping ahead of the chains or converting first downs on his catches. That's the player the Broncos absolutely need him to be. Sean Payton will use him creatively. He might be a part of the puzzle that solves the Joker issue that the Broncos have. But he seems to think as though he's the guy. Great. He seems fired up to play in Sean Payton's offense. I love the signing of Evan Engram. Clearly, it's always a risk, but guess what? Violent games, some guys are going to get hurt. Love that signing for the Broncos. What else we got, Spring?
High five.
So the Broncos made a lot of their free agent signings official today, re-signing Justin Sternad to a 1-year deal, signing Evan Engram to a 2-year deal, signing Trent Sherfield to a 2-year deal, signing Talanoa Hufanga to a 3-year deal, and linebacker Dre Greenlaw to a 3-year deal.
Yeah,
Nate,
today
I know
was
you're fired up about Sherfield. I know that was the one you couldn't wait to talk about because you got to have a gunner, and he's the gunner.
Yeah, you need one of those dudes to go ahead and fill that role. The other word that I got on Trent Sherfield is beat writer's dream. They love him. Great guy, great quote, good locker room dude. So Sherfield's got that going for him. But yeah, you need warm bodies for the Riz man. So he goes and gets Sherfield. Obviously, the key signings right there are Hufanga, Greenlaw, and Evan Engram. But everything became official today, Andy. All the press releases sent out. I always love that. Now the team can actually talk about having these guys on their squad now that everything is in ink and physicals are passed and it's all done. On Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga, two players that have overcome major injuries in their career, but also guys that have come back from injuries that are common in the NFL. The Broncos have done a very good job with their training staff sports science, everything else in recent years of being able to keep guys on the field. Sometimes, like violent game, things are going to happen. There's nothing you can do to control every single injury. But these, to me, feel like good calculated risks on the part of the Broncos. It's a defense that just got more physical, more nasty, that was already a really good defense. Engram clearly addresses a massive hole in your offense. You're going after Kansas City. You're going after Buffalo and Baltimore. Hell, you're still chasing the Chargers in your own division. You got to take some gambles. I think these are good gambles by the Broncos. I think they got good players.
Yeah, and look, there's a real possibility you're going to have Ashton Genty in your division, too, to go with Brock Bowers and Geno Smith and whatever they want to do with Chip Kelly. I mean, the Raiders probably will not be the pushover they've been the last couple of years with some actual, functional coaching. But here's what I love about the signings the most. Gives you the chance to just draft who you want at 20. And I think that's the most important thing coming out of free agency. Don't be forced to – I felt like they did that with Garrett Bowles. Now, in the long run, it has worked out. The first 3 or 4 years, though, it did not, where you drafted a tackle because you had to have a tackle, and you struggled while that tackle struggled to grow up in the NFL. Eventually, he did, but you don't want to be in that position. They don't have to do that with the tight end position now. That's huge. You don't have to do it with the inside linebacker position. That's huge. The safety position. Look, if Emin Warrior's still there and you like him, take him. If there's a linebacker there that you like, take him. If there's a bad defensive lineman there that you like, take him. Period. Doesn't have to be offensive, Now, I wouldn't mind a receiver. I frankly still wouldn't mind a couple young tight ends to mix in, and I wouldn't mind a couple good backs. But you don't have to do anything with any of these guys now because of your signings.
Yeah, because of what they did in free agency, you don't have to go tight end running back, which was what was in every single mock draft before free agency started. Now, to me, Andy, and I'm with you. If Amon Warrior's there and you like him, by all means, go ahead and get him. To me, this very much opens up defensive tackle and receiver as very realistic possibilities for the Broncos at 20, and I think there's going to be some good ones available at that part of the draft. So I think Denver did well in free agency. Did they do perfectly? No, I don't know if anybody can do perfectly in free agency, but the Broncos addressed needs and got good players. I loved Hufanga when he was in San Francisco. Can't wait to see this guy in a Broncos uniform. Let's keep it going, Spring.
High five. All right, let's talk about Cooper Kupp. I saw this on Twitter, so I'll throw this out here right now. This is from Mike Giardi, who writes for the Boston Sports Journal.
I had a case of Giardi once. It was a nightmare.
Hey-o. So he tweeted out, per league source, the Patriots have reached out to Cooper Kupp. It is believed the wideout would prefer to stay on the West Coast, but he hasn't closed any doors. Then he had a follow-up tweet. He says, a league source tells me Kupp's asking price is insane compared to where he is at in this point of his career. Adam Schefter came on with PhD today, and he was asked about the Broncos' interest in Cooper Kupp.
Well, I think that he's going to have a lot of teams interested in him. And the question will be, honestly, how much teams want him, right? Because there are going to be any number of teams that want him. And it's one thing to want a guy, but that comes through in the contracts that are offered and the numbers that are offered. I don't know how aggressive Denver is or isn't going to be on Cooper Kupp. I think they'll be in the mix. I don't know if they're going to be real strong. We'll see. I would expect there'll be other teams, Seattle, New England, Jacksonville, whoever else. I don't know the exact list. I'm sure he's going to talk to Denver. I'm sure Denver's going to talk to him. Are they going to be able to get a deal done? Let's see how far Denver is willing to go. I don't know the answer to that.
In other words, he's probably not going to be a Bronco. Thank you very much, Adam Schefter. The Cooper Kupp to New England thing, man, Vrabel is just really trying to reignite the Brady Belichick dynasty there in New England, isn't he? Of course they want a white receiver. You got Vrabel back right now. Of course Cooper Kupp would go and finish his career with the Patriots. It just makes too much sense.
Or he could pull the old bitter move and go to Seattle and make sure he faces the Rams twice a year.
That'd be fun, too.
So,
yeah.
And not switch coasts.
Right. That'd be fun. But Cooper Kupp probably won't be a Bronco. We talked about this earlier in the show. I'm perfectly okay with that. Get younger, don't get older at that position right now. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, let's talk about a couple of quarterback notes. One, Gardner Minshew has signed to be a backup quarterback with the Kansas City Chiefs. It is a one-year deal. Also, Joe Flacco visited with the New York Giants today.
Ahead of them visiting with Russell Wilson.
Okay. The Giants have become what the Broncos were 4 years ago, and 5 years ago, and 6 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
They have become that. They are the team that once Eli Manning moved on, they tried drafting a guy. It didn't work. They blew that. Right now they're talking to Flacco and Russ, which are both guys that actually played right here in Denver. This is the Giants' life right now. We once lived this life. We don't have to do it anymore. But it's let me tell you, Andy, it's a lot funnier to observe it from afar.
It is, and I said this to Spring on Monday. Who would have thought that 3 years later, it's Russ and it's Rodgers again? Russ is waiting to go where Rodgers doesn't again. It's insane. Insane. How are we still doing this? And both of them have showed you they're not taking anybody anywhere right now.
Nope.
Now, Rodgers at least played better towards the end of the year as he got further out from the Achilles injury, but he's not all-pro Aaron Rodgers anymore, you know? And now nobody knows if he's going to Minnesota, which I don't know why Minnesota would do that, because Aaron Rodgers looks like he's in the Joe Flacco bus of, I ain't teaching a young guy. I'm coming here to get my money, win my games, and get out of here.
Can I read you a New York Post headline on Aaron Rodgers right now?
By all means.
Pensive Aaron Rodgers takes solo beach stroll as massive free agency decision looms.
He's wearing a blanket.
He is. He appears to be wearing a blanket and pensively walking down the beach, trying to decide where he will make his $40 million next year, staring out to the sea.
Do you think that his football decision is in any way close to his train of thought right at that moment of that picture? Because I got news for you. Like the Blister in the Sun song, he's high as a kite, and he just might stop to check you out. He ain't worried about, because he's single, right? He's got no girlfriend that we're all aware of right now. He's just a bro on a beach with a blanket.
He's staring out into the sea, tripping on peyote. That's what Aaron Rodgers is doing right now.
Had a little tea. Now he's on a walk.
He's listening to the first MGMT album over and over and over again, and he's trying to figure out his life. Pensive Aaron Rodgers.
I don't think he is. I think he's like, I'll come back, agree to $40 million from somebody. It'll be good. Life will be fine. I ain't worried about it.
40 mil.
Yeah.
40 mil.
40 million.
Yeah. Who will I take $40 million from? Kreckman and Lindahl. We're going to reignite Andy's rage from the first hour of the show and the Nuggets loss last night to the Minnesota Timberwolves. Plus, Andy, a Major League Baseball owner, said something that made my head explode, and it wasn't Dick Monfort.
What?
I'll tell you who it was when we come back on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Bad start, never recovered. Nuggets lose by 20 last night at home to Minnesota. 5 consecutive losses to the Timberwolves. Still the 3 seed in the Western Conference. Third game in 4 nights. Malone said his team is exhausted. Nikola Jokic said we have to play better against these guys. Bad all around, and the Minnesota Timberwolves continue to own the Nuggets. Plus, if I'm not mistaken, Andy, is this now 4 consecutive losses on national television for the Nuggets? Every time they play for the nation, they pee down their legs, and they did it last night by never being in that game from the start. Michael Porter, bad. Jamal Murray, bad. Nuggets, bad. Michael Porter's last 5 games against Minnesota, Andy, 8 points, 7 points, 26, 11, and 10. That's on the losing streak, by the way. Even in the wins, he scored 4 against Minnesota in Game 4. He scored 6 against Minnesota in Game 5 last year. This team they pick him up at half court. They'll run McDaniel at him. They'll play him physically, not give him an inch. And he doesn't respond. He gets uncomfortable. He gets off his game, and he's ineffective. And that has to change. He's not the only one. Jamal Murray had 1 point in the first half last night. 1 freaking point in the first half last night. Jokic good. Nobody else really was good last night, and that's why they got blown out by the Timberwolves.
Yeah, it's not helping the MVP debate. We've had some interesting audio from that, although we did play some audio yesterday from around the horn where there are actually some cogent thinkers. And Kevin Blackistone was one of them saying, look, Jokic has the belt. No one's done anything to take the belt from him, but it's going to be SGA's year. You and I both know that. It just is what it is. So
his team has done too much winning.
And that's what everybody keeps bringing up, which is fine. That's fine. That's fine, but a few people have pointed out. I think Scott Hastings was pointed out too. How many years has it gone to a guy that wasn't on the best team? So it's not always an award. It's not like there's some standard that it's the best guy on the best team all the time. But
take Jokic off the Nuggets. What's their record? 25 wins?
They're a lottery team, my friend. I don't know what the record is, but they're a lottery. Are they in Washington territory? I don't know about that, but they're...
Take SGA off the Thunder. What's their record?
Still pretty good. Are they
I think they're a playing team.
Yeah, they're still in the playoff thing. There's just too many good players on that team.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's still 7, 8, 9, and 10, right?
Yep.
So
that's a good most valuable, and we say that it's a hypothetical, obviously, but it's if most valuable is what it's all about. Remember the NFL MVP thing and Josh Allen getting it over Lamar Jackson. If most valuable is what we're supposed to be rewarding right now, there's nobody more valuable than Nikola Jokic.
No, I'm with you. But people are tired of it, and it just is what it is. They want the next person, somebody was saying, maybe it was any one of the, because, Nick Wright's got to jump back in on this thing again. And, of course, Stephen A. Smith has basically said, I'm done. I voted. It's over. You're not changing my mind. Michael Wilbon also backed that up.
Shouldn't Stephen A. worry about getting beat up by LeBron right now?
No, apparently not, because he just keeps going in on 5 other podcasts about it to where
How is that a weak move, by the way? To confront somebody face-to-face, how is that a weak move? And look, do I think the Bronny thing's a freaking joke? Of course I do. And anybody with a brain thinks it's a freaking joke. But when the guy goes to you and says, hey, I don't like the way you're talking about this whole thing, and then to go out and call it weak, what are you doing? If he would have tweeted, that's weak. All right? That's weak. LeBron went and spoke to him directly to his face. There's nothing weak about that.
Yeah. Yes. But again, I guess the only weak part about it is, I'm sorry, you made your son a professional athlete, so it puts him in this arena.
No, but it does. But again, LeBron is wrong on that front.
Right.
But his reaction to what Stephen A. said, I thought it was, quite frankly, I thought it was healthy. What LeBron did of hey, let's go have a conversation about this face-to-face, and now Stephen A. can't stop popping off about it, getting behind every single microphone in the world. Again, is LeBron wrong? Of course he is. But LeBron handled this right in this situation.
Yeah, he did. Boy, I saw a clip. I don't want to bring it up because it's just the there are certain news networks that are always going to be a lightning bolt, and we know the two main ones. I'll just say one anchor on one of those networks told Stephen A., "Oh, I would have had your back," and I'm like, "You would have not. You don't understand how large that man is." So good on you for wanting to have Stephen A.'s back. But
yes.
No, you wouldn't. I'm just saying. You
Andy,
might have stood there and taken it in, but no. LeBron's a large human. So.
Andy, I like if LeBron beat you up, I'd give you a ride to the hospital.
Right. You would help me out. Frankly, so if I were the Stephen A. in this case and LeBron was hella mad at me,
yes.
I wouldn't expect you or Mark Springer to. The only guy I would maybe look to help for was Scott Hastings because he's the only human large enough to do something about it that we know.
I would find you a towel to help you wipe up the blood.
You would get the face. You'd be like the trainer with the hockey cut where you got the towel on my face and you're leading me out of the arena.
He needs an ice pack, folks. Get this guy an ice pack. I'm his radio partner. I'll get him an ice pack.
By the way, can I tell you something? I know you're trying to stir me. Well, you're trying to stir me up about the Minnesota thing, and it just is. I've let the emotion out. That's what this show is for. And believe me, I've had that thing pent up. Do
you feel healthier now?
I do feel better because I got up to go to I kept telling myself last night, let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Who cares? It's a regular season game. Don't get worked up about this. I got up to go to the bathroom, my usual 4 a.m., thing. I was still hacked off about it, man. Still hacked off about it. So, but I'm telling you, my biggest problem with this is them letting Jokic get beat up. That's what I don't like. Okay?
Right.
I understand we can get upset, and people have expressed things on the text line throughout the show about being upset about that. I get it. That's what we're here for. We're here to hear that and be your sounding board. But what bothers me is, and I understand that, when Malone says we don't all get up for the same game, that was essentially Malone's message last night. They got up. We didn't. You may not like it. We were worn out from already playing what felt like a mini playoff series against OKC. Yeah. And I know there's a truth to that. Scotty reiterated that point to me on a phone call earlier today, okay? So it's not just BS talk. It's just how it goes, as you said earlier, when you're trying to just get through the rest of the stupid regular season and get to the meaningful playoffs when it feels now, for the Nuggets, what's different about this year than past years, their seeding is anything but locked up. I mean, depending on how this next week of basketball goes, they could be worried about the playing game. I don't think it'll happen, but they could. But what I don't like about what the Nuggets showed us last night, and again, you love to call it Meatball Andy shows up in all sports. But when you're beating the crap out of my guy, and it's a 15-point game or a 10 or whatever that was, and look, Nate, we knew in the fourth quarter they had a chance to get that thing close in the early part of the fourth quarter, and they didn't, and we had to spend 8 minutes knowing they aren't going to catch them. So at minimum, put in any big body. Like DeAndre Jordan ain't afraid of those dudes. Put him in the game. Have a couple hard. I'm at least going to wipe that smile off you. I'm not saying cause a fight, but I'm going to hack you hard a couple times. You're going to grin about. There's one point where Naz Reid's grinning after they beat up Jokic. They're putting him in the. It looked like they're having a slam dance down there. I thought he was in a mosh pit at a metal concert in the Key with 3 guys around him, grabbing him, shoving him, doing whatever. Dude, go in there and hit one of them back with a foul. Hard foul Rudy Gobert. Hard foul Naz Reid. Hard foul Julius Randle. Like, the thing that upset me, Russell Westbrook showed he's not afraid to play hard nose, and he got in there. And even Jalen Pickett a couple of times shoved his big booty and tried to get Julius Randle off his game. Somebody do something to wipe at least a little of the smirk off their face about it. That's what drives me nuts.
I don't think DJ's that dude.
All right,
I don't think
then tell
I don't
Sarge,
think DJ's,
I don't care. Find a dude. Somebody be the dude.
You want the Nuggets to reincarnate Bill Laimbeer, basically.
You know what? Rick Mahorn, I don't care. Hell, pull Hastings is on the sideline. Put a damn jersey on him. I don't care. Just somebody show Nikola we've got your back, though, Nate. Just somebody show Nikola, yes, there is some help here for you. And I realize that guy would be AG and he's not out there. But come on, you can't tell one. Maybe you can't. But for me, it's just I just would like to see at least one hard foul, couple hard fouls that says, no, you want to play messy? We'll play messy. Or if they're going to go and hard foul the guards early in the game, go hard foul them back. Don't cry to the refs. Give it right back to them. But instead, the Nuggets just get shoved around constantly, and nobody does anything about it. And guess what? Other teams do it too.
This team has we've watched it, and really we've watched it in recent weeks. I would go back to the Laker game when they lost that game at home. I'd go back to the Milwaukee game. Certainly, I'd go to the Boston game. This team gets out physical. They have consistently been out physical. Aaron Gordon hasn't been himself, and they have gotten out physical out on the floor. Now, while I appreciate your bloodlust, that won't happen. It comes down to being able to match them by playing the game physically, by defending physically. There's nothing you can do, I think, to reduce the physicality of your opponents. I think what the Nuggets have to do is match the physicality of their opponents, and then I think they'll have a better chance to be able to win these games. I also think that a good way to be able to beat some of this physicality, especially when it is constantly a beehive of players around Nikola Jokic, is to, I don't know, knock down your friggin' threes.
No,
okay?
You're right. But
and when that inside-out game starts to go, hit the open shots when they're available to you.
Look, and again, see, this is the frustration of things, Nate.
Uh-huh.
If Anthony Edwards is going to go to the free throw line anyway, then I'm going to beat you up the way you're beating our guys up, okay? And again, I'm not talking about a Knicks Heat full bench clearing brawl. I'm not talking about that.
Yeah.
But you know what, dude? If Jamal's going to get whacked by 5 guys, if you're going to run and make his life hell, then I'm going to do the same thing to Ant. Because guess what? Ant's going to, if I'm touch fouling you, you're shooting those stupid. It's the same thing with SGA. If I breathe on you, you're shooting the free throws. So why don't I make you feel the free throw a little bit? Why don't I make you earn the free throw a little bit more? That's all I'm asking. But again, you don't have those dudes because you've got 4 big contracts, and this just isn't a very – like this team, I'd like to see the Nuggets try to find a way in the offseason. It's too late to do anything about it now. But no matter how this season ends, I'd like you to try to pull off a little bit of what the Avalanche did. Because you know what the Avalanche did? They went and they remade their lineup. They're a less pretty team than they were, but I believe they're more stout to handle what playoff hockey is going to bring. And let's be honest, playoff basketball is going to be just as physical as what we watched last night.
If the Nuggets, I believe if they flame out short of the Western Conference Finals, then it's coming. Then exactly what you're talking about is a major roster retooling. A major move will be made in the offseason to break up this core and do something different to surround Nikola Jokic. If they go further, I said it before.
They
I
could
still
go
like
further.
this.
They could win it, but they've got to get back to this thing that we've not seen in 2 years, it feels like, Nate.
I still like this team in almost any 7-game series. I gave you the 3 teams before that I would pick over Denver in a 7-game series. That's a pretty good place to be going into the postseason. Again, those 3 teams were Boston and Cleveland out of the East and Minnesota in the West. I think the Nuggets could beat the Thunder in a 7-game series. It would be a Herculean task, but I trust Nikola Jokic to go and win that series, and I saw enough on Monday night to tell me the Nuggets would be capable of going and doing that. But if they don't, and if they come up short, and if Calvin Booth, who has declared himself, what is it, the steward of Nikola Jokic's legacy, then I would fully anticipate that he would be extremely, extremely active.
Here's the only thing. Let me just say this because I need to make it clear. I do not disagree with your Nikola Jokic take at all. He is a basketball matrix. He will figure it out. He sees everything. My concern is, does the 3-point shooting and basic outside shooting show up enough to help him get over the hump? What's going on with you? I feel like you got a lot of – Are there just too many people? What's going on? I feel like you're alert. Is something not good going on around you? Is there a scuffle?
At the exact same time that you went Nuggets meatball and started yelling about
getting rough,
getting revenge on Rudy Gobert.
Well, no, it's more Naz Reid and Julius.
That's a good one
Julius
too.
Randle was really getting on my nerves last night because
Well,
there was
that's
nobody
not gonna
big enough to
stop.
body him.
We're all going to hate that guy in a series. No, like at the same moment that happened. So I'm broadcasting on the concourse at the Thomas and Mack Boise State, San Diego State just finished up. By the way, like that, Andy, when you talk about massive games, that game is almost a play-in game to the NCAA tournament. Like, that's two bubble teams playing each other at the same time. I looked up, and Boise hit a shot to push it to 10 with 30 seconds to go, and then just a stream of raging San Diego State fans were bolting out of the arena directly behind me. Just, they'd had enough. It was time to go. They were loudly leaving their seats and wanted to make a show of it because their team had just lost. And so I've had nothing but anger behind me for the last several minutes.
You know what you're like?
Concourse.
You're like, whether it's Rycroft or our guy Johnny Gallant in between the benches when we do our games, you've got to have that button going, right? You're worried that the cussing's going to get caught up because everyone's just letting it fly.
Yeah. No, there was a parade of them right behind me. Those dudes were walking so fast.
You look like me when someone's walking around with the queso dip and they missed my table. Hey, where's it going? That's mine.
I was like, oh, okay. All right. Sprinting for the exits. Okay. We'll take a break. When we come back, we had an extended Nuggets conversation. A baseball owner, a comment, and my head exploding next.
business.
Blues in jail. I think his son is running the company. Doesn't seem like a total moron to me. You know what? I've had this thing as a triple cell, and I am upgrading it right here, right now. I think this thing could even go as high as a don't buy.
Don't buy. Huh? Mom, did you see that?
Don't buy Blues.
Colorado State has been upgraded to don't buy. Now their first 4 out. First 4 out, according to Joe Lombardi. Rammies will be in action in about an hour and 13 minutes, taking on Nevada here at the Mountain West Tournament. But CSU firmly on the bubble right now. You could just win 3 games in 3 days. That would be nice. By the way, saw Nick Clifford at the hotel the other night. Rammies are staying at the same place. Big human, Andy, real big human. Going to be a real nice NBA player. I did. We had a nice exchange. Yes, I like that kid. Good player. Rammies will play tonight against Steve Alford and Nevada. Andy, it is not another bracket contest. No more picking 67 games. Just pick 5 teams, and you're good to go. The lower the seed, the more each win is worth. The grand prize package, epic. 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game with dinner for 2 at the Chop House, catered party for 30 from Brothers Barbecue, and a brand new big screen television. All that just for picking 5 teams. You can enter starting Sunday night after the field is announced at AltitudeSportsRadio.com. All brought to you by Evan Williams Bourbon. Enjoy it for all the buzzer beater celebrations. Adding Evan Williams to your game day lineup, a slam dunk. Also brought to you by Brothers Barbecue. Let Brothers Barbecue take your event to the next level with their award-winning catering service, the Not Another Bracket Contest. Jump in on it right after Selection Sunday.
I'm glad to see the crowd has dissipated behind you.
Yes.
Your brother's read made me hungry, which means not just brothers. Got another read we'll have to get in that'll again make me hungry. But
yes. Let's just do it.
Should we just do it? Why not?
Feeling like a taste of the ocean?
Rules.
Stopping at Good Times today for a Good Times fish fry sandwich. It's light and flaky. It's a whole fish fillet. The fish fry sandwich, available for a limited time at Good Times.
You see, I don't know about a fish fry sandwich, but I could go for some of those Bambinos we were talking about a couple reads ago.
Those are solid right
I'm
there.
really
All
hungry.
Right.
My little exploits at lunch that caused me to be late, I didn't get to eat lunch. So I'm starving.
Okay,
let's get this
Andy.
over with.
He's not angry, Andy. He's hangry, Andy.
Yeah, hangry Andy might give you more searing truth than you'd like. Angry Andy's not messing around. I hate your beard, for example.
Dick Monfort
don't ignore
talked about the competitive imbalance in baseball. He said it has gotten to the point of ludicrosity now. Ludicrosity. How do you like that word, Andy? That's a good one.
Is that you know what? Keep going. I'm going to look it up.
Okay.
I'm going to see if it is a word, because that's how hangry Andy rolls.
I want it to be a word. It's a fun word. He added, talking to the Gazette and talking to Kiz, something's got to happen. The competitive imbalance in baseball has gotten to the point of ludicrosity. The only way to fix baseball is to do a salary cap and a floor. With a cap comes a floor. For a lot of teams, the question is, how do they get to the floor? And that includes us probably, but on some sort of revenue split deal, I would be all in. That coming from Dick Monfort, who apparently thinks it should be every other owner's problem that he can't build a winning baseball team here in Denver, I guess. Clearly, and it deserves a broader conversation tomorrow here on the show, a lot of what Dick Monfort said, but it ties into the comments that were made by another owner in Major League Baseball. Andy, as you know, the Los Angeles Dodgers have had yet another free spending off season, won the World Series a year ago, and only appeared to be better this upcoming season. There's like almost no way mathematically that you can't guarantee that the Dodgers will win 100 games this year. Clearly, they're very good. This has bothered some of the other owners in baseball. You heard Dick Monfort's comments right there. Now, which other owners has this bothered? Is it perhaps the ownership groups of teams like the Pirates or the Royals
or the
Rays or the Nationals? No. The owner that is particularly upset about what the Dodgers have done is Hal Steinbrenner, the owner of the New York Yankees, who said there are two kinds of teams in baseball, the Dodgers and everybody else. This is Hal Steinbrenner talking to Jason Stark of The Athletic.
Just it's not Jason Stark he's talking to here. Because you're going to hear a female's voice, so that was going to throw everybody off.
Oh, it's not Jason Stark.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't want to play a female's voice.
Like, no, it's good. You're right. It's good.
Like,
we all would have
not
wondered.
Jason Stark.
You made the right call, Spring. That was a good executive decision.
That's good.
That's
fine.
Good. Let's hear the cut.
This is what happens when the host is on the road.
Which is a word, by the way.
We tee up the... By the way, Dan Hyatt texted and said, ludicrosity, perfectly cromulent word. Thank you very much.
It's the quality or state of being ludicrous, which is amusing or laughable because of obvious absurdity, incongruity, or exaggeration.
Luda!
Yeah.
Anyway, here's Hal Stein. Is this from Yes Network, Spring?
Yeah, Yes Network.
Okay. All right. That's what I thought you were finding, and then you said something about Jason Stark.
Well,
anyway, okay.
Yeah, whatever.
Play the audio. Play the audio.
For the love
You look
of
at the
God,
Dodgers, they just continue to spend money. Their payroll almost approaching $400 million. What is going through your mind as you see them continuing to make these big signings?
Well, it's difficult for most of us owners to be able to do the kind of things that they're doing. Now, we'll see if it pays off. They still have to have a season relatively injury-free for it to work out for them. And it's a long season, as you know, and once you get to the postseason, anything can happen. We've seen that time and time again. So we'll see who's there at the end and if they're the ones.
This is a guy that's he's playing poor.
Yeah.
He's literally the owner of the Yankees.
Yeah.
He's literally the owner of the fourth most valuable franchise in North American sports. By the way, way more valuable than the Dodgers. We should add is that Hal Steinbrenner is crying poor like he's owning the Cleveland Guardians or the Arizona Diamondbacks or, I don't know, the Colorado Rockies. Like, all right, do I think Dick Monfort is bad at his job? Yes, I do. But also, like, at least when Dick Monfort says it, he has a point.
Right.
I'm not going to listen to Hal Steinbrenner complain about the free spending of the Dodgers.
Yeah, again, so people know, we're talking about local networks that you can get money out of, and it's the Yankees in the number one media market in all of North America, I
You going to
believe.
be okay, guy?
Yeah.
You going to be all right?
You're upset that the number two media market's outspending you. To your point, Dick Monfort, who's in the Rocky Mountains, we get it. The Dodgers have the number two media market and number one guy's upset? Come on, bro. Come on.
Uh-huh.
So you're upset they've got the Bentley Maybach or whatever. I don't even know what fancy car is that. One guy's upset about the other guy's fancier car or Bond yacht.
You still have Giancarlo Stanton and Aaron Judge, and you got Garrett Cole over there getting elbow surgery. You still got all those guys.
He's mad Cole's getting the Tommy Johns. The TJ? Or are you just going to call it the TJ?
The TJ. He's got the TJ.
He's got the TJ?
Yeah. Uh-huh. Oh, he feel terrible for you.
I feel like the guy behind you has walked by you numerous times. Who is that? Yeah. You know what's funny? Every time it's the other shoulder.
UNLV event staff.
Oh, is that who that is?
Is fighting with drunk San Diego State fans right now.
I feel like you're in an AMC movie theater back in the 80s. That's what they all look like they're dressed. And I keep waiting for someone to just bring you a big thing of popcorn.
The Red Jackets and the Aztecs fans have had enough of each other this afternoon.
And the Lobo fans are the ones that are drunk.
They're all drunk.
I can't wait for you to be out there tomorrow. This is some of the best people watching we've had. It's insane.
It's going to be fun. Well, today was better because we had afternoon games, but still. CSU in action at 7 o'clock. Don't buy on the CSU Rams. That's going to do it for us this afternoon. Fun show. I had a good time. We're back tomorrow at 3 o'clock. There's no blitz this evening. I repeat, no blitz in your life
and no
tonight.
Games.
No games.
Except CSU.
No nothing. Go watch the Rammies, CBS Sports Network tonight. Colorado State and Nevada. Ramy's 5.5-point favorites. Go get him, Nico Medved, and then go take the Minnesota job. Good night, everybody. We'll see you.